Hello, ladies and gentlemen, ghouls and goblins. Welcome. I hope you're having a magical day. Thank you so much for taking the time to support the channel. I really do appreciate it. We are just 7 minutes away from the Neon Dynasty Championship, which is super exciting. $450,000 on the line, which is redonkulous. Super exciting. We have 3 days of non-stop action. We'll be doing our best to cover it as extensively as possible for one individual. Woof! I'm already tired. This is our first time live on YouTube in a very long time. A very, very, very long time. Not the premieres, but actually live on YouTube. This is super exciting. So welcome everyone. I would expect a full day of technical difficulties, but I'll do my best to work through it, which is super exciting. And I'm not even entirely sure if we're live, but I'm going to do some investigating now and try to figure that out. I believe we are live. I believe also that we have an excellent connection, but again, we will have to figure all this out as well as we go. It is loading. Hopefully, this all works out. Settings, normal. I think this should be okay. Hopefully we can get some viewers in that can confirm the quality. Hope YouTube doesn't come at you for the music. Is there music playing? There should not be. This is Neon Dynasty Championship soundtrack. Stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend you change the bitrate to 4,500. Seems to be working so far, so good. Oh, I hope. Beautiful, you guys. Definitely, you are my feedback. Lots of times it's hard to tell as a streamer how things are coming through on the quality production side. But if it's all balanced, the Magic soundtrack is so good. Like, oh my gosh, like this is an absolute heater of a track. And it's like, who is doing this for Wizards? Because I remember, you know, for the past year, every time I show up to one of these events, it's just like, right? It's good, it's good. So mad props on the tunage, you guys. Right, get these individuals in charge of R&D, right? I'm kidding. How's the quality? Wants me to change my bitrate, and I'll try. I mean, I will try to change my bitrate for you, YouTube. I'm not entirely sure how that will transfer over, but I have followed YouTube's suggestion. Hopefully it appreciates that. What's up, Walter? Web Death, Master Base, Bob, Adam, Rock, the Naga, Gucci, Artsy, what's up, Chris? So jumping in so early, you guys, I do appreciate that. Let's see if we can break some records for our channel today, and just have a grand time. I'm super excited to like not have to play Magic and still just like get to hang out and talk about it, which is fantastic. We may as well kind of set up a scene as well, right? Are you streaming on YouTube? Because Twitch has the OG Neon stream. I am streaming on YouTube. And we are watching Twitch on the YouTube, I guess, if that helps clarify. But, you know, shout out to MTG Brew Labs, one of the creators in our community. He did a watch party, or they did a watch party, I should say. I don't really even know. I assume, right? And they had a very good conversion on it, like a ton of views on their last watch party for the World's Championship. So shout out to them for today's inspiration, right? MTG Brew Labs. Oh, web death, lol. Yeah, so we're gonna be like, I guess it's gonna be a long weekend, like, because I'm sure this will run for 8 hours, right? I'm sure that we'll be here literally all day. And the same goes for tomorrow and the next day. And I guess before we get started, let's talk about the weekend. Today, just kind of getting into things, right? But tomorrow, we have some pack giveaways. It's gonna be super, super exciting. So you could win yourself some packs, and you could also win yourself some cool cards from packs I've already opened. Because you know me, I can't help myself. Springleaf Avenger, right out of the gates. Boom, right? Cool cards like this, already sleeved. You know, some things that I've never actually even seen before, which is quite cool as well. Broken Blades. Just while we pass time, I suppose. For anyone unfamiliar as to what this stream is about, or the live replay, as many of you will probably be watching later on, it is the Neon Dynasty Championship, which is super exciting. So, you know, literally the best players in the world are competing against one another for $450,000 USD, which is like, that's a lot of money. Good God. Wolf, you know what I mean? Which is super exciting for them. But more importantly than that, almost, is the fact that, you know, they're competing for spots at Worlds as well, which is super, super exciting, right? So with this out of the way, let's get after it. And of course, while we have intermissions and things today, we can go over all of the information. And, you know, I would assume that today's presenters will actually have all that covered for us as well, and I won't have to do any of the driving. Oh, we're in the back seat today. Cannot wait just to hang out. Beautiful. Let's go.
That is the game.
This is going to be good game. Gertson pulls off the victory. What a comeback. Oh, and there's an Arclight Phoenix. He actually...
Unbelievable stuff.
Holy cow. Unbelievable finish.
Whoa. Dual screening with a pop-out chat.
Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome to coverage of the Neon Dynasty Championship.
I mean, you got the Twitch chat if we want. We can get rid of it. We can get rid of the Twitch chat if you guys want.
All here today, more than 230 players are battling for their share of a $450,000 prize pool in Alchemy and Historic this weekend. Debuting Alchemy here for the first time on the big stage. Super exciting stuff. Not only is the title of champion on the line, but and joining me here at my virtual news desk, two of my favorite guys to talk about Magic the Gathering with. I've got Corey Baumeister and Riley Knight here at the news desk with me. This is a super exciting tournament, you guys, a brand new format. Corey, what are you most looking forward to today?
Oh, Maria, you said it right. With a brand new format and all the pros getting to play around with it for the last couple weeks, it's just going to be so exciting to see all the new decks that we see at this tournament. So I can't wait.
Yeah, and we've got some awesome decks as well for you, everybody. So stay tuned. Riley, what are you looking forward to?
Yeah, g'day everyone, and Maria, as you say, awesome decks, but I tell you what, there's one deck that I'm looking forward to. As a huge, lifelong D&D fan, I was a bit disappointed, honestly, when the Adventures in the Forgotten Realms didn't quite make a splash in Standard. A lot of those Venture cards, however, they've been rebalanced, a breath of fresh air in Alchemy now, and I just can't wait to see this brand new Venture deck that quite a few people are playing, Maria. That's what I can't wait to see. I imagine, what are you looking forward to, though?
I'm excited for the historic portion of the event as well as alchemy. Obviously, this venture deck, this is super cool and unexpected. But in historic, we've got people playing boggles, y'all. Lots of Auras players here this weekend, so thumbs up to all of them. I'm very, very excited to see our boggly boys doing battle on the battlefield. Well, not exactly boggles, but y'all know what I mean. Core Spirit Dancer, come on, come on. All right, but let's talk about what you're going to see this weekend, the formats, the schedule of events. Riley's got you there.
Yeah, let's have a chat about what we're going to get across throughout the 3 days of competition at the Neon Dynasty Championship this weekend. 3 days and over 230 players all competing for their share of nearly $500,000 in prize money. That's a lot of reasons to smile. Today, day number 1, 7 rounds are split between alchemy, kicking things off the first 3 rounds, and then historic, the last 4 of today. You're looking for players who make it to 4 match wins or better. They will be the ones who head across to day number 2. In day number 2, 8 rounds of Swiss. This time it's 4 rounds of alchemy and another 4 rounds of historic. But this time the magic number is 12. Players with 12 wins will make it through to the top 8 to day 3, the playoff day. And of course, that's where the sparks really start to fly. Let's talk about day number 3. It will be a double elimination bracket. We're playing alchemy all day across the upper and the lower brackets. And of course, in our championship match, where we play best 2 out of 3 matches to crown a champion.
All right, so that champion is who we are looking for. And like I said, we've got that field of more than 230 players. One of them is going to be our big winner. But how did they qualify for this tournament? How did they get here this weekend? Turns out there's a bunch of different paths, starting with Arena, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. Arena is where the bulk of the players came from. We see 78 players at a whopping 33.9%. A lot of great Magic players. I think the most well-known would be Sam Black. He's just an overall superstar of the game, making his way back to the biggest stage.
Speaking of superstars of the game, keep an eye out for the MPL and Rivals League competitors. They're our second largest cohort this weekend, with 72 of them coming from the leagues. And here we're talking about the biggest names.
I'm actually in Sam's Discord. Challenging assumptions.
Luis Scott Vargas. These are the superstars that you're very accustomed to seeing at the top end of town.
Magic Online also brings 37 players to this tournament. One of them, Thiago Saporito, I want to call out, one of my favorites from back in the day. 2 Pro Tour top 8s under his belt, so I'm excited to see him here back in the game this weekend.
Absolutely. Then we got past performances. There's 26 players here and just a plethora of amazing players here like Matt Nass, Mateus Leverado, and even the winner of the Innistrad Championship, Yuki Ichikawa. They maybe didn't have the best tournament on the last event, but they're looking for redemption on this one.
And finally, rounding out the cohort here at the Neon Dynasty Championship, it's players who have done well at various Premier Series around the world. And one player I'm very excited to see back is Nathan Holiday, a GP grinder from way back. He's here to feed people left and right and get it done. And I'm interested to see how him and, of course, all the rest of the players go here this weekend.
All right, so that's how our players qualified for this tournament. And we are kicking things off with Alchemy here today. It is a new format, Magic's newest format. Corey is here to tell us what it's all about.
Absolutely. I thought you'd never ask, Maria. Alchemy is Arena's newest and most exciting format. It is an arena-only format. You can't really play this one on the kitchen table. It includes all standard sets and rotates exactly when standard does. But that's kind of where the similarities end with standard, because Alchemy is able to rebalance cards that have gotten to be a little bit too powerful or maybe not powerful enough. We're also putting a bunch of new cards that are Alchemy specific into the format to keep it nice and fresh. And here are some of the great abilities that you will really only be seeing in Alchemy to really keep it fun as well. So now let's take a look at what the players actually brought to this tournament. And whoa, number 1 is Mono White Aggro, which I think became a big surprise to most players here, coming in at 53 copies. Naya Runes is probably the deck that most players thought was going to be the number 1 deck, coming in at 42 copies. Then we got that Orzhov Venture deck that Riley is really excited to see. And me, let's get real, that's going to be a sweet one. Followed by Mardu Midrange, Azorius Control, a plethora of other good decks. And then we still see 50 decks in the other categories. So it's really going to be the wild, wild west out here,
That's
Maria.
what I'm excited for.
I mean, truly, we are setting the stage for Alchemy this weekend. I think a lot of people have been wondering, what exactly are the best decks in Alchemy, right? And hopefully we'll have that question answered by the time the weekend is over. But this metagame, I think, was a surprise to a lot of our competitors. And indeed us here at the booth. Yeah, you, Corey, coming in this weekend. So I'm super excited to see how it all plays out.
All right, you guys. It's so awesome that they did this intro for us. Saves me so much time. But what's going on with Riley's eyes? What is going on with Riley's eyes? Those have to be contacts. Let's get into the first match, though.
Versus Rakdos mid-range. Kenji Sumura and Rika Kumagai, they're teammates, everybody. They're members of that Japanese super team that just dominated the Innistrad Championship, hoping to do it again.
All right, you guys.
This weekend.
Can we get
Kenji Sumura a little bit more? I love Kenji. I love seeing him at events. He's
predictions
just
in chat, I guess we'll call them. Predictions.
That number of
Are we going for
17,000.
Naya Runes?
By the way, he's a
or are we going for
Hall of
Rakdos here?
2005 Player of the Year. Here's a look at Riku Kumagai. What? More than 20,000.
You just can't handle it.
These numbers are huge. Qualified for this at the Innistrad Championships because he also qualified for the World Championship at that event. Wants another awesome finish.
I would be so scared to see how many arena games I've played.
Again,
please do not show me.
Japanese super team hoping to get it done here this weekend. Too bad they have to play in round 1. But, you know, they might all have to play in the top 8 again if things go the way they did in the Innistrad Championship. Let's talk about these two decks, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's start with Kenji's deck here. This is Naya Runes. This is kind of the deck that most people were expecting to be that #1 deck. And this is kind of like Boggles, Maria. You're going to be a big fan of this one.
All right.
It is just getting one of these creatures down, strapping it up with a bunch of runes. We have a little bit of a combo with Runeforge Champion and Naturalist to be able to just cast these runes for free. And you can really have some very explosive turns. So really exciting deck. Let's check out Riku Kumagai's list. And this is Rakdos midrange. A lot more of a quote-unquote fair-looking deck. You're just trying to kind of play this traditional mid-range game plan where you try to deal with a couple creatures early and then start playing really tough to deal with dragons at the top of the curve with Town Razor Tyrant and Goldspan Dragon. So definitely more fair than the Naya Ruins, but still a very powerful deck in its own right.
Yeah, super interested to see this matchup
I think
here.
Rakdos might win. There's a lot of removal there, and he knows what he's dealing with.
Something that we're going to be doing here all across the weekend is making predictions here at the news desk as to who is going to win the feature matches and keeping track of our records throughout the weekend. So not only will somebody win this tournament, more importantly, someone will win.
We should move these guys over, give me the same background, and pretend that I'm the fourth
Riley, we're going to key it up with you. Who's going to win?
Yes!
Well, look, I'm a big fan of Kenji Sumura. He is undoubtedly the world's favorite Kenji in Magic the Gathering. But look, I really like this Rakdos mid-range list. I think it's well positioned. I think that, Runes had a target on its back heading into this weekend. I'm going to back Kumagai here. I think he's going to take it out with Rakdos.
All right, you're going for Rico. What about you, Corey?
Well, I got to start just disagreeing with Riley. I think that's the nature of the game here. But I'm going to go with Kenji. I think this Naya Runes deck is extremely powerful and resilient. And I don't know if a lot of decks can beat it. I know they tried to, but let's see if they can actually do it, Maria.
Yeah, that's a great point, Corey.
I honestly think I'm cheering for Rakdos here.
I love this Naya Runes deck. I love that it kind of came out of left field. It seems like a silly deck, but then you're dead. Then you are dead. This deck is so powerful, and I'm a huge fan of it, so I'm going with Kenji Sumura. Well, it's not just going to be us here in the news desk giving you all the action from the feature match area. Check it out. We've also got Marshall Sutcliffe and Cedric Phillips.
Oh man, I love Cedric so much. The guy just makes me laugh every single time I hear him.
Calling all of the matches from the feature match area. Speaking of Marshall and Cedric, hey, they're waiting for me to throw it to them for round #1 here at the Neon Dynasty Championships. Take it away, Marshall.
Soundtrack is just absolutely banging.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome to the booth here at the Neon Dynasty Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Cedric Phillips. Thanks so much for joining us for Alchemy. Cedric, our first look at Alchemy here is nigh upon us. This is, the first time it's been on the big stage.
It is, and what better way to start than what we could argue is the deck to beat coming in, right? Naya Runes. We get to find out a little small sample size here, Marshall, but nonetheless, hey, is this deck as good as everybody thought it was going to be coming in? Because
let's just use this match. This is going to decide.
This is it, right? This kind of decides it if this is the real deal or not. I'm with you.
Absolutely. Sample size is highly overrated. Kenji Sumura from Japan versus Riku Kumagai, also from Japan. Also worth noting that these players tested together on the Japanese super team, and boom, straight away to round 1.
Let's
go. You always got to battle against the person you came to the tournament with. It's just how Magic works. And it looks like we're going to be underway here on the bottom part of your screen. That's the Hall of Famer, Kenji Sumura. And he has chosen Naya runes. What do you make of the opener here with a pair of Generous Visitor in hand there for Samura?
I think so. Good opening hand here from Kenji to just kick things off. I mean, you've got a couple copies of Generous Visitor. You've got a mana base that works. Runeforge Champion is kind of your payoff card. All that is lovely, right? Here's what's interesting to me, Marshall.
All that is
Players
lovely.
tested together, they're friends, all that stuff. I know leading into this event, we've talked about.
Oh,
the
that's
super
sick turn
team
too.
that has built over the past handful of months and years, right? Well, one player and a lot of these Japanese players, and Kenji and everybody else on the team is.
I honestly am cheering for
Naya
Rakdos
runes,
here.
But Riku's going, no. I'm playing Rakdos mid-range. So does Riku have the deck that beats the runes deck on the team? Or not? That's my question.
This is going to be the awkward.
A lot of removal.
right?
A lot of removal.
Right? It's like, really, Riku? Come on, man.
This is the, hey, man, we all brought runes, and you brought the thing that beats runes. Maybe. We'll see.
That's right. You see Forsaken Crossroads there from Kenji Samura, one of the alchemy cards coming in, since he ends up being on the draw this time. He gets the choice when he ETBs of scrying one or just untapping it. And he gets to choose a color that it taps for. On the other side, though, we see Rahilda wanted Cutthroat on the battlefield, already a big threat. The good news here for Kenji Samura is if you can get those Generous Visitors going, you know, they spew counters all over all of your creatures. The bad news is he's going to have to take a hit here from the first striker, and that's going to exile a card straight away.
I believe he got a Runeforge Champion.
Although he can only cast it if he's tacked with a Wolf or Werewolf during that turn.
But taking that Runeforge Champion out of the deck is fire. That's really good.
But we can see that Riku Kumagai is sitting on a Hogramaling here, and looks like he wants to deploy some removal.
And nothing too troubling at this stage. Now we're going to see Skyclave Apparition. So
that
this
sucks,
is a little bit of an innovation here from the Japanese players on their build of runes. Taking a look at the builds of runes over the course of the weekend. Again, it's the second most played deck here in Alchemy. We're going to see plenty of it over the next handful of days. But not everybody is starting this card. Japanese players here, like Kenji, do.
Kami Recurrence is good against the removal unless it's exile, totally.
So maybe that's
Kami can just eat through that removal.
Maybe get an advantage against the mono white decks that are incredibly prevalent here this weekend as well.
City Soccer Connoisseur, one of the key cards in the format here, is going to take away the Runeforge Champion.
That gets their second Runeforge is done now.
Death Toucher and Cedric, this is a big deal. Death Touch is actually kind of a problem for Kenji Samura. A lot of the time, his creatures just end up being really, really big, but can't really deliver the finishing blow, and they just end up trading off for cards like City Stalker Connoisseur.
Well, think about what these runes do, right? You've got one that grants trample, you've got one that grants lifelink, you've got one that grants
can't find
haste.
a
little
safe
bit
spot
of buff
to be.
on the ones that grant trample and haste, as they are red and green. But I didn't say first strike. I didn't say flying. I didn't say unblockable. So Death Touch, weirdly, is kind of the cheat around this whole thing of
where do I
cool,
go? I have to hide myself somewhere.
Give it a little taste, and that's gonna die.
That's right. And, you know, going back to what you said before about the Skyclave Apparition inclusion, you know, normally
Maybe
these decks are all in, right? They're just like, I am going to do the rune thing the best way and the fastest way I possibly can. And that means that cards like Apparition, which is one of the better cards that we've seen in these type of decks. Ooh, there's Goldspan Dragon hitting the battlefield, by the way, for Kumagai. You know, it's going to get Igonjo'd right out of here, too.
Yeah, see you later.
Dang, that's
He's got another, though, and he also has a Braid in hand.
Now this is what I was thinking the entire time was, hey, this is a runes deck, right? Are we ever gonna draw one of those?
Yeah, how about a rune?
Yeah, how about that? There we go.
But again, this is part of what Kenji gives up by playing cards like Skyclave Apparition, right? It
has to go on the Kami.
It's not a rune. It doesn't interact with the other stuff in a meaningful way. So you do water down your deck a little bit for that.
Okay,
power.
I thought he put it on the Skyclave
So
for a second.
Do a little bit
That's a nice draw.
Ideally, would have loved to go rune into rune, but you
because
saw
Kami goes up now. Double
Generous
Generous Visitor.
Action. Now Kami of Transience can decide if it wants to attack or not, and then come back. Again, as you've already discussed, and you and I have touched on, Death Touch is kind of the roadblock here. So if you are going to make this attack, yeah, you're going to get the City Stalker Connoisseur off the battlefield, but you're going to have to exchange some resources to do so. So Kenji's hand isn't all that powerful, but so that makes it so he has a real decision to make at this exact moment.
You can see he's already managed to put 9 power and toughness on the battlefield here. He can also play the Jukai Naturalist out of hand if he'd like. It is an enchantment creature. Again, this is the core of the deck, right? Everything's an enchantment. The creatures are enchantments. They trigger all these Generous Visitors. The runes trigger everything. And you can have these turns that are completely insane, particularly if you assemble the combo, right? The Jukai Naturalist plus the Champion. That's kind of the 1-2 punch that makes all your runes free.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that Jukai Naturalist is an enchantment as well, because when you think of the runes deck, you think of, oh, okay, well, obviously the runes are enchantments, and Showdown of the Skulls is an enchantment, but the Naturalist is too, and there are positives and negatives to that. Of course, positive is triggers Generous Visitor. Negative is that enchantment rule can kind of kill it. So some upsides and downsides to that very powerful card.
Once again, another Goldspan Dragon's going to hit the battlefield. As you can see, this is the alchemy version. But it's
it's still good.
It's still really good.
Yeah, some minor changes, but still really powerful.
Yeah, we call it rebalanced. That's what we're saying, and it has been rebalanced slightly in the downward direction. But it was already starting from a pretty high standpoint there.
Yeah, this thing is still a 5-mana 4/4 flying haste. When it attacks, you're going to get that treasure token, and then treasure tokens still have sacrifice this artifact, add 2 mana of any one color. The only real difference here you're going to find, for those of you who are used to standard, is that when it gets targeted, it's no longer going to make a treasure. That interaction of attack with my Goldspan Dragon, someone tries to kill it, and you go, thanks for the mana, counter that. We're not going to do that so much anymore.
Thanks for the mana.
So Kenji deciding, yeah, you know what? Trade seems fine by me. And one of the Death Touchers gets to do its thing. Now we're going to see a Braid kill the Skyclave Apparition while the killing's good.
Yep.
And that's going to result in a 2/2 on the other side of the battlefield. Here comes Kami of Transience.
See, now the thing is, he could have killed the Naturalist, and then the enchantments are gone, and the Kamis can't come back again.
Yeah, right now, if you're Samora, your best draws are a rune to maybe trigger into it, maybe chain into another rune.
Maybe I can find a deck list for us here.
More importantly, I'm thinking Showdown of the Skulls, Marshall.
Here's the deck. Absolutely. There's 4 copies of Showdown of the Skulls in Kenji's deck.
Showdown of the Skulls off the top for Samura.
Very nice interface.
Fantastic. Down to 14, he falls after taking all the damage here. Goldspan in with flying, but even the 2/2 token gets through. Here's Graveyard Trespasser now from Kumagai. He also has another one of those in his hand as well.
This is nice. Deals, you know,
and
with the Kamis.
I don't want to undersell Commune with Spirits also being a good draw right now. Looking at the top 4 cards for a single green, take a land, or more importantly, an enchantment with you.
Shouldn't they have taken the rune though?
And heck, Runeforge Champion.
Why aren't they taking the runes? Because
so, let's see what the draw is.
The champion can bring runes back from the grave, so shouldn't you be taking the runes?
Doesn't line up particularly well with Goldspan, does it?
It doesn't, and more importantly, Graveyard Trespasser is going to be doing a little transforming, and this is where things are going to get a little ugly. You see this card being highlighted right now. Get a good read on the Graveyard Trespasser that's going to transform into a much larger problem.
That's right.
Yeah, Walter, I'm a little confused.
Another point of power and toughness.
Is the token that much
now
better? You need to take the runes, and they should have removed the Naturalist earlier.
Thanks to the,
in my opinion, I guess I'm not here. I'm not like, you know what I mean. I'm just a YouTuber.
Go off. I mean, geez, a rune off the top of the library here would be so much.
They must really want to go for their life. Yeah.
Just flying around. He even has the Jukai Naturalist, which has
because
lifelink.
If they do top deck another Rune Forge, they can pull that rune from their graveyard.
Now, if you're wondering what Graveyard Trespasser
they deal with it this way.
Trespasser, does when it transforms, first of all, gets a better name in Graveyard Glutton. So that's step 1. Step 2.
I would have killed the visitors.
You have to discard a card to be able to even try to kill this thing. Then when it enters
the they don't want them to gain life. No life gain that way. No life gain that way.
Card exiled this way, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. So when this thing is attacking, it means business.
And it is. Both of them are in there. Goldspan, and look, you can even target yourself with the other Graveyard.
Oh yes.
Trigger, and we're gonna see
yes.
Life total plummet here, down to 10, down to 8. He's already taking 4 in the air.
We called it, chat.
And he's gonna be in chump block mode here, Cedric. This is looking terrible for.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you got a lot of stuff coming through on the battlefield. So as you mentioned, it is gonna be chump block.
Oh, he just doesn't stop.
Grasp here.
Wow.
He knows he's out of this one.
Wow, what a turnaround.
I told you, that's a lot of removal. A lot of removal.
But we really didn't get to see him do the runes thing, Cedric. That was the bottom line. He cast some spells. He got a couple of triggers, but with double Generous Visitor on the open, you kind of hope to have some 7/7s, and he never really got there.
No, didn't really get there at all. Didn't get to see the deck do what it's meant to do. But you got to remember here this weekend, Marshall, and we're going to talk about this ad nauseum, I'm sure, either you and me or Alien Monty. In Alchemy, this was the deck to beat going in. Everybody knew it. That's why we're seeing a lot of cards that are specific towards beating it, be it creature removal, enchantment removal, Archon of Emeria, what have you. The big question is, can this deck stand up to being targeted as heavily as it's being targeted, because we know that if no one's paying attention to it, it's going to...
Runes is a nice sideboard, though. So, like, when they're sideboarding here,
right.
that protection that Kenji's going to take, right?
Very, very powerful, but very narrow. In other words,
not taking it yet. Oh, there they go. Tomeo safekeeping, right? You need to dodge that removal.
Or a strategy that's good against runes. You can do that, and people did.
And yeah, Rahilda had the exile of one of them, which was really good.
Like, it really got targeted by the other major decks in this tournament.
Yeah, no, this is no joke. You and I, of course, and the rest of the team had the opportunity to look at the deck lists and see, okay, what the heck's going on in Alchemy? And it's like, okay, well, Runes looks pretty good, pretty straightforward, all that jazz. But then you see the other deck list and you go, everybody knows. Yeah, everybody knows that Runes is good. So now, of course, the big question is can Runes stand up to the hate, right? Is it flexible enough? You know, does it have that sort of resistance built in? And I'll tell you, we didn't see it last game in Showdown of the Skulls. But if Showdown of the Skulls had shown up in that game, maybe what we're talking about right now is a different story entirely.
Absolutely. That's really the key here. Let's get things underway. There's Ranger class off the top of the library, and Kenji's going to be happy to see it, as that's going to give him a nice little turn 2 play here to get that Ranger class rolling. He can also put out a threat that he doesn't mind dying quite as much as perhaps the Kami. Let's see what happens going forward. Land here for Kumagai. Ooh, there's a Naturalist and a Runeforge champion with double runes in hand. Now, he is facing both black and red mana from Kumagai, so he probably can't assume these cards are going to stick around, or these creatures, I should say. But
yeah, and we are, of course, talking about Kenji Samori here. We're talking about a Magic Hall of Famer. He's been around the block a game or two, so not surprising to see no rune be cast just yet and say, let's do a little bit more setup. Let's play.
All right, there's the early Rune Keeper on play.
And get ready for a bigger turn down.
There's an Abrade.
That's right. This
is that really Kiki Jiki? What's that 3-drop enchantment? Is that Kiki Jiki?
Unlikely to survive the
I have to look.
But the fact that he gets to get a rune out of his library here means that he can take it. Still.
It is Kiki Jiki. I love Kiki Jiki. That's awesome.
Take down the Runeforge champion. Kumagai, of course, recognizing he cannot leave that alone. And here's one of the key cards for this mid-range Rakdos deck. Fable of the
I really like this card.
Cedric. This card has such high potential that people are putting it into decks even where it's like the only red splash card. That's not the case here, but there's some other decks we might see later on that have it.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, right? If you're not playing runes, you're not playing mono white aggro, a lot of the there's a very high chance.
Yeah, we need some removal.
Based control deck around Goldspan.
There it is. There it is.
Fable the Mirror Breaker, because this card is incredibly powerful. Start things off by making a 2/2 that can generate treasures, plural. Then we're talking about this second ability on the Saga, which is to discard 2 cards and draw 2 cards. Of course, when you're playing a mid,
I'm surprised they didn't throw an extra land here.
Some cards, like
Riku,
good in some matchups,
you're being so conservative. I love it. I don't play conservative, man. I'm pedal to the metal.
Draw a little bit. And then, you know, if
that's what I thought. It's like, oh, he's flooding. He should toss a couple of those lands here, but
you're having a blast after that thing transforms. So it's a really powerful card. We're going to see a lot of an Alchemy.
Yeah, there's some dumb stuff you can do. You can Connoisseur copy on your opponent's draw step, basically take.
Well, the runes has
any card
that apparition, but the apparition can't hit the goblin token here, which is nice, right?
To, you know,
so I think he's playing around that.
Whatever.
Yep.
That's pretty rude. Like you said, just a couple of.
And then the apparition also can't hit Goldspan because it's a 5-drop, right? So it does play around Skyclave really well.
Also of note, the Fable of the Mirror Breaker is one of the very few.
But these are a lot of draws.
Straight up gives you 2
like
creatures.
Each one of these 3 runes is draws, so it's like holy.
Into one by chapter 3. That isn't normally the case. Usually, it's some other form of onboard or card advantage or, you know, selection or whatever, and then you get a creature at the end. But this one ends up giving you 2. Just really powerful on its face.
So we got an interesting little spot here, in my opinion, because there's a removal spell over there.
Put it on Kami. Put it on the trample.
Hasn't been fired off just yet. You mentioned it on turn 2, playing against 2 open mana. Well, now if you're Kenji, you're playing against 4 open mana.
Well,
so
they should still put it on the Kami.
To sequence this, you have 3 runes in your hand. You have great targets in Kami of Transience, or if you want to go the route here with the Wolf token, sure. Your Naturalist didn't get killed right away. So does your opponent have a removal spell, or are they trying to, you know, bait you on in a little bit here?
Just wait. Yeah, just wait.
And these are tough spots, right, for Samura. Like, he can't just do nothing, right? Like,
PV DDR. I don't know. I would assume so, Bruno. I would honestly assume so. But someone would have to confirm a player list for us.
Maybe he feels like, well, okay, I'll try another one then.
Sure.
I mean, he is getting counters off of the Kami each time here, but this one's gonna prompt power word kill to take down the wolf.
Okay, so there's your first move.
It's nice to get rid of the life gain. It's good to get rid of the life gain.
So the Kami's a 5/5 now. The rune is gone. Now the question is do I go again?
Power up the Kami with Ranger class.
Yes.
Trample on the Naturalist. Do it.
This deck does kind of
go wrong, Kenji.
Yeah, this deck does kind of play one way. This is the hedge, right? Is you turn up the heat on Rangers class, you bring that to chapter 2.
They should have played the land as a green source first, though,
nice.
to fake protection.
With both, put a counter on the
They should have faked protection with the green land.
So it can win combat right now. This is
again,
so
I'm just a
that's
scrub.
not so bad of a turn.
Yeah, that was great. Samura must be thrilled with the way that came out. And the old post-combat Rune of Might. This is him setting up for lethal next turn. He actually has 10 power.
Bet he wishes he would have saved it.
Right now. Fable of Mirror Breaker.
That always happens to me too.
As you can see, it becomes Reflection of Kiki-Jiki.
Kiki-Jiki.
Is that going to prompt a dragon? Yeah, here's Goldspan Dragon hitting the battlefield, but it looks a little small.
Double swing, double swing, double swing, double swing.
Argue with you. Dragon? Yep, well, here we go.
Double treasures.
With both of these creatures. Remember, that little token goblin, that's going to generate a treasure as well. So now access to 4 mana because of Goldspan Dragon, that's not so bad.
Right, especially with another power word kill off the top of the library here for Kumagai. That allows him to reset this Kami of Transients. Yeah, he might be able to get
while
it
they're
back
tapped.
later,
While they're tapped, there's no protection.
It was a 7/7 trampler, and now it's just gone.
But it comes back
And
into hand as soon as something's removed.
Somehow he finds himself in a similar position, kind of just hoping for showdown.
Yeah, that's been kind of at the top of my mind this entire time is, these games as they play out, right? They get a little
showdown wins games.
Showdown kind of busts it open, but
right.
That hasn't happened yet.
All right. And he's going to put the counter on the Naturalist. He wants to gain the most life, and it's a Generous Visitor off the top.
But why not put Trample on the Naturalist too to go through Kiki-Jiki?
Enough. Now he does get to crack in here.
What I mean,
like I should say, with
I don't necessarily play this way.
Yep.
And that's going to help.
Like
out
I would have had Trample on that.
Kumagai plus Samura's up above 20 again at 22 life. Unlikely to die in the next turn or two, so perhaps could buy himself.
Riku knew.
You gotta feel like.
Or sorry, Kenji knew Riku wouldn't block. I guess, right?
Start falling apart.
Yeah, if you're Kenji, we've mentioned Showdown the Skull.
3 gold fans won't deal 22 damage, but it's certainly cool.
Leave Ranger class on top, so maybe bigger plans with that card. Generous Visitor, and then passing the turn.
Removal?
I suppose we can't.
No, another land.
That'll trigger the Generous Visitors plural, so that's a thing as well.
Yeah, that rune is really important there. Rune of Might, the giving Trample. Right, is going to make life difficult for Kumagai unless he can find a removal spell, which he hasn't. He's found an additional land here, and that means that, yes, double dragons on the battlefield, a pair of gold spans. But he's only left himself 4 toughness back. And
where's a double turn spell when you need it, hey?
Especially, again, I keep looking at that Naturalist, Cedric, because of the lifelink really keeping the life total high here for Samura.
Rangers class is one of the worst things to draw.
That can trigger both Generous Visitors. You divvy some counters up, probably put it on the 2/2 that has the rune on it.
I don't run Rangers class in my runes deck.
What, a 5/5 attacker and a 4/4 attacker, most likely?
He can level up the class before combat, too.
Also that, too, yeah.
It is nice, though. Enough to get the job done here. Because remember, the Jukai Naturalist is already lethal. Like, that a creature is going to have to go in front of that.
Yeah, but now there's still only 2 damage here, and then potentially 3, 4. That's not lethal.
Now the big question, because it's kind of face up, hands open. I have no cards in my hand. My opponent is not tapped out because of all those treasures.
So down to 1.
You even consider playing her on a removal spell. I don't think that Kenji really can at this point, so that's why I think the advantage is so heavily towards him. He's just going to go, yeah, I got to make
Which puts them into a place where Infernal Grasp is not an option because they'll only have 1 life.
Wolf token, level up this Ranger's class, probably attack with a couple of creatures. You mentioned Naturalist and the Visitor. I don't know if he's going to want to attack with the other Visitor and then put those counters on the thing and trample and just say, good luck.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's going to force some awkward blocks at the very least here for Kumagai.
All attack. Take them down to 1. They have to double block the 5, the 6/6 potentially and the 5/5.
Game here in our opener.
But yeah, both classes are level 2.
Thanks so much for joining us. We're playing Alchemy.
Yeah, we are.
And
yeah, we are.
And Kenji Samura, the Hall of Famer from Japan, finds himself mashed up against his teammate Riku Kumagai here in the opener and down.
This is so
but they didn't attack with that 1/1, so now they've missed 1 damage here.
When you're actually in the pilot's chair there, as Kenji is of, okay, I guess I'm just going to put the counters and everything. I'm just going to shove all in on this and hope you don't have a removal spell. But ultimately, I think that's the right play to make, regardless of if there's a removal spell or not. To say, I hope that this breaks the way I need it to break. So we're going to see Reflection of Kiki-Jiki.
Okay, I actually did not expect
actually single block.
The dragon.
Well, you're going to get some trample damage through, which isn't so bad.
Yeah, down to 3 goes Riku.
That's nice.
Back up to 19 once again, thanks to the
blocking with the token. Fantastic.
And it's just going to be really tough for Kumagai to come back without some form of
no haste on it.
Removal something.
No haste on it.
Not sure Town Razor Tyrant now with a capital R has a big effect.
Now with a capital R.
Is that alchemy only, or rebalance the R?
As an editor of things, capitalize that R. This one's been through the ringer too of rebalances because it was an immensely powerful card. It is still
mill and try to find something.
But they've slowed things down a little bit.
Right, they have to do it before their attack phase.
So now 3 dragons plus Reflection of Kiki.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's game.
That's game. Off the top though for Samura.
Game.
And that is going to equal 2 additional +1/+1 counters. Both Ranger classes at the ready as well. So even
does Kiki-Jiki make the Town Razor Tyrant ability trigger again? Oh my lord! If you Kiki-Jiki Town Razor, you trigger another land.
We see these death touch creatures.
That is
either
gross.
Main deck or even out of the sideboard for decks that are targeting this. Is that they're imagine if he just had 1 death touch creature at some point here. This would be a totally different game. That Naturalist wouldn't be able to attack. He probably would have won already.
That's not okay.
It changes a lot.
Can't hurt people like that, man.
There's some death touch creatures involved. This turn, if you're Kenji, I think he's going to probably play it similar to last turn, but it's worth thinking about, which is, do you have a removal spell? Because that's the only thing that matters, right? And the lifelink doesn't matter so much. And remember, Runa
almost certain that this is game.
Bonuses as far as power and toughness is concerned, right? The green one and the red one.
That's the nice thing about today's tournament is I haven't played Alchemy since the release of Neon Dynasty. I love it. All brand new stuff. I mean, Runes is not really brand new. I mean, that's. I think this is this a standard deck. Why'd you bring this? This is an Alchemy event.
Now you're gonna see the aforementioned attacks as you mentioned. The Wolf went from a 4/4. It might get even a little bit lower now because of the copies of Ranger.
Pardon my closet.
Again, I still think advantage Kenji right now.
I like it too. Yeah, the magic number here is 5, right? Kenji wants to get as many creatures up to at least 5/5, and then after that, do what you will. Right now, there's 3 4/4s with an additional one from Reflection.
Maya's going to help commentate on the matches here too.
You want to make sure that you're at least eating those creatures and producing things where there's not 1-for-1 trades available without a double block.
Yeah, you're essentially forcing double blocks here, as you mentioned, and more or less saying, look, I don't think you have a removal spell. I'm not really going to play around a removal spell all that much. If you have one, it's annoying. Can't do much about it. So these are my best attacks to slowly but surely whittle away your battlefield.
And she's gone.
So that my big creature can finally
we tried.
Cross the finish line and deal the final 3 points of damage.
Really in grind mode here for Kumagai to see if he can throw enough power and toughness in front of this massive attack force to just keep it at bay long enough. Also worth noting, Kumagai has
put my headphones in speaker mode.
Abandoned Mire in hand, and he can use that to buy back a creature at some point. It looks like he's also going to fire up the Hive.
Goes on. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Tokens for additional toughness here and try to clear away some of these attacks.
It's cheeky.
Yeah, because you get to go multiple double blocks and only lose some stuff, not lose all of your stuff. So you see double blocks with the Goldspan Dragon, on the Generous Visitor. That's a
Wow.
6/6 trampler. Double block
Crazy
the
blocks
Town
here.
Raider Tyrant and the Hive of the Eye Tyrant on the 5/5, which means it'll take something out. And then maybe you'll see a single block on the Naturalist. Actually, okay, let's go this way and then just chump block the Wolf token. Get the Naturalist and the Visitor off the battlefield because those have the most relevant text. The Wolf is just a 5/5 with some counters on it. Whatever. So let's get the key creatures off of the battlefield, lose some stuff in the exchange, and then hope you can, I don't know, answer this Wolf eventually.
You know, is this Kumagai pulling back ahead here, Cedric? Because this
I
block
think so.
looks pretty good for him.
Yep.
Well,
And
as soon
he,
as
again,
Kenji top
has
deck
the
is stalled,
Takanuma
it's
in
like
to buy
game
back
time. You
one
know
of
what I
these
mean?
Dragons or whatever. It feels like Samura really needed to hit something other than Forest off of that
One
last
second, I'll be right back.
rune. Oh, Tamio safekeeping on the top. Could have used that, but
I mean, might
you'll have
come
to
up
wait a turn.
I'm gonna say might come up a little bit later. Not ideal right now. I guess Kamiya Transience is gonna come back. That's a little bit of a bonus, getting that thing back into your hand. Cool. You know, we can't forget about these Town Raiser Tyrant triggers because look, some lands may be going away now instead of taking some damage. Even though Kenji does have a lot of life to work with, gonna fall down to 21. But if
Boy, that Tamio safekeeping would have really been nice instead of that Forest.
Yep. Now, if a removal spell were to show up on that draw step, maybe you see Kumagai immediately just cast it to kill something.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just a land. Just a land, so nothing crazy. But Goldspan Dragon's feeling frisky, so here we go.
And I think we're going to see Takanuma here get something back. Let's see what he hits off of this. It does mill 3 first, so it gives you some extra options potentially. But ultimately, it's going to be the Tyrant again, which is a card that he can cast right now.
Mm-hmm.
Use up all of his mana. I guess that does mean that the Reflection will not be activated this turn. In the meantime, the Town Raiser Tyrant is just... Oh, I lied. There's a land.
Yeah, there's a land to play. So this Reflection can copy another copy of Town Raiser Tyrant, and then you've got all sorts of Town Raiser Tyrant triggers going on at the end of Kenji's draw step. The question, of course, is can Kenji actually get through for the W this turn? And once again, it doesn't look like it. And we also know Marshall at the top card is not very good.
It's another pathway. Really tough here for Samura. He just has not had that explosive turn, right? Just that one turn where you chain 2 or 3 runes together and kind of go off. It's like every other turn he gets to do something relevant, but he's going to fall behind so quickly. He can lean on Tamio safekeeping here to save the Wolf token and eat up a potential blocker, as it's likely we'll see a block here.
Yeah, so you're going to see the single block. If you're Kenji, you're begging for the double block, right? You're hoping, yeah, double block, I kill your real Time Raiser Tyrant so you can't keep copying it, and now I'm in the driver's seat a little bit because I've gotten your real creature off the battlefield. But because these players have played together and everything else, yeah, you just don't really see that end up being the case. Here, you're just going to see single block now, maybe double block later, maybe yes, maybe no, because Trample's not really involved right now. So you don't really have to worry about anything. So that block is pretty straightforward there for Kumagai. And this game, the balance of this game is shifting. Before it was previously, I think, pretty heavily in favor of Kenji. Now we're kind of seeing a more evenish game. Or, you know, again, if Kumagai's able to find a big draw step here, maybe something like a Connoisseur with Death Touch, copy that. This game shifts over to Kumagai in a huge way.
No, Connoisseur would be so devastating if he can rip one off the top. It really does feel like both players have options here to find something. As you can see, though, boy, this town has been properly raised.
Yeah.
There are now 4 triggers going up, and that's going to eat up Samura's life total or land count. He really does want to keep his lands available as well. He has an active ranger class that he can use to potentially chain creatures off the top. He's just kind of ran poorly here with these with the land on top. So it looks like he may have to sacrifice a few lands, maybe keep a few of them around.
But don't forget that.
How is this match still going on?
Has the ability, right?
This is incredible.
To activate Reflections on his own turn and say, okay, I'll copy Goldspan Dragon.
I got breakfast. I'm excited.
12 in the air.
Let's
You
go.
get lazy with tracking your life totals. So these Town Raiser Tyrants, that key, the ability, the enters the battlefield, trigger all that other stuff, playing a huge role in things. You would think that Kenji, he's got a ton of life to work with. Take two. No, you really got to think about it a little bit because, if a Goldspan Dragon was the draw step, plus then Reflection, copy a Goldspan Dragon, all of a sudden, oops, you're dead.
You're dead. As it turns out, it's a Braid off the top of the library, which is still a very good top deck there for Kumagai. It's going to allow him to manage either the Visitor or the Kami of Transients.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This Braid, it's all about the timing of when you want to cast it. Do you want to cast it now and worry about Tamiyo safekeeping? Do you want to cast it maybe a little bit later? How do you want to balance and juggle your attacks right now because you didn't draw a creature? And how good is this removal spell going to be? Goldspan Dragon, I think, is the easiest attack, and it's the attack that Kumagai is going to make. So 4 more damage dealt, but dare I say, and we already know what Kenji's draw step is going to be here. Now the next one isn't good either. I'm thinking advantage Kumagai now, Marshall.
I am. I'm with you. I'm with you, Cedric. This just feels like this one's fallen apart here for Samura. He was very, very close, really, truly close to winning this game. But 2 lands off the top there and a safekeeping in between, that is not what he needed. He needs to see runes, and he needs to get through this library, and he has not been able to do that thus far. And honestly, super impressive by reflection of Kiki-Jiki here.
Awesome.
We're going to be seeing a lot of this card. This is a card that people are stretching their mana base for, and we've got a really good showcase on why. That is the card that's kept Riku Kumagai in this game.
Now here is a little bit of the blowout. Tamiyo safekeeping is going to be played in response to this Abrade. Now we're going to get a Reflections of Kiki-Jiki activation in response. It's going to target one of these lands, of course, with the Townraiser Tyrant, but
that's
Tamiyo
so good. I love that.
Going to give this permanent some little hexproof and indestructible. And hey, sounds kind of crazy, but this 2 life that's being gained, that might matter too.
It could. As it stands, though, up to 13, and all Kumagai really needs to do is survive here.
Mm-hmm. Straightforward enough blocks.
Yeah, this would put him down to 2.
Yeah, because you're going to get 1 trample.
Right, you get 1 trample through over the Eye Tyrant, but 2 is plenty.
The Townraiser Tyrant triggers, I think you just have to let these lands go now.
Yeah.
If you're Kenji, you can't take the 2.
And what is it? 3 of the 4 lands have been raised? 2 of them?
I'm losing track.
All of them? I mean,
so Kenji just needs to sacrifice all of the land.
I think there's 2 left, but we'll find out in a short minute here. Yeah, it is 2 of them. The Forsaken Crossroads and that pathway. And yeah, Kenji's with you, Seth. He's just like, okay.
Oh my God! There it is.
Dragon off the top of the library. That's going to be 4 dragons attacking all the same turn. That's going to earn the good game concession from Kenji Samura, and Riku Kumagai picks up the first round. He gets his tournament off to just the kind of start you want. A win, and even a win.
What's up, Brew Labs? I gave you a nice shout out to start today's stream.
Deck in the format and against a teammate.
Yeah, so we see there.
Oh my gosh!
How well does it stand up to exactly what's going on in the format? And that was a really good back and forth. I can say on the room side of thing and the Kenji side of thing, look, that entire for most of that game, had Showdown of the Skulls shown up in either one of those games, different story entirely. There's a reason these decks play 4 copies. It's kind of non-negotiable. But we didn't ever see in either one of those games, Marshall, like a runes draw. Again, I know we talked about small sample size at the top, but we didn't see bing, 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 draw. Look at how big my creature is. Any of that stuff. We just saw him kind of grinding and not grinding well enough to get either game.
That's right, and that's how it's going to go. I think for a lot of the runes players in the field is they're going to have to be on that plan. You know, people aren't going to be caught flat-footed against.
That was an amazing match. Wow.
Runes draw that we've seen capable, particularly when your creatures get to actually.
That's a good way to start the coverage.
And you're going.
Paid actors?
I don't think we're going to see much of that this weekend, Cedric.
No, I would be surprised, you know, if that sort of thing were to happen and Runes was to be able to run over the competition. But again, the bigger question of the weekend is how is Runes able to stand up to people targeting it? Because at the end of the day, Kumagai did win that match. Don't get me wrong. We all watched that unfold, but there were plenty of times where if Kenji had drawn the right card, if Ranger's Class started to chain off a little bit more, if the rune, he cast that white rune on his opponent's land, if that chains off into a showdown or something else, again, the narrative is entirely different. So there were opportunities for Kenji to win both of those games.
Third hand
just came up with felt like a little bit short both times, which leads me to think if his draws were a little bit better, maybe this deck's a little bit better than we think it is.
Yeah, you know, I'm thinking that too, actually, because he got very, very close and really didn't have those great draws. He had, they weren't terrible. He did things in the early part of the game, but 0 showdowns over both games that we just watched, and they went pretty deep. Like, it wasn't like that was a 3-turn game or whatever. That's a little unlucky for Samura. Like, he normally will have seen one, and one showdown of the Scalds is a complete game changer in either of those games.
Yeah, especially in that matchup, you know, it's a deck in Rakdos that can't get showdown of the Skulls off the battlefield, just doesn't really interact with it all that well outside of the Connoisseur. But that didn't happen. Card never showed up, and as a result, you know, you could argue, even though the deck is named,
like I'm Cedric's inner thought.
He can show up either time, and I think that kind of results.
I just put myself on his shoulder, like I'll put 2 copies of myself. I'll be the angel and devil.
That's right. They've got a lot more action here lined up for you today. We're gonna head over to the news desk and Marie Bartholdi.
Coming up next, we've got Eli Loveman versus Yuki Ichikawa.
Eli Loveman is playing mono white aggro. He is trying to attack early and as often as possible and draw Archon
main decking Emiria
as much as possible. Yuki Ichikawa is playing Naya Ruins and is going to try to strap one of these creatures with a bunch of ruins and attack for a huge lump sum over the top.
Eli Loveman versus
Thalia's
Yuki
really
Ichikawa
good against ruins.
After the break.
Let's go. Wow, that was so good. Shout out to Bacon and Eggs for breakfast. We're good to go, you guys. Said my coffee's gone cold. Let me throw this in the microwave. So, we're 1 for 1. Who's winning this next match? I'm not sure if Mono White can do it, but I think with both the Archon of Emiria, there's no Thalia here. Wow, how are they going to win without Thalia? They play Archon and then the Inquisitor Captain on top of it. Oh no, there's Thalia. I'm just blind. It's a different art. Yeah, so I'm going with Mono White. Or at least these 2 Mono White lists, like Arnie, Hutchinson, and Javier. I think that's really good. I didn't see if is Eli running Thalia as well. We have to assume, right? Yeah, I think we're going with Mono White here. That's like some serious rune hate. Thalia and Archon are going to dunk on the rune deck. Without a doubt.
And welcome back to coverage here of the Neon Dynasty Championship. Marshall Cyclist with Cedric Phillips. And we've got round 1 action. This is game number 2 between Yuki Ichikawa and Eli Loveman. On the bottom part of your screen here, you'll see Eli is playing mono white aggro. And in the hands of Ichikawa, well, he's picked up this runes deck that some of his teammates has as well.
I agree that the Emperor is also very good against runes.
The mono white deck.
But look at this opening hand. There's no land.
Mono white is showing up, Marshall, to defeat runes.
You poor soul.
You're going to mulligan once, but that's okay. You've got Archon of Emeria. You have Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, to slow them down. You've got Skyclave Apparition and Brutal Cathar to be able to kill their key creatures. And that, I don't want to say is enough, but that might just be enough, you know, because they just don't have a lot going on then, right?
This deck looks like it's like tailor-made. They're even playing Hopeful Initiate. What is going on here?
You know, you got to get the party started with something. So Hopeful Initiate, which, you know, also does destroy enchantments. Okay, great.
Yeah.
You know, that's a great place to be. And so this is the full, hey, we came
Poor
for you
runes.
kind of deck. And so that's part of the reason that Eli Loveman is already up a game, and it didn't take very long.
There's a Runeforge champion, so kick off the festivities here for Yuki the right way. He had to go Rune of Might.
Did we miss a match?
last turn, but still found the
Did we
Runeforge
miss the
champion.
first
But
match?
there's Archon of Emeria.
Eli's already up 1.
Yuki only gets to play a card per turn, and this deck, oh, he had it too. The Jukai Naturalist plus the Runeforge plus some runes. He was going to be able to go off here, but not so much.
Yeah, to go absolutely
But no, not so much.
Not so much. So this is the innovation, as we mentioned in the last match, here from the team from Japan, which is, okay, Skyclave Apparitions in the main deck, an additional one in the sideboard, to have some ways to get Archon and other problematic creatures.
Oh, no.
Let's see if Eli can continue the kind of, we call these the hate bears deck, right? The types of creatures that can make your life difficult with regards to casting spells. It looks like it's going to be Inquisitor Captain, though. And he's going to get a second Hopeful Initiate out of that.
So Eli that turn had the opportunity to spend all of his mana to play Inquisitor Captain and maybe hit with the appropriate Seek, or just play an Archon of Emeria and be a little mana inefficient.
Yeah, I don't think they showed us match 1.
The high ceiling line of Inquisitor Captain.
Is he going to get punished?
I think he's about to get punished badly.
We finally get to see this deck do its thing. Let's see what it does. A Rune of Might.
It's not so much, Marshall, about this turn of like, hey, I went off and I killed you. It's not even about that. It is, I get
Next
to play
turn's
all my
crazy.
Stuff, right?
Totally.
Because before he couldn't
go.
Just to do stuff, get this garbage out of my hand, put it all on the battlefield.
Get this garbage out of my hand.
I've got some other stuff in the holster. But before, this wasn't even going to be an option if Archon was on the battlefield.
That's right. And as you can see, those runes cost no mana there for Yuki Ichikawa. He was able to just deploy all of them. He now has a 3/4, a 3/3, and a 2/2. Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, and an Archon of Emeria will hit the battlefield. So the party's over here for Yuki, but he got his turn to kind of empty his hand. Now he has to deal with more nonsense. Showdown of the Skulls looks worse in the face of these cards. This mono white deck really seems tailor-made to take down Naya runes in kind of a rude way. Like, this is an unkind gesture here from Loveman.
I would agree with you. I mean, this game right now, in my opinion, we're looking at a pretty even game thus far. But, Showdown of the Skulls could sort of change that. But you see Ishikawa, who, as we all know, won the Innistrad Championship, has to think a little bit about what this turn is going to look like, or more importantly, what future turns are going to look like when Archon of Emeria is involved.
I feel like I would be personally offended a little bit that somebody brought this deck, but there would be a lot of offense to hand around because
personally
a lot
offended.
of people are playing this white deck in the tournament. If you're a runes player, you have to really look at the metagame breakdown and go, oh no.
Well, yeah, you would hate me then, because I would almost certainly bring the mono white deck to this tournament.
Oh yeah, I mean, you would have wanted to anyway, and now you're just getting spotted, all this extra action. Oh boy, another Inquisitor.
That's a good top deck.
Top has to be one of the best draws here for Loveman.
Yeah.
Continuing to build out his board.
Oh, we got ourselves maybe a little bit of a whammy here as far as the trigger is concerned.
It actually happened?
Yeah, so it's funny, right? Because whenever this happens, so you see him like looking at his Inquisitor Captains, like, I just assumed that was going to do the thing, and it very much did not do the thing. And now the Archon is going to get killed via the Wandering Emperor, and now this game is getting away from Eli Loveman, because Archon was kind of slowing Ishikawa down. That's gone. Inquisitor Captain didn't meet the requisite requirements to be able to trigger, and now here comes the card we didn't see last match, Mark.
He's going to do Kami first. He's going to Kami first.
Probably in Showdown of the Skulls.
Wow, that Inquisitor
no.
Captain Brick was just huge, and it caught Loveman by surprise as well. He went back and said, hey, wait a second. After drawing it, it's actually quite rare.
At least we're going to get a third game, though, that means, right? That's nice.
The requirement of having those 20 small creatures in your deck is usually pretty
because this
easy,
is over.
Exile effects, things like Skyclave Apparition, can chip away at them enough. And we've already seen it here very early in the day. Now, Showdown of the Skalds gets to do its thing.
Oh, lands too.
Loveman is starting to draw some lands now at this point. One thing to note about Loveman's deck here, this mono white deck, which is more or less tailor-made to slow down and stop runes, is this deck plays a lot of lands, and you might be thinking to yourself, listening at home, what, like 21, 22, it's mono white aggro deck? No, it plays 26. 26 is a ton.
Lands in an aggro deck. Yeah, that is. Like, how many lands would you say on average a mono white aggro deck would play?
22, 23. You know, if you've got some creature lands, maybe 24. Like, if you have lands that also double.
Are there MDFCs, though?
Sure, but we're talking 26 here. And it looks like, it looks like Loveman says, I'm out of this thing. I can't win at this stage. You've got Showdown of the Skalds going. You have the Wandering Emperor going, which is going to make combat worse and worse for me as we go. And he says, you know what? Let's try in the third.
That's 26 lands. But the Engancho, lots of times, you know,
just faced down all that hate and just said no problem.
Well, remember, so this is the thing that
Eli's already ready to go. He's like, yeah, let's roll.
Which is okay. This Japanese team, which has been highlighted on Magic.gg, I implore everybody to go check out that article by Elizabeth Rice talking about Yuki and Yuta Takahashi and everybody. A great read over there, to be sure. But let's think about this. This is, if we want to say this is the best team going right now, okay, sure, let's do that for sake of this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
They knew that everybody else knew that Runes is awesome.
Yeah.
And so they're making a pretty loud statement that is just, yeah, we know Runes is awesome. We know that everybody else knows Runes is awesome. We're going to do it anyway. That's pretty big. That's a pretty big statement, in my opinion.
It really is, especially for a deck that is.
Well, you got to play the field, right?
Relatively narrow strategy, in that it doesn't have a whole lot of flexibility in what it's doing. It's heavily enchantment based, so anything that's good against that is heavily creature based and on board creature based. If you have ways to deal with those,
yeah, hindsight's always 20/20 for sure, for sure.
And you still say, you know what, this is the deck for me. That really does speak loudly.
Yeah, so maybe this deck is able to stand up to a lot of hate and work itself through it. Look, we just saw in the last game, Archons, Plural, Skyclave Apparition, OK, and a bunch of other stuff just kind of floating around. And Ishikawa was able to work through that with relative ease. So
it's not a bad hand here. The two Skyclaves are pretty good.
One of the interesting things here about the Runes deck as well is its ability
like
to
we get
transfer
Levi,
a little bit more of a controlling.
That's not a land.
You know, like we see Portable Hole here.
I mean,
Ishikawa. It doesn't really fit the deck.
Really need that third land. Maybe we'll have to run 27
in this archetype. Yet here it is, doing things, and he, you know, Yuki still has the ability to get a value engine going, to lean on.
Definitely need that third land
and to actually get the job done.
Mm-hmm.
Tough one here for Yuki. Really would have loved a second white source there to fire off a Skyclave Apparition, just take care of that aspirant right here, right now. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to. Cycles away.
Oh no!
The right color of mana.
Where are these 26 lands?
4/4 now.
I'm going to disagree with you just a little bit there, partner. Okay. I think this aspirant is reserved for a hate bear-esque card.
The apparition is? Okay.
Yes, that's what the apparition, excuse me, not the aspirant. I believe that Yuki's apparition is saying, I'm going to kill Thalia. I'm going to kill Brutal.
Gotcha.
I'm going to kill something like that because, okay, I'll take some licks from this aspirant. It's a little bit annoying that you're working on my life total like this, but it's not the end of the world because I have a
crazy. That's why they're running 26 lands, because they hate when this happens.
And then, you know,
and yet it still happens.
You know, getting a little out of control. Maybe I'll deal with it then.
Oh!
Now, the other point I want to make really quickly is I think I said something about 26 lands a few minutes ago from the mono white deck.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, okay. Well, could use one of them.
Could use one of them.
Play so many for a reason. Could use one of them.
Yeah, maybe just the one.
Yeah, just maybe the third one would be nice.
Yeah, this is getting a little.
Then they're gonna go land, right?
4 copies of 3 mana creatures in hand here, and meanwhile, yeah, his board is getting torn apart by these portable holes. And as you mentioned, the Valorous
the arena shufflers. Theory knows no bounds.
4 toughness and 4 power.
The life gain here really sucks.
In the meantime, Runeforge Champion doing things. There's that white source as well. Are we going to see him just snap this thing off right now? Yes, we
Oh
are.
no.
And as you mentioned, that apparition is waiting and ready. And there's a land off the top now for Loveman. He really needed to see that this turn. And he's going to have to go for apparition to kind of reset this Runeforge champion. That was a big draw step there for Loveman.
Yeah, really needed that one this turn to be able to slow
It's like the
down
6th turn, he gets his 3rd land.
I'm going to cut this game back to even a little bit as far as the advantage bar is concerned, because now Loveman has spells to play. And as you see with Ishikawa's hand, not a ton going on. Yeah, there is a Cave of the Frost Dragon, could fire that bad boy up. You do have a Skyclave Apparition to be able to handle a problem, but by and
Fire
large,
that bad
we're
boy
starting
up.
to even up a little bit here, because I imagine perhaps Archon of Emir will be on the way here soon. And so so now you're seeing what I was talking about earlier with the apparition, because Ishikawa was thinking, do I actually
He
want to cast
did
that right
pray
now?
to Jesus.
And it looks like he does. Going to take care of the portable hole, get the Kami of Transience back, and now play the Rune of Might, grow the apparition, trigger, draw a card, grow the Kami. So not a bad turn.
Wow, but look at this.
Eli's coming
Skyclave
back!
Apparition plus Brutal Cathar off the top here for Loveman. It really is a nightmare for Ichikawa. And, you know, Cedric, I think maybe we should just
all you
rename
need is
the
3
Nine
lands
Roots
with mono
deck to
white,
just
and
Showdown
you
of the
are
Scalds.
a
Like
tank.
every game we've seen so far is like, that's the only card I'm really thinking of, because people have ways to interact with your early rune stuff.
Wow.
You kind of force them to do so, which is cool, but then they do, and then you just want to hit Showdown and win the game.
Yeah, you and I are thinking the same thing right now, right? As this game kind of goes back and forth, and it's slipping away-ish from Yuki Ishikawa.
Oh.
If he is able to draw Showdown of the Skulls,
Bad
things start to spiral
draw.
out of control.
Let's see what he can come up with here. He's got Kami of Transience, Boseiju, and Branch.
think
Love
Eli's
Pathway
taking it.
in hand. So he has one more answer left over, plus another threat with the Kami. He's got the Skyclave Apparition.
that Archon out,
clinging to life
and
here.
it's
Just a
over.
3/3. Life total's high for both players. This one's going to
The
go on for
Exile
at
is
least a
strong
few
with
more
this
turns
one.
before we figure out what's what. Apparition's going to get into the red zone here and then get followed up by the Kami of Transience.
Love that
and a
attack.
land.
Love that attack, because if a
was
block
tricky.
happens, it's got to be a double block, which means you get the Brutal Cathar off the battlefield and you get something in the exchange, or the Skyclave Apparition dies and you get.
They still have
invested
14
something
life,
in
so
the
why
exchange.
not?
So might as well send that Skyclave Apparition in there.
Okay, it's going to be Archon of Emeria hitting the battlefield.
Another
now,
land.
and then passing turn back over.
Oh,
and
no.
Another land off the top here.
Well, maybe we're going to go to the skies with the Cave of the Frost Dragon. It does have lifelink after all.
Okay. Yeah, that could help. There it is. Cave of the Frost Dragon's going to get activated. What kind of attack are we going to see here? Oh, that
Love it.
apparition's
Yes,
getting back
yes.
in.
Keep coming with the apparition. Yes.
You got to love it.
Yes, Yuki. I love it.
Takes
And
it.
Eli says,
Brave.
Okay, fine. I'll take it. And up to 17 goes Ichikawa. He's just going to play a land, and he just has Boseiju who endures. Another land off the top of the battlefield. Loveman really needed that 3rd land, but the 4th and 5th, not so much. He can play another Archon of Emeria that does give him 4 power to block, and another land off the top here for Ichikawa. Looks like we've got a bit of a stalemate on our hands here.
So this is getting a little bit interesting.
Eli's
too, because I
playing
wanna
fairly
put the
slow
focus
here.
on
I
Moonrage
would have
first.
attacked the Moon
It's
Rage,
the
maybe.
transformed version of Brutal Cathar.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's transformed last turn because Ishikawa didn't have.
If
didn't have
Eli
a spell to
gets a
play. Now he
2-drop or a
doesn't have
1-drop off the
particularly good
top,
attack
it's
speed
over.
like he has over the past couple of turns. So he's going to sit.
A land.
If Loveman
Should have saved at the Emeria, and then they could have flipped the Brute here.
Another thing off of the battlefield, and that's why I think we might see him hold this Skyclave Apparition this turn. He's thinking about casting it, but there's also consideration
hold
of
it.
holding it, because if he draws
Hold
another
it,
spell,
definitely hold
spells
it.
transform, eat another creature with the Brutal Cathar. Again, just a little something to think about right
He
now.
can't drop 2 spells. He can't drop 2 spells.
Yeah, I like the way you're
Archon of
thinking,
Emeria.
Cedric. It looks
He
like
can't-
Eli
he can't drop 2
decides, you know
spells.
what, I need to get this apparition on the battlefield here and take out this Kami of Transience. This is one of the better answers.
The
for
Brute's
it.
never going to flip.
It tends to come back over and over again, and it can be a real problem if the game goes long. And that
Right,
does
that's your
look like
spells
where
as
we're
well
headed
as your
here,
opponent's, right?
As we're in a bit of a stalemate situation.
Each player can't cast more than 1 spell each
It's
turn.
gone.
So yeah,
Yeah, and actually, I'm
There's-
going to
it's-
unwind that statement.
there's no
I'm
going
over
back
here.
today.
I was drawing another land, a little bit of
so
frustration.
the
We are
double
gonna see
cast is irrelevant.
multiple spells in a turn because of the double Archon. So we're not going to see any transforming.
Mambo.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
the non-move right now.
no.
That's okay. That's okay.
Both players flooding, and I like Yuki's situation in that spot.
Oh,
He keeps
wow.
on drawing
My
lands.
goodness.
Yeah, there's a Valorous stance. that could be relevant in a little bit here.
I would hold it.
Yuki is just like,
I'd hold the land.
Showdown. He's playing every land. Just, give me a show. He could just unload all of the cards potentially.
Well, yeah, it depends on what he finds with Showdown, right? Because of these Archons. Well, this is actually, okay, so Archons are thinking about attacking. Valorous stances here defensively. And Cave of the Frost Dragon, he's going to check it really quick.
Right. The toughness is 4, so stance can kill the dragon.
Because Cave of the Frost Dragon being a 3/4 is what was stopping Loveman from making any relevant attacks.
Right, and now with the Valorous stance, that opens up the door for him to send in, kind of dare Ichikawa to fire up the cave on either side. And Ichikawa, smart, he knows what's up. And is it a showdown off the top? It's another Kami of Transience. Boy, really good card, but here in the late game with nothing else going on, it's just not doing a whole lot.
No, there's a third Archon. So yeah, it's just going to be a 1 spell per turn game now for everybody, right? So Showdown shows up. So the positive of Showdown.
I think Eli just wins it.
Going to exile a bunch of cards, which will give you
even if they get a Showdown, that's it.
Over turns,
like there's
right?
too many Archons in play.
The following turn, assuming you hit spells,
just,
okay, cool.
It's over.
Thing, and then the next turn after that, I'll play another thing as opposed to relying on your draw step. Okay, that's all well and good, but these Archons, plural, because we're up to a third one now, are going to make it so that a Showdown is good and not absolute insanity.
Right. It at least gives you the ability to do things over the next few turns and affect the board. Here's a Valorous stance, though. Yuki Ichikawa is going to have
that's the nail in the coffin.
He probably feels that he doesn't have a choice. He needs to press the issue because he is going to lose to these Archons. It looks like
another land.
Archon is stuck in hand thanks to the other Archon. So a little Archon fight there. Was it another?
He just smiles.
Yeah.
That big grin.
This is crazy flood.
This is crazy. At least he gets a scribe.
There's another.
To the bottom, another land goes. Goodness sakes! But you know what? Loveman's flooding too. He's flooding a little bit less badly, but still. Here comes a Moonrage Brute plus a pair of Archons. He would have loved to get that other Archon down last turn, but had to use Valorous stance actively, which kept that one in hand. Yeah, well, you got to feel for Ichikawa here, just flooding so hard.
Wow,
and,
hey.
The tight grip of these Archons is now upon him. I just don't really see a way out for him at this point.
Yeah, I don't even know what the best draw step is here
it's
now.
Not.
Because
that's
Showdown
it.
It's just going to be too slow. You're not going to do anything crazy. Wandering.
It's nice, but it's not enough.
So sweet.
That would have been really nice.
Yeah.
That would have been nice a little while ago.
But now he's just Dobbs.
Yeah, like literally any of the turns when he was just flooding and not doing anything, that would have been great.
Yes.
He can't pay for the Moonrage Brute.
Making a Samurai doesn't do very much. The counter doesn't do very much.
Nope. He can just take
out
a
go up to 4.
Take the other 2 is enough for lethal, and that is going to be Eli Loveman in an extreme flood scenario there for honestly both players, but
that's crazy, hey?
Ichikawa.
Wow.
He's able to capitalize on it and barely
scrape
over the finish line. I gotta say, Seth, kind of you'd hope for a bit more of a beatdown when your opponent draws that many lands. From the mono white player, he struggled as well.
Yeah, so we see both players kind of float out over the mid to late game, right? And interestingly enough, there were moments there where Ishikawa had some good draw steps, but wasn't able to find them. And then it wasn't anything so much that Loveman did over the course of like those turns where both players were floating out. It's just like, I don't know, you're not drawing anything, so I guess I'll be able to start attacking, and that's more or less what happened. Kind of a weird game, but at the end of the day, that's, correct me if I'm wrong, we're seeing Runes lose twice now.
Yeah,
mid range and lose to mono whites.
Off to a rough start.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if it can take the heat that has been thrown at it here, as it is the one with the target on its back. We've got Brad Nelson versus Yoshihiko Akawa coming up next, and some good stuff here. So Yoshihiko has chosen Naya Runes as well. Brad Nelson
this is game 2,
taking a different tack on the format, and
Brad won game number 1.
Ramp. Just trying to go over the top of the Runes deck. Again, you mentioned it, Cedric, but
let's
it's
look at
really
Brad's deck.
To note that when the players started developing their deck for this tournament, the deck that they were thinking about was Naya Runes. Either do I need to play it,
I want to see Brad's deck.
Beat it? And if Brad sleeved up Selesnya, then he thinks he can beat it.
Well, I hope
I
it's
like
right.
watching
We're gonna
Brad play.
find out, right? Because it's right in front of him right now. Can you beat runes? Now I know that Brad did. I'm looking through his Twitter right now. The advantage of
I've not been. Well, I've been in the
he said
in-game qualifiers,
my,
like the
my
MCQs or whatever.
Alchemy metagame prediction.
But nothing this far along.
30% decks that think they beat runes but don't. 20% decks that think they beat runes and do. 15% decks that beat the non-runes garbage piles, and then 10% runes. So, Brad, are you that 30% that thinks they beat runes but don't? Or are you that 20% that thinks they beat runes and do? We're gonna find out.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, this is game number 2, and Brad's up a game. So our small sample size challenge says Brad was right.
Yeah, so
He's
far
in the 30%. Yeah, he did.
The Emperor is really good against runes.
Kind of categorize those decks, and it is funny to get an insight. He's joking a bit, but also not, right? Like, you know, there's an element of truth to this as well. There's Emerius call number 2 off the top of the library here for Brad. He's got Key to the Archive, Wandering Emperor, Tangled Florahedron in hand as well.
A white source for the Wanderer.
Power here. And,
also builds towards the Emeria.
He's not going to be able to
Key, that's how he's winning his games. I see. I understand.
Key to the Archive sees, whoa, Approach of the Second Sun, Lightning Helix,
wow.
and DT, Demonic Tutor. He's going to go for the Helix here. And next turn, he'll be able to cast it. He's going to get rid of Tangled Florahedron, figuring, you know what, I've got Wandering Emperor and
Spellbook, draftable cards. It's just like an empty list.
Incredibly
It's just an empty
We're gonna
list.
see some Spellbook related cards during the course of our weekend here, folks. Key to the Archive, probably the most powerful of the bunch, but also Cursebound Witch. So we'll be able to kind of go over those cards a little bit more. But that was a pretty quick Key to the Archive, getting the very powerful Lightning Helix to be able to
I forget. I'm not entirely sure. I'll get it next break.
Ikawa plays Skyclave Apparition and takes out the Key, which will likely strand Lightning
Just smart.
Helix in hand here for Brad Nelson. So nice one there for Ikawa. And it's going to be land.
He's got that Rune Forge.
Yeah, there's a
let's rip.
Ready, so
what does that rune draw?
And
he gets to draw a rune with the champion too. So there's double runes, double draw.
The Jukai
Kami goes up a bunch.
We're going to see Rune Forge champion.
Brad's in trouble.
One rune in hand. If it can chain into another one, he could
Brad's
continually
in trouble.
go, but he's going to have to.
So they should take Trample.
And don't forget,
definitely take Trample.
One right now too.
Trample goes on the Naturalist. Oh, really?
That gives him a pretty decent chance. Let's see what happens.
I mean, that's playable.
Transient's going to get huge here. Can he find another rune?
Brad has the Wanderer open.
No, it's a
Brad has the Wanderer, right?
But he's got another bite at the apple, as they say, Rune of Sustenance in hand.
Yeah, now where do you want to put this one? And one of the fun things about runes is they can target basically anything. So, you know, is there any reason to put it on your opponent's thing? You know, do you want to put it on your Rune Forge champion? Do you want to put it on your Kami? You know, where do you want to move this rune to next and try to keep this chain going?
Yeah, particularly this one, right? It doesn't grant any power or toughness boost. So you have to ask yourself, does lifelink matter here, right? Usually the answer is, yeah, it might. A lot of the times it doesn't, you know, against control decks or whatever, like you just want to play it safe. But it looks like there, and it's Generous Visitor. Not quite able to keep the chain
not enough mana
here, but not too bad of a turn here for it.
Not bad.
Generous Visitor won't be bad on the following turn, right? You can play.
Play the Naturalist, push the Kami up to 6.
Somewhere. I think the interesting thing now is, you know, how do you want to attack? If you want, I assume you're going to be attacking because that's what the rune deck does. But you know,
Wanderer takes Kami.
Like almost everybody's feeling it.
That's a smart holdback of the Skyclave.
This is
really
give Brad
smart.
Nelson his choice of targets for the Wandering Emperor. Kami of Transience is certainly high on the list at 5 power with Trample.
All time is busted.
If he feels he
All
can
time was the
survive
problem
going
for sure.
forward, maybe just getting that Rune Forge champion out of there would be better, or perhaps even the Jukai Naturalist to shut off
Call Drain.
combo abilities. This is a tough decision here for Nelson because he also has to manage his life total here.
I always root for mono red.
I think he's considering going to block with the
my main goal typically.
Play the Wandering Emperor.
That's
sure. So maybe,
how I got to Mythic for the first time in my career in Arena.
Give it
many years ago was with
Naturalist is what you want to kill.
Mono red vehicle deck, believe it or not.
You can just kill it kind of for free and keep your Tangled Florahedron. You do take the most damage here though by doing so. He's down to 4.
Yeah, but you said you do get to keep the Florahedron, which is, it appears part of the plan. And now you also get to exile something.
Right, he can use the Emperor and the Wandering Emperor, and it still has 2
That's good value.
loyalty on it as well.
Really
so
good value.
away goes the Economy of Transients, and now we're going to see Storm the Festival here.
Wow, and he gets so lucky.
This turn was nice.
AO is beautiful.
Yeah, this turn was nice by Brad.
So let's see what he wants to grab. He can take AO.
It's AO and the Taxidermist.
As well as something else.
Wow, that's decent.
Plus AO the Dawn Sky. Wow, what a turnaround.
But Yoshi has a Naturalist and just grabbed a champion with a Visitor in hand. Like, Yoshi's going to pop off so hard here.
6 life right now. The only real concern is if there's some sort of like crazy trample shenanigans that happen now. But ignoring that, I mean, you got to be feeling really good about this game if you're Brad.
Yeah.
You also got a Miria's Call in your hand.
Oh, no, they're 1 land shy.
You can work
Yoshi's 1 land short, so he doesn't get to play the Visitor.
Gotta be feeling pretty good.
So it's Naturalist, Champion, +1/+1 trample. Attack for 4 with the Champion? Question mark.
And now if you're Kawa, you're in a rock and a hard place, right?
They're gonna try to survive 1 turn and get it next turn. That's so smart.
That one opening
it's smart. It's smart. It's smart.
He was able to do some things, but not chain them together.
I think Brad's Gonzo next turn.
And now,
unless because Brad can Emiria Call next turn, which is really good.
Right, he doesn't have a Jukai Naturalist on the battlefield.
Interesting.
And so he's just
then the Brad's got 8 more toughness in play.
He's done a good job.
Plus the indestructible.
Total down to 6, and maybe could sneak.
This is awesome.
Something here, but yeah, he's just gonna have to pass the turn back. There's Archon of Emiria off the top of the library. That technology aimed squarely at the
technology
has other implications as well, but that's really where you want to be with it.
It feels like there are some certainties in this tournament, right? It sounds like if you're playing white in this tournament in any form or fashion and you're not runes, then you're playing Archon, right? If you're mono white, if you're Mardu, if you're Brad's kind of Selesnya Ramp deck, you have found rune for Archon because it appears to be the best card against runes. And then you kind of figure out, okay, what are the other things that I'm going to do around that card? Because it is impressive when it does show up.
Brad Nelson up a game here in our.
I think Brad should go in with an Emiria's Call
in all 3 of our opening matches here.
Like, that would be bad news for runes players. That'd be pretty wild in general.
Especially because we did say that this was going to be like
make the samurai
decider. Like we
don't care Emiria's Call
about waiting for the actual numbers to come in. We're basing it all off of round number 1.
Yeah, whatever happens the rest of the tournament doesn't matter. Just if runes goes 0-3, it's the worst deck in the field. Easy.
That's right. We don't have to.
Worst deck ever.
That's somebody else's problem.
They go with the Archon instead of the Call.
Archon just kind of set up right now. There's a lot of things he can do on his turn that might be a little more high ceiling, but it's okay. Let me get this set up.
The Vigilance can attack.
AO, which is
that's
pretty nice.
Wow, Brad is brave.
I know that let's see, the Reclusive Taxidermist, it does add.
But the Archon makes it possible.
Color, so that means that Lightning Helix is back online.
Back in business, baby.
Okay.
Very cool.
Helix is ready to go, and it could be really important here too, right? If Ikawa does find some way to try to sneak in a big hit, Generous Visitor, if you were to draw a rune there for his draw step and then into another one, like all of a sudden you're like, okay, I've got some attacks here. That isn't actually how it played out. He found a land for the turn. But that Helix can, of course, completely change combat math in a huge way. I mean, people have been leaning on that card for years.
Yeah, we're almost at 2 decades
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The original
6, 7. No, they had mana for the call. Keep in mind they cast Storm the Festival for 7 the turn earlier. Right, both Storm and Call are 7 mana.
You kill the thing that ate your Key to the Archive. You get a 4/4 illusion for your troubles.
It's a big creature to get.
I like how there's like a text blinker here.
So that might just be the easiest thing to do. And because you are under Archon, you're probably incentivized to just cast your spells when you can cast them. So I wouldn't be surprised to see end step, Helix that, get my 3 life, go up to 9, get my 4/4, and then untap and maybe just hard cast
Hilda.
Get my 2/4
Taxidermist, Hadron, Call, Skyclave, Legion Angels, just Sharn, okay. AO.
Because it does give him the super
Emperor, Red and 7.
Because of Archon.
Key to the Archive.
I don't know how much Brad cares
Storm
about
the Festival Call. It's really simple. I like it.
He used the Lightning Helix to take out say, the Jukai Naturalist instead. But if he feels that with Ikawa on no cards in hand that the Archon of Emiria is safe enough, well, then he can just say, I have this card and I don't need to worry about you comboing off on me particularly. Plus, realistically, comboing off in this deck is hard, right? It's not a traditional combo deck where you have inevitability. It lets you have explosive turns, but it's very, very rare that you get to just do all the things, you know, infinite.
Like the Skyclave, maybe.
Sure.
I don't know. Or the Visitor is a good play.
Brad, I think deciding here
Good
between
targets here. Yeah.
Yeah, Degenere's Visitor is a really good choice. Skyclave Apparition.
Those are the
I don't
Naturalists.
think the head is ideal. I don't think he's racing here.
And the fact that you even thought of that says a lot about you, Cedric. It really
you know,
does.
I am.
You know,
who
that
I
he's
am.
just going to
Just-
go in with the lightning.
You know, 3 now, then you attack for 7, then all of a sudden they're down to 10, then you
love
play
it.
Miria's Call, and then the game ends the next turn. All right.
Cedric sees the entire world
Right.
in terms of combat damage. Just from 20 to 0, like how many turns?
That's the goal of the game. It's
I
the
love it.
goal.
Ikawa's literally at 20, and
I
Cedric's
like the
still
Wanderer
well,
with AO because it has vigilance. That's fantastic.
Well,
I love it.
if we do the math right now, you're going to see 6 + 2 is 8, right?
It's over.
For
That's
damage in the air, bring it to 12, and you just added 8 more power to the battlefield. So that can
Please
just be.
say it was another turn. It would make me so happy if he should have just hit him. with
I don't
the-
think it's going to matter. I mean, I really don't. I really don't. But
We
so
see
down to 12.
Maria's call now from.
Oh,
Brad, and another
no,
brick off
the
top here for Ikawa.
land.
Should just about do it.
Yeah, it
as
does.
Brad
Get
Nelson,
wrecked,
wow,
Runes.
what an impressive turnaround, right? Remember early in that game, things weren't looking very good for Brad. He actually had a lot.
Brad
of
always
fighting
does a really nice job in
and
his
he had
matches.
That one turn off of the Wandering Emperor where it put a +1/+1 counter first strike, killed an attacker, then exiled a creature on the other side, and it snowballed from there. He really never was behind after that point.
No, it really wasn't. So card that really kind of impressed me over the course of that matchup. You know, a lot of different.
I'll put
things
myself
going on.
right
The
between them,
Wandering
like we're
Emperor
best
continues to
friends.
look great. We saw it in
We're
the
all just
previous
sitting really
match,
close
and
together.
then we see it in that one. I mean, that card just has a lot going on. It's a known card. We know it's going to be a good card over the course of the weekend, right? But you know, you flash it in, you make your creature bigger and give it first strike. Okay, I beat that in combat. Untap, going to kill a thing. We can't forget the 2 life that you gain off of the Wandering Emperor then, right? And then it's still there as a part of the game. And then Brad did that stuff into Storm the Festival, into 2 awesome cards, and then it was kind of a runaway. So I know, Marshall, we're having a little fun here with small sample size theater and maybe a little overreaction theater. Runes, PU.
Yeah, hot take. Runes is not
good.
good for this tournament.
Oh.
Not where
Please
you wanna
stop
be.
playing it on the
I think I'd
ladder.
rather be on the Wandering Emperor side of things. Let's just put it that way. All right,
Yeah.
well, that's it for round number 1. Runes gets slaughtered. We'll see going forward if that's going to be the case, if this metagame is well built for it or not. We're going to be back with more right after this.
Eli just looks like he got like welder splash. So just arced. He's blind. All right, little Orzhov. The dungeon. And then Riku's Rakdos deck again, which I'm a big fan of. This is a nice looking deck. Runes is tier 1. Oh, definitely is tier 1, without a doubt. But Runes can have a bad draw. Like, Runes can have a hard time. And that's really what makes Commune with Spirits so important. Is that looking at the top 4 and finding your next play. Whether it be the Scalds, or I guess even potentially the Naturalists. Seth Manfield also playing Selesnya alongside Brad. That's interesting. We are in Alchemy all day today, and then I believe tomorrow we're switching to Historic. But today, from what I understand, is all Alchemy. Also, speaking of tomorrow, we've got packs we're giving away, you guys. We got a ton of Neon Dynasty. Well, not a ton, like a few of them. But what we do have a ton of is cards that we can do as well, which is super exciting. You know, probably the least rare, but my most favorite that I opened. It's a Planeswalker symbol stamped full art card of a mountain land art. That is just fantastic to me, right? But We've got lots of other things. Like, this is a pretty cool card we can give away. Go Shinati. I think it's backwards here, sadly. But nonetheless, that's a 5-color Shrine Commander, which is so cool. So that's tomorrow. Holographication, right?
Neon Dynasty Championship.
Lots of cool giveaways tomorrow, you guys. Don't miss out.
News desk and then news deck. That would be an interesting deck to bring to this tournament. But there's been so much talk. You know, we've talked
just a bunch of clue counters
about the utter dominance of Japanese players over the last few events, including the Innistrad Championship, where they absolutely decimated the field. And Riley, you've been looking into this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, absolutely. Japan have been lighting up the Magic world with the performances we've seen from some of the absolute superstars from this part of the world. I mean, the reigning world champion, Yuta Takahashi, is, of course, Japanese as well. All of this success, however, it's not happening by accident. And I want to take people to Japan to find out more.
Matches and matches and matches and matches and matches and more matches.
こんにちは。赤池亮です。東京に住んでいます。
荒根健太、東京に住んでいます。
中浦修平です。住んでいるところは愛媛県松山市です。
エンズラ from Japan, Tokyo.
I am Rick Nagai in Sendai City.
Shota Yasuoka. I live in Tokyo.
市川由紀です。神奈川県横浜市に住んでおります。実行われたイニストラードチャンピオンシップでトップ6に入賞し、世界選手権への権利を得たことです。4位入賞した日本選手権ですね。2004年まああれのおかげでちょっとプロプレイヤーをやってみようかなという気が。
That's a great picture.
まあプレースキルあんまり自信がないので、強いデッキを選ぶことをすごい重要視してますね。なんでデッキ選びにすごい気を使っております。
当たり前のことみたいになりますが、結構大変なので、好きなデッキとか慣れてるデッキとかそういう部分を重視しすぎると、まあちょっと確率は下がるのかな。
I mean, domination is usually just 2 people on a testing team in the top 8. When you get half of the top 8, that's just complete annihilation.
Wow.
Yatta!
The current Japanese dominance, it came from their hard work.
Other people are less motivated.
Other people are less motivated. Ouch. Ouch, you guys. That hurts.
今残ってるマジック
That got me to the core.
マジックしかやりたくない、やらない、もうやるしかないみたいな人たちしかいないからなんじゃないかなと思ってます。
Magic is all we do. That's a better answer.
New rising star from Japan is Toru Saito.
森紀之さんだと思います。
直近のチャンピオンシップも優勝しておりますし、まあ実績は何事にも変え難いものですから、基本的に私が一番うまいんじゃないかなと思っております。
That's relatable, bro. That's relatable.
Well, Riku Kimiko,
Goodness
they've been so cold,
gracious.
but I'll tell you this, Japan are so hot right now. And look, Maria, we can expect big things from them, not just throughout this weekend, but I think a long way into the future of competitive Magic.
Yeah, I think you're right, Riley. What an awesome piece of video. I'm so excited to see how well the team does this weekend. Well, we are playing Alchemy this morning, starting off the tournament with Alchemy. It's going to be our top 8 as well, so it's worth a long, good look here, especially as we debut the format for the first time on the big stage, Alchemy this weekend. These are the sets that are in Alchemy currently. Remember, it's standard, plus anything that's been added in supplemental sets and any rebalanced cards as well. That's everything that's in
I am
Alchemy.
Alchemy.
You can play.
I sit at the top of the pyramid.
Because, Corey, let's do a deep dive here. This is not what I think most players were expecting coming into this weekend.
Yeah, no, not really. And let's really just kind of get into the nitty-gritty of the Alchemy metagame right now. The big thing that was really going into everybody's heads was Naya Runes. And you really see every single deck kind of adjusting to that specific deck. And, you know, as we saw in round number 1, they kind of did it so far. If that's any telling tale of what we're going to be expecting, these Runes players probably are going to be a little bit worried. Riley, do you think it's too early to say, or are these Naya decks in a little bit of trouble?
I think they're in a little bit of trouble. I really do. This was not a secret heading into this tournament. I think people knew that Naya Runes was going to be, if not, a deck to beat, maybe even the deck to beat. It put up big results at places like the Hooglandia Open and stuff heading into this. So, it was an open secret, right?
Yeah.
And in response to that, we've seen other decks emerge, other decks sort of stake their claim on this tournament. I mean, most notably Mono White Aggro, but the deck I want to talk about is also Venture. This is the list that, a bunch of really, really storied and talented wizards have brought to play. Martin User tweeted about the deck. He said he was excited about how, how this list looked and how it played in the format. And I mean, from a personal standpoint, I'm happy to see D&D cards getting it done, but this just shows, I guess, the opportunity, right, that this new format has for us to explore and some of the stuff we can exploit in Alchemy. It's really exciting to see what people can do.
Yeah, it's a lot of hateful cards in those decks too. Like we're seeing a lot of main deck Archons and stuff, and that is not what you want to be seeing if you're one of these Runes players. Like,
does Riley have cataracts?
Like the Boggles effect, Maria. Is this something you're still?
What's going on with this guy's eyes?
You like, I'm off it too. Give me these main deck Archons, like.
Honestly, when I found out about the Runes deck is because I just lost to it on the ladder, and I was shocked when I played against it because I thought it was just nonsense, right? I'm like, a Runes deck, get real, buddy. But no, they beat me, and then I had to take it seriously. But I'm also a player who likes to play not the most popular deck, so now I'm in a terrible spot because Naya Runes is super popular in this format. So
it's the second most popular, Maria, though. So you're set. You can just play that. You solved it.
I mean, poor Maria, all of a sudden,
he's the Lich King.
So she's in a terrible position.
She's on to a new deck.
He's the first transition.
I seriously can't win. There's no winning with me. Absolutely. No, I love the dungeon deck, though. I think the dungeon deck is extremely fun, and I'm happy to see those rebalances.
He's either wearing contacts or he has like severe cataracts.
Hanada deck. What is the deal with this deck, Corey?
Yeah, Jessica Hanada is another deck that we've been seeing, like Chris Patello just raving about on Twitter, saying
I can't even look at it, man. It's creeping me out.
And Hanada is one of those incredibly powerful cards that when you get paired with Magma Opus,
he's like Raiden, you know what I mean? For Mortal Kombat. That's what his eyes are like. They start glowing.
So I'm with you, Maria. I want to see that.
Riley, are you feeling okay?
And it's just such a powerful
never better.
One of the most powerful creatures we've seen.
Just starts levitating.
Yeah, really excited to see all of these decks shine this weekend as Alchemy makes its debut here on the big stage at the Neon Dynasty Championship. Well, not only are we going to be crowning a champion here this weekend, we're also going to be sending 6 players to the World Championship. That is going to be an enormous tournament coming up later this year. And how do you get there? Riley, qualifying for the World Championship, a lot of different ways.
Yeah, and look, a massive opportunity for players this weekend. 6 slots in total up for grabs at the Neon Dynasty Championships, as you can see. As indeed there were at the Innistrad Championships. You can see that a bunch of players have already stamped their tickets to the World Championship this time around. Another 6 players will be heading there from the New Capenna Championship, but then finally, right, those last slots, 13 of them, 5 for the top performers in the
Riley's cosplaying Murderous Rider.
And 8 slots amongst the World Championship qualifier points up for grabs for everyone else. So at the moment, there are still plenty of seats to play for at the upcoming World Championship, although 6 of those slots will be given away this weekend.
I know, this is a huge deal. The World Championship, of course, the #1 marquee event in Magic. Everybody wants to play there. It's the goal of any Magic player who's trying to make their name in the game. Let's talk about who's already qualified, though, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. So we saw Simon Nielsen and Zachary Keeney qualified, and then just 5 members of this super team that we were just talking about from Japan. It's so impressive to see so many of them already on this slide. It's going to be really
it's my spot. They reserved my seat, you guys. Can you believe it?
Weekend, I think that's probably my favorite
Thanks, Wizards.
part of these events is just seeing the reaction of players when they finally make it to the World Championship because, well, it's what we've all been trying to do. Every Magic player has aspired to make it. So it's going to be really, really exciting to look forward to on Sunday.
Once again, reiterating the Japanese super team members here in that World Championship already. Extremely dominant representation.
So
we'll
good.
See what can happen after this weekend. See if they can add more players to the World Championship roster. Super excited for that tournament coming up later this year. Well, let's talk about our feature match. It's time for round number 2 here at the Neon Dynasty Championship. We're playing Alchemy all morning before we transition over to Historic later in the afternoon. I'm excited to see some new decks in Alchemy once again debuting this format here at this tournament, which is so cool because I think a lot of us were like, I wonder what the best deck in Alchemy is. I wonder what I should be playing on the ladder. And the answer is we're going to find out this weekend watching all of these pro players put together their best performances that are humanly possible here with all of these decks this weekend. And we knew Naya Rune's coming in, kind of had a target on its back, Corey, but do you feel like the deck is kind of faltering here that we saw after round 1?
I mean, if round 1 is telling of this, I would be really afraid. Just kind of 3 matches where they kind of got destroyed and the draws were still okay. You know, like it's not like they all drew pretty bad with that Naya deck.
Yeah.
They had some decent draws and it still just didn't look that close with all these hateful decks prepared to deal with it. So yeah, I think it's going to be a tough tournament, Maria.
And Riley, yeah, go ahead, Riley.
I want to jump in and talk about the I guess the 2 sort of places.
My eyes, they are so bad.
I know that it was one of, if not the best decks heading in this weekend. And there are 2 types of best decks that when they become known in this way. There are the types that are so good that it doesn't matter
agree,
how much
Walter.
you prepare, how much you build your
Long-legged
deck around it,
Larry.
how much you try to beat the
That's
best deck,
Alchemy
it's
deck.
still that good that you're still going to really struggle.
Yep.
Or there are the best decks that can be hated out, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. There are the best decks that can be teched against or can be built around or whatever. I do think that Naya Runes is in the latter. I don't think that this deck
I believe
is
today
so
is
good to
all
be utterly
Alchemy. I
unbeatable.
think
that the
Historic
metagame
starts
numbers reflect
tomorrow.
that. We see Mondo White aggro outstripping it quite comfortably there. So I think Naya Runes is going to have a really tough weekend. Look, I'm ready to eat my words on this one, but I don't think this is the weekend for Naya Runes. The deck has been good, but people are ready for it. They've got their Archons of Emeria, they've got their Thalias, they've got all sorts of other nonsense that's going to prevent people from going off. And I'm not going to say that it's dead in the water because obviously there are enough talented players with this deck that it will pick up some wins. But I think it's past its prime. I think it peaked earlier, Maria.
All right, well, remains to be seen. Let's find out what's going to happen here in round number 2. It's time to look at our feature match here. Coming up, we've got Sam Black versus Kenta Harane.
Oh, I'm a big Sam Black fan.
This is a Grixis mid-range versus Rakdos mid-range matchup. Really interesting. Of course, we haven't seen this on camera yet this weekend. Here's a closer look at Sam Black, part of the Sanctum
Historics
of
this
All
afternoon?
testing team,
Oh,
which is open
okay,
to
cool.
marginalized genders. It's a really, really awesome testing team they've put together. 3 Pro Tour top 8, 16 Grand Prix top 8s to his name. There's Kenta Harane there, winner of Players Tour Nagoya with Banff Spirits back in 2020, Japanese national champion in 2017 on Rakdos.
26,000 games.
Duking it out, Corey. Talk to me about the differences. What angles of attack are these decks going to take? How do they differentiate?
Differentiate.
We got what you're saying.
All right, well, that one's going straight in the blooper reel. Hello, everyone watching on Sunday when we play back all the outtakes.
You know, just by saying that, Riley, you're going to be on that blooper reel at some point. You cursed
I'm
yourself.
looking forward to it. Oh, here we go.
I should never have tried to say that word. How are these decks different, Corey?
Yeah, I'm not going to try to repeat that word, that's for sure. So let's take a look at Grixis midrange. They are going to be very similar decks. I think the biggest change is the Suspicious Stowaways and Kato Shizuki as the really
What is Kato playing?
And powerful Neon Dynasty.
Nothing really big, hey? Like there's no
change,
massive creatures
we saw
here.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker in
Interesting.
in our round 1. We're going to see it again in both of these decks. That's really the most powerful card that I've been seeing out of Neon Dynasty. We also see these dragons. This was pretty close to Riku Kumagai's list, if not maybe exact. I know they did test together. So you're going to see if Goldspan Dragon or some of the blue splash cards are really going to be better in this mid-range fight.
All right, there's a look at the decks here for round number 2. It's time to make some predictions here as to who we think is going to win this feature match. Riley, I'm going to start with you.
I love that Rakdos deck, but I just got to go for black.
Yes, indeed, on track for the old perfect record here once again. No surprises there as your boy Riley gets off on the front foot. And I'm going to back the Rakdos deck once again. I think it's in a pretty good spot. Again, it has flexibility, and against an open format like Alchemy, I know 25% of the field or so is mono white, but 25% of the field is also other. So I think that this deck is well positioned this weekend.
Other.
And I think it's the interaction and the removal that is going to come into play against Grixis. They do have a lot of these sort of little dorky creatures that are going to get eaten up by the Rakdos removal spells there. So I'm going for Harani. I think he's in a good position here.
All right, Ken.
Hey guys, let's get some likes on today's stream. It really does help.
Positioned against other. What a bold claim there, Riley. I have to say. So
it's a good spot to be.
All right, let's get some likes on the stream.
Sure. I'm gonna go with Sam Black. I think Kato Shizuki is kind of this mid-range mirror breaker. It's just so good being able to play it on the first turn, and then it phases out so you cannot attack it, and then just get to draw a card every single turn is a keyword on a Planeswalker that has been historically pretty good.
All right, I'm going with Sam Black too. I think this is really cool to see a Grixis mid-range deck in this fray of all of the decks that have come here in Alchemy. And Sam Black, of course, known as somebody who's able to take unconventional decks and make them work, and in fact brew unconventional decks themselves. So those are our predictions. We'll see if Corey and I can redeem ourselves after this round. But before we head to the round, we're going to talk about some other cool decks in Alchemy that you might see throughout the weekend.
Walter.
Orzhov mid-range here from Adam Yang. Now this is a deck that's kind of been kicking around in a couple of formats for a while, Corey.
Yeah, no, this is a pretty interesting one, and I think I'm starting to see a theme that y'all might be picking up on as well is, well, that's 3 Archon of Emeria in the main deck again. This is really just another deck that is targeting the Naya deck. It's just so popular, and it just warped this whole Alchemy preparation for all these players. You also see the Wandering Emperor, another great card against Naya, and overall, just a deck that wants to be picking apart your opponent's hand with Humiliate, and then just very good pieces of removal, and then
well, actually, it works on my browser, but not in my OBS.
One of the Alchemy-only cards that just takes your best card, but doesn't reveal your opponent's hand. Something that only Alchemy can do. Otherwise, that kind of just breaks, quote unquote, the traditional way to play a card like that, Maria.
I think
thanks for the likes, you guys. I appreciate that.
Whenever I play that card,
literally has helped so much.
The game. You know what I mean?
Like
it's
cheating. Yeah.
So powerful. Riley,
tomorrow,
is this kind of deck your
we have
style?
pack giveaways.
Are you somebody who just likes to be really rude and mean to other players?
Yeah, I mean, look, rudeness
and we got card giveaways as well tomorrow.
Trying to do, you know, not just in Magic, but just in life, generally speaking, Maria. So
just in life in general.
No, the thing I really like about this deck is any list that attempts to sort of
a
little bit. You know, it almost looks controlling to me with those Planeswalkers, that deck, although I know it does have a sizable creature suite. So no, a black-white deck, I'm always on board for a bit of Orzhov.
Ooh, mono red, let's go.
I hope we see it soon.
Win, let's go.
We're going to take a peek at kind of the other side of the coin here, Corey.
Yeah, no kidding. Mono red aggro is not something I expected because, well, mono red aggro and kind of Gruul werewolves, the public enemy #1 is Naya Runes. You know, there's not those incredibly good hateful cards like Archon of Emeria that you can have against them. So if they strap up the white rune and just gain a bunch of life when they're attacking every turn, it's pretty brutal. So these kind of decks have been pushed out a little bit, but Reckless Stormseeker is an incredible Magic card that we've seen dominate events in the past.
You can indeed expect more budget builds.
So good.
Always trying to have them be the most competitive.
Really
so.
Cool
yeah,
this is a great way for me to
Riley, like
grasp the Alchemy format as we've taken quite a break from it.
Red decks come in 2 varieties, right? Red deck wins or red deck sucks. And I think that in the
red deck sucks.
In the current Alchemy format, as you're
saying, no gold spam.
The way that the other decks are positioned, I don't know, man. I mean, Town Razor Tire is a hell of a card, and as is, you know, all these other the aggressive 2-drops that you've got to play with, but I don't see this one getting it done this weekend, man. Maybe in a different format. There is some objective power level there, but I think Edward's on the wrong track this time around.
You woke up on the wrong side of the bed, huh, Riley?
Hey, look,
just
nastiness.
Riley.
That's my new brand. Maria's assigned it to me. I'm just being cruel and nasty wherever I can. I'm the heel now.
Cruel and nasty whenever I can.
I don't know how much of the heel you can be after you shaved your mustache off, though, Riley. You know.
That's true, actually. Yeah, that was a tactical error, wasn't it?
Well, let's look at some cool decks from Alchemy. We've got round #2 coming up in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
What if Riley's eyes were like this last time as well?
Dynasty
and we just didn't notice it because the mustache. I think that's what was happening. Right? Like, who made this soundtrack? Oh, we got a 3-minute break. 3 minutes, you guys. Could you believe it? Absolutely crazy. where you are. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. It's a great time to like the video, subscribe to the channel, become a YouTube member, potentially even, right? Help support. Take a break, maybe grab a water, have a little stretch. This card contains the name of a red instant hiding with... Oh, I missed it. That's some fun Magic trivia, I suppose. Delete 2 consecutive letters from within a name to get the name of another card that's the same color. What's the new card? Delete 2 consecutive letters from within a name. Consecutive letters as well. Dominate? To donate. Nice, okay. Beautiful. Anything you guys want to get off your chests? You want to talk about? We'll have a little therapy session while we wait. Can I help in any way? Is there any specific content you guys are looking forward to seeing? Shout out to everybody in YouTube today, helping support. Really do appreciate it. 69 likes. Wow, absolute poggers. That's ridiculous. 141 current viewers. That's fairly decent as well. We peaked at 200 earlier. Hopefully we can get back to that 200 mark. Best budget deck right now? Well, it's the rune deck. It's, I would say, Selesnya enchantments. It doesn't play the runes, but it's still using, you know, that enchantments feel to it for sure. Besides enchantments,
here at the Neon Dynasty Championship.
I like the Golgari variant quite a bit. I have them all in my most recent playlist.
The action, but that's actually a lie. Because Mani, I want to talk to you about these decks quickly because these 2 mid-range lists are super sweet. This Grixis one, created by Sam Black, Aaron Gertler, and his team from Sanctum for All, 19-1 in their testing. That's impressive.
It's definitely impressive, and you know, this match is sort of a story of outliers in their teams. Sam Black, Aaron Gertler, the only 2 members of their team to play this Grixis mid-range deck in Alchemy. On the other side, Kenta Harane and Riku Kumagai, who we saw earlier, the only 2 members of their team to bring this Rakdos mid-range deck in Alchemy. So really the outliers on the team trying to show who called it right.
It's always nice feeling to get the little one-up on your teammates, but the players are ready to rock and roll, so let's jump on in and see how these 2 mid-range decks play out.
I'll get back to my corner.
This mid-range deck is, the first time I looked at it, I was like, wait, what's the blue for? Ah, Suspicious Stowaway. We got some Kaito Shizuki action in there too. That Planeswalker is so sneaky, because it's like, oh, it's fine, I'll just kill it on my turn, right? Nope. It phases out the first turn it's down. Have you ever had that happen to you, Mani, where you're like, yes, I'll kill it. Oh, no, wait, it's not there anymore.
Definitely more often than I'd like to admit. It's one of those cards where I think a lot of people actually started with Kaido when looking at this Alchemy format and trying to figure out, how can I break this card? Because the raw power level is there. It's a 3-mana Planeswalker. It has sort of built-in
I don't know how to pronounce Alice's first name.
And that first turn phasing out ability, and
to be honest,
draws cards repeatedly. So it has all the makings of an incredibly powerful card. And I know a lot of people said in their testing, the first place they started was, can I break Kaido somehow? And this team ultimately brought 1, so maybe they didn't figure out how to break it, but they definitely wanted a single copy in this deck.
Oh, for sure. And doubtless, Kaito will be useful when it does show up in this matchup. Now, both players are 0-1, so not the start they were hoping to get in this tournament, but still plenty of rounds of Magic.
Oh, no!
To go. So let's take a look at the
All right,
opening
here we go.
hands here and get the action underway as we kick things off from Kenta Harane with a Mountain, Hive the Eye Tyrant down here for Sam Black. What do you make of these hands?
A lot of removal in both of these
most
hands.
notably, Kenta's on the play. Both players have a copy of City Stalker Connoisseur already. Kenta is going to be the one able to play it first and nab Sam's copy out of his hand should the game play out this way. And with that check for traps taking the Fable of the Mirror Break here as well, this is a great start for Kenta in what will probably be a pretty attrition and grindy matchup.
So one problem out of the hand of Sam Black, but still several to come. We got Infernal Grasp, Power Word Kill for any creatures that may hit the battlefield, but at the point it just looks like removal central for both players. 2 copies
Lot
of
of
the Brave for
removal.
Kenta, also with the Infernal Grasp, and as you mentioned, the City Stalker Connoisseur.
Yeah, Graveyard Trespasser, excellent in these sorts of matchups just because it will always be a 2-for-1 if your opponent wants to remove it using this sort of instant speed interaction. That ward ability causing them to discard a card means Sam just got 2 Abrades for the price of 1 here from Kenta. But again, once Kenta plays the City Stalker Connoisseur in his hand and takes Sam's away, as we see it is the most expensive card in Sam Black's hand, Sam is just
We're
going to be
actually
left
at
with a couple of
74
removal
likes.
spells of his own.
74
and
likes
now
right
Kenta
now.
has a Graveyard Trespasser waiting in the
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. All the likes on the
Yeah,
channel
so
really do
there's
help.
City Stalker on City Stalker Violence, as you would have it. So there's that big threat dealt with. 2 removal spells, like you mentioned.
Kenta's
can
hand
take care of
is
this
like
creature threat on the battlefield.
nearing
Does
empty.
currently have an answer per each creature that Kenta has, but beyond that, really no proactive plays available for Sam Black at this point.
Yeah, the Hive of the Eye
There's
Tyrant
the
sitting
lands.
on Sam's side is certainly valuable just because in these grindy matchups, once both players have expended their resources and started trading off,
Yeah, those
ends up
lands are
coming down to
helpful.
Those creature lands maybe dealing the final points of damage. Kenta does have a blood token available to him, so if he starts flooding out a bit, he is able to try to fix those draws using that token. But at the moment, it's pretty even. Both players sort of have 1 removal spell, 1 threat.
Oh, that's a nice find.
Goldspan Dragon, a pretty great follow-up threat though, and I think Kenta is actually inching ahead here with that draw.
Yeah, definitely. That blood token putting in good work there. Unfortunately, they're ditching the 5th
Smash
land,
that
so
like
Kenta's
button.
now hoping that there's another land
Top
on
park
top of the
pass.
library. Where does he want to go with this turn, though? Decides against casting the Graveyard Trespass and is just going to switch it to nighttime and send the turn on back to Sam Black.
Yeah, I think Kenta's line of thinking there is Sam has the 2 open mana to kill this Trespasser on the end step and still untap and activate the Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Because he's not doing anything here, I can pass and potentially bait out this play where Sam is incentivized to activate. I get to remove
Play
it
the lands
and then play
and
my
the Trespasser.
threat, and that means Sam will have to take an entire turn off to use that removal spell. So the sequence of events works out perfectly for Kenta, and it's because of that patience that he showed there.
Was able to find a land, unfortunately, as a tap land, but
Sam
you know,
gets
we
to hold
can't
up his
be
grass.
Too sad about the turn where you get Graveyard Glutton down. It's a 4/4. It chows 2 things in the graveyard. You know, the life gain is certainly nothing to sniff at in these kind of grindy matchups, so looking pretty good here.
Yeah, Kenta doesn't want this game to go that late just because both players are top decking quite well in the matchup and there's a lot of threats. So he actually lets go of the Hagra Mauling to ensure that he has Goldspan Dragon available next turn, as he feels like that will offer him the most likely route to victory. Now, Sam had to cast 2 spells this turn, so it is going back to daytime. The Graveyard Trespasser will flip, and now
Friggin' dragon, man.
Goldspan Dragon and Graveyard Trespasser.
Oh, that's good.
I like the Trespass. I like the Goldspan side a lot more. And
oh, definitely.
Unfortunately for Sam, Kenta does have the mana available in that treasure token to cast that Infernal Grasp in response to the City Stalker trigger. So Sam won't actually get the discard value that he's looking for,
but it's still nice.
Still looks decent
because the Trespasser forces a discard.
Land
and
off the top here for Kenta Harane.
Kenta
this Goldspan
can't
Dragon
discard.
is doing
Like they
work,
have to
though.
keep
Down
this
to
land in
10
hand.
goes Sam Black, who only has the Trespasser, now the Glutton, and
blood token
his
the land.
blood token to his name. So we're going to sacrifice that, discard this land, see if we can find some more action here. Removal for this Goldspan Dragon would be ideal at this point.
Nice.
Another Graveyard Trespasser.
That's good too, though.
Ideal as well, as now Sam has Kenta on a 2-turn clock, and with just a land in hand, Kenta isn't really doing much to change that. Sam is actually pulling firmly ahead here now, thanks to Kenta's maybe subpar draws in the last couple of turns. Just finding more land and not being able to back up that Goldspan Dragon means that the extra treasure tokens he's getting isn't doing enough here.
It's not, unfortunately. Here comes another Graveyard Glutton.
This is nice for Sam.
Exile a couple more cards here. And things are looking
Just too bad there's not more creatures in the grave.
For Kenta Hirane,
Oh,
who draws
Lord.
another land, and now won't be able to attack with his Goldspan Dragon.
That's a pretty common theme for today, hey?
Blocking duty with your dragon, not
Oh no, Sam, dirty dog.
Conspiracy Theorist, one of the spicy cards in this deck. There's a lot of cool tricks with this card actually in this sort of build. As you mentioned, there's the Suspicious Stowaway, there is Kaido, even these Graveyard Trespassers. When your opponent tries to pay the ward cost and discards a card, it's all just adding up to you grinding your opponent's value down, whether it's you gaining cards or your opponent losing cards. And yeah, impressive game 1 victory from Sam Black.
Let's go, Sam.
Impressive indeed, unfortunately. A little unlucky there for Kenta Hirane with several lands back to back, but let's go look at the sideboard. Let's see what we're grabbing here against these mid-range decks. What's the go-to for you here, Money?
Well, you're going to want some of the discard spells, and you're really going to want some of the grindier cards. I believe we see all
taking out the
Goldspan coming in from Kenta's side, as the name of the game is go more late. Answer your opponent's threats by out of the hand, not off the board. We see a lot of removal spells being taken out.
I like how he's thinking, closes his eyes and everything.
Measured, only 5 cards in, 5 cards
like
out, but it's
meditative thought.
I love it.
Even Sam too is like everybody does it, just right to the chin.
And Lulf join the fray here for Kenta Hirane. And I mean, if you've been playing any Magic in the last little while, you'll know that these 3 black planeswalkers are a force to be reckoned with in whichever shell that they find themselves, whether it's mono black, whether it's Grixis, whether it's just Rakdos. They can definitely win a game for you if it goes long. So
and you see both players sort of prioritizing the higher end of threats from the opponent. One of the big cards coming in from Kenta is actually the 3 copies of Metook Massacre.
Just look at Sam's excitement.
Answer multiple creatures from Sam, but it's also a way to answer the Graveyard Trespassers without having to discard a card, which is pretty huge when every card matters in the matchup. Earlier in that game, we saw Kenta be forced to discard a 2nd copy of a Braid to get rid of a Trespasser. And when the game comes down to
just so nonchalant
by 2 Trespassers to close things out, you're really missing that Braid that you had to let go of early on.
Zero smile, you know what I mean? It's just like no emotion, just straight lined.
Answer to those threats in the Metook.
It's almost like Sam's camera has frozen, except you can see him blinking.
You know, you gotta like the sideboarding decisions here against this Grixis mid-range deck.
Yeah, you do see Kenta sort of agonizing over the last few card choices, as it may be difficult, ends up leaving 2 Goldspan Dragons in the deck and opting not to have the Duresses, perhaps identifying that Sam has a pretty strong early game of creatures, so the Duresses might not deliver the results that he's looking for.
Opening hand, pretty happy with that. 2 Check for Traps and 2 Townraiser Tyrants, so some lands are going to get set on fire, I suspect, as we have a mulligan down on Sam Black's side of things. Disdainful Stroke is unwillingly being sent to the bottom of the library.
A little late game.
Not the best hand from Sam. He doesn't really have early interaction for the hand.
But it stops those planeswalkers.
A 2-drop creature to curve into Kaido and be able to get that
right. Stops that tyrant
immediately. But ultimately, he's really trying to figure out which resources matter here. And putting down that black-red land, one of the awkward parts of this hand is there isn't any blue mana in it right now. Sam identified he needs to draw a land anyways, so keeping the blue cards is reasonable. But if his draws work out sort of awkwardly, and Kenta has a pretty fast draw, this game could be over before Sam Black really ever gets a foothold in it.
Well, let's see. Hopefully, a third land with blue in it arrives for Sam Black as he's forced to start things off with the Haunted Ridge. Too high for the Eye Tyrants down for Harane, who's now...
That early check for traps is
checking
good.
For any traps, which you should always do before entering any dungeon, I've heard.
Yeah, I think this is the type of hand that Kenta isn't overly unhappy to see. There isn't fast pressure that would line up well.
91 likes on the stream. Thank you guys so much. Let's see if we can break 100.
You know what? You don't have blue mana yet. I'm going to leave the blue cards alone. I can take the second Trespasser before it comes down next turn. And then it's your hand against my Tyrants. And
a
that
second check for traps. That's dirty.
When Sam Black isn't in a position to sacrifice the few lands that he has.
Certainly not. And not drawing any lands over those 2 turns for Sam Black. So stuck on 2 right now. Lands aplenty, though, for Kenta Harane, who's going to start rocking some Town Razor Tyrants. Here they come. Take your pick of a land, and those are going to start doing some extra damage to Sam Black on the end step.
And he's already behind on lands.
Really
that hurts.
A town,
that really hurts.
Going to be raised all the same here.
Someone lives there, okay?
I'm sure a lot of some things live in that hive.
Yeah, I don't want to go in there. Oy, lands aplenty again for Kenta, but he's not going to be too sad about it with 2 Town Razor Tyrants now, both taking their pick of lands that they want to blow up.
Yeah,
and,
there's no coming back from this.
Land number 3 for Sam Black. Forsaken Crossroads.
It's like he kept the stroke to counter the Tyrants and then couldn't counter the Tyrants.
This card printed in paper because, I mean, let's be honest. You only have to remember who went first. It's not hard, right?
It's a little hard. Fortunately, Sam did not go first this game, so it is an untapped land if he wants it. He has to judge, what am I doing with this blue mana? Do I need to play Kaido here? Do I need to find that card? So certainly goes for the untapped mana. Suspicious Stowaway and leaving up the blood token, very reasonable as well, considering he's trying to make those land drops.
Ouch.
But the problem remains in these 2 giant dragons and your lands that are burning.
Yeah, it's all a little bit too much ouchy coming through there from Kenta Harane's side of things. So, as you mentioned, if that game went quickly, and it certainly did, blink and you'll miss it, it's going to be bad news bears for Sam Black, but not out of it yet. Both players are now at 1-1.
Yeah, you see Kenta is actually changing his sideboarding based on whether he's on the play or on the draw. We see those 2 copies of Goldspan Dragon go out again, and it looks like the Dragon's Fire is perhaps coming in, wanting a bit more cheap interaction when you're on the draw against the 2 drops the Sam is presenting.
Well, it's actually
as well as
1-1, so
those are
we're going into the
really
third match here.
To be answered if you can early on before they get those attacks in. So perhaps Kenta wanting to just balance
Sam, I believe,
range
is on the
bit.
play, so
Actually
advantage Sam this match, I think.
On the draw in place of 2
we'll
of those Tyrants.
Very confident sideboarding decisions here for Kenta Harane as we jump into to game number 3 here. Between these 2 players, it's round 2 of the Neon Dynasty.
He's like, I found my land.
Thank you very much for hanging out with us today. Hope you're all having a wonderful
Poor guy,
day
you see his face?
And
the eyebrows are way up.
Ready for some awesome magic this weekend because it's going to be an absolute cracker of a weekend.
6 lands, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and Sam is still thinking about it because Fable is incredible, but if your opponent has a duress, your entire game falls apart. So really disciplined mulligan from Sam.
This isn't much better, though.
It's not much better,
sucks.
but it's not duressable. You can't really go down to 5 in this matchup because you can at least top deck well with this hand. You do have a Scry with the Forsaken Crossroads, so you can't try to fix things a little, but 5 would be really difficult on the play, and now you have a curve.
Yep, there's stuff to do, so salvaging
a lot of lands.
Otherwise not great situation there for Sam Black as Graveyard Trespasser joins the hand alongside City Stalker Connoisseur. And the man lands.
There you go. There you go.
Time here for Kenta. Never a tap land on his side.
Yeah, we're not even really talking
I like that
about
Kato.
Fable in Kenta's hand. That is one of the most powerful cards in this matchup and maybe in the entire format. So the fact that Kenta's able to get it down before Sam nabs it out of the hand.
That discard's
with
not
that
bad.
City Stalker Connoisseur is a pretty big deal. So Sam's hand working out pretty well here, but he wasn't able to beat out the Fable.
Yeah, and we saw in round 1 just how impressive Fable of the Mirror Breaker is once it hits chapter 3, and you can just start
Hilda.
your creatures. Town Razor Tyrants, Goldspan Dragons,
Nice.
Riku Kumagai using it so perfectly. So let's see what Kenta Hirane can do with the Fable of the Mirror Breaker in this game.
Yeah, the rare opportunity where you get to choose which card you discard to the consort.
Oh, that sucks. They should have tossed their hook.
The highest cost in the hand. And discarding a second copy of Rahilda that was drawn that turn, as well as a land, but not really finding anything to deal with this Connoisseur. So now Kenta just has to hold this Shaman token back.
Gucci, I agree 100%. The Arena Shuffler is better than I'll ever be.
Online and hopefully find some place to copy with it.
Yeah, gets rid of the Kaito Shizuki. Getting rid of the Kaito Planeswalker
I mean,
there.
it's just 2 meat hooks, who cares?
Not too fussed about that though, with 2 copies of the Meat Hook Massacre in hand. We'll still be able to get that powerful enchantment down the battlefield.
And I love this. Conspiracy Theorist plus blood tokens. Discarding the Duress, you're still going to be able to exile it and play it this turn. And this is sort of the engine that Sam Black's deck is not entirely built around, but trying to take advantage of when getting that extra value that is so good in these mid-range matchups. And Kenta, with just a copy of the Meat Hook Massacre left in hand, if he plays that for 3, he's going to wipe his own board as well. So this isn't really a favorable spot for Kenta. And Sam, despite that mulligan to 6, is looking pretty great here with a Graveyard Trespasser left in hand.
Things certainly looking very good here for Sam Black as a Graveyard Trespasser arrives for Kenta Hirane as well. So here comes the reflection of Kiki-Jiki. Next turn, it can start making some copies of things. Conspiracy Theorist offers.
I think he just takes it, doesn't he?
With the little treasure maker.
Yeah, Sam recognizes that if he blocks, well, Kenta can have options. But if he doesn't, Kenta may feel forced to cast this Meat Hook Massacre and wipe this board anyway.
That's lucky.
And now Sam actually has the option to take that option away from Kenta. So it's really just taking 2 damage to force Kenta's hand. Otherwise, he gets to keep this Theorist alive and continue draining this engine.
City Stalker Connoisseur is going to chip in here for 3 more points of damage. And this Duress, just drawn, is going to take care of the second copy of Meat Hook Massacre. So Hirane is hellbent. We're in top deck mode. What is the ideal draw in this situation for Hirane to get him back into this game?
I would say Gold
Not a land,
but they're not in the deck. So maybe one of your remaining copies of Townraiser Tyrant would have been pretty good here.
Well, it's a loaf. He wants to draw a loaf.
Type of situation where you can start copying it during Sam's
right. Kenta wants to pick up a loaf
of Kiki-Jiki and try to lock him out, but Sam came ready for that. He has the Conspiracy Theorist in play, so he can actually work.
Yeah, the giveaway's physical cards. I wish I could give you guys
Sam is sort of
digital cards, but unfortunately I don't have that
against what Kenta can draw.
option. We got packs, we got cards.
Planeswalkers, perhaps, for Hirane.
Whatever you guys want.
Help him dig a little deeper into the deck, but Forsaken Crossroads.
There's a lot of them. They're there.
Battlefield for Sam.
Just give the video a like, subscribe to the channel,
on top of the library.
enjoy today's content.
There's something else that he's going for.
Thanks for all the support, you guys. I appreciate you.
Yes, he wants it here because he's getting to the point where he can just start.
To get into the championship games, you just perform really well in Arena.
With more, but he
is one of the easiest ways.
That reflection of Kiki-Jiki.
You can also be in the Pro Tour and stuff or whatever.
For Kenta. So
I think there's a couple different ways to get involved with it.
He just needs a
I think the easiest is just to be a high-ranking Arena player and win the qualifier and stuff like this. Like, I think they gave away an entry to people who went undefeated in the Metagame challenge or something too. Like, there's always different ways.
And you see the life gain and drain.
There is no standard at all. All we have this weekend is alchemy and historic.
It's been a long time since we've seen Kiki-Jiki itself played, but the reflection of Kiki-Jiki follows many of the same tricks.
500 miles a day. That's crazy, man.
Of a turn, you get to keep that copy through the next turn. So
Latin America still join the giveaway. You're lucky if you win. Yeah, definitely. You know, all right, well, I'll ask the post office about shipping. Like, you know, if it's under $10, $20, I'll still ship it to you.
With it and still have my reflection up.
You know, it only costs me like $1 or $2 to send to Florida. So,
but this is not.
I'm sure the shipping is
this is just a fable.
minuscule.
This is just a story. So
definitely join, and we'll work something out, right? We'll figure it out.
Let's just get a whole pack of wolves going. Why not?
And that Duress is not a live draw, and Sam Black is quickly falling behind in a game that he looked pretty good in. it's unfortunate to say, but this game might get to a point where Sam has to just attack with a
Oh, that's a
conspiracy
nice
theorist,
Kiki-Jiki.
throw it away just to try to draw an
That's
extra card
good.
and find a removal for this reflection of Kiki-Jiki, because he doesn't have much time left if this game continues.
Oh, no.
Look at Kenta's face. He knows. He's like, oh, I can have 3? Please do.
You gotta
need
keep that.
3 is what Kenta's really asking, because he's already overwhelmingly ahead in this game, and he's asking himself,
Thanks, Windows.
is this Fable going to be better than a random draw? And you know, when
Yeah,
you're
absolutely.
struggling so hard to deal with your first reflection of Kiki-Jiki, and you can line up 2 more reflections of Kiki-Jiki to come, I would say, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, put it down. What's the worst that can
Sam
happen? I mean,
went
there's no
from like
board
looking
wipes
neutral
for
to
Sam Black's
looking
side of
very,
things,
very
so
sad.
Go ham.
Yeah, you're the one that brought the Mitook massacre.
Sam
You
looks
know
like a
on the
sad
other
puppy
side
dog.
That doesn't exist, and
It's just like,
you know, Sam doesn't have a draw here. I talked about throwing the theorist in there, but it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, there's nothing that's gonna get him out of that situation.
Sam!
Kenta Harane picking up a very, very quick victory there with the Rakdos deck now.
we tried.
That Saga is so cool, Monty. What else can we do with it? I can't wait to see who else does silly things with that card.
You know, a lot of people have been talking about the power of Fable of the Mirror Breaker in this alchemy format. Some people have called it
I love the
most
Mirror Breaker.
powerful card in the format, and it's just continuing to prove its power level again and again. And we haven't even seen some of the most broken things with it, like, for example, City Stalker Connoisseur tokens during the draw step for an instant speed locking out of the game.
The Town
So
Razor
the
tokens,
peaks
like,
are yet to
man.
be seen.
All right, well, I can't wait to see it in action a little later on today, but for now, we're going to toss it back to Maria. We'll see you guys soon.
Hey everybody,
Bye-bye.
coming up next, it's Matt Sperling versus Toralf Severin.
Boo,
Matt is
Matt.
playing a green-white ramp deck that wants to
Torloff.
play Mana Accelerate on turn 2.
I call them
into one
Torloff.
of the powerful 4-drops on turn 3.
Oh, what's the other guy's name? It's not Torloff.
Is playing Jeskai
Toralf.
Hinata that is going to try
Thoralf.
to combo
It's pretty
Hinata
close.
with Magma Opus to gain a
Are you a
huge
dwarf, bro?
amount of advantage.
That's Matt Sperling versus Toralf Severin coming up after the break.
After the Brizzy. It's crazy they get a break and I don't. Why don't I get a break? 2 minutes? Are you guys kidding me? I'll keep you guys company. What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everybody in chat doing today? Perfect time to like the video. It really does help. We have 109 likes. That is fantastic. Those are rookie numbers though, honestly. Those are just very, very, like, I don't want to be that guy, but that's pathetic, right? Come on, you guys, get some likes going. Oh, I don't even care if you subscribe. Just like the video. Help support the community. Oh. Who won the last match? Hashtag not Sam. Kenta, I believe, won the match with, what was that, just Rakdos mid-range? Are we calling that? Torloff's disciple? I guess that's where my brain went, right? Dungeons in a tournament? Ah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Well, the thing is, Triumphant Adventurer got such a buff that it's like a fairly decent card now. Could you imagine if the Hinati deck bugged out? Oh my gosh, Invoke Calamity. Yes! I love Invoke Calamity. That is like a really cool card. I'm excited to see it used in not a burn-based deck, because I'm using it in a burn deck always. So I'm really excited to see that. Ken usually never disappoints as far as an aggro player goes. Ken is really aggressive. One of my favorites. Is it legal for a defending player to exploit the Magma Opus bug? I honestly do not know.
Everybody. Ailey Looney alongside Monty
The
Davidi,
Opus
and we are
bug could
jumping
change an
into
entire
game
match. I'm
number 2
unfamiliar
between
with the bug,
Toralf
you guys. You'd
Severin
have to...
and Matt Sperling. Now, Torolf picked up the
Have to let
first
me
game
know.
in a lengthy battle between these two players.
Torolf
Sperling
played
is
one of the
now on
craziest
play,
control
and we're taking a
matches
look
that I've
here
ever seen in
at
my life. I
the
think it was
opening
a
hand.
year or two
The
ago.
mulligan already. Let's see if this
The
one's
play
ready.
line this guys gets, like,
Yeah,
I don't know how he strings them together
with this
sometimes.
hand. Does have one of the most important elements of this Selesnya Ramp deck, which is having the 2-mana ramp spell. So having the Tangled Florahedron there definitely fulfills that condition. Does have the 4th untapped land or 3rd untapped land here in Emeria's Call if needed. So able to play that turn 3/4 drop, but you don't really like mulliganing in the situation against what is sort of a control combo deck.
I know that a couple of us had a 2-mana Magma Opus on our bingo card for this weekend, so let's hope that Torolf Severin can deliver here for us.
Yeah, you know, coming into this tournament, Chris Botello has been saying some bold things on Twitter about this Jeskai Hinata deck, how it was overwhelmingly the best deck in their testing, and he expected it to be 20% of the field, how he agonized over sideboard choices because he wasn't sure how much to bring for the mirror. And then it was only really his team that brought it. But so far, Torolf starting off with a win on this Jeskai Hinata
We've not seen a mill deck be played.
You know, good start to the tournament, and maybe this Hinata deck is where it's at.
Well, time will tell as the day progresses. Nice draw there for Matt Sperling as he finds the Skyclave Apparition. It's going to get the wedding announcement down. Now, this is another really cool card from the Innistrad block that just gains you some extra value as things go along. Gets you cards, gets you creatures, and then eventually
Get your
buffs
cards,
entire
get your
team.
creatures.
So, not a bad start
Wedding
here.
announcement is such a fantastic card.
Really good card, excellent card against control decks like the one that Torolf is bringing. Now, at some point, the Hinata deck is able to go over top of this using the Magma Opus and the Hinata combo, but Torolf is a ways away from that right now. He's only on 2 mana, might need to use this Cathartic Pyre to just loot here and try to fix his draw a bit, because if he starts missing land drops, this game is going to end very quickly.
Yeah.
Can't miss the land
other
drops.
option would be Magma Opus, discarding that to create a treasure token, but you really don't want to do that. So Cathartic Pyre is the go-to. Galvanic Iteration and Fateful Absence hit the bin.
There they
And
are.
There we go. 2 lands off the top there for Severin with an unexpected windfall to boot.
Yeah, now we're really cooking with that 3rd land. Torolf is picking speed up again.
The championships are always 3 days, right? Today's our first day. Tomorrow will be a very big day. And then the final days,
So
you know,
that
probably
is
the most
second
exciting.
red source and 4th land for Windfall next turn, which means Torolf is able to leave up Divide by Zero or Disdainful Stroke for this turn, because Matt's deck really wants to start casting 4-drops at this point.
It sure does, and that's a really good 4-drop that he just drew in the Felidar Retreat. So curious to see how he navigates this turn. If this Divide by Zero is just going to take care of a creature now. Yep, wants to prevent the card draw with the 2 creatures attacking. So Tangled Florahedron is at the mercy of a Divide by Zero. Is it time to get Wandering Emperor in now while shielded down?
Well, Matt has some options here because he could play the Wandering Emperor now, but he also has a Myria's Call for Felidar Retreat if he valued getting that on the board. In both cases, he gets to make use of this turn, so it's really about which he values more in this spot.
I would play the Florahedron as a land
Divide
now.
by Zero will take care of the Florahedron. Environmental Sciences, fetched from the sideboard. And just the 1 attacker in, so we'll create another creature here with the wedding announcement. And the Tangled Florahedron may just come back as Tangled Veil for Sperling.
Yeah, the rebalanced Divide by Zero, only learning if the mana value of the spell was 4 or less. So certainly still useful in the spot to get that early learn. Environmental Sciences, maybe try to smooth out this draw a bit for the future turns. But for Torolf, he's entering the territory where he really needs to find Hinata, and he needs to find Hinata soon.
Fateful Absence was the draw here for Severin, so would be able to get rid of the Wandering Emperor. A clean answer there for the Planeswalker. Let's see how he navigates this turn.
Couple of options. He could go Fateful Absence, leave up Disdainful Stroke for a secondary 4-drop, or he could just go environmental sciences and fateful absence and just say, hey, I'm not in a position where I can leave up this counter mana. I need to hit my land drops. I think leaving up the counter spell is a little safer, but it's the type of situation where,
retreat, though.
You know, you're falling behind and you recognize it because this wedding announcement
is that Crossroads a blue source?
Pretty shortly.
Yep. Snowballing here for Sperling. He's just grabbing the advantage with both hands and running with it. And that's exactly what he needs to do. He's game down. So apply pressure, keep it going. Is he tempted to try and run out this Felidar retreat and play an Emeria's Call as a land and just buff the team and go?
Matt is aware of Disdainful Stroke as a potential option. So he may be in a position where he goes, I don't have to play into
I seen he has burned down the house.
Develop my mana. It's possible that Matt could have just activated Lair of the Hydra and gotten in for some extra damage.
Negative.
If he didn't want to draw the card.
No burn down the house. I thought there was. There's no sweepers.
Call comes in. Untapped Felidar retreat on the stack. And Sorrel Severin is going to Disdainful Stroke that. So
Divine Purge in the sideboard.
That powerful enchantment goes, but still has another one on the battlefield to deal with. And it's flipped.
Yeah, huge draw for Torolf. It may look awkward for Matt to play a land paying 3 life before playing Felidar Retreat, but with Jawari Disruption available for the Jeskai Hinata deck, you really don't want to walk into that particular counterspell. So it makes sense why Matt does play this the way he does, but it ends up working out for him regardless because Torolf is forced to play out the Hinata, and that does not work out well against Skyclave Apparition.
No, not at all. No counterspell available. No blockers available now either, as
now there's an Emeria's Call.
Swing in, taking Torolf down to 7. Now, what can he do in this
game.
situation? No Hinata to get any discounts. No coupons for Torolf this turn.
Oh my lord!
Festival just to add some, I don't know, insult to injuries, some salt in the wounds. Let's see what Sperling does to end this game.
Yeah, this is a pretty awkward scenario now for Torolf, as he's the 7 and currently no real interaction in hand, so may just need to go with something like an unexpected windfall to try to.
Well, Matt has the Hydra.
You know, you're not looking
just Hydra out and slam.
It's gonna have to be. I don't even know what keeps him alive at this point. There's just too much power on this battlefield. So Sperling just measuring the play, deciding is it a Lair of the Hydra gonna get in there with it? Does he go for the Storm of the Festival? I mean, I'm in favor of overkill. Just putting it out there.
I'd say Lair of the Hydra, smash in.
Is Matt just double, triple, quadruple checking Torolf's list, making sure, do you have anything
this is the play
that keeps you alive if I just make this Lair of the Hydra a creature? And I believe the answer is no. I'm looking at Torolf's list, and the only thing that could have maybe kept him alive was 2 copies of Divine Purge in the sideboard, but that's sorcery speed, and the fact that Torolf didn't draw for it on his turn makes me think it wasn't boarded in.
All-out swing here now for Sperling.
Looking at, if I remove this apparition, I get a 4/4. I block this 5/5. I'm still taking 9. Okay. Not ideal, right? All right, back to the drawing board. Now what can we do? And, you know, there isn't much, so let's just take it.
Yeah.
Go to game 3.
Ouch. 10. This is totally fine.
Any mono green players? I honestly do not think so. There was 50 other decks, so we actually I don't know for sure, but definitely not a majority of the field. There's not multiples of it.
You see, the Divine Purge just didn't come in last game, but Torolf looking at
it might be an outlier though.
The battlefield and try to judge this board state. Do I need this these Divine Purges to survive? He is on the play this game. It will certainly make a difference in terms of how the plays line up, what turns he can interact. But as we saw that game,
get some likes on the video, you guys. It really does help. Subscribe to the channel if you want.
Yeah, and also got a little stuck.
Whoa, we spiked 275.
You know, the opportunity to multi-spell.
How did that happen?
As you would have. would have preferred
Viewership
to, especially with
spiked
Hinata down and things
for a
being
second.
watching
It's back
them.
down to
Yeah,
168.
we'll see the test of talents being boarded out. Not really a card you think of that is normally great against Ramp.
Appreciate all the
We
likes
do
on
see
the
those
channel, you
copies
guys,
of
and the
Storm
video. It really
Festival,
does help
so certainly a
bring
card
more
that
people
you
here.
want to take, as it can give you a lot of problems, but considering your opponent can put on this creature pressure before you ever get to that point of the game, maybe not
The
a luxury
Selesnya deck
you
is
can afford.
definitely piqued my interest.
So, Mani, with these two decks, they're very much outliers in terms of what we expected this weekend. Who do you think's got the build that'll be more successful this weekend, just based on what we've seen so far?
It's really hard for me to say because the Selesnya Ramp deck caught me off guard for sure. I was looking at Hinata list as a possibility, and I would guess that certainly if they chose to bring it, they do believe that they have a great runes matchup. But I wasn't a big believer in Hinata coming into the weekend, despite really wanting to see it. So I'm going to go with the unknown factor for myself and pick the Ramp deck.
Well, speaking of, Matt Sperling's opening hand pretty darn good, as we see 3 lands, now 4 in hand, plus Azusa's many journeys. So he'll be able to get the ramp going very, very quickly and possibly get ahead of Torolf Severin's counterspell game plan.
Yeah, and Torolf stuck on 2 lands again. This time, the only real way out of it is discarding that Magma Opus for a treasure token, but even then he's going to be significantly behind. So this next draw step is massive for Torolf to decide whether he has a game or not.
Okay, it's a land. It's a land. He's got reactive permission up. Should be okay. Fingers crossed if you are a Torolf Severin fan, everyone.
Should be okay. There's a lot of emphasis on that should. Torolf definitely not happy with the current position of the game. Will be able to syncopate this Arcana of Vimiria for 2 and keep it off the battlefield if necessary. But
Which I think is smart.
Still kind of tough here for Torolf.
Yeah, Arcana of Vimiria is certainly a very highly played card this weekend based on the popularity of Ruins, so you gotta respect it. You don't want your lands coming in tapped, and you don't want this on the battlefield. Syncopate will take care of that. And there's
a land
before.
And he was on the draw,
but it doesn't
so it comes in untapped.
Unfortunately.
This game, Torolf was on the play, so not an untapped source. Does get a scry, but will be forced to just pass the turn again here.
They were on the draw.
That is not ideal when Matt can just play
Fine.
another
That
Arcana
sucks.
Vimiria if he so chooses. Continue playing around Disdainful Stroke, and
I like how the Discord pops up.
Torolf's
What's
hand
that
isn't
about?
lining up well right now.
Whose Discord is that that's popping up? That's not mine.
He's gonna go for it here. Risk it for the biscuit. If it's a Disdainful Stroke, nothing he can do about it anyway, so...
It's another really good counter, back to back.
Yeah, Torolf dodged a cat-shaped bullet there in Felidar Retreat. And there's a Drawer Disruption.
Cat-shaped bullet.
Progressively worse. You might see it cost as a land here just to keep
That
the land
Walrus
drops
Disruption is
coming.
nice though too, right?
Yeah, if Torolf now has an interesting situation. Last game, he played the Hinata, ran face first into a Skyclave Apparition. Game didn't end up going so well. So maybe this game, he's going to play the Windfall first, and then play the Hinata when he has the opportunity to cast the Magma Opus as well. If that's the game plan, I wouldn't actually be surprised to see the Windfall cast at sorcery speed there, just so Torolf has more information on what land he wants to play.
Just pass the turn back here. Is not going to fire off that Hinata. Just hang it back. Likely we'll see that unexpected Windfall on the end step. And Azusa's many journeys. She's
How's sound, you
all over
guys?
the place today.
We've got her cranked up now.
Allow Matt Sperling to continue this ramp game plan he's got going.
Yeah, one of the cooler ramp spells to come out of Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, being able to turn into a creature extremely relevant, as that is where the dynamic game plan from the Selesnya Ramp deck comes from, is being able to make sure that all of your cards sort of do 2 things in a lot of situations.
Yeah, but now we're seeing I don't want to call it the weakness of the deck. Like, sure, Sparley's got a bunch of lands and stuff on the board, but look at the hand disparity between these two players. Torolf Severin has a bunch of stuff, and we might get to cross this off our bingo list, friend. Because there's a Hinata, there's lands and treasures. I mean, could be time.
I think
it is more likely that Thorolf will want to pay a bit more mana for this Magma Opus just to be able to clear off one of these problem creatures. I would guess Archon here by paying the 4 mana for Magma Opus and tap some lands down. Especially if you tap 2 white lands here, you actually put yourself in a position where Matt Sperling will need exactly untapped white source plus Skyclave Apparition. It's the 2 cards he has available to him in order to be able to clear off the Sonata. And if not, you've got another Magma Opus in the wings, as well as Galvanic Iterations.
You get rid of one, another one pops up in its place. It's like a snake. Ooh, Hall of the Storm Giants.
Like a
nice way to
snake.
end a game for Toro Severn. But yeah, very, very smart play there, making sure that Skyclave Apparition in hand can't be cast.
Archon, it's fine. It almost feels like a bit of a delay tactic here. What it really does is Matt isn't dead.
Oh no, a 4 mana Opus. What a tragedy.
And Magma Opus this turn. I don't think there's any coming back for this Ramp deck. So Matt, not dead, but still there's another Magma Opus waiting there. So he's not feeling particularly good right now.
I would love to see that, but Archon is causing problems in the Galvanic Iteration Magma Opus department, so...
Let's do it again.
Yeah, why not? Just keep those white lands tapped, kill this Archon, have all the fun.
Yeah, this time you have the mana, so you're Matt, ready to concede. Is that an Opus? I'm out of here. Yeah, that's an Opus.
Torolf Severn locking Matt Sperling out of that game and picks up the victory. Jeskai Hanata doing stuff and things, Monty. Looking good so far.
It's looking pretty good, you know. Matt didn't have that wedding announcement draw. He was on the draw for this 3rd game, so Torolf was able to be a bit ahead of the game now, and just things lined up really well for him ultimately.
Easy peasy.
Multiple copies of Magma Opus, and the deck just
I'm in the way. I'm always in the way.
There for Torolf.
Certainly did, and we're going to keep the action rolling here. It's a battle of the Americans. Mike Sigrist up against Tristan, Wild LaRue, Orza Venture. I don't think we've seen this yet on camera today.
I don't know either of these players. I'm going to be honest.
Up against Mono White.
What up?
Aggro.
Ian, how are you? Welcome. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you.
What do you make
Appreciate
of this
all of
matchup?
you guys, in fact.
It doesn't feel good for Mono White, I gotta say. On the draw here, because they are up a game.
I will be right back, you guys. I gotta go make another coffee. I need another coffee.
Mono White is a pretty good matchup for you, so you do
enjoy the match.
Good about this matchup despite being down a game if you're in Mike Sigrist's seat.
Oh yeah, because you got some behind the curtains look at the whole testing process with this Venture deck. So you got any more secrets you can spill for us?
Well, it's really good against runes. And I can safely say that when you see runes and Mono White make up the biggest chunks of the metagame, the Orzhov Venture team is fairly happy about their deck choice for the weekend. Most off to a pretty good start for the team. And, you know, this deck plays out a lot more impressively than it looks at first glance.
Well, getting things off to a pretty decent start here. As gonna get 2 lands down here for Sigrist. Got both of his colors available. Would love to find that 3rd land on the other side of the battlefield. Tristan, Wild LaRue, who is up a game right now, gets a Fleeting Spirit down in the battlefield, and there's Triumphant Adventurer right on time.
I will tell
this will do.
Yeah, I will tell you how they have said they lose the Mono White matchup, and it is not making their land drops. So this is pretty significant for Siggy to miss that 3rd land drop there, as now he's falling behind. And when you fall too behind to the Mono White deck, it can sometimes be hard to get back into the game.
For sure. Triumphant Adventurer, with the rebalancing done to it, made it far more viable in this archetype, and it's such a fun card to play as well. Now, it's not going to be used to go on an adventure. It's going to block that Fleeting Spirit just to keep this battlefield clear. There is Faceless Haven number 2, an Elite Spellbinder. It's going to take a look-see here. And what would you pick here, Monty?
Probably the Meat Hook Massacre. Just make it far and away uncastable, and just make sure that for a while you are set against being able to play out your hand. The 3 drops, you could take either. Nadar will have more of an impact than Graveyard Trespasser in this game, but you know, in Tristan's position, you really don't want to get Meat Hook Massacred if you're playing out a board of Sigardian Evangels or the Intrepid Adversary.
because they're quite tiny when it comes to toughness. But here we're going to see Precipitous drop, venture into a dungeon, lost mine of Phandelver. The amount of times that this dungeon has been ventured into, it should be the found mine by this point, but you know, Khan will have it our way.
It'll be the found mine once we actually get through it. For now, Siggy has just begun to venture in there. So the Scry getting rid of a card, still not able to find a land, and there's not that much pressure on the other side, but Tristan's got one of the more mid-range hands of this mono white deck. We see the Wandering Emperor. We see Ao waiting in the wings. These are not the hands that you really want to face because it's a lot harder to stabilize against them. So this is the sort of game that is going to fall apart really quickly.
Yeah, not looking good here for Sigrist as Tristan Wildlaroo just continues to push his advantage. Ao is playable this turn. Wandering Emperor can come out at instant speed, so yeah, the world's his oyster at this point. Sigrist really needs to draw a third land. There it is.
Third land there is. Could play Nadar this turn. You do get to venture further into the dungeon, make a goblin token to block that Sigardian Evangel if you want, or perhaps go for the treasure and give yourself that mana you need. But suddenly, by doing this, Wildlaroo has the back-to-back 1-2 punch of the Wandering Emperor into Ao or Intrepid Adversary, and both are looking pretty rough for Mike Sigrist in this current spot.
And we'll say, though, if we go for the treasure token here and there's no fourth land to come for Sigrist, he will be able to, you know, either run out the City Stalker Connoisseur, Wandering Emperor of his own, and also has Vanishing Verse to deal with Ao so that it doesn't have that death trigger.
Yeah, he does have the Vanishing Verse, that's huge, but Tristan is drawing all the good cards here, and Mike Sigrist is looking at this hand. It's decent, but at some point the game falls too far behind.
Yeah, it's not looking great still, as Ao the Dawn Sky is threatening to come on down. Can't cast Intrepid Adversary as well as the Skyclave Apparition because Faceless Haven just really wants to be on the battlefield. So we're going to see a plus on the Wandering Emperor. The 3/3 now has first strike. Oh, that was a 2/2. And a counter on it, so yeah, things are looking not great here for Mike Sigrist.
Not great, but I think the fact that he got to keep the Nadar for a turn is actually pretty good because now he actually has the option to use the Vanishing Verse on the Ao and maybe get in for an attack with the Nadar, venture a little deeper into the dungeon and put some pressure on the Wandering Emperor. So this is actually not the worst sequence for Mike Sigrist as it allows him to pressure this board, clean it up a bit, and maybe buy himself the time he needs to draw that fourth land.
Yeah. Because these creatures are definitely going to want to try and keep the Wandering Emperor alive. Going to put a 1/1 counter on the Nadar.
Yeah, so you want to keep your Emperor alive.
Oh, yeah.
And this is the type of situation where suddenly things get awkward, and this is what this Venture deck is capable of, is putting up these sorts of plays thanks to the Lost Mine of Phandelver. Going into the storeroom there and getting that counter suddenly means that Tristan has no board other than the Wandering Emperor, and that feels better than what Mike Sigrist was looking at a turn ago.
Yeah, for sure. Just really, really needs a fourth land here. Graveyard Trespasser can pad his life total a little bit. As we're going to enter the end step here. Haggard Mauling, I mean, it's technically a land. Maybe I should have specified. Untapped would have been nice. But
Untapped would have been nice. Graveyard Trespasser being able to come down is good. You do get to gain a life by getting rid of one of the infinite copies of Sigardian Evangel that has gone to the graveyard this game. Obviously, when they conjure those copies into your hand, if you don't play them, it's discarded, but it still exists. So it is fodder here for the Graveyard Trespasser in the upcoming turns, however many of those turns there may be.
So here we're going to see an Intrepid Adversary, just the one buff. That Anthem effect on the team, allowing every creature that is able to attack to swing in here. This poor little goblin is going to get thrown under the bus. And are we taking 7 here for Sigrist?
You're really tempted to trade off here as much as you don't want to. It feels like you have to because you do have these two Wandering Emperors in hand. You need to start picking this board off slowly. And you see Sigrist really prioritize getting this Vigilance creature off the board, as that's one that you can't hit with the Wandering Emperor. So it makes sense for him to play it the way he does, but the biggest route to victory here for Sigrist is lands, because that Meathook Massacre, it may cost more, but it's still there. So that is one way for him to stabilize this game.
Yeah, if he can get to 7 mana or find a way to kill the Intrepid Adversary, he'll be able to clear this entire battlefield down. That doesn't solve the problem of the Faceless Havens hanging out there. That he's going to need to find another answer for.
And you know, Sigrist is looking at the options. If he plays City Stalker Connoisseur, he's just dead to the board, so he has no out there. So what he has to hope for is for Wallaru to attack with this Intrepid Adversary for him to be able to exile it and take the biggest chunk of power off the board.
Tristan's got almost an embarrassment of riches. Now, this isn't something you typically see with a mono-white deck. You know, after a point, it's just like, oh, top decking, hope you find something. But he's not running out of some things. He just draws gas each turn.
Yeah, not running out of some things is right. Able to activate a Faceless Haven, put a counter on that 3/3 Samurai token if he so wishes, or just leave up the Wandering Emperor activation. And Tristan's not falling for it. This Intrepid Adversary not attacking means that Mike Sigrist isn't able to remove that big of a chunk. Will be taking 11 here, but can choose to gain 2 life thanks to this Wandering Emperor, so he won't be dead.
Yep. Not out of it yet. It's gonna go down to 2, though. Let's see if Sigrist can find something to help him off the top of the library.
Yeah, and I love that counter positioning from Tristan, as it says, okay, if you Meathook Massacre me this turn for 2 and wipe all of my board except for a Faceless Haven, I'm going to be stalled out for a turn because Wandering Emperor can make a blocker. So I'll make sure Meathook Massacre can't remove my Intrepid Adversary. And that ensures that Mike Sigrist isn't able to come back into this game thanks to the copy of Meathook Massacre available there in the wings.
Yeah, so an excellent choice from Tristan Wildlaroo, getting rid of that very early on. We're going to see the Emperor sacrifice herself to create that Samurai. Now, is there anything that Sigrist can do? I mean, you might as well play the land, see what's on top of the library. Just hope to survive. But it's not looking good here for Siggy.
If Wildlaroo was to not attack with the Intrepid Adversary again, there is, and doesn't activate the Wandering Emperor, there is a series of plays that does keep Sigrist alive here. But I think doing the math, Wildlaroo will know that this time, if he attacks with the Intrepid Adversary, it will be enough to close out the game.
This is such a tricky situation here for Sigrist. You could see him agonizing over this land because that would allow him to Meathook Massacre for 3. So it's going to stay on top of the library. He just has to get to that point.
You have to keep it, but Sigrist knows that in this spot, his only hope is for Wildlaroo to make a mistake here. And, you know, Tristan Wildlaroo is an incredibly good player. He's currently tied for first in the non-league standings for the World Championship. So he's on his way there after a 11-4 performance at the last set championship. And I don't think he's going to miss this opportunity to get off to a 2-0 start at this set championship.
I'm with you on that one, Monty. So let's see if the Wandering Emperor, where that counter's going. It's going on the Samurai. Wandering Emperor on the other side of things can take care of one of these creatures, but it's not going to be enough to keep Mike Sigrist alive. 3/4/4 swinging on in, 2 life coming from the Wandering Emperor, exiling the Guardian Evangel. But again, it's a little too late, unfortunately, for Sigrist.
Yeah, did the math. Either way, it was lethal, whether you attack with the adversary or not, as long as you put that counter on the Samurai. And no matter what Mike Sigrist does, it is lethal. So the mono white deck from Tristan Wildlaroo taking that match down, and that's got to feel pretty good when you're looking at this Orzhov Venture deck and you know the matchup is not that great.
Must feel very, very good indeed. A little unlucky there for Sigris with the lands, but the mono white deck being very, very impressively piloted there by Tristan Wild-LaRue. And we were actually chatting about it in our pregame or our meetings and stuff that we were having before. And you guys mentioned that the mono white deck is not so much aggro anymore. It plays more like a mid-range deck nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. This specific build especially is very much like a mid-range deck because you know that the decks that are trying to beat runes are also going to be mid-range decks, as is your build. So you build like a mid-range deck that can keep up with those decks, and it ends up working out really well as we see cards like the Wandering Emperor make a huge difference in this game.
Excellent card from Kamigawa. We haven't seen the last of it this weekend, that's for sure. And when we come back from this short break, we'll have plenty more action from round number 3. See you soon.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of the Neon Dynasty Championship. Thank you all so much for hanging out today. Maria Bartholdi alongside Corey Baumeister and Riley Knight here at the virtual news desk as we get ready for round number 3. Now we've got 230 players, in fact more than that, doing battle this weekend, all for the title of champion. And you could be one of them coming up at the next championship, the new Capenna Championship. But how do you qualify for an event like this? How could you be here? There's plenty of ways. The first ones I'm going to talk about here are Arena Qualifier Weekends. Man, I love these things. Coming up next, March 26th and 27th, mark your calendars. Neon Dynasty Phantom Limited I am there. I am there. And then Alchemy, April 9th and 10th. So if you're liking what you're seeing here in the Alchemy rounds, find a cool deck, play it in the Alchemy tournament. We've got a new Alchemy drop, by the way, coming from Neon Dynasty. So even more cool new decks on the way. You can also play in a Magic Online Super Qualifier. Top 2 finishers in each Super Qualifier qualify for the new Competitive Championship. Check it out. A bunch of different formats here too. Limited, Modern, there's a Pioneer one, Pauper, more limited. Really awesome that you can choose your format, kind of whatever your strength is, to qualify for one of these tournaments on Magic Online. Of course, there's also the Magic Online Champions Showcase that gets you here to one of these tournaments. One is invite only, or you can play in a Showcase Open in Neon Dynasty Limited, coming up April 23rd and 24th. And that is how you could be here doing battle on Magic's biggest stage. Well, coming up next, it is deck tech time. We keep saying it. We have so many awesome decks here in the Alchemy format. And Corey, you actually got a chance to sit down with Seth Manfield to talk about Selesnya Ramp, which is a really cool and unique deck. I, for one, did not see it coming. Let's hear all about that deck right now.
All right, welcome to a Deck Tech here. My name is Corey Baumeister, and I am joined today by a Hall of Famer, Seth Manfield. How you doing today, Seth?
I'm kind of pumped to play this Alchemy deck right now.
Yeah, this is the most Seth Manfield Alchemy deck I've ever seen in my entire life, so let's just get right into it. First, we're going to start off with the Mana Acceleration, kind of the core of the deck. We see 4 Tangled Florhedron, 2 Catilda, 2 Reclusive Taxidermist, and then a new card, 3 Azusa's Many Journeys. So tell me a little bit about how you came to this split.
So there are in total 11 mana accelerants on turn 2, which is a lot. I think in the first iteration of this deck, I had 4 Azusa's, the Saga, and I just kind of liked the card a lot. Like it surprised me. Yeah. This deck actually has like 30 lands in it total when you count the modal double face cards. And so like Tangled Florhedron, it can be a land or it can be a ramp creature. It gives you a lot of flexibility and it allows you to get off the ground early. Which is super important for any deck trying to ramp in this format.
It makes sense that if you have too many of those, if you don't have a land and you're just playing a 2-mana card that doesn't ramp, that can lead to a little bit of awkwardness as well. So this comes to the Mana Acceleration. Now let's see what we're going to ramp into. Let's start with the 3 drops. Maybe not the ideal turn 3 play when you're casting a Mana Acceleration on turn 2, but still some valuable cards. So we got 4 Skyclave Apparition and then 2 Archon of Emeria in the main. Talk to us a little bit about these, Seth.
Yeah, so the 3-drop slots are kind of just like a necessary evil for the format. I don't feel like the Archons are necessarily a core card for the deck. It's basically just there because of runes specifically and how powerful it is for that matchup. And so you're playing a 3-mana 2/3 flyer with a little bit of upside, not the worst, but then if you play that one matchup, which we kind of expected to be pretty popular, then you have this card that is basically just unbeatable almost, especially game 1 where they're not going to have much removal at all. The 3-drop cards, optimally, you just play a 2-mana ramp card in most matchups, and then you're already on 4 mana, and so then maybe you find a time to get a 3-drop in there. But if you don't have a 2-mana ramp, as sometimes you don't, then you can play a Skyclave, deal with their first threat, and then move forward that way.
Yeah, the bread and butter for these kind of ramp decks is definitely going 2-drop to 4-drop. So let's take a look at the 4-drop because this seems like the bulk of it. Let's start with Key to the Archive. I honestly thought this was a blue card. You know, I've never seen it in a non-blue deck so far. So tell me a little bit about the application with this one in your ramp deck.
Well, yeah, I mean, Key is just kind of a sweet card. I wanted to try it in a bunch of different decks. And I never really tried it outside of blue-white control or Is It or something. So we can find these with some of our other big payoff cards. And so actually
HGG was here live in person. What's up, everybody?
Can be really good, right? So you play
to go get a coffee.
3. Now you have 7 mana on turn 4. So like, and there's this trajectory, and then the fact that you just have access to this toolbox of cards.
Me live in person.
Sweet. The opponent never knows
yelling
what
down
to
a
play
little bit
around from Key to the Archive, and you always get them. Like maybe I'll find a counter spell or a demonic.
What's up?
Or like a lightning.
Hope you're all having a magical day.
Like,
I have some muffins along with my coffee. We're gonna nosh down and enjoy some Magic. We'll get some commentary here on the next match, hopefully.
We've got ways where
but until then, let's just buckle up.
Mana, so like it's not fully necessary to have the key in play to cast cards that we find off the key itself.
Give me a like on the video.
Yeah, I always want to see
Share that love, and let's get after it.
Legion Angel. It seems like such a sweet play. Then we got Yasharn and Wandering Emperor to
What's up, Fairy Dust?
4 drops. But then let's get to the ramp payoffs. I think the main thing about this deck is you want to be storming the festival, right?
Yeah. So Storm the Festival is just kind of what the deck is built around. Also AO on 5. We've got kind of Storm the Festival is gonna allow us to basically look at our top 5 cards and put 2 of them into play. Like, that's basically what it is. And then also we can flash it back. So we've got so much ramp in the deck that you can then get to 10 mana. And it's just kind of this chain of value that it doesn't stop when you cast the first one. You very often get to the point where you're actually flashing it back. And so that's basically almost like a draw 10, like put 4 into play type of effect. Like, it gets to the point where it's pretty good. And I think a lot of people thought that Storm the Festival was just a meme card, like just like casual players, like, you know, fun thing to do. No, like, we're actually showing up to the Neon Dynasty Championship with this card. So it's pretty exciting.
No, Amiria's Call
that sort of card
is better than Starnheim because it's a land as well.
Yeah, man, I cannot wait to see you perform with this deck. It is a really sweet one. This has been Seth Manfield playing Selesnya Ramp.
Thank you so much for that deck tech, Corey. What a cool deck, an interesting choice here for this weekend, looking to storm the festival at this tournament. Well, we're getting ready here, getting set for round number 3 at the Neon Dynasty Championships. Let's take a look at our feature match for round number 3. Let me just tell you, it's a big one. Yuta Takahashi versus Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa. I hope I'm not blowing up the audio guys' earphones here, but this is huge.
She's like, I am
These
excited.
are our last 2 world champions. Yuta Takahashi, the reigning world champion on Naya Runes. Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa, the winner of World Championship 26 on Mono White. There's a look at Yuta Takahashi right there, famous for playing fairies back in the day, known for being able to pilot really tricky, intricate decks. His team says he's just a master of doing that. Yuta Takahashi.
How do I get this down without spilling?
Versus Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa, 17 top finishes. A lot of people think he's the best player to ever play the game of Magic that has ever happened. And he's already starting out this tournament in a very good position to maybe add another top finish to his resume there. Talk to me about these decks in this matchup specifically, Corey.
Yeah, no kidding. So first, let's check out Yuta's deck, and it's pretty crazy that he's not playing blue cards, so that is pretty telling.
Yeah, this is a big match.
Maybe this Naya Runes deck is really good.
Runes going down again.
Performed amazingly, I would say, but
Yuta's so upset with this matchup. Yuta is like, God damn it.
Attack for an absurd amount of damage. That absurd amount of damage isn't something we've seen a lot of so far from Naya Runes, so let's see if Yuta Takahashi can turn it around.
Don't judge me.
On the flip side,
don't judge me.
Who is playing Mono White aggro, and I want to bring attention to those 4 Archon of Emiria in the main deck. That's going to be very
so good.
important. And this is just a hyper-aggressive deck that is trying to pressure your opponent as fast as possible and then play these really disruptive 3-drops. And there is no more disruptive of a 3-drop than Archon of Emiria to Yuta's strategy.
I've been Mythic rank number 3, I think is my highest. Typically, I don't go for number 1. I've never actually committed and be like, I'm going to get it. I just play at the start of the season, and I get where I get.
In your own deck, right?
Rank 3 is my highest finish, though.
Let's talk about our predictions here coming up for round number 3.
You know, I've had all the other ranks as well, but rank 3 is my highest.
You're really wiping the floor with Corey and I here.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, business as usual. For you guys, for me, it's just a Friday, you know, no worries at all. Well, anyway, look, I'm looking at PV's list here and I'm thinking, you know, this is the deck that is not, I mean, this is the matchup of the Alchemy tournament, right? The Mono White versus the Naya Runes, but I think PV clearly has the edge here. Mono White was built to beat Runes, and on top of that, it's just a really rock solid aggro deck here.
Made to beat Runes,
as well, and truly in the Brazilian Superstars sales here. Archon of Emiria, Thali. He's got these cards that really tear apart the Runes game plan. So I'm going for PV.
All right, PV there for Riley. What about you, Corey?
Yeah, I've stopped disagreeing with Riley. He's clearly too smart. He's got
absolutely.
Insider info. You
know, I would try to win the next year using that card, right? That is, and then you keep getting new cards and you build your own deck over your lifetime.
So I'm going with Takahashi. Give me the reigning world champion. He's actually who I picked to win the whole tournament, if you read the article on magic.gg. So, Yuta, let's go. Let's go. Runes.
I wouldn't mind getting to a point in my career where I could play into these tournaments.
All right, speaking of popular decks, we're actually going to take a look at some more cool decks.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully in the future, you guys, honestly. I'll go for it. I'll go for it.
A little bit. Boros
Rank number 3? Oh, I don't know.
This is a weird one.
Yeah, Boros aggro
Let me
is
look.
pretty
I could probably
interesting
try to
here.
find
The
it on my
way it's
YouTube.
pretty close to these mono white aggro.
Because I'm sure I
But
wrote
you
it,
don't
right?
See the main deck Archon, so I don't know, maybe we missed the memo on this, but the thing that I really like about this deck is a couple things. Den of the Bugbear is probably the best creature land right now. Being able to incorporate that is pretty sweet. And honestly, my favorite card from Kaldheim, and that's Showdown of the Scald. I love playing with this card so much, and it's kind of taking some of those
I found it.
aspects from the rune stacks and incorporating it into
I
just
just had
a
to skip
normal
this ad.
aggressive deck. So otherwise, just a beatdown deck.
You know, I gotta say, I didn't think I'd see a list with Rabbit Battery in it here this weekend. Riley, what do you make of this one?
Oh man, you're gonna make me do this again? Oh, come on.
Well, you hated mono red, so maybe you like it if they put some white cards in there. I don't know.
Well,
closer,
listen,
right?
they got a lot closer to building what is the deck that they should be playing, which is mono white here. But the Boros aggro deck,
Yeah,
really,
it's just-
I mean, the red cards just aren't worth it, right? Showdown's
Next time I
fantastic,
skipped.
Field is fantastic.
This is it right here, though.
Sideboard is all mono white cards.
Myth rank
If
number
you're not playing
3.
Archon of
It was actually mono white aggro,
Down to the bugbear,
version
I don't know.
3.
I don't see it. I think it's cool
If you
that
can
people
believe
are
that.
going around in new spaces and trying to figure out,
There's number
I mean, I say it's
7.
a beaten path strategy. This path is so short, we haven't beaten it properly. Given that alchemy is such a new.
There's number
format.
4.
Look, maybe this will catch us by surprise. 4 copies of Thalia is a great place to be. Elite Spellbinder is obviously terrific. There's,
And I'm assuming.
there's
Oh,
Skyclave Apparition, the board.
yeah, I don't know.
Marcel, you have something up
At
there?
some point, I got rank 3 here. However, though, I'm sure I wouldn't.
It's cool to see Rahilda also not know werewolves.
But yeah.
Corey, are you surprised we're not seeing more werewolves this weekend?
You know, I was surprised if you would have asked me like 2
I don't know
weeks
if I'm ever
ago,
gonna get good.
before Runes was
Honestly,
such a
I'm
big
trying to get
release,
good, you guys, but it's
after
hard
just
work.
playing Werewolves on the
If you guys all like this video right now, if we can go from 134 likes to 200 likes, I'll get good.
But dang it, I went the wrong way, didn't I? I was just getting destroyed by these
You tell
entire
Maria.
rune stacks.
You tell Maria how much you like those red cards, Corey. You tell her.
No, I was just getting destroyed by these rune stacks, so I think that's why we're not seeing it as much, But
all right, so let's take a look at another cool deck here that we've got our eye on this weekend. We've got Marty
Here we go.
mid-range queued up here. Look at this. This is an interesting.
Yeah, I love Angel
another
Fire.
Combination of decks here. Riley, you're on. You're in for this one.
Much more into this.
This is an
one. It's
interesting
a bit
build.
Slower. It's a bit more. I was talking before about enjoying coming into an unknown.
Walter
format.
probably
I
loves
with the
this deck.
Uniquely powerful in the abstract, right? It's playing just good.
Riley's
cards.
eyes
That's what I
are
see here. City
crazy.
Soul,
This dude
Soul,
either has
Soul,
like
just
extreme
far
cataracts, like he can't
You can
even
get aggressive.
see.
There's Blood Tide
He's
Harvester and Return.
100% blind.
At the 2-drop slot, but then look at
Or
that
they're
burst,
contacts.
Vanishing Burst, a Brave,
Or he's
duress to mess with their hand, portable
he's
Hulk,
becoming
all
like
piece of
the
technology,
Frost or the Night King from Game of Thrones potentially, or maybe he's slowly becoming Raiden from like Mortal
I
Kombat.
like decks like this, particularly when you've got a format.
I'm a
that
big
is
fan of
wide
Heart of the
open as this,
Cards.
And then,
Think that
mate, I love you love
it applies in all aspects.
Well.
I do love Kiki Jiki, and just
But yeah,
because
look
we
at this
added
guy's
one
eyes.
Archon, that's really all you needed to make these red cards better for you, Riley.
That's
mean,
it.
Fantastic.
Wow, you're a one-trick pony so far on
That's
this
it, man.
broadcast, my friend.
Hey, it's working for me so far. Scoreboard, dude. Let's go.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
This deck has everything. Valky, God of Lies, City Stalker, Connoisseur, Sorin, the Mirthless.
Yeah.
I mean,
The one thing I will say about a deck list
Character
like this,
creator
when
hacks?
you're playing against
Easy.
somebody in an open deck list tournament, you see all these one-ofs, and trying to play around all of them.
You guys don't
in,
use
a perfect
topdeck.exe?
sequence is just impossible. So, there's a lot of big brain players that just really just want to be like, I'm going to make it so difficult for my opponent to play around my one of a braid, and they just go for this big artifact or something like that, and they just get blown out because of it. I think it may be a little bit too cute just playing that many one-ofs. Maybe you should just play all the good cards like Archon of Emiria, but that's just me. That's just me.
all right, that's a look at a Mardu mid-range list. Esper Clarets. Let's take a look at this. So Esper Clarets
All right,
is
you
kind
guys.
of the name of the game for a long time in this format. This
There's
deck
that
has-
righteous Valkyrie that we wanted. But real talk, Riley needs to get green contacts for a green screen and then chroma key them into flames. Yes! Yes! Oh! So you have to get a solid color contact and then put a chroma key to that color. It doesn't have to be green. It can be whatever. And then put flames and different things as your eyes. Oh. Now that is the hack.
8 or something, and you're just like, how did this even happen? How did I get here?
Seriously, and I think Voice of the Blessed is one of the best 2/2s for 2 that's been printed in a long time. Riley, do you have good things to say about this one?
Look, I like this deck a lot. I'm a sucker for a life gain deck. I played a lot of Angels in Historic, and this smacks of that. You know, with
what did you just say?
With the Voice of the Blessed, and of course the new Angel of Unity as well, which is a fantastic addition alongside the Valkyrie. One thing I'm surprised with this deck though is after the rebalance of Inquisitor Captain, the fact that they're still playing blue. Glasspool Mimic is the only blue card in the entire 75, and it's real. The best synergy with that really was with Inquisitor Captain. It's great to, you know, clone a Valkyrie or whatever else with it, but I don't know. I think I would approach this list looking to actually cut blue altogether and, you know, I guess make the mana a bit more forgiving, remove the awkward tap lands, dual lands, whatever else, and just have it streamlined as an Orzhov deck. But look, I'm always happy to see Clerics getting it done.
Maybe add some red cards, you know?
Yeah, I'm into
There's a Twitch streamer that plays Metal that does that. Random emotes show up in his contacts. Oh, that's so cool. I love it.
I think red cards wronged you on the ladder or something is the vibe that I was getting, but you know, maybe I'm wrong on that. But...
All right,
All right, that's looking cool deck.
Don't bring the ladder into this.
Because we've got so many.
Don't bring the ladder into this.
Players have brought here. Our players, by the way, getting ready for round number 3.
It's so hard to find a safe zone for my camera. You know what I mean?
Prepared to do battle with Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa. It's a battle of the world champions coming up.
It's like Vito's gonna eat me. You have a little HGG snack before this game. Two minutes! Oh my god, you guys are stuck with me for 2 minutes before the matches start. That's more than most people can bear, I'll be honest. Shoutouts to everybody who can make it through this. This name contains both 10-point and Scrabble tiles? What? I don't understand. This name contains both 10-point Scrabble tiles. I truly don't understand what it's even asking me for. Just like it when I was in school, right? It's like, okay, we'll do this test, great. And then you read the question and you're like, I don't even know what it's trying to ask me. How can I answer what I don't understand? Answer? Very poor comprehension, right? 2 minutes? That's forever, right? It's... Wow. Delete the first and last letters, and what remains is a word that appeared in the name of 4 different rat cards. What is that word? Well, I would assume it would be rat. I'm from Alberta, Canada. Yeah, Western Canada. Literally in the bush. Evermind? Vermin. Oh, nice. There you go. Rat. I know, it's like, well, it's a educated guess, I guess. I suppose.
And welcome back to coverage here of the Neon Dynasty Championship. Marshall Cyclone with Cedric Phillips. We're ready for round number 3. This is the last round of Alchemy for the day before we transition over to Historic.
Ooh, going to the big boy.
And the feature this time, it's pretty incredible, Cedric. Sometimes
I guess the Big Girl League as well.
These big tournaments, random pairings result in a whole lot of
big
nonsense.
Individual league.
This time, though, we've got our last 2 world champions in the feature. What are the chances of that? I mean, come on.
No big deal, really. Just, 2 average folks just casting some spells. What's the big deal?
That's right. We've
casting some spells.
Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa squared off against each other in the feature. Again, this is the last round of Alchemy for the day. We'll be playing more Alchemy tomorrow. and on Sunday as well.
He doesn't sound
So,
excited
you'll
about
get a
that.
chance to kind of settle in. What has been your initial thoughts on it, Cedric? You know, this is the first time we've debuted it at a high-level event like this.
Well, it's been fun to watch. I mean, I like most formats in Magic anyway, because they're all just kind of their own different types of animals. But coming into this particular week, and again, it was a really unexplored format in my estimation, and knowing that runes was going to be a big deal coming in, were people going to try to beat it, or are they going to try to join it? And what we're seeing now is that people are trying to beat it, and they are succeeding in doing so. Now, again, small sample size theater. It's only 3 rounds of alchemy. We'll have more numbers at the end of the day, but thus far, that rune stack has not impressed me, but maybe a chance for redemption.
That's right. We get one more data point right now, Cedric, because in the feature, Yuta Takahashi has decided to bring this runes deck that the Japanese team came up with. On the other side, Paulo Vitor Rosa came up with a deck that maybe was just tailor-made to destroy it. It's the mono white deck that just has tons of stuff that interacts very favorably for it against runes specifically.
And you would think, given these two players' history, which we know quite a bit about, Marshall, you and I have been doing this for a long time. Paulo, mono white, yeah, that's not a thing that happens often. And Yuta Takahashi, not blue cards. Well, I guess technically this deck, I mean, look, there's not an island per se, but a lot of these cards can trip, so it's kind of like what he likes to do, kind of, sort of. That's kind of, well, I thought he was just going to concede right there.
When I see that screen come up, my heart just stops. I'm like, don't give up yet.
Hey, your hand's good. What are you doing? No, but this is not the kind of deck that we oftentimes see Takahashi play either. So, not the kind of styles that these players prefer. But hey, look, formats dictate what you can and cannot do, and we are seeing this style of deck succeed for players in this format, at least coming into the event.
You know, you and I have covered Paulo a lot. We both know him personally.
Yeah.
How big of a factor do you think it was that he gets to play a card with himself on it in the deck? Look, and all of a sudden he's like, hey, white weenie, been here the whole time, you know?
As I've gotten to know Paulo a little bit better, I'm going to say as a non-zero factor. That's what I'm going to say. Non-zero. Hey.
Oh, too good. Just too good. He's got Hopeful Initiate to kick things off. Kami of Transience on the other side for Takahashi. So good start from both players. Here comes Generous Visitor to follow up, as well as a Rune of Speed. That is going to give it a counter, +1/+0, and it's going to get haste on top of all of that, not to mention a card into hand, and that's going to allow him to slam with both. Down to 14 goes Paulo Vitor, who draws, well, the card that is really the talk of the town right now, Archon of
Myria or Skyclave?
For its ability to
probably Archon
might be strong, but severely hinder Yuta Takahashi's game plan.
Yeah, but the question right now is, as Paulo has to think about his turn, look, if Archon of Myria was a great play to make this turn, I think Paulo would have already made it. But the problem with Archon of Myria right now is that it's a little slow to the battlefield. You've already got here in Takahashi a pretty good battlefield, so instead of going to the Archon, which does severely hamper runes, it's time to actually eliminate one of these creatures, and that's exactly what Skyclave Apparition is going to do. So it's not Archon's time to shine just yet.
Doesn't have a second white source.
Interesting choice there as well for Paulo, as he opts to take out the smaller but perhaps higher upside creature there with the Generous Visitor. But generally speaking, when Mono White has a chance to take out a Kami of Transience, they will do so with a Skyclave Apparition, as it permanently exiles it. It will not be coming back under any circumstance. But it looks like Paulo decided, all right, well, I'm under enough pressure here that I just need to take down this Generous Visitor. It also gives him the slight upside that if his Apparition were to leave the battlefield somehow, it's only a 1/1 back for.
Looks like we're going to speed up this Kami now, draw a card. Another Generous Visitor has been picked up now too, so perhaps we'll see Takahashi deploy that as well. We are seeing right now, Marshall, a more traditional draw from runes. Yes, it doesn't have the champion, it doesn't have the reducer yet, or anything like that, but this deck can kind of do its game plan a multitude of ways. And right now, it's kind of firing on all cylinders.
It really is. There's 5 more.
Yeah, it's like that Kami is just so aggressive.
9. Keeping it simple. Here comes Generous Visitor to follow up as he passes the turn back. Yuta staring down at Rune of Speed and Skyclave Apparition in hand to go with a land that Paulo knows
the
about.
Seed of the Empire might save them, but if you can get Exile off the captain, a Cathar or Skyclave.
It's interesting because you know, he really does
Thalia.
kind of need to just maximize what he's doing each turn to try to keep up with Yuta at this point.
Thalia, for sure.
The Inquisitor Captain there is hoping to try to find one of those 3 drops that can actually eliminate a creature. So if you take a look at Paulo's deck list, he does have 4 copies of Skyclave Apparition, 1 on the battlefield.
I love how slow Paulo is. Like, that's fantastic. I need to just play slower.
A copy of Brutal Cathar, where some players are playing 2 and 3 copies. So Kami of Transience is a real issue here, mostly because of its trample and the inability to really slow that thing down right now alongside trample. Paulo's kind of struggling.
Just wants to see his hand. Had to play himself.
Paulo, Elite Spellbinder on the battlefield. How many people have gotten a chance to actually do that, play a card that they helped design with their own likeness on it after becoming world champion or in the past having won an invitational? That has to feel so cool. I'll play Paulo, and I am Paulo. What up?
Yeah, talk about hashtag goals. Look,
dude,
one day, hopefully.
That is so sweet. I mean, that's just achievement unlocked at the highest level for a Magic player. In the meantime, the Spellbinder does put a tax on Rune of Speed, leaving Skyclave Apparition, the other land, and then the freshly drawn land in hand now for Yuta.
Oddly enough, though, this Rune of Speed, it's going to cost 4 mana, but that is still doable at this stage of things. And if you do cast that Rune of Speed, it's going to be your entire turn.
Yeah,
sure,
I need to play
but
Slow's
you're gonna
Christmas
trigger
plays.
Visitor, you're going to trigger Kami. You're going to get to draw a card. And though it's an expensive rune, and I mean very expensive because those things can be free sometimes, that might just be the best thing to do this turn.
You really do need time to weigh options, for sure, for sure, for sure.
Considering here said, yeah, he's lining up a Rune of Speed. There it is.
Vroom.
Tax beat.
Room of speed. Room of speed.
Option to draw a 1-mana spell and still be able
Stop
to
it.
play it. Which he does not do. He's got a trio of
a lot of land here for Yuta.
Branchloft, Cragcrown, and Needle Verge. Take your pick. In the meantime, what does the attack look like here for Yuta?
So
no,
if
you
rock
can't.
and roll with the 6/5 here, there's going to be some double blocks that do take place, right? And the Kami will come back because a rune will go into the graveyard. But this is
It's
one
not
of the
6/5 anymore, though.
issues, I would say, with the rune stack is that for as great as these runes are, haste, trample, and we can't forget about lifelink. These runes do not grant first strike. They don't grant flying. They don't grant unblockables. So
yeah,
we've seen players go towards death touch. We've talked about that already today. And sometimes it can just be, I got
Both players are 2-0 undefeated, which is cool as well.
We've seen that
Want to
too.
attack? Yeah, and there's no good attack to be had here.
He has to pass the turn back. That's got to be such a bummer for Yuta with a 6/5 trampler out, and he just says go with his opponent on 9 life. Paulo draws a land for the turn, and he's surveying the scene. He's going to go with Inquisitor Captain number 2. He's getting these out of his hand. And then
it gets the exile.
And look at that. Skyclave Apparition off of the Captain is going to send that Kami of Transience packing for
brutal.
Good. And look at who's attacking now. It's Paulo Vitor Domitorosa. He's even going to get in with Hopeful Initiate and the training trigger here.
Yeah, a trigger that doesn't come up a ton, but is going to come up now to make that into a 2/3. Maybe this Skyclave Apparition is thinking about attacking. And now where we're going to get to the point of the game, Marshall.
Wow.
Now Archon of
Because it's just a 1/1 that he gets back.
Turn for Paulo if he has the opportunity to cast it. Because
and it's better to deal with that visitor that pushes things up.
Showdown of the Skulls card. This would be the great time to draw it.
Totally. Still reloads your hand in some ways, lets you guarantee action for the next few turns, or at least have a really good chance of it. But man,
yeah, Inquisitor really Captain, totally fair and playable.
Chapters 2 and 3. Here it comes though. 3 creatures into the red zone, including the Skyclave Apparition with the generous visitor, and it looks like Yuta's just going to take it all. Falls down to 9.
Needs life gain.
Land go,
no,
and there's another land off the top here. For
another
Takahashi,
land,
and he's going to scoop them up. That's going to be it.
Shuffler.
Concede
can't be beat.
Button has been pressed, and we're going to start consulting sideboards here. Dude, it has been a rough day to be a Runes player.
Yeah, I mean, we had a slight advantage bar there towards Yuta Takahashi because he had that big creature on the battlefield, but that Inquisitor Captain just flipped the script on that game, finding another copy of Skyclave Apparition, and then that was that. And here's even worse news, Marshall, is that things don't get better for Runes after sideboard.
Here's even worse news.
You can see for mono white, There's another copy of Brutal Cathar. There are multiple copies of Portable Hold.
There is no choose a champion for this event. There will be for Worlds, but this is just like the quarterly thing.
I'm curious if we were to talk to Paulo right now, how painful is it to sideboard yourself out?
Right, this isn't the Worlds event. It's just the Neon Dynasty event.
Why? You know, like he just couldn't take the last one out. Like,
yeah, you know, just having to. You know what? I'm not good enough for this matchup is a tough thing to say out loud. So you got to move yourself to the sideboard. But you take a look at the cards that talk.
So you got to move yourself to the sideboard.
Those cards are fine. But I think that Paulo gets the better end of it after sideboard, and he's already up a game. Also worth noting, and you don't know if Paulo knows this or not.
That is honestly one of the funniest things I've heard in a while. I'm not good enough for this matchup. I'm just gonna move myself to the sideboard.
In the sideboard game for Takahashi.
Takahashi's ready to rumble. Paulo's still putting the last tweaks on his sideboard plan. You know, you mentioned he's got even more that he can do, but it has to feel like you're almost pre-boarded against if you're sitting in Takahashi's seat with the amount of hate cards coming down that just put a huge dent in your plan. Well, looks like he did end up
or binder
the spellbinders, by the way, so he benched himself. Game number 2 underway here. Paulo Vitor Damarosa versus Yuta Takahashi. Again, these
Turn
are
2 Thalia.
2 world champions. Paulo 2 years ago, or two championships ago, and Yuta won the last one. We're going to be putting 6 more people into the world championship for this season by the end of the weekend.
Yes, we are. I can't wait.
Yeah, that's a huge spot. You know, when we get to Sunday, if you can make it to the top 6 spots at the end of the tournament, then you're going to be qualified. And that's a major life goal for any top-level Magic player, just that right there. Jukai Naturalist kicks off the festivities here for Takahashi. He's facing down Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, and Hopeful Initiate. Both cards that have application against this. And look at that, the combo is on the battlefield, too. He's got Runeforge Champion and Jukai Naturalist. He's going to go grab himself a rune. He
but Thalia's in play, so they still cost 1.
Normally, he'd be able to just fire that right off, but Thalia says,
Yeah, the white cards, as far as the hate cards are concerned, are really flowing right now. Thalia's messing things up. Archon of
Myria's up next.
That's going to mess things up. Skyclave Apparition is an answer to either one of those cards. That's going to mess
They both
up.
have 2 copies of Skyclave. They each have double Skyclave, and they're both probably like, yeah, I'm going to win this match. I got double Skyclave.
Double white, not so much. Be able to play multiple green spells in one turn. Again,
I love it.
Going to have a little bit of a struggle here, depending on what Paulo's turn is. So this is also one of the trade-offs with this Naya Runes deck. You are 3 color. Your mana is pretty good, but it can backfire sometimes.
So
I like the noise that makes when it comes in.
2-drop that makes it so you can't cast very many spells on your turn, and a 3-drop that literally makes it so you can only cast 1 spell on your turn. Your move.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Takahashi has really one of the best draws you can get here, right? With the Naturalist, the Runeforge Champion, Rune in hand. He even has a pair of Generous Visitor in hand as well, and it's just going to be crippled.
Yeah, it's just getting brickwalled right now. He doesn't really have a great avenue to go down. Again, when he made that choice with that pathway, and this is what makes pathways so compelling from a coverage standpoint, which is, look, you got to get it right. And I'm not saying that Takahashi got it wrong because he has Showdown of Skulls in hand, but you have to get it right. And so right now, the trade-off is the inability to play a Skyclave Apparition. So did not draw.
Hey guys, thank you so much for hanging out on the video. Really appreciate it. Take a second just to leave a thumbs up. It really helps.
For a green rune because he's just paying the 1 tax on Thalia. Otherwise, it would be free. It's like, how do we get here? Right? Like, what layers needed to happen so that you could tap 1 red mana and play a rune out of your hand? It's like, well, we're here. He does get in for 3. That's also lifelink and trample. So 23 to 17 now in favor of Takahashi. But you can't feel like he's in a good position at this point. He currently can't deploy those apparitions. And as long as that's the case, those lock spells for Paulo Vitor are just going to slow down Takahashi to a crawl.
And Paulo gets his 4th land.
Why you choose mono white for this particular weekend. You come into the event, you knowing runes is a big deal. And one thing I always like to say about competitive Magic tournaments at this level, you got to win the matches you're supposed to win. If you're Paulo,
just slam the hole, right?
You chose the deck that you're playing in mono white, and you said, I want to get paired against runes. I know I have a good matchup against Runes. He's already up a game, and in order to win tournaments, which, oh, by the way, Paulo's really good at, you got to win the matchups you're supposed to win. The advantage is very quickly creeping his way because now he's got his lock pieces on the battlefield. Now the next step is, let me get your real cards off the battlefield. And then you really can't do anything to catch up because you can only play one spell a turn.
Yep, Skyclave Apparition's going to take care of the Jukai Naturalist.
No land.
Yuta Takahashi draws what has to be one of the worst.
And Yuta's land, like Yuta needs double green.
What?
Showdown of the Skulls.
That's all we've been talking about, Marshall.
I know. It's a
what are you talking
5-mana
about?
showdown that doesn't hardly do anything. There's his other white source, so he'll be happy to have seen that. It will ETB tap, but doesn't matter anyway. He couldn't play another spell, so he's going to have to just settle for Rune on Runeforge Champion, pass the turn.
Ouch.
Ugh.
Yeah, that white pathway, in the infamous words of JoJo, might be too little too late. That needed to show up like a turn ago in order to Skyclave plus play another spell. Now, what we're probably going to see is...
I hate mono white, but Runes is making me like it. Ouch.
Take care of this champion. Yuta doesn't even have a battlefield, and
Yeah,
I mean, I love mono white, so
that's over.
I would say, Cedric, I would say that the Runeforge champion's not the only champion that just got taken care of with that Skyclave Apparition, because I think the reigning world champion's about to get killed here. He's trying to make a comeback by taking out the Archon with Skyclave Apparition.
The Guardian Evangel is such a fantastic card.
A little bit of pause.
I absolutely love it.
Approach these next few turns, but as you can see, his hand very strong. Now the Sigardian Evangel is available. He can tap down both creatures and get in for a big attack. He could go for Inquisitor Captain and try to just build out his board. The Thalia's redundant in hand. He also does have access to Portable Hole here if he'd like to take down something. But it's going to be Evangel. Go get another Evangel and then tap down both of your things and slam. And he's going to have Yuta Takahashi.
Like the fact that it taps things is like, holy.
This is just it's just too much as far as going wide is concerned, right? So now you get in here for an attack for 8 points of damage. You see the life totals here 17 to 5. And now it's gonna take one heck of a turn here. You and I have mentioned so many times about Showdown of the Skulls being able to get these Runes players back.
Not when it costs for 5.
Right now. There are no runes to really have some kind of crazy runes turn going on right now. So if you're Takahashi, you have to ask yourself, what the heck can I even do to get myself out of this thing?
Yeah, the only way that I've seen this deck come back from this position is it involves a lifelink and trample creature, and it involves a heck of a lot of spells cast in one turn. And usually, there's going to need to be a Kami of Transience on the battlefield. Perhaps Generous Visitor could get the job done. But as you mentioned, none of those pieces are in place here for Yuta. He's supposed to be leaning on the Showdown of the Skulls at this point in the game, but he's so far behind, that's not even an option. He just has to dump out his cards.
You just slam a captain.
Pray.
Yeah, now the question is, with that Skyclave Apparition taking care of a Skyclave Apparition and giving him a 3/3 illusion, has that done enough to try to stabilize this game at this point?
Just takes the token, plays it safe.
3/3 illusion stays on the battlefield, I suppose.
Yeah, Portable Hole kind of answered that question for us a little bit there.
It did, yeah. That illusion slipped and fell down a hole, and now everything once again is crashing into the red zone here for Paulo Vitor Damarosa. He's doing his best Cedric Phillips impersonation here. Just right-click, attack all.
And then
hey, I'm a
they
fan.
can Nganjo.
I'm a
Looks
fan.
like it's working out pretty well.
Kill one of the Skyclaves.
He's lined up right now to trade off Sigardian Evangels for Generous Visitors, which is certainly advantageous here for Paulo.
Yeah, here's a whammy.
Beautiful.
You're hoping that Nganjo doesn't actually rear its ugly head, but it's there, and it's only going to take 2 to channel because of the Thalia being on the battlefield, which means that combat is going to go beautifully here for Paulo. He's got everything. Yuta has nothing.
That's right. Jukai Naturalist and Rune of Sustenance are the types of cards that he needed to come back last turn, but he doesn't have it. And
Mono White wrecks the Rune deck. Oh no!
Fast order there. Paulo Vitor Damarosa with quick.
I have not seen Runes win once today. Have you guys?
Over Yuta Takahashi.
I mean, I should know this.
Getting used to seeing this now. The Runes
feel like I haven't,
particularly against Mono White. Horrible matchup.
Well, look.
Horrible matchup.
If you pick Mono White coming in this event, this is exactly how you expected things to go.
What's up, Rob?
Now, interestingly enough, here's
Jacob
kind of coming in. So I mentioned Brad Nelson in his Twitter. This isn't my goal is to promote Brad's Twitter, even though it's not a bad follow. But I mentioned Brad and his Twitter, and he had tweeted, "I didn't even know Mono White was a deck." getting ready for the tournament. And I mentioned that because is he saying that in jest or not? I'm not sure, but maybe that's true. Maybe he didn't know Mono White was a deck. Okay, let's play
Mono Emiria.
If that's true, did that happen for other players as well who were playing runes and just going, we have the best deck? Who cares? You know, we'll prepare for the mirror match and like these mid-range decks, and then this mono white deck shows up, and not only does it show up, but it's the most played deck in the tournament.
But it shows up.
Oh no, we missed something. And the team from Japan, they don't miss anything. So I'm curious what happened here, because this mono white matchup, it looks horrible for them.
It looks so bad, and we'll see if that holds up over the course of the weekend. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have more from the Neon Dynasty Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. What's up, you guys? What's up, chat? We are in the house. Did you know that tomorrow we'll have giveaways? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 packs to give away. And just like so many cards, right? So come hang out tomorrow. Maybe you can win yourself a Seed of the Empire. Don't worry, it's not a misprint. It's just my camera's mirrored. It would be much cooler if this... Oh my gosh, this would be worth a fair amount, I feel like. If it was a perfect mirror misprint, that would be so cool. But yeah, tomorrow come hang out. We have packs to give away. We have cards to give away. Here's another one of the sleepers. This is actually the new commander. Let me see if... I think I have... I can switch over here. And I don't think this is mirrored. So we can actually preview some cards here, which is pretty cool. Right? Go Shinati of Life's Origin. A 5-color commander, which is super exciting. 3/4. Return target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Whoa! Very, very cool. And then whenever it or another non-token shrine enters the battlefield under our control, we get to create a 1/1 colorless shrine enchantment creature token. You know, many, many more cards, which is super exciting. Like, the Magic soundtrack is so on point. I know I've said that literally all day, but they really do knock it out of the park. Wait, no complete booster box giveaway? Not worth my time. Delete the first letter to get a blue instant. Oh, Quash? Don't even know. Never heard of that in my entire career. If I win anything, dibs on Kaya foil? I don't think I have a foil Kaya. I'm gonna be totally honest. That would be cool if I did.
And welcome back.
All right, let's roll.
Championship Marshall Cyclist with Cedric Phillips. We've got Kai Buddha versus Johnny Gutman, and they are all set to go. You can see challenger status there for Johnny, qualified via Magic Online qualifier. Kai Buddha,
holographic
course,
alternative art lands
via MPL, having had a nice resurgence of his career over the last few years.
Oh, we're in match. Let's go.
A second Hall of Fame resume right now. He might already have it. To be fair,
he probably already has 2. He could be working on 3. Yeah.
Sure. Goals, as it were. This is going to be a fun match here. We got this kind of wild Warzone venture deck that some players have chosen to play. Luis Scott Vargas, Kai among them. This is the ultimate how well do you know your Magic cards thing. So, Marshall, you and I, as I've mentioned, been doing this for a long time. But rarely have they said, hey, do you know what the dungeons do?
Yeah.
Do you know what all of the dungeons do?
Yeah. And I've played a lot of Dungeons and Limited, so I'm kind of here for it. Like, this is, you can lean on me a bit, but come on, it's been a little while, right? Hey, what's the 3rd stage of the 3rd dungeon? It's like, all right, you got me. You know,
you win.
Well, it depends on which way you take.
But we'll see. I am curious.
It's like discard a card, lose life, or
when it
create a 4/4. You go the other way.
There's kind of a longer value dungeon, a middle dungeon, if you will, like kind of the mid-range dungeon, and then there's a very aggressive kind of short-term gain, long-term loss style dungeon. And most of the time, you would go for the middle one in limited. It gives you the most stuff up front. And I'm curious to see.
Look at this Canadian guy all suited up here.
Right, because you know, if you're going to be really going off with dungeons, you may want to go for the value dungeon, if you will. And you know, you might think, well, look, I can just sort of turbo through this thing and get a lot more by the end. Or maybe you just go for the middle like normal. I'd be surprised if they go for the more aggressive side of the dungeon.
Look, I'm not saying that I have Lost Mine of Fan Delver, Tomb of Annihilation, and Dungeon of the Mad Mage up on one of my monitors right now, but I'm not saying that either. Okay?
Oh boy. Good tricks here from Johnny. He's got Fleeting Spirit on the battlefield. He saved it by discarding a card there.
So this Fleeting Spirit, this is a card that some players are playing this weekend. Paulo had one copy in his main.
Let's go, Canada. Let's go. I've never heard of Johnny before. This is the first time meet
It is the kind of card
for me and Johnny.
One against a more controlling strategy like this one. Say it's worse against runes, worse against the mono white mirror, but better against opposing controlling decks. So a notable inclusion that has shown up here in this game.
That's right. It is a one of in the main.
A fellow beaver tail, if you will.
He does have 3 in the board though, and that really, to me, backs up what you're saying here, Cedric. Where, you know, when you see somebody max out on a specific card in the board, it's for a strategy, not for a deck, right? They're saying, hey, if you've got a whole bunch of removal or whatever, I want to have access to this card. Here comes Fleeting Spirit now.
And this thing's a good, you know, power to mana cost ratio of just, hey, coming in for 3 points of damage. This thing's a little bit annoying to try to kill, that sort of thing. And then those ones in the sideboard, I imagine we'll see come in when we get to that point. But remember, I think it's also
Teenage Chordola.
brought to dismantle runes in it. I think it has done that admirably. How well does it fare against a more controlling strategy like what Kai is bringing to the battlefield?
Shit. Baby Justin.
Pretty soon here, because this matchup could be horrible for white.
Well, and this is the really interesting thing for us going forward, because from what we've seen, runes is going to have a very difficult time. And if that's the case, we may see less of it in day 2. Remembering that, you know, a good chunk of the day is historic here as well. So it's not a foregone conclusion, but let's assume that that does happen. Both of these decks are geared towards beating runes.
Yep.
They both have that card, Archon of Emiria.
That's what I was going to say. There's very few Canadians, but we live so far apart is the thing.
Too, right? And they are both, I've talked to players who are playing both of these decks, and they've both told me, we love our runes matchup. Okay, fair enough. What happens, though, when one deck that is aimed at runes and then another deck that's built completely differently is also aimed at runes clash together? And that's what we get to see right here. City Soccer Connoisseur comes down.
Well, mono white just wins.
This card is really sweet. Every time that blood token hits the battlefield, Cedric, I'm like, really? Like,
yeah, you kind of forget that
give it a blood token.
Like, yeah, you kind of forget that it gets that as well, right? You know, 3/3 Death Touch, take your most expensive card, which will probably more often than not be your best card, is already pretty darn good, and then you get a little value with the blood token. Sure, why not?
Wow, Kai just took 6 here. Guardian Evangel and Fleeting Spirit both getting in. Down to 11 he goes, hanging onto that City Stalker Connoisseur.
You got to take it, because it kills your land.
Anyway,
right? You've got to take it.
Skyclave Apparition's going to just take it out.
Oh, don't slam Valky. Don't fall for it.
But now it's long gone.
Please keep Valky in your hand.
Yeah, it took care of the Connoisseur.
They're going to look at 2 lands.
The Skyclave Apparition, you're getting a 4/4 illusion that's ready to do some blocking against these 3/1 creatures. So Skyclave Apparition, obviously a very powerful card, but a little more risky in this particular matchup.
Just land and pass turn.
Looks like Kai's going to play Takanuma, Abandoned Mire as a lane here, and perhaps lean on the Wandering.
Beautiful. Okay, nice.
Big sigh. I have nothing to do. It's your turn.
Yeah. The half head shake. IRL, you know, go ahead.
Unbelievable.
Yes, you got this one.
Unbelievable how I'm flooding. I'm not going to activate my blood token. Just go.
I'm really curious to see what Johnny does here, because you know, the Wandering Emperor on Skyclave Apparition is just an absolute blowout for Kai, right? Like, flash it in, kill the Apparition, get a 4/4, block your Evangel or whatever.
Just don't attack with the Skyclave.
You know, that's a huge downside play here for Johnny, but you know, can he afford to just sit? He's got 3 lands in hand.
Now the
Don't do it yet.
Johnny has a Ganjo.
Nice.
Yeah, you're seeing it. You're seeing it right now.
Nice.
You're seeing it, which is okay. I know you have the Wandering Emperor. I know it. But also, if you don't have the Wandering Emperor, that's cool. Take 6.
That's cool.
Right? So
That's cool.
Beautiful little hedge here from Johnny. He's taking away the drastic, just the total blowout, right? The just like, oh my God, I don't want to deal with this. And saying, look, okay, fine. If you have Wandering Emperor, you're going to get me, right? Like you're going to get a card. It's going to happen. There's no way around that. But at least I can do is make it so that you're just getting one card out of the thing.
Right? I'm from rural Alberta, and I also know all 30 million Canadians by first and middle name.
Johnny the option to use Iganjo, Seed of the Empire. If he'd like, he's going to decline it, though. What do you think of those planes? You're a planes connoisseur.
What do you think of those planes?
I want to keep my job.
Oh, good answer. That was a good answer. I love that answer. I think it was sweet. Little like computer stuff.
Stop. No, you're so much better than
Stop.
this. I know this is our first like pro tour working together. You're so much better than this.
I'm trying to
You're trying to entice.
Yeah.
Nope.
Trying to get you.
Nope.
I just think they're so creative and cool.
And cool.
There's a lot of words you can use to describe them.
I'm just glad that you agree, because I don't really see how you couldn't.
Don't really see how you couldn't.
And a 2/2 off of the Wandering Emperor now. Brutal Cathar off the top, but there's also Infernal Grasp that Kai drew last turn. So we're going to see
2 life, though.
Some fireworks here between these two.
You just take the token.
So a 6th land with that 5th plains. You have the opportunity to do multiple things in a tourney for Johnny. Just depending on how you want to sequence it and what you want to play around here. Yeah, and this is sorry to cut you off there. This is an instance where you actually can do multiple things in one turn because you're casting one spell in Brutal Cathar if you want to play it pre-combat, and then the other thing that you're doing is not actually casting a spell and channeling a Ganjo. So
that's right.
We're good around the Archon stuff.
Yeah, and the one interesting dynamic as well is when it comes to like keeping these beautiful snow-covered plains in hands or not is that he still
smart. Take the token, right? Totally.
And he would like to keep extra cards in hand to be able to discard to it to save it from a removal spell or something like that. Looks like he's going to send in the Fleeting Spirit against the Wandering Emperor, and that will actually, even worse.
Yeah.
So now Johnny has interesting choice here where he probably just needs to bail out on this attack and save his Fleeting Spirit. The 4/4 is just too big, and he'll have to discard a plains to do so.
Good thing he had all those extra lands.
Now he doesn't have Iganjo available, as you mentioned. So, but we do.
Couldn't he have Iganjo'd the 4/4?
It has now saved itself from 2 different death situations.
I mean, one thing we're seeing the power of right now is the impact the Wandering Emperor is having on this game because we're kind of playing a sub game, which is I need to get that thing off the battlefield to be able to compete in this game. And goodbye Iganjo and hello Blood Token.
Man, that card is so brutal. What's your most expensive card? Well, it's 0. Yeah, go ahead, discard it. Yeah.
Yep. See ya.
By the way, to add on to your point that you just made, Cedric, this is now the second game that you and I have commented just today that the Wandering Emperor completely changed the way that the game was going.
Everything.
Right? Like Johnny was doing pretty well there. Take a snapshot of this board. No cards in hand, a couple of small creatures.
The Wandering Emperor is very, very good.
A 2/3 and a Planeswalker with 2 blood token, by the way, at the ready if Kai decides that he'd like to filter away a draw step. I mean, things weren't looking that good until the Wandering Emperor hit the battlefield.
Looks like we're going to do a little blood sacrifice here, so get rid of...
Probably just get a land.
A lot of high upside draw steps here.
Valky's great, though. Oh, that's not bad, though.
There's Nadar, Selfless Paladin, and a land. We might do a little dungeoneering here.
Here we go.
That Nadar, Selfless Paladin.
It's the first match, too. Nice.
Yeah, with that Nadar draw, I think, and with these activations, these blood tokens, Marshall, I mean, we're thinking advantage Kai now. He's kind of smoothing things out. Planeswalker active, board kind of gummed up, and now this.
Yeah, I'm liking the position he's in. So let's see if he goes through the Lost Mine of Phandelver in the middle there. Yes, he does. That'll get him to Scry 1. It's the most immediate impact you can have, and it also sets you up for the next turn as well. Ooh, P. Diddy, Precipitous Drop. This was one of...
It's a good nickname for that card. Okay.
Yeah.
P. Diddy.
A lot of those. Yeah, so this is one of the cards that was actually greatly improved.
Yeah, with the rebalance. Yeah,
with the rebalance.
Made significantly better.
It's only 2 mana now.
Yep.
And it turns out, you know, make something 1 mana cheaper. That's a huge deal, right? The knobs to turn on Magic cards are actually very big, right? Like if you add a mana to a card or take away a mana to a card, that's often the difference between being playable in a competitive format like this or not. And you know, they turned one of the biggest knobs. They made it a mana cheaper. That ended up pushing it over the top.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Any knob that you change on any card is going to change it drastically, which is kind of a fun little experiment for not only those working internally on the cards for Wizards of the Coast, but also us folks that love the game externally that are like, hey, what if we did this instead of that? That's like a reality now, which is actually really cool just as a thought experiment to think about that we were kind of all doing previously with the game about like, oh, you know, what if it was only one
Kai
card,
needs to step it up.
something like that. And it's like, well, you know, you can do that now, which is cool.
Yeah, we've all had those conversations before, right? Where you talk about cards in those terms, and getting a chance to see it actually play out in front of us has been really interesting. And, you know, they haven't been shy, right? Like the R&D team at Wizards of the Coast, they've done a lot. Like it's not just tweaks on individual cards, although they've done that. They've made some better, some worse. They've also, you know, like this is a really good example. They've taken an entire mechanic and said, you know, this missed a little bit for Constructed. Why don't we just see if we can change that? And the dungeon mechanic, you know, it just never really hit. And so they went through and changed a swath of cards. It's not just one, it's multiple cards. And hey, here we are at a set championship and people are playing dungeon decks now.
Which I think is really cool.
They did buff
I think
them
Heart in the right
a
place
lot.
with the mechanic. I think Flavorfully, it's a total hit, but it was a little low power, but I also like taking the lower swing on the dungeon as opposed to making the dungeon way too good. So yeah, they took a little bit of a lower swing with that, which, okay, cool. And now the ability to kind of ramp it up a little bit, which is also pretty cool. So I think a lot of fun things going on here. Well,
the Vigilance doesn't tap though.
Emperor showing up, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah,
First strike is good, but now they trade
cleverly here, not putting any of his creatures at direct risk of the Wandering Emperor, although this Fleeting Spirit certainly has enough food in the yard to get first strike. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. And it looks like it's just going to trade off.
Okay.
Well, they both had first strike.
Oh, I see. They both had first strike. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Nadar had picked up the counter from the Wandering Emperor, which also gives it first strike. So those are going to trade off, and that's going to leave Johnny on nothing. Just the Archon, the Moonrage Brute, and his own Wandering Emperor. But he's being pretty solidly outclassed on the other side right now.
Yeah, now the question is you know,
yeah, and once Mono White starts top decking,
it's not snow-covered plains,
especially not that one.
Well, yeah,
especially not that one.
Look,
I almost got you to jump in.
Twitch. Look, it has nothing to do with the artwork. It more so has to do with the weird like minimize, maximize X in the top corner. That's
so
what's
cool.
That's
Doesn't it remind you of like your childhood playing?
I love it.
Pixelated video games.
I personally like it.
Monitor. Yeah.
Like,
come on. Yeah. Come on.
Come on.
Chandelar.
I like it.
Little King's Quest in there.
Look, one of the best things about Magic now, speaking honestly, is that there's a million different artworks for cards, everything. So if one doesn't resonate with someone like myself, I'm going to find one that does, and vice versa. That's cool.
How worried are you about it for, like, let's say one day you and I are commentating paper Magic.
What did you just say?
Yeah, if you remember those days, right? You know,
yeah, it's always going to be night.
Hey, one day let's get back to that, right? So now we're sitting there and somebody plays some card you've never seen that version of. Getting like probably a Tarmogoyf. Not 100% on that.
Look, if you want the absolute truth, it is something I literally have nightmares about.
Like actual, you've woken up and
I just have nightmares. It's just I don't know what that card is. Yeah.
Oh, I've had that nightmare too, actually. Cedric and I get to have a lot of like kind of therapy sessions with each other because I think of the people in the world, you and I share the most in common, like with our careers, right? Like, and it's
very few people.
You know, they talk about that, you know, with people that have been through like, you know, really tough situations or whatever. And it's like, you kind of had to be there to understand. It's like when you've covered Magic tournaments every other weekend for 8 years, come talk to Cedric and I, and we can have a little chit chat. You know, it's like, it's different, man.
I hope that I can nail it like I used to back in the old days of knowing what all the cards, as soon as I saw a card, it would trigger my brain.
You still got it?
I'm getting there. I mean, we got a P. Diddy over here in hand. I know what this snow-covered plane
We got a P. Diddy over here in hand.
It's creeping up the battlefield. There we go. Now it's back where it belongs.
We do see Wandering Emperor up to 5 on the other side of the battlefield as far as loyalty goes here. 3 for the Wandering Emperor on this side. So far, the game's come to a bit of a grinding halt. You still feel like Kai is building up an advantage that
dreaming your mythic and waking up
take
in
over,
platinum.
but there hasn't really been any meaningful progress.
I dream about top decking
and
lands.
This is part of the reason why Kai's sitting at a very low 6 life total here and has to feel
top decking a land,
you know, at least somewhat
with an empty hand
at a disadvantage. Although it looks like Johnny's going to just take out the Wandering Emperor on the other side and start building up this Archon of Emeria. Once it can finally get through the other Archon, that's actually a pretty quick clock.
Yeah, I'm thinking this might change some things.
Oh, no.
You know, speaking of changing things.
That's over. 4/4 flyers to change things.
That's game.
Assuming it's castable, then yeah.
Yeah, it looks castable from here.
6, 7.
Yeah, that's going to change.
I mean, not that I would know for sure.
They just need a third white source.
Crossroads. Don't know. Could be anything.
Yep. Yeah, that's
don't know.
I mean, we know there's 2 white sources out there. I'm not positive if there's 3 at this exact moment.
We're going to find out right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bingo,
it is.
Baby. That's the one.
Bingo, baby.
So if the goal was to eventually get through the Archon, that's going to be harder now. So it looks like, okay, so Kai is revving up the band here.
Love this attack. Yeah. Really wants to put as much pressure on the Wandering Emperor as possible. Once the Wandering Emperor gets the Archon of Emeria up to 4/5, it's such a bigger pain as it's just going to outclass everything on the other side. So Kai's going to take advantage of these 4/4s while the getting is good. Johnny really just can't let both of these through in good conscience, so he's going to have to put a blocker in front of one of them, and that's what's going to happen here. Down to 2 goes the Wandering Emperor, so it will still be able to buff up perhaps that Archon up to that 4/5 that we mentioned.
That's game.
But it did cost him dearly. There's now another 4/4 on the other side of the battlefield here for Kai. So we see the 4/5 Archon pass the turn back, and are we finally going to see a precipitous drop?
Yeah, Kai's been holding on to that thing for a really long time. Really long time. Just trying to pick the right spot for it. Hasn't, also for what it's worth, hasn't had a reason to cast it.
No.
Oof.
It would not have killed anything. But now, this is huge. As he moves his way through the Lost Mine of Fandelver, he's going to get a +1.
We're going into the counter. We're going into the storeroom. Yes.
Nobody ever says that. I love it.
Yes.
That's great. The storeroom. He does get a card if he can manage to get one more step through the dungeon, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen because he's actually getting very close to being able to just start.
Neo is just the set name. It's short for Neon, like Neon Dynasty. This is like just kind of
I think
the sets that we're currently in.
Kai is really, really starting to take over now.
Totally. And you can see this attack here. Yes, it leaves him open to a counterattack from the Archon, but he gets in for 4 with his own Archon, and that sets up any 3 of those 4-powered creatures getting through will be lethal. And
Mono white top decks,
amazing attack next
another
turn.
land. Wow.
Kai Buddha on the verge of victory. This has felt like he's had this game for 6-7 turns in a row, well, at least off the top too.
Yeah.
But he's finally able to leverage the advantage that he gained. Again, going all the way back to the Wandering Emperor hitting the battlefield.
Yeah, well, really, if you're thinking about it, right, the mono white deck is mono white aggro, and it's called that for a reason. It doesn't want to get into a position like this where Kai is slowly but surely venturing through a dungeon and generating small advantages that way, generating small advantages with his planeswalkers, and more importantly, he has huge draw steps like we saw in Emeria's call. So it's stuff like that where Johnny doesn't ever want the game to get to this point. It's here, and there's really no meaningful way for him to come back.
I wonder if they'll put Canadian sleeves in the game finally.
He's actually one short of
right?
GG through a removal spell here as well.
Top
so
deck city.
He's going to take it a little bit slower and only attack with all of his 4-powered creatures. But this is a devastating attack. This is not the type of attack that that Johnny can anticipate actually winning the game through. He can survive it, as you can see, but that's not, of course, the same thing as actually. So down to 4.
Wasn't there lethal
with
with
just
the lands
one
and then
creature left,
the
plus
additional
off
3
the top
attacks?
is going to hit the battlefield, and it's going to be another land off the top. So Kai Buddha.
I think there was lethal with that last attack, anyways.
From Johnny Goodman. And the
I guess there could have been removal in hand, right?
Here got a little interesting there, right? Like little quicker of a start there from Johnny. Had an advantage for a while. It sort of started to erode, and then the mid-range deck really did what mid-range decks are great at. It kind of ground out that middle part of the game.
And part of the reason that was able to happen there for Kai is because one thing you got to remember about this take on mono white.
All right, guys, like the video. It really helps support the channel. Quick, easy thumbs up. Boom. You're already done.
What I mean is because they're trying to beat runes.
Oh, and I suppose, you know, while I've got your attention, giveaways tomorrow. We've got packs. We've got cards, which is pretty cool. So don't miss out on tomorrow's coverage as well.
Maybe you're a lot lower to the ground and you have less disruptive elements. An example, Usher of the Fallen. It's just not in these decks for the most part, right?
I've seen one in all of the mono white lists that we've looked at. Literally one copy. Like,
yeah, now, if you thought that there was going to be a black-white mid-range deck that's kind of a board control deck as being the best thing, you want 4 Ushers of the Fallen because you want to start every game with that card. And you want, you know, Lumark Aspirant, and you want more 3-power, 2-mana creatures, right? And you're just, my goal is just to kill you as fast as possible. But when Runes is the best deck, you're actually taking a slower approach as the white deck to play a little bit of a longer game, be able to disrupt what they're doing. And the best way to disrupt what they're doing are 3-mana spells that don't have that much power baked in. So there's a little bit of a trade-off taking place here of my creatures don't kill as quickly, nor does my deck, because of the thing I'm trying to beat, which Kai and the other players that are playing this venture deck are actually indirectly leveraging to their advantage.
Totally.
Come on,
when
Johnny.
I look at mono white,
You're on the
mono
play.
red,
You can't
these type of lists,
lose.
I always look at the 1-drops first, right? When there's
2 Wanderers,
enough
so.
playable 1-drops, that's when you see those decks really rise to the top. That's what shows you that this deck isn't that. This is a different thing.
Yeah, this is mono white aggro is an appropriate thing to call this deck. You could certainly in some formats.
It's more like mono white stacks.
It plays very much for you legacy players out there, you modern players. It plays very much like a Death and Taxes or just like
it's
that style
stack.
of white board control deck via creatures. That's what it's more playing, like a Hate Bear style deck where the creatures have relevant text on them as opposed to just being 2-1 for 1. Let's do this.
Totally. You know, and mid-range decks do come in different flavors, right? Some of them are skewed towards the cheaper spells, a little bit more on board. Some of them are right in the middle, and some of them, you know, are approaching a control deck, but they're really kind of creature-based and still are playing a bunch of that mid-level stuff. And this one's the first, right? It's leaning towards the aggressive end of things, but yeah, I mean, I could have you build.
Well, I mean, that's a 3-1
white aggressive deck in this format that would be much, much faster and much, much more consistent at doing the I'm going to get you from 20 to 0 thing as quickly as I can. Clearly not what they were optimizing for with this build.
Yeah, not the goal. Not the goal.
The goal is to beat Naya Runes and have enough game against everything else. And right now, we're finding out what it looks like against everything else. Because this is the first time, at least for you and I, said that we get to see 2 of the decks that were designed to beat Naya Runes facing each other. No Naya Runes to be seen.
Looks like we're going to see a little Fleeting Spirit beatdown here. Okay.
That's right. Triumphant Adventurer could block. It has Death Touch. It has First Strike as long as it's Kai's turn. So this is just a trade as it sits, meaning that Johnny can decide to discard a card to save it, but that wouldn't really make much sense at this point. So he's going to go ahead and let it go. And there's Elite Spellbinder to follow up here for.
But what do you take? Archangel?
This is interesting.
That's a lot of action in hand there for Kai.
Yeah, so I meant
right?
my interest level.
I think you have to take the Archangel.
Are we supposed to like snipe this Emiria's Call?
There's no other way to deal with the Archangel.
Basically take a land.
Yeah, maybe try to get a little. I don't want to
But
say
it can be played. It can still be played as a
the only reason
land.
I don't love this is because Kai does have other plays, right? He's got 2 Graveyard Trespassers with the 3rd land.
They have to take the Angel, yeah.
It's never going to work itself into the equation. This game
Because if they were to take Amiria's Call,
7
they could
mana,
still just put it in as a land.
It's like that's probably a safer thing to take. That thing's really hard to beat anyway.
Nadar Selfless Paladin, nice top deck there for Kai. He's going to run that out right now. Let's go into that dungeon again. Snaps off Lost Mana Fandelver once again. That's going to give him that scry. You know, that makes a lot of sense to me because that's the one that gives you the immediate payoff, right? You get a scry one right away. And, you know, when you're digging around for lands or you need to find certain answers, that's what you want. And then you can worry about the rest later.
Yeah, you get to go to the cave's entrance. Yes. Look, baby, if we're going to venture through the dungeon, we're going to venture through the dungeon.
I love it. I'm here for the storeroom, the cave's entrance.
That's right. We'll see what room we're going to go into next.
It could be anything.
Here we go.
It could be anything. Marshall's
he does have
no
2
idea.
options here on this next one.
Ah, yes, the Goblin Lair of the Mine Tunnels.
Yes.
Mine Tunnels is actually of interest. A little mana.
Not too bad. And when you have as much action as he has in his hand here with the Connoisseur, the Trespasser, another Trespasser, and then, yeah, maybe even down the line, Amiria's Call or the Lisa Forgotten Archangel. Yeah, having that treasure token's big game.
And now here's this busted card. This card's so good.
This card's busted. I think you're exactly right. One of these Wandering Emperors is going to have to get discarded. That's about the best you're going to get from Johnny's perspective because, well, it's redundant anyway, but, like, come on.
It's also worth noting, too, this is like a kind of a minor thing. It's you see the Wandering Emperor join the fray at the end step, but Nadar having Vigilance is actually pretty relevant there, so Wandering Emperor can't keep that thing alive. So small little keywords playing a big role over the course of this game.
It's funny, they're talking about it as the best hill giant of all time, the City Stalker Connoisseur, but, you know, there's other column hill giants, you know, 3/3s for 4 mana in this format. In fact, in these decks that are right up there with it as well, they've really kind of pushed that little narrow niche of card, the 4 mana 3/3, quite hard here. You know, with Inquisitor Captain also being a big part of the puzzle on the other side. Here comes the Guardian Evangel. This is a great turn 4 play as you get another one and you get
tap it and then have the Wanderer exile it.
So that
nice.
they're not able to block. That'll net an extra couple of damage.
This is my kind of card. If I was playing mono white, I understand why why versions aren't playing 4 copies. Again, in specific metagames, like I was talking about, if you were just balls to the wall aggro, I think you play 4 copies of this card. But because you're playing a more of a mid-rangey style, you're only going to play maybe 1 or 2 copies. All the same, it's still quite good here as to tap those 2 creatures and is allowing for a pretty healthy attack while also adding to your battlefield. So that's a nice turn there for Johnny.
Yeah, and how about running it back again too, right? I mean, there's some real nonsense here. If you find another copy of Sigardian Evangel, to just, you know, I've seen people.
I'd like to see Mono White win.
You know, if you just have a couple of them naturally, they just you go off. Okay, Triumphant Adventure.
There's creatures in the grave for the Trespasser.
He's facing down a heck of a lot of power.
And he's just going to continue, I think, to struggle in combat because of the Wandering Emperor and the +1/+1 counter plus first strike. So this game
7 for the Angel.
I think Kai
sitting on
may
5,
have to try to play a little
potentially
subgame action and
6.
say, hey, I need to get the Wandering Emperor off of the battlefield.
So play,
I can actually
play the
engage in
call.
combat in a meaningful way. And well, there you
Play the
see it.
Trespasser, gain life.
Oh,
and
hang
then
on.
next turn.
Dark Pool or
Pool?
Yeah. So I feel like right now, I'm in an episode of Legend of the Hidden Temple, fan favorite show of mine on Nickelodeon. Just like you can play OMAC if you want, and I'm like the Silver Snakes, and I'm just trying to work my way to the treasure right now.
Okay.
The treasure is killing the Wanderer.
Marshall just has no idea what he's
I
referencing.
believe everything that you just.
I hate that you don't know this show.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Literally no clue what you're talking about.
You need to go on YouTube later. It is one of the best shows of our generation, my friend.
Okay, so not right now.
No, not in this exact moment, but come on.
But later. All right, so here comes Graveyard Trespasser. And there's plenty of food in the yard there.
Lots
of
food.
And then the follow-up Triumphant Adventure. Now, this did cost Kai some action. He had to pay 3 life and play the area from his hand to maintain that treasure token. It looks like he's got his eyes on Lisa for a little bit later. Forgotten Archangel can be a great type of spell to kind of clean up the mess on the battlefield, but he's still a mana away from being able to cast it.
All right, so we're going to kick things off with a land.
Chat says Marshall didn't have a TV as a kid.
Look, it's tough. I wasn't gonna point the attention that way.
What's wrong with the radio? You know, use your imagination.
What's wrong with the radio?
That's what these Zoomers don't have anymore is imagination. It's unbelievable, really.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Triumphant Adventurer and Graveyard Trespasser staring down Elite Spellbinder and a Samurai that's had better days, but also
before your time.
The Wandering Emperor. Oh, look at this. Faceless Haven getting fired up, and now we're going to see the Wandering Emperor activation as well.
Okay.
To put some business on the battlefield here. This is a big attack. It's for 7 damage on a player who's at 9, and the Faceless Haven doesn't. There's no good interaction here.
No, first strike, 4/4. Don't forget about the Valorous stance that's kind of hanging out there as well, too. So Johnny is pretty well protected. I gotta say, in this exact moment, especially because he has the Planeswalker and Kai doesn't, I think it's advantaged Johnny a little bit here as he's trying to cross the finish line. Ooh, boy.
Okay. So this plan would theoretically work if a land came off the top, but Valorous Stance probably means that's not a thing?
Probably. Because you are getting a transformation into Graveyard Glutton. So maybe some life gains on the way, maybe. I'm not sure how much that matters.
Yeah, that could definitely matter, for sure. Like, it means that the Elite Spellbinder isn't lethal on its
I've got to pull it up. We're going to look at it after this.
On it. Going from 2 life to 4. Also, the 4/4 very relevant here, as it means that if it does connect with the Wandering Emperor,
I don't know what I'm watching. It's like
take it out.
It's show. They're like.
So Kai's forced to just go.
This cannot be.
Here. This will be a drain for 2, 14 for
what
Johnny,
I'm supposed to be looking at.
4 for Kai. And an interesting decision here from Johnny. Does he use Valorous Stance? Does he chump block? He chump blocks.
Okay.
He knows about Lisa, remember. He's the one that put
What
that
a world.
Into that kind of tax zone.
So now you're just all in casting this.
Yes, and the question is it lethal? And the answer is yes, right? Because he can come up with 2
Blue,
4-powered
I don't really even know what it's called.
Remember, the Haven already has a counter on it from before.
I think it's called Illusions.
So that should do it.
I think.
Yeah, so Wandering Empress should just put this +1/+1 counter
I mean,
on the Elite Spellbinder.
random weird name.
It should just be a wrap now.
Yeah, it's just a wrap even just with the one creature. So there you go.
Mono
Game number 2,
white!
a nice win there for Johnny, taking down Kai Bude and forcing a game 3. These have been really good games between these two. This matchup seems close, right? You and I maybe got a little used to seeing kind of lopsided matchups, but this one's actually kind of right in the middle.
Yeah, we have been running into some lopsided matchups thus far in the matches that we have covered, but we got some good back and forth here. Kind of creature-centric-esque matchups with Kai getting a little bit of value as he ventures through dungeons, and Johnny just trying to pressure Kai and hoping that his draw doesn't come together all that well. The biggest difference here, I would say, is that in this particular game, Kai will be on the play, so ideally for him, playing on the front foot more so than the back foot.
Really curious to see how this plays
beautiful.
out. As is characteristic these days for most, even monocolored decks with an assertive game plan like what Johnny's playing, they're way
All right, guys. Tomorrow we have giveaways, bunch packs. You know what it is. There's like, 8 packs here or something. I have a ton of cards. Here's a nice example.
Everything has a different angle to it that can produce
full art, alternative holographic. Say what? That is a Satori Umiwaza. Pardon my pronunciation, but plenty more. On tomorrow's coverage, we'll be giving that all away, which is exciting. And yeah, thanks for your support. Make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, maybe even become a YouTube member to help support financially, and enjoy some more Magic.
Well, Johnny's hand, I like actually quite a bit.
It's an actual one-lander there for Kai. Like, it's hard to get that. He has so many spell lands in this deck, but he managed to find it.
Yeah, I'm going to assume he's going to send it. Okay, this is
oof. That's a slow keep right there.
It is slow. I do think he's going to keep it. I do think he's going to keep it, and I'm not sure what card he's going to put back. I'm going to assume some sort of land here.
It's got to be better than a 5-ball.
Yeah.
If Johnny can top deck a 1-drop
comes
here,
down on turn 3, you know, you're okay, but sometimes you can get behind in those situations, and all of a sudden they're like apparition hit you, and you're like play a thing, and they're like apparition again hit you, and then the GG.
Yeah, I would feel a lot more concerned for Kai if he was on the draw.
Yeah,
I'm just getting run down. The fact that he's on the play, I think he's going to be okay.
Yeah, what do you think about Johnny's opener here? He's got Fleeting Spirit. Yeah, Elite Spellbinder, Thalia, and Wandering Emperor with 3 lands.
Yeah, and one of those lands is a Faceless Haven as well. So, you know, he's got things to do over the course of the early and middle stages of the game. As you know, he doesn't want to get himself deep into the late game, but you know, he's got some resources here that are really nice to like.
Interesting to see that removal spell on top there for Kai. He put it on the bottom. Exile target monocolored permanent. I mean, that hits everything. But he wasn't interested.
He got the 1-drop?
A little awkward there for Johnny. He draws
just
his
now,
1-drop now. But nevertheless, he can continue to curve out.
That's fine.
By starting things off with a 2 of his choice, Fleeting Spirit for max power, or if he feels that it's worth disrupting, he could play Thalia. And that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, oddly enough, the Thalia play is one that I don't think Kai cares about even a little bit because his hand is entirely creature-based. So it's like, okay, so you played a 2-1 into my deck that has like a lot of creatures.
The hook is good, but they need more lands.
But more importantly, you know, this Thalia really can't meaningfully attack, and it's a bit of a non-bow with the Wandering Emperor. So
yeah, that hook needed another land.
5-mana Wandering Emperor in hand now for Johnny. Excuse me. He's going to play Elite Spellbinder and take a look at what's going on. Last time he saw Lisa Forgotten.
Definitely take the Angel.
And he said, you know what? Let's just set that one aside for now.
And
will that be
10 times out of 10.
That looks like he might have some cheaper options to hit at this point.
And you see the Graveyard Trespasser, the City Stalker Connoisseur. There is no
only the Angel has lifelink, though.
You know, draw a card every single turn, so it could be coming. And then Bloodchief's Thirst, less important, I'd say, than everything else that's going on here. But, you know, at least Spellbinder is so powerful, 1, because you get to take a card, but 2, the information that you get to work with as well.
It has lifelink. You have to take it.
You need to try to play around.
Kai has Bloodchief's Thirst that he could deploy here. Looks like he wants to get deeper into the dungeon.
Mine tunnel.
I think it might be time to do some tunneling.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do. That's going to help him get out of this mana situation. Johnny's had enough of the dungeon nonsense. He's going to snap off a block there. But City Stalker Connoisseur, one of the best cards in the format, is going to hit the battlefield. And this is just huge.
Oh, you see how quick they took that? Boom! Didn't even think about it.
Of the Wandering Emperor down the line here. And that blood token could come in very handy for Kai as well.
So this is actually really interesting. So that City Stalker Connoisseur comes down, and of course it takes the most expensive card in the opponent's hand, right? But I think if Kai had the option to go...
Oh, they didn't get to pick. That's why Otto took it, because it just took the most expensive one.
He may have wanted to do that because the Wandering Emperor is still another turn away because of the Thalia. So if he had the option of just like, look at your hand, select a card, I'm not convinced he would take the Wandering Emperor.
I thought they got to select for a second.
Because at the time he cast the Connoisseur, Johnny only had 3 mana. So it's actually just kind of interesting that, yes, City Stalker Connoisseur is awesome, and taking the most expensive card is awesome. But
I thought they were just super quick with it.
I don't know, I'll take Adeline. You know, or something like that.
Sure.
Maybe it would have been different. We'll never know.
Yeah, that's why that card's not good, because you don't get
Yeah.
All right, here comes 2 Fleeting
Spirits. I think one of their audio is clipping a little bit here and there.
The zone, which is red. There's City Stalker Connoisseur and Graveyard
Trespasser. Auto takes the highest value. Okay, yeah.
And Kai is going to say, all right, City Stalker Connoisseur, you did your job.
Yep, took a card, killed a card. Yep.
Fleeting Spirit down. The other one does get in for 3 down to 18 goes Kai. And there's Elite Spellbinder number 2. These things get really annoying when they pile up. You can end up with a bunch of cards exiled to it.
Take
that you can't pay for.
The Blood Chief, right? Definitely take the Blood Chief.
He has to decide
and then just start hitting with the flyer.
His creatures, and that's what he's going to do. He's going to put a tax on
Yeah.
Blood Chief's Thirst. Jeez, it costs 4 now.
Yeah,
it's double tax.
Yeah, that's a lot of work on that card to kill
They
something.
really kind of got him coming and going on that one. 4 mana.
They'd never rebalance it to that. So
no. There's a land off the top of the library here for Buddha. Kai is taking his normal pretty methodical approach here. He's just under 9 minutes to go. He's got plenty of time.
And just needs to get the Archangel out. That's how you win this match.
Player. This is a lesson you can learn by watching Kai, even somebody who's had the success.
7 mana,
played as long as he has still
holy.
Will take his time to make sure that each play is exactly how he wants it to go. Some people play a little bit more by feel. They kind of more intuitive play. Kai's kind of right in the middle for me. He has that aspect as well, where the way I've seen him kind of break down his plays is that he already knows what he's going to do, but then he walks through the options and just makes sure that there's nothing better before committing to it.
I would agree. He's going to make an attack here. Okay.
He's going to Haump up one of these fleeting spirits.
Get a little.
They're not using untapped or
okay
anything
because
I don't think they're updated with alchemy.
Spellbinder or just get in.
At least I know Cardboard Live doesn't have alchemy updated yet. I don't think. Not last time I played, anyways.
Well, okay, so you don't have to play around the Wandering Emperor if you're Johnny because of the Thalia, and you already know one card in hand is a Triumphant Adventurer. So let's see what's going to get discarded. He's going to discard a land.
Can't believe they tossed a land.
He probably figures he's got the Triumphant Adventurer at the worst here. Yeah.
Okay.
Make that 2 of them.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, Skyclave Apparition there for John.
I got a feeling
that's a big hit.
That's a good draw.
5 extra damage.
That does look very nice at this juncture. Really good hand here for Johnny. He can deploy all of his hand.
For
3 drop
damage.
and 1 drop if he'd like.
Down to 11.
You can choose between Adeline and Skyclave Apparition, plus Hopeful Initiate.
Yeah, double spelling right now is pretty darn nice. Do you want to take care of... Apparition can come down if it does.
Adeline's not bad either, though.
Take care of Triumphant Adventure and clear the road for these creatures, and they can attack for 8.
Slam Adeline.
For 8 and play Hopeful Initiate post combat.
Attack with all. Give this bounce the spirit back, maybe.
The Trespasser, I suppose. Depends
or
on
just
how
trade.
You think that is, or you can go this route, which is Adeline, which is going to make.
Yeah, I do think just smash on
which
second
is still
thought.
Totally fine when you're up against a 2/1, and just serve on in here.
Not a lot of blocking going on here. For Kai, just has the 1 Triumphant Adventurer left over. So it looks like best he can do is trade off for the 3/1 there and still take a pretty good hit down to 13. And Adeline's kind of rocking and rolling now.
I think Johnny's best draw, is going to be Connoisseur, and he didn't find that. Now, there is still...
They would have kept the lands and the treasure. They could have played the Archangel here.
So you still do have a removal spell in the holster if you're Kai, but it's starting to get a little bit worrisome. And Kai doesn't even know about the Skyclave Apparition that's hanging out over there.
Yeah, and that takes the Death Touch for sure.
Kai's going to just play another Triumphant Adventurer, hoping to be able to trade it off for perhaps Adeline Resplendent Cathar or something along those lines.
I think you got to play this cave before you play the Apparition. If you're going to kill Trespasser, maybe not. Okay, let's see. Okay, well, going to kill the Adventurer.
Adventurer down, and in comes the team.
Yep.
Adeline's a 7/4 now.
Yeah, so you got no good blocks on it. Your opponent has no cards in hand, and so I guess what's Kai's best draw step? Does it even exist?
And he is actually forced to
it's a
jump
meat hook.
Here, is he not? If he
Kai needs a meat hook.
He takes lethal.
But he boarded it to the bottom.
He takes 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
and
13, 14. This card
he needs to block Thalia.
Now you're just getting flattened. Everything's
just getting
but I guess he would have died.
Wrecked here.
Yep.
Kai booted, finds City Stalker Connoisseur, and he's going to concede. Johnny
Kai bottomed a meat hook at a certain point, really early on in that game.
Buddha here in the 3rd round of the tournament.
But it was super taxed, which sucks. But at the same time, it's your only out
for Johnny. So great job by him bringing that powerful white deck and able to get through his first 2 rounds and then facing a big challenge with Kai Budit, and he finishes him off too.
So interesting thing here is I know we're putting a close on the alchemy rounds here, either now or just in a moment, but mono white being the most played deck in the alchemy portion of this event. What's interesting about that very quickly before we go to our next game is just, how we have this super team of Manguchi and friends, right? And they're like, hey, we're just all going to bring this thing, right? And how good was it going to be? Well, I don't know if it's the best performing deck so far, but every time we've watched it, it's looked really good, Marshall. It really has. I've been impressed.
Impressively well-rounded. We got one more game actually to bring you, as it turns out. So let's head on down to that, where we've got Andrei Strosky facing down against Luka Magni, and they are in game number 3. Azorius Control versus
literally
Orzhov
unbeatable.
Mid-range.
You guys remember that from last time?
Probably took them a while. That's those type of matchups can get extraordinarily grindy. Let's see how the battlefield looks
unbeatable.
here. Yeah, looks like it. Quite a bit going on there. Double Wandering Emperor, Marius Call, Memory Deluge, and Discover the Formula in hand here for Strosky. Boy, that's a lot of action. And then he also, by the way, has already resolved to Discover the Formula. You can see some of those cards are in cheapen.
This is the last match here. There's only 6 minutes left on the timer.
Anyway, they were
very
the prior one. But
little time,
Andre
but they only have 3 damage to do.
Life support here. He's at 3 life right now. He's also facing down Lolth and Kaito. So yeah, lot going on here deep into this game.
Oh, and Duress can clear the path for something as well. So yeah,
he's unbeatable.
Now Strosky's hand is incredibly powerful. We're looking at Wandering Emperors, plural, Marius Call, and Discover the Formula. So if he gets the opportunity, to actually convert those resources into cards and cast them and let them do their thing, I believe he'll be able to win the game. I just don't know if he's going to have the time given the life total.
Yeah, it's so close because he's clinging to the Wandering Emperor here.
Well, Luca's only got 5 minutes on his clock.
And
it's like life versus clock.
You know what? That should probably do it, right? Because the Silencer can just name Emperor. Remember, Luca knows about the Wandering Emperor in hand. Oh, I see. Because so this is getting really interesting. So he's going to react by casting it, which he has to do. Okay. Also, I believe that there's a Hive on the other side there from Luca that is theoretically lethal, right? So that's what Andre has to deal with here.
Sounds like Andre's got to deal with a lot.
He has his hands full. There is no doubt about that.
Luca's down to 5:15. Already been another minute.
And really awkward here for Andre as well. Having to cast that means that he just can't cast anything in response here. So this Duress can just take away whatever Luca decides.
So now Luca's going to get the info.
The formula.
See to Discover the Formula, the Memory Deluge, the Amirius Call, and the other copy of
the
Wandering Emperor, pardon me. Take the Discover the Formula, which is an incredibly powerful card. Get that out of here.
Super good.
Get that out of here. Make the 2/2.
And we can see Andre now is going to make a 2/2 samurai creature, but boy, he is clinging to life here. That Silver Quill Silencer on the battlefield.
So Loth can take a draw. Kato
plus multiple planeswalkers
won't get a draw.
Can you get the, I think if you're Strosky, you got to start with, okay, I got to get these planeswalkers out of here. So, and you do like the idea of exile, gain some life, bring myself up to 5. So
that's good. Yeah.
For me, it's been one of the most impressive cards we've watched so far today.
Definitely.
The Emperor is really strong.
So
Lolth down.
Okay, you don't hate the spot for Strosky now. Like this,
and they still have mana for the Emperor
firmly for him.
Yeah, this is a nice dual spell turn here for Strosky potentially too, right? Because you get to play Amirius Call and then also Memory Deluge with your 4 left over mana.
Yeah, does he have double white for another Wandering Emperor if you'd like?
Looks like it to me.
Okay, so he's got options too.
So as I said, as we jumped into this one, if he had the opportunity to convert these resources,
literally unbeatable, you guys. We weren't joking.
That is taking all these awesome cards that he has in his hand and actually cast them.
Yes.
If he has the opportunity to do that because of how powerful those cards were, I figured he'd be able to go on and win. The only concern was that he was at 3. Now he's at 5, and he's, we don't see Azorius Control oftentimes have the opportunity to double spell when the spells cost 6 and 4 mana, but We're there.
This is once again a Silver Quill Silencer that's going to force the issue here on Strosky. Luca knows
Just
about
Emperor
both
again.
cards and can name one of them. So Strosky's going to have to decide which one he wants to cast, and then the Silencer probably just names the other
I think he cast the Emperor.
Alternatively,
but I don't know.
Strosky can wait and have
Or the
Luca
Deluge.
name one, and then he can just simply cast the other. He also
Hard-
does
it's
have
really
the option
hard.
of just casting it into the Silencer if he
Immediate value.
Yeah,
with
so
the
this
Emperor,
this
though.
spot's kind of interesting, right? Because the Silencer comes down, and if the Silencer names
He
Memory
lets him
Deluge,
pick. I like that.
okay, the Wandering Emperor we've played end of turn, and I think we'll see the same turn cycle we saw previously, which is end of turn, Mega Samurai, untap, minus, kill your thing because it's tapped. Cool. Or
Luca's
if
down
you,
to
if you
350.
name the Wandering Emperor, it's like, all right, I'll cast Memory Deluge.
Right.
And we'll figure out where to go from there.
And that's what happened. He did name Wandering Emperor, so Memory Deluge is ready to roll. It looks like he's going to cash in Kaito for a 1/1 unblockable, which could chip away or become part of a victory. But it's a long way to go, especially with that 2 life having hit the battlefield. And there's Triumphant Adventurer as well. So I assume
3
we'll see
minutes and
Memory
30 seconds
Deluge
for Luca.
on end step here from Strosky, and this is big.
That's step 1. There's some good cards
March
there.
is nice
Oh
pickup.
my
He could also
God.
do another one or a Behold. Always Beholding, he says, puts that one into his hand.
Always be holding.
And this will clear the way for him to get rid of this Silver Quill Silencer with March of Otherworldly Light, and then he can cast Wandering Emperor and take out the Triumphant Adventurer now if he'd like.
Yep.
It's a little awkward for him to do so because of the unblockable ninja, but probably still worth it.
Yeah, I think that's okay. I think these exchanges are all good here for Strosky. Also going to go from 5 to 7
Well,
now
he
at this
can
point. And don't
Enganjo
forget, because
the
of
token.
Enganjo that's in hand,
Yeah.
that you can channel that to take care of the 1/1, and then life is
Protect your
pretty good.
Emperor. Yeah,
Yep.
things looking very good for Strosky. It looked like he was on the ropes when we came in at just 3 life, but now he's at 7 and way ahead on board. Boy, 3 life facing down a creature and 2 planeswalkers when we came in. Things have changed a little since then.
Just a bit. Just a bit.
Interestingly, he's just going to go ahead and let it go. He's going to keep Iganjo's Seat of the Empire in hand. Perhaps has it earmarked for the Hive.
Yeah, but it gets the opportunity to do this instead now, which is Behold the Multiverse. There's a counterspell and a March. Those are 2
That
nice
counterspell is
cards.
really
Hard to pass
good.
those up.
Perfect. Just absolutely perfect. It's just the insurance plan that he needs. And right now, Luca is going to have to fire off
That's the
Wandering
time to do
Emperor
it. Do it,
immediately
Luca.
if he wants it to resolve. He decides not to.
That's it.
He, I suppose, like the chance to hit one of these angels while still keeping his Wandering Emperor around. But it's going to get nabbed by Saw It Coming.
Fortunately for Luca, has another one of these.
He does. And that's really important here for Luca because he, A, is facing lethal. So that kind of matters. But B, if he's going to come back in this game, he's going to need these things to be on the battlefield like Wandering Emperor. Man, Wandering Emperor's so good.
It's a really good card. Not only is the card really good, but it's also just incredibly well designed. I think just flavorfully and everything. I think it's one of my favorite cards I've seen in years.
Yeah. Yeah, when we looked at it on the podcast, I said, wow, this card's really great. Like, it has like a limited focus thing where
That
it's like
spike
heavily
field hazard was
creature and combat
ridiculous.
based, where
Like, that
a lot
was
of Planeswalkers are more
crazy.
about like drawing cards or doing special effects or whatever.
Yep.
And I was like, this card just seems sweet for limited. And Luis
Like,
was like,
a
yeah,
single
it's pretty
spike
good for
field in
constructed
deck.
too, I think.
yeah.
And I mean,
It's
I
not doing
wasn't
too
really
bad.
commenting on that, but he was just saying like, this card's busted, you know, and maybe that's strong, but it is certainly worthy of seeing play here in Alchemy, no doubt about it. It has been really impressive. So another Silver Quill Silencer on the battlefield, and now we're going to see Hive of the Eye Tyrant fired up. And I think that the Iganjo Seat of the Empire has been saved for it.
Well, or Field of Ruin. Either way, it's solved.
I didn't even see the Field of Ruin. That's
It's
even
sold.
4, 5. So I think gonna be 1 mana short of being able to flashback Memory Deluge right now by my math. But that's not the end of the world.
You're right. Yeah, it's just 1 short. But Luca has to be extremely careful here. He cannot attack, or a removal spell would spell doom.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta go plus to 2 and then minus on the angel.
May as as well use the Emperor here, put a counter on the Ninja.
And what this is going to do is this is going to open, I think, Shrosky the ability to flashback Deluge and try to win right away. He drew a Miria's Call. I don't think it has.
That's good enough.
Yeah, I think you're right, though. He was going to go for Deluge to just find a way to get that Ninja out of the way, but then he's just like, all right, fine, never mind. I'll just win next turn instead. I don't see how Luca could get Andre from 7 to 0.
Luca's down to 1 minute and 30 seconds.
He can kill the Wandering Emperor, and the best he can have is a 2-2 unblockable. Luca's deck isn't built to pile on 5 extra damage in a turn. It just doesn't
No, it is not.
So now he can just say go, and it's going to be a duress off the top. That is not going to be enough. Andre Strosky is going to pick up the win. He's going to improve to 2-1. So a nice little victory there to end his alchemy campaign for the day before we transition back over into historic, which is exactly what we're going to be doing after this round's over. Any lasting thoughts there about alchemy, how the Naya deck played out, that kind of stuff, Sid?
I mean, disappointing for Naya Runes. I think pretty healthy there for mono white aggro, and we got to see a more traditional control deck there in Azorius control, kind of do Azorius control-esque things, and kind of take over a game slowly but surely and kind of win in its leisure. So for me, I haven't personally played a ton of alchemy, spent time playing it to get ready for this tournament, but I don't know. I think the format's cool. It's different. I know it's kind of a shock to the system of like, what are they doing? They're rebalancing cards, all this other stuff.
Where did my wild cards go?
Impressive stuff. Let's see what happens. It's cool to me.
Yeah, it's been cool. And it's interesting to see some of the cards that have been rebalanced kind of reappear. And then some of the ones that didn't quite make the cut before see some play. That's what it's all about. And that's alchemy. So we're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, though, we'll be transitioning right back over to historic. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a bit.
All right, chat. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing today? Massive shout out and thank you to everyone who's been watching today's stream on YouTube. Appreciate it. If you're having a magical day. Tomorrow we have some giveaways we'll be doing during the same kind of process, just watching the matches, commentating, having a great time. So some packs, some cards to give away. Make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. It really does help support. And what a fantastic day. We are apparently done now with alchemy, which is nice, and we will be moving now to historic, which is a little bit more popular, I think, than alchemy. Of course, all those alchemy cards still included within historic. This guy is sleepy. But, you know, I do personally like historic a little bit more. Just a deeper bench of cards, and, you know, not that the field was a narrow. We've seen a variety of different decks, which is nice. But I'm sure we'll see, you know, an even deeper bench for the historic metagame, which is pretty cool. So, massive thank you to everybody who's been watching. Appreciate it. Like I said, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Don't miss out on our giveaways. Tomorrow we've got packs. You know, we've got a bunch of cool cards from my box opening, which I did on YouTube for members only. If you wanted access to that, and actually a whole bunch of exclusive content, probably at least 1 to 2 videos every week for the member only section of the channel, just to give those who support me a little bit extra, which is really cool. So it's not your typical content. It's gonna be like box openings, you know, me playing paper Magic potentially, other games as well, which is cool. So, you know, just keeping it fresh, keeping it fun, and yeah, little this, little that. We've got about 50 seconds before we get back into the coverage, which is super exciting. I will take a quick break. I'm gonna grab maybe a juice and a snack for lunch. Once we do get back to the coverage, I'll let the professional hosts entertain you for a little bit, which is pretty cool. And yeah, just really excited for the second half of the day. You know, I like alchemy. It was interesting to see, as I haven't played alchemy since Kamigawa has been released. So, you know, it was cool to kind of see what was going on. Mono white deck. Woo-wee! Right, that's looking like a lot of fun. And the Selesnya deck actually seems to be really, really cool. So, interested in... On Sunday, they will start the alchemy spoilers for the Kamigawa Neon Dynasty set, which is really cool. So we get 30 new cards for alchemy coming out next week, which the previews will start Sunday. Super exciting. All right, you guys. I'll be right back. Enjoy today's coverage.
Undefeated. That is Paulo Vitor Damaderosa. Congratulations to him. He spoke with Riley after his big win.
I'm here with Paulo Vitor Damaderosa, former world champion who just beat reigning world champion Yuta Takahashi. Paulo, with your mono white aggro deck, talk to us about this list. I noticed that you managed to sneak your elite spellbinders in there.
Yeah, I did. So before the tournament, we predicted that runes was going to be like 40% of the field. I think everyone predicted that. So we wanted a deck that beat runes, and we ended up in mono white. It has the Archons, the Talias, the Apparitions. So it's just a very good matchup. And it turned out that everyone thought the same thing. So mono white is the most played deck, but that was our reasoning for playing it.
Well, it's certainly been very powerful so far and put up some good results, yours amongst them. But we move now from alchemy to historic. And I want to hear your perspective on your historic deck, because I know it's not one that you were looking forward to playing. Tell us about this food list and how you ended up on it.
Yeah, I'm playing Black-Green Food, and it's a deck I audibled to on the last day of submission because I didn't like our Jeskai deck. I don't like the food deck at all because it's so much clicking and it's miserable. There's so many opportunities to misclick. But I thought our Jeskai deck was not going to be well positioned, so I changed to food last minute, and I hope it goes well. I'm not as experienced with it, but we'll see.
Well, you better go and start doing the old hand exercises, warming up the wrist and the fingers to get all the clicks in time, PV. Mate, congratulations on the win so far. Thanks very much for joining us. Hope to talk to you again soon during the historic period. Thanks, PV.
Thank you.
There is Paulo Vitor Damaderosa starting out undefeated with the power of the Tiger there behind him in his room. And what a move there to change decks at the last minute at a tournament of this level. Let's take a look at our standings, because Paulo, of course, is not the only undefeated player in the tournament. We have 29 players who are starting their tournament off right undefeated. Content creator Jim Davis starting out 3-0. Matias Leverato, Mythic Championship 3 winner there, also starting out undefeated. Some of the Japanese powerhouse testing team, Toru Saito, Riku Kumagai, we've had our eye on them so far this weekend. We're going to keep watching them to see if they can dominate this tournament like they did at the Innistrad Championship. Simon Gertzen there, also 3-0 undefeated. Eli Loveman, another Mythic champion there, starting out 3-0. And Simon's brother, Dominic Gertzen, also starting out undefeated. Those brothers tested together. Looks like they did something right, starting out here 3-0. Shota Yosaoka also at 3-0 at the start of this tournament. Citrus Assassin rounds things out. That's Greg Orange also starting the tournament 3-0. Congratulations to those players, but plenty of magic left to play as we transition from alchemy into historic. So Corey, talk to me about historic. What's in the format?
Yeah, let's check it out. Historic has a ton of sets in the format. You know, I'm not going to name all these, believe it or not, but this is how big the card pool is for Historic. It's really exciting stuff, and it's just basically every single set that is on Arena you have access to. So let's see what the pros decided to bring in this Historic metagame. We're going to be checking it out here. Now, number one deck here, Is It Phoenix? Not too much of a surprise there. It is just an overall amazing deck. It's hard for this deck to be quote-unquote bad. So a lot of players decide to pick it up. 24%, a good fourth of the field, followed by Azorius Control at 9%, and Golgari Food, like Paulo was talking about, at, I think what was a little bit surprising, at only almost 9%. A lot of people thought this was going to be a little bit more represented after the Japanese team just completely dominated with this deck the last time. So followed it out a lot of other control decks, as well as my personal favorite, Rakdos Arcanist, down there with 13 copies, hoping to see some of those.
Azorius Auras and Orzhov Auras in the list too. Those are my favorite. How can you skip those, Corey?
I'm sorry. I was leaving it for you, Maria.
Okay, those are the decks I've got my eye on here in Historic. They're so much fun to play, everybody. Well, let's talk about our feature match here coming up for round number 4 as we transition into Historic, everybody. We've got Jean-Emmanuel Duprat versus Simon Gertzen here. Check this out. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat on Azorius Affinity versus Gertzen on Is It Phoenix. You know, I thought this was Dominic Gertzen, so I'm just going to double check that we didn't have our graphics a little backwards there, because they are brothers, of course, names very, very similar, and they did test together for this tournament. Corey, you're somebody who knows about testing with your brother, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, I've gotten mistaken for my brother a decent amount of times when we play in the same tournaments. But yeah, there's nothing like playing with your brother. I mean, it's somebody who you kind of know how each person thinks. So you get a lot of advantages when you test together, you know, in that regard.
I don't know. Are you ever butting heads, though, when you're testing together, like disagreeing about deck choices, that kind of thing, on a sort of different level when it's somebody in your family?
Oh, there's always the big brother, little brother dynamic that's going around. But you know what? For the most part, Brad was always the superstar that he is. So for the most part, I just deferred to him a large percentage of the time.
Okay, well, seems smart. I can't fault you there. Let's take a look at the deck list, though, because it is Dominic Gertzen that we're going to be seeing versus Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. Jean-Emmanuel playing Azorius Affinity. What in the world, Corey? Talk to me about this.
I love this deck. So anybody that has been playing a little bit of Modern these days is going to see a lot of cards that are really familiar. This is kind of like an Azorius Hammer deck with like Esper Sentinel, Thought Monitor, Nettle Cyst as Modern Horizon cards, and you even have Karn, Scion of Urza, that kind of plays like Urza's Saga. So I think Jean-Emmanuel Duprat just was playing so much Modern. He's like, how can I incorporate this into the historic field? Then we do have Dominic Gertzen here playing Is It Phoenix? This is a really cool addition that the Gertzen brothers had for this, and that's Frenzied Geist Blaster. That's a card that is just a really strong one, a new addition here. Simon did really well with this deck before, where he was playing Delver in that spot. So now mix it up to another threat that is equally as threatening in this Is It Phoenix show.
Is It Phoenix, one of the most popular decks in the format. We'll see if Azorius Affinity has been built to deal with that deck. It's time now for our predictions here from the news desk. Riley, you up first. You have a pristine record.
Yes, indeed, I do, Maria, and I'm going to defend that by backing Gertzen here. Oh, sorry, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat here. I think that this list is it's innovative and it's interesting, and I don't know that Is It Phoenix is a sort of deck that you want to tinker with too much. Maybe I'm wrong about this one, but the list has been pretty carefully honed with its threats like Sprite Dragon, whatever else over the years, and I don't know. I think JD's got something special up his sleeve for us here.
All right, what about you, Corey?
Yeah, honestly, every tournament we see with Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, he's like always in the single digits. So it's really hard to bet against him. This deck is also really sweet, and Is It Phoenix is a known quantity. So it makes sense that Jean-Emmanuel Duprat is a little bit prepared for this matchup. I'm going with JD.
You know what? I've got to get a W on the board here. Either we all win together or we all lose together here, because I'm going Jean-Emmanuel Duprat too. And you know what? You're right, Corey. It's almost not a tournament of Magic the Gathering if Jean-Emmanuel Duprat is not doing extremely well in said tournament. He just continues to crush consistently. It's almost unbelievable. Check it out. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat versus Dominic Gertzen. Coming on up after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more coverage from the Neon Dynasty Championship.
Welcome back to coverage of the Neon Dynasty Championship. We are heading straight into historic, my friends. Ailey Loney alongside Mani Davuti. And we're going to get kicking off here with a really, really cool matchup. The big bat of the format, Mani and Is It Phoenix versus Azorius Affinity, which I didn't think we'd see this weekend, honestly.
Yeah, you know, we kicked off the morning with a lot of unknown in alchemy, and we're going back to something known, a Gertzen playing Phoenix. It's not Simon Gertzen, but it is a Gertzen all the same. It's the same list that they both worked on together, and I'm excited to see how this Azorius Affinity is going to look against the top deck of the field.
I'm excited to see it too, because I will say Jean-Emmanuel Duprat has consistently put up results. He is always one of my players to watch when we get asked about our predictions for these events. And he always seems to bring something a little unconventional and surprises everyone with it, taking that Gruul Treasures deck, for example, to become the runner-up at the last World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Awkward opening hand for Jean-Emmanuel. Does have a white source, Inspire of Industry, but only has it on turn 2. So these two Esper Sentinels, especially on the play, not playable. However, Esper Sentinel is pretty good against Phoenix, so I understand why JED wants to keep this hand.
Why would you say it's good against Phoenix, Mani? Is it because they play a buttload of spells?
Yeah, I would say that's it. When they play a buttload of spells and they're really trying to maximize their mana efficiency every turn, for example, to cast 3 1-mana spells on turn 3 and try to bring a Phoenix back from the graveyard, you're going to draw some cards.
Mm-hmm. So, double Esper Sentinel, too tempting to send back for Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, and it'd be awesome for him to get those down and just keep the advantage ticking. Faithless Looting, deciding what it is that's going to be sent into the graveyard. Most likely we'll see one of the Phoenix go away. Oh, excuse me, we'll see the Phoenix go away, but what is the second pick here?
I think Jean-Emmanuel is picking between an Expressive Iteration and a Crackling Drake. Does have excess of both. As speaking of excess, JD draws a third copy of Esper Sentinel. But I think I like keeping Drake, as it is one of your best cards in this matchup, just delivering a big punch to the face against the Affinity deck.
A big punch to the face is needed, because this deck can certainly go crazy, especially when cards like Thought Monitor come down. It gets cheaper and cheaper every time you get an artifact on the battlefield, and then refills your hand too. So it's going to be a good old race here between these players. Who can get the most stuff down the fastest? As Dominic Gertzen deciding what it is he wants to run out here.
Yeah, I think Dominic is thinking whether he wants to just fire off an Expressive Iteration here, just as a way of trying to set up the next few turns, as his hand is a bit awkward. I wouldn't be surprised to see it, even though he's not able to get full value out of it. This is turn 2, so he has already played a land, and there aren't any 0-mana spells in this deck to sort of get the value off of here. So it will be almost a wasted effect on the iteration, but I appreciate setting up your next turns to have that sort of good game plan.
Hello. I'm back. But this time
about these
I'm
Esper
muted.
Sentinels, I think they're breeding. There's 4 in hand now.
Yeah, I think if I had to pick a worst card in the deck for JED, it would have to be the 4th Esper Sentinel.
How are we doing?
So definitely not what he wanted to see there. Obviously, it is good in the matchup. They're great in multiples in the matchup, but only if he could actually deploy them in a timely manner. And deploying an Esper Sentinel here would be so costly that JED can't even afford to do it, which is so backbreaking in the spot.
These Smiths are really cool in that they'll find you the treasure vault, which is an artifact. So that's nice, but we're still lacking, you know, colors. There's a deserted beach there. I bet Jean-Emmanuel wishes he could grab that right now. But of these options, what do you like the most?
Treasure Vault for free will trigger these Smiths. So even if your draws are getting a bit awkward, you're at least growing the Smiths per turn.
A lot of power.
Ultimately, if things get really desperate, we can start sacrificing them for some treasures. So I understand taking the card that gives you more mana. It's a spot where you would have loved to have an Esper Sentinel in play, as it would have made things awkward for Dominic.
I can't believe that this deck is still running Crackling Drake
in the wings.
Right? 4 mana, 3/4 draw card.
But as
is it a 3/4? I believe it is.
Just maximize
Crackling
the pressure
Drake.
you're putting on.
Soul Guide Lantern.
Star
nice
4.
Here. I wonder if we'll
and
see Jean-Emmanuel
equal to the number of instances
grab
and sorceries in the
Phoenix out of
graveyard.
yard right now, or if he has other plans
And then
in mind for this turn.
enter, draw a card.
Yeah, that's a pretty massive draw because you get to deploy that. Get that.
This deck ran that
out
card
of the yard. You still have mana for the
3 years ago.
activation
You know what I
whenever you
mean?
need it, and you can also plop down an Esper Sentinel or a Thought Monitor here, thanks to that Treasure Vault being an artifact. So you're seeing the Affinity deck really get rolling here, but you know, at the pace of one color spell a turn.
Yeah, the draws haven't been super kind here to Jean-Emmanuel, as we're going to see a Crackling Drake deployed. Now, Crackling Drake is one of those cheeky cards where even if you exile the graveyard, it's still going to be as big as it is. There's at least another color. It's going to hurt a little bit, but, you know, it's here.
Yeah, I think thanks to that copy of Shadow Spear in hand to give lifelink, Jean-Emmanuel can actually afford to pay the life here for a few turns on these Spires of Industries and try to get on the board. This Ingenious Smith is going to grow and be able to attack through the Drake here. And I think we're just going to see pressure coming out from JD as
Lifelink Trapple's fantastic.
Lantern on the battlefield, he's efficiently shut down a lot of the shenanigans that Dominic's deck is putting out in the Phoenixes and Finale of Promise that we see in the hand coming from the graveyard. So these Drakes are the heaviest hitters, and Dominic is in a position where they're not that big, and this threat is huge coming out from JD.
Kill the Drake, 1 damage goes through, you go up to 22.
Yeah, this is definitely a
I'll allow it.
must-answer threat, so he's going to, a little hesitantly, offer the trade here between the Drake and the Smith, but every turn, the Smith is getting larger and larger, so if you have the opportunity to kill it, yeah, I'm with Dominic, you take it.
Yeah, really thinking about it as obviously the Smith gets bigger, but so do the Drakes, and now JD can just plop down double Esper Sentinel if he wants and start getting that tax value out of Dominic.
Yeah, who doesn't love taxes? Most of the players this weekend, because they want to play things for cheap. Esper Sentinel is such an awesome card. A great addition to humans and artifacts in various formats. Crackling Drake, number 2, hits the battlefield, finds a Faithless Looting. There is also the Unholy Heat that can take care of one of these creatures, but just going to pass the turn back for now. No free spells for you, says Dominic Gertzen.
It's an interesting spot because
I mean, stacking
sort of
those
assume that
Sentinels
Dominic
is
wants to cast
ridiculous.
one of those 1-mana spells
Shuffler's
in
fine.
his hand.
You know what I mean?
So will Jean-Emmanuel start by just casting an Esper Sentinel and say, hey, the tax is going up if you don't want to cast it?
Yeah.
It's really the exchange of value versus information.
That
and
sucks.
Unfortunately, value is double losing out here as he fails
It is
to
historic,
find
Excalibur,
Ingenious
absolutely.
Oof, that's a bit rough, but luckily, 2 artifacts in hand here, so the Smith will at least get the counter.
How about now?
This board is going real wide.
This the cards in Jean-Emmanuel's hand over the next few turns are going to go burr if Dominic can't do something about these Sentinels, because this is out of hand.
This is ridiculous right now. I mean, what we got? Income tax, there's sales tax, there's property tax, corporate tax. Got every kind of tax you could possibly want on this battlefield right now.
Yeah, deciding where to put this Shadow Spear, putting it on one of the 2/2s would probably be ideal, as you are just able to force the hand, maybe on the Ingenious Smith, as you expected, to grow the most here.
Mm-hmm. It is tempting to put it onto the Esper Sentinels, making that tax even higher, but I agree with you, the Smith seems to be the best target for it, as if the draws play nice, there'll be a couple more counters going on that creature.
And notably, Dominic doesn't have Delirium right now, so Unholy Heat is only dealing 2 damage. So this is why he's pausing here to think, do I kill the Smith with this Shadow Spear on the stack at the cost of giving my opponent 4 cards, Ailey?
Absolutely not.
That's probably the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals, if you ask me. Brazen Barrow off the top. Good interactive spell, another threat in the air. This Thought Monitor, though, is kind of stalling things out here a little bit in terms of getting this game over and done with, because as soon as Dominic starts playing non-creatures, the game is going to go wildly in Jean-Emmanuel's favor.
It's the reoccurring life gain that sucks.
Only trigger on the first spell cast each turn. So this is probably a turn where Dominic may have to bite the bullet, let Jean Emmanuel have some number of cards, and then just cast all of these non-creature spells. Maybe Unholy Heat the Thought Monitor,
Earl
get
is
it
OP.
out of the way, try to set up a 2-turn clock potentially. It's really the question of, can I afford to let this affinity deck have 4 more cards, or however many I'm willing to allow, while still trying to cast these spells? Because a strategy of casting 1 spell and then paying 4 mana to prevent all the cards might not work out that well for you in the long term.
You might see Dominic get to a point where he's got 7 mana available, so he can cast the first 1 mana spell, pay all 4 for the tax, and then use the other 2 spells to try and chain together an instance where he gets multiple Phoenix into the graveyard and then gets them out to swing in for the win.
Does Dominic have any
That
field
is
lights?
certainly where the game is currently
Like a Cinderclasm or something?
This Shadow Speared Ingenious Smith is a problem at the moment, although the Brazen Borrower is there
sucks.
for Dominic.
Sideboard.
You don't really want to be bouncing an Ingenious Smith to let your
Anger of
opponent
the Gods
have
in the
another
sideboard.
look at cards. So it's
So that'll
sort of
come in.
a catch-22 situation here where both options aren't great for Dominic. The only thing he has to be keeping an eye on is, how can I close this game out as soon as possible?
Yeah, that is priority number 1 here for Dominic Gertzen, as Ingenious Smith is threatening an attack here for 3, but the Esper Sentinels are saying, wait, hang on now. Let's just I'll get in there, yeah? It's a 2-turn clock. Let's go.
And I think we're going to see a treasure vault sacked here to make some treasures that will make more artifacts that will buff this Ingenious Smith by another counter and still give you some mana to work with in case your opponent does something like bounce the Smith.
That is very, very cool. Don't often see the treasure vault. Cracked here. Esper Sentinels. Triggers on the stack.
Pay for
Dominic going to pay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, I like the Brazen Borrower bouncing the Shadow Spear. As much as the damage hurts here, what really hurts for Dominic is the life gain. So if he can prevent Jean Emmanuel from gaining this life, this is the beginning to try to set up a position where you can Unholy Heat the Thought Monitor and try to get through for lethal damage.
Any consideration to kill the Smith before it gains another counter?
It's really awkward because you want to reserve this heat for the Thought Monitor to try to get it out of the way as a blocker. We're likely going to see JD play the Shadow Spear and try to equip it on the Monitor, I would guess, just to play around that Unholy Heat or force it. But at that point, there's not much that he has going for him, so it's sort of on Dominic to try to see if he can make this Crackling Drake cross the 13 damage threshold.
Yep. Maybe with a little help from the top of the library, Dominic Gertzen can get the game 1 next turn. But let's see. He does have a free attack here, as it were, with the Unholy Heat to get rid of this Thought Monitor.
Notably, there is some interaction available to JED. So if he just leaves all of his mana open, these Esper Sentinels taxed cards may be able to give him a
I like how they call him JED.
Which would be absolutely massive for interacting with this Drake. So yes, Dominic gets the Thought Monitor out of the way, and because he's already cast a spell in the Petty Theft this turn, doesn't have to pay the tax for Unholy Heat. But to maximize the number of spells, which is 7, he needs to get in the graveyard or exile this turn. He has those Faithless Lootings. He has a Consider, but what he really needs is the mana available to him. So each card that he gives to Jean Emmanuel is a chance at that Moose Snare prototype that would probably end the game on the spot.
Yeah, rightly so, especially with the power that's already on the battlefield. Finale of Promise is going to be the go-to here for Dominic Gertzen.
Only
there go the
pay
Esper
3
Sentinel
times.
triggers. Let's see what Jean Emmanuel draws. There's an Otawara. That'll do it too. That also bounces things.
That will absolutely do it, and the Soul Guide Lantern in play can essentially fizzle the Finale of Promise, so actually drawing more than he needs here. And I think Jean Emmanuel Depra with the Otawara is going to be able to disrupt the game plan here from Dominic Gertzen, who sort of was forced to go all in to try to finish the game this turn.
Yeah, and also finding a Metallic Rebuke if he just wants to go for the counter here. But Soul Guide Lantern, let's exile Graveyard, shall we?
Yeah, Dominic obviously sees the Soul Guide Lantern in play, knows this play is not going to work, but tries to fight through it regardless, thinking maybe with this Faithless Looting and Consider, I can get enough spells into the graveyard. But unfortunately, with Odawara being drawn, there's just not much that Dominic can do to keep up with the board from Jean Emmanuel.
All it takes is one bounce spell.
He's drawn a Dragon's Rage Channeler off the top. So Dragon's Rage into Faithless Looting could get him some stuff on the battlefield just to try and stay alive at this point.
Yeah, that's a Surveil. Gets to put one in the yard. Tries to find some spells here, but at this point, I don't believe lethal is actually possible for Dominic Gertzen, even if Jean-Emmanuel didn't have the Odawara. And that means that now he can use the Odawara to just keep himself either alive or push through lethal, depending on whether Dominic attacks here with the Crackling Drake.
An 11-4. So close, but no cigar, knowing that Otawara Soaring City is
even
in
the
hand
life gain on the
that
spear
super
still there.
Helpful channel ability that could just bounce this Drake to hand.
And remember, Shadow Spear also gives Trample. So even with a 1/1 blocker available for Dominic Gertzen, playing the Shadow Spear and putting it on the Smith is going to be enough. So Jean-Emmanuel Duprat on this Azorius Affinity deck, as for Sentinels, didn't look great at the start, but said it's good in the matchup.
Oh yeah, just having
how lucky was that though?
In this matchup,
yeah, 4 copies of it. Like
it's like Christmas has come early for Jean-Emmanuel.
And massive first game Soul Guide Lantern, having that card be in the main deck. We've seen a lot of people opt to have some sort of Graveyard Exile effect in their main deck with the prevalence of Izzet Phoenix and Golgari Food in this format. But also Soul Guide Lantern is pretty low cost because you can always cycle it to draw a card. And especially in this affinity deck where you can find it more easily with the Ingenious Smiths and it attributes to your affinity count, it just makes sense to have copies of this card in your main deck.
Yeah, especially in Historic, like you mentioned, so many graveyard strategies. Plenty of players, I suspect, would have expected the Phoenix deck and the Food deck to be 2 of the most popular archetypes. Now, Food has obviously fallen off a little bit, but yeah, there's no harm in having Soul Guide Lantern in the main deck. And Jean-Emmanuel picking up a very handy victory there in the first game against Dominic Gertzen.
Yeah, you see Dominic take out some of the all-in cards like the Finale of Promise and the Geist Blasters that we haven't had a chance to talk about yet, but they're really there to try to set up for those explosive Phoenix turns, which you don't expect to have against this deck because of Soul Guide Lantern, and instead bring in the cards that are good, like Crackling Drake. We saw it. It was the chance that game, even though it didn't end up being enough. We see 2 copies of Anger of the Gods and Bone Crusher Giant. Just more ways to answer that sort of pesky board from Jean-Emmanuel Duprat is how Dominic Gertzen is going to try to tackle this matchup.
There's going to be plenty of pesky boards, or pesky creatures on the board, I should say, especially with Psy Master Thopters coming in for Jean-Emmanuel. Every time you cast an artifact, you're getting a little Thopter, and Thopters are a pain in the butt for big old Crackling Drakes who just want to one-shot you.
Yeah, this is not last game. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat has the Esper Sentinel on turn 1, so this was just a snap beat. I see Sentinel, I keep Sentinel, I play Sentinel.
Dominic has
start paying the tax.
Got to be furious right now.
And then somewhere along
another
the line,
Sentinel immediately.
Profit,
like,
right?
how do you get that lucky?
Yeah. I think so. That
wow.
I'm missing the middle, but I think that's where it ends up.
No one knows what happens at the middle. That's the thing. Yeah?
That's the myth.
That's the myth. But yeah, really nice start here for both players. Good hands. At this point, Esper Sentinel is just hanging out, waiting to draw some cards. There isn't a Braid that can take care of it if
I love Bone
Crusher
Crusher Giant. Such a great card.
Moonsnare Prototypes in hand. This card you mentioned previously. Another very useful artifact that has a channel ability that gets stuff off the battlefield when needs be.
Yeah, we saw Dominic pay the 2 life for Steam Vents just to be able to cast this Consider and pay the Esper Sentinel tax. We know how painful it is for this Phoenix deck to give cards to the Affinity deck. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Dominic pay the tax at every opportunity available, which means he waits a turn for the Abrade. Yes, I take 1 from the Esper Sentinel, but at least I can Abrade it
and
without
a Lantern immediately again. Wow.
In a weird way, it's kind of like playing with Athalia on the battlefield.
That is like
Basically,
Ouch.
yeah, that's kind of the idea where the 1 is optional, which is why Esper Sentinel isn't legendary and costs 1 mana. But, you know, if you don't pay it, there is a significant cost.
Soul Guard Lantern arriving at a good point in the game here for Jean-Emmanuel. And that's just going to hang out here, just looming over any graveyard shenanigans Dominic may consider.
We're back. Oh. What is this? What has happened to the
going
stream?
At my Esper Sentinel,
Oh.
or is it going at my Soul
they're
Guard
back.
Lantern that could potentially make the
Is that
game
me?
a lot
Is that
more
them?
awkward for you? And
I think it must be
the
them.
Sentinel isn't putting on that much pressure, just attacks, and you can play.
I'm glad
the
it came
straight
back,
faster.
though.
I like
Appreciate that.
Gertson's idea to just maybe play
It's
it
a
a
great
bit more
time
slow,
to like the
leave
video, show
Sentinel
your
where it
subscribe
is,
to the channel,
play
maybe
down a
even become
Drake,
a YouTube
get a
member.
creature on the board.
Don't miss
Yeah,
out on
2 Drakes in hand
tomorrow's
here for
giveaways.
Gerson, so
There we
if
go,
he's
some
able
packs.
to get these creatures down and keep them alive, he could be well on his way to a victory here in game number 2. So Crackling Drake's going to draw another card here. What do we find for Gertson? And a little bit delayed, but it looks like
That's an
opt.
Yep. Yeah. So Oct, Pillar of Flame, Abrade, Anger of the Gods. Fantastic cards in the matchup. Gertson's hand is looking excellent, and he has 2 Crackling Drakes to boot to keep up the pressures. Nettlesis, one of the scariest cards in this
there's not much in
Azorius
hand
Ajay
here.
deck. Reminiscent of Cranial Plating, except now with Living Weapon. Cranial Plating brings along its own body to the party. So really, it's one of the scarier cards, and one of my favorite combos, putting Analysis on an Esper Sentinel, because, you know, Ailey, the tax on this card is not fixed at 1 mana.
No.
It's dependent on your power. So 6/6 Esper Sentinel, you're paying 6 or giving me a card.
Yep. And yeah, Gertson's not paying 6 for a while. So now we're going to see Abrade take care of the Nettlecyst and not the Esper Sentinel, because let's be honest, that thing is scary. So good choice there, Dominic. Off the board you go.
Have the card, get rid of the Sentinel. Now you have a Drake, and Jean-Emmanuel's hand not lining up
Not looking
well
hot.
against this Crackling Drake right now. Most of his pressure, if not all of it, is gone. Staring at a copy of Portable Hole would have loved that Metallic Rebuke a turn ago to answer
Prototype
that
can
Abrade,
bounce it,
but
right?
As
Or does
things
Prototype
stand,
just
Portable
tap?
Hole is looking at this Crackling Drake and being like, "You're not a Dragon's Rage channeler."
No,
So-
you don't fit in this portable hole.
Yeah, Jean-Emmanuel Deprat now looking at his hand and realizing, I don't really have a good play available
Is the
to me.
snare-
Can buy some time using Moon Snare prototypes to channel them and stall this Drake for a bit, but it's going to be the
Top
sort of
or
game
bottom
plan
of their
that
library. So
it's
yeah, they
going
can
to
snare
fall
the Drake
apart,
away.
especially with multiple Drakes, if he's not able to find some form of pressure to accompany it.
Yeah, and also that copy of Mystical Dispute that could be fired off whenever Jean-Emmanuel goes for the Moonsnare prototype. Of course, if he goes for the channel ability on it now, it would resolve. So he's going to be passing the turn back, though. Expressive Iteration and Pillar of Flame in hand, and a 6/4 Crackling Drake swinging on in, down to 9 goes Jean-Emmanuel.
Yeah, certainly the temptation might be there for a Crackling Drake, but considering you can't play it while also leaving up Mystical Dispute, I understand Dominic Gertson not wanting to play into a card like Metallic Rebuke, and instead just playing the Expressive Iteration, trying to find a land and just keep stacking your hand, keep setting up for the future turns, because ultimately the onus is currently on Jean-Emmanuel Deprat to deal with the Drake that's in play.
So here comes Moonsnare prototype. It's going to attempt to bounce this Drake. Does Gertson want to counter this?
This is an ability, so you cannot
Oh, you're
counter it
correct.
with the Mystical Dispute. What Gertson is really thinking about is, one, do I need the second copy of Crackling Drake? Is it going on the top or bottom? As with these effects that we've seen in the past, you do
I think
have
the
the
bottom.
choice. But also,
At the top, wow.
Do I want to do anything else in response? With your handful of removal spells, probably not is the answer.
There's an Esper Sentinel off the top of the library for Jean-Emmanuel. It's a something. It's not the best something, but can use it if he wants to.
It's a
Looks like we're just
something.
gonna. It's a something, yeah. But at this point, think probably more interested in just keeping up that prototype or Metallic Rebuke.
Yeah, I think something interesting John Emanuel is thinking about here is the Esper Sentinel. If you play the Esper Sentinel, you can't Metallic Rebuke while also paying for a Mystical Dispute. And if that Drake comes back down, it's devastating for John Emanuel. So I think we see this is exactly what he wanted to do, which is try to cast this Metallic Rebuke and still set up a way for him to have the mana. Unfortunately, Metallic Rebuke costs a lot of mana to improvise, so he's still not really going to be able to pay for this Mystical Dispute after casting it. One artifact short, in fact.
So unfortunate for Jean Emmanuel, won't be able to answer the Drake with this Metallic Rebuke, with the Mystical Dispute waiting in the wings there for Dominic Gertzen, and he's going to fire that off, make sure this Drake hits the battlefield, and we'll be able to keep applying the pressure.
Yeah, Dominic has to be thinking, does my opponent have something like a Dovin's Veto there? But typically you don't see players bring in Dovin's Veto against this Izzet Phoenix deck because no individual spell matters that much in countering.
You're dead in the air, though. You have to hold up
while your
prototype.
opponent is playing cards like Crackling Drake, you're in a lot of trouble. So I think it makes a lot of sense for Dominic to just say, I need the tempo this Drake provides. I'm going to cast the Dispute. You don't have it.
You don't have it.
Second Zed and Crucible of Defiance, the draw here. Crackling Drake is going for it. And looks like we're going to see a Moonsnare prototype. Send this back to hand once more.
Yeah, Jean Emmanuel doesn't really want to take the risk of taking 8 damage and then having Dominic just go, all right, Pillar of Flame you, good game. So going to make sure to prototype this Drake all the same, get it out of here. The bad news here is there's another Drake, so the pain train just keeps on coming. And Jean Emmanuel is officially out of answers here for this Crackling Drake.
Yeah, at this point, he's just delaying the inevitable. So let's see. Anything of use? Metallic Rebuke's not going to cut it. As we do see a copy of Pillar of Flame in hand, any one of those spells will add to the Crackling Drake's power. And that'll be game number 2 going to Dominic Gertzen. So game number 3, what is the plan here for both of these players?
Well, the plan for Jean-Emmanuel Depras is be on the play. I don't think there's anything really wrong with the sideboarding. You could look at the portable hole and say, well, there's not that many targets in this deck here from the Izzet Phoenix side, and especially on the play, you might want to shave one because you don't really care about Dragon's Rage Chandler as much as we see a copy of Dovin's Veto coming in here in this third game. But overall, being on the play is going to make a huge difference for Jean-Emmanuel Depras now.
All right, let's see if we get the perfect curve here for Jean-Emmanuel. That's not terrible. The land's kind of hurt, but you can Hallowed Fountain and not pay anything and get a free thing on the battlefield. But it's going to hold on to that for the Ingenious Smith, which will come down next turn. On the other side of things, that is a good-looking hand. Dragon's Rage Channeler, Expressive Oration, a Braid, as well as an Opt. Yes, please.
That's a pretty great hand. Lots of great hits here for Jean-Emmanuel Depras.
Be on the play, have a perfect hand.
Rebuke, but
and yeah, pretty nice draw as well.
Portable hole for that Dovin's Veto.
Easy.
Portable hole could have gotten it off of the Smith. Answer to Dragon's Rage Chandler. Didn't. Now doesn't have an answer. Could this run away with the game? Maybe not, but I feel like in Jean-Emmanuel Depras' position right now, I would have loved to be getting a portable hole off the Smith.
I agree with you there. Soul Guide Lantern or Esper Sentinel. I mean, heck, even the Treasure Vault is a pretty good option at this point.
Yeah, you saw Jean-Emmanuel taking the time to look at the board and just consider the options. Which of these cards is more relevant here? Obviously, the Esper Sentinel is great at pressuring your opponent's mana and giving you more cards, but Soul Guide Lantern is just such a high-impact card in the matchup. Can you really afford to let it go here?
That's a really nice draw considering what's in hand for Dominic Gertzen.
Yeah, and considering as well that Jean-Emmanuel does have Metallic Rebuke up thanks to that Ornithopter, I wouldn't be surprised to see him shock in a Hallowed Fountain before leading off with something like this Ingenious Smith. Well, you've put down Rebuke now, but you still have Dispute up in case your opponent wants to go for a blue spell.
Ingenious Smith number 2 finds another copy of Soul Guide Lantern. Not the greatest right now.
Yeah, I would say not ideal to find the Lantern here.
Really missing that Esper.
Definitely not a second.
Soul Guide Lantern's going to hit the battlefield. We'll get triggers on the Smiths. And Dominic Gertzen finds the right time to pounce. A Braid is going to take care of the biggest Smith. And Dragon's Rage Channeler is going to do some surveilling.
Yeah, Dominic's hand is all right now. Really looking for some more removal or something to do.
Well, the expressive iteration is fantastic
to go along
here.
with this Dragon's Rage Channeler, get those surveil triggers,
expressive.
get the extra cards. So he's feeling safe in a position where, trusting your deck, you should be able to find the tools you need to answer what your opponent is presenting. It just depends how fast you find them, considering the Smith gets out of hand sort of quickly.
Yep. Expressive Iteration doing what it does best, getting 3 cards deeper into the library. So let's see what we get here. Another Expressive Iteration and a land into Exile's Spire Bluff Canal.
Not a bad position. You would have loved to find something like an Unholy Heat there just to take care of the Smith, but the Smith train does not stop here. And, you're not really worried about Dragon's Rage Channeler as a blocker.
John
as long
Manuel's
as you have
been
Soul
very
Guide
lucky.
Lantern. What you are worried about
first
is
game
the
it was
ability
4
it gives
Sentinels,
your
and now
opponent
this
to
is
just
his
churn
third
through their
Smith.
deck and find those
Very
answers
early in
that they're
the
really
deck.
looking for.
Genius Smith.
And we've not
number
seen the
3
Phoenix hit
consideration
once.
here for Jean Emmanuel. Also,
Right?
the Shadow Spear, which is great at eliminating little 1/1 blockers, giving creatures trample.
Yeah, I think Jean Emmanuel would really specifically like to find a treasure vault off this Ingenious Smith, as it would allow him to play a land that would keep letting him develop his board while leaving up this counter mana, because we're now approaching the 4th turn. This is Crackling Drake turn, and we've seen what Crackling Drake can do in the past 2 games of this set. So I'm looking at that treasure vault, I'm looking at that Thought Monitor. Both are tempting. Could say, all right, I'm not going to play Shadow Spear or Second Lantern this turn. Thought Monitor is too good, but the cost of not playing one of those is 2 counters on these Smiths. So I really want that treasure vault, Ailey.
All right, we'll just channel. There you go. So you sent the brainwaves to Jean Emmanuel, and he picked the card you wanted there.
Love the decision making. Could just go ahead and play another Lantern or Shadow Spear here, get it on the board, and leave up the 2 counter spells. And I think this is just excellent decision making from Jean Emmanuel.
Very lucky.
Saying, I need to play this game as safely as possible. I have cards, I have threats, I have answers.
And I have life.
I just need to make sure I don't get gotcha'd.
Yeah. He's definitely at the point where if a Crackling Drake resolves, he is in a spot of bother.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. The deck has answers. You can just grow your Smiths to be bigger than them at some point. But it's the type of card that makes life harder for you in a spot where you necessarily don't need to make it harder for you.
Yeah, the top of the library is not playing very nicely right now, but Mystical Dispute is going to say, no thank Expressive Federation. You are played too much and too often, so you're not going to get to go this time. There is a follow-up spell and a hand of lands. That is not what Gertzen wants to see.
The speed at which Jean-Emmanuel Depras slammed that Mystical Dispute onto that Expressive Iteration, if I didn't know better, I would say that he's looking at Dominic Gertzen's hand and just saying, no, you cannot have any of those.
Yep, nope. Thank you. I'll take that. No more cards for you. Gertzen did find another Expressive Iteration, so can keep digging, but like you mentioned, Monty, these Smiths are getting out of hand and rather quickly, and now, with a Shadow Spear adding to the woes of Dominic Gertzen, that's just extra life gain, that's extra damage, that's extra trouble.
Lifelink, trample, you have another counterspell up thanks to the improvisability on Metallic Rebuke, and now it's like, okay, are you going to play Expressive Iteration now? That's fine.
Let's see.
Because the thing is, you don't really want to allow your opponent to maybe resolve this Expressive Iteration or let it get countered and then play a 3rd land and play a high impact card like Finale, even though you have 2 Soul Guide Lanterns. So you don't care necessarily about Finale itself, but you don't want to suddenly get your Shadow Spear abraded, for example, when it's such a high impact card here.
Checking out the options here for Gertson. There's a Mystical Dispute and a Pillar of Flame. Mystical Dispute's going to go back into the yard, back into the library, and Pillar of Flame will be off to the side. In exile, ready and waiting to be played. Now, I like the Arclight Phoenix into hand, because, fun fact, you can hardcast them. You don't have to get them out by playing 3 spells.
Fun fact, you can hardcast them.
In hand for the time being. Or is he sending it away? Ooh, okay.
You can hardcast them, but Ailey, you don't have the time to hardcast a Phoenix this game. Come on.
But Soul Guide Lantern is gonna go nope.
I know, and I think Dominic knows as well, as that is the 3rd spell cast this turn. So we're going to see Jean-Emmanuel pull the trigger on the Soul Guide Lantern and just get rid of this graveyard, I would guess, before this Phoenix comes back, before these channelers remain 3/3s. I think we're just going to say no and continue putting on the absolute pain on Dominic Gertson.
And also, sit down, Dragon's Rage Channelers. You don't have to attack now, but you don't get a Phoenix either, so shmee.
Notably, Jean-Emmanuel Deprat doesn't have an artifact in hand, but still has that treasure vault. So has a way to sacrifice that, put an artifact into play, continue pumping these smiths. So this is just getting really grim here for Dominic Gertson.
Ooh, that's an artifact. Hey, buddy.
That's an artifact, but it's a pretty expensive one, and it wouldn't let you leave up Metallic Rebuke, so I think I like just playing a land and attacking with both creatures.
All right, fine. Sensible play it is. Both creatures getting on in here. 5 damage will go through. Gertson's going to go down to 5 unless this other Dragon's Rage Channeler jumps in the way.
Yeah, no need to sacrifice the treasure vault. You don't want to throw Channeler in front
It is
of the
indeed
trampling
historic,
smith.
Jesse.
It's not
Absolutely.
Gonna do that much for you. So Jean-Emmanuel continues to just play it extremely safe, and I think the strategy is going to pay off, as looking at Dominic Gertson's hand, there's not much he can do against this Metallic Rebuke.
Yeah, it doesn't have the mana available to pay for the tax on it. Crackling Drake is a great card, but showed up too little too late, unfortunately. As you saw in game number 2, the game was over very, very quickly, and that's what Dominic needed to repeat in game number 3 here against Jean-Emmanuel's pretty impressive Azorius Affinity deck.
Ailey, I am a huge fan of Affinity as an archetype. I am so glad to see it getting more love in the historic format, and to see a player of Jean-Emmanuel's caliber bring it to this tournament and put up this good of a performance against the most played deck in the field, it makes me a little happy, you know?
It's pretty darn good.
It's pretty darn good.
Jean-Emmanuel will be very happy with the start to historic. Faithless looting here from Dominic. Can he find anything to keep him alive here? He's going to have to string together something, but doesn't have 2 spells to play additionally to get some blockers out.
Yeah, Pillar is gone. This is the first spell cast this turn. Unholy Heat does not have Delirium yet, only goes up to 3 with the discards. So the last hope here for Dominic Gertson would be to block with the Dragon's Rage Channeler on the Ingenious Smith, cast the Unholy Heat on the one with the Shadow Spear on it, and hope that your Surveil trigger from Dragon's Rage Channeler puts a 4th card type into your graveyard.
Okay, did you have that on your bingo card for this weekend?
Not even close.
Okay.
Not in the slightest.
That would be amazing if that happened. But yeah, we're now seeing the Treasure Vault being sacrificed, another counter being added on here. There's a 2nd copy of Shadow Spear, but it's legendary, so I don't worry about that.
Hold on now. If you play it here, it forces Dominic to use that Unholy Heat if he wants to, right now. And then if that hits somehow, if the spectacular hit of the Surveil happens, you're in pre-combat. You just move the Shadow Spear onto the other Ingenious Smith. So, you know, as silly as it is, I think playing the 2nd Shadow Spear actually guarantees the game here, even through the Legend rule.
Okay.
Thought Modder, a little expensive. This is leaving a window here. Dominic Gertzen can play the Unholy Heat here, and if he hits that 4th card type, he gets a turn. I'm not saying he does much with the turn, but he gets a turn.
Oh,
that is not the card
it didn't
type.
get it.
No.
Well, Dragon's Rage Chandler got a little bigger, but that's going to be the good game there from Dominic Gertzen. Jean-Emmanuel picks up the first win in Historic.
Holy
and that
Toledos.
is exactly how you want to start off this portion of the tournament. So congratulations to JED.
That's not a great matchup for the Phoenix at all.
From him. First match.
Jean-Emmanuel got amazing draws.
This Phoenix deck put up a decent performance, but this Affinity deck looked like it came here to just munch on some Phoenixes.
I just love watching Jean-Emmanuel's reactions. He's like,
munching
I won.
Phoenixes.
Okay. He's so humble. He's like one of the best players to watch play Magic. So big fan of his.
In both senses of the word.
Yeah. No, he's just great. So I'm looking forward to seeing far more Magic from these players. There's plenty of historic action to come. So let's find out what's coming up next from Maria.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Coming up next, we've got Piotr Lugovsky versus Seth Manfield.
Piotr wants to play a bunch of little creatures, boost them up a bit, and then discard Arclight Phoenixes and bring them to the battlefield. Seth wants to play a bunch of 2-drops and then strap a ton of auras to them and then attack Piotr directly.
That's Seth Manfield versus Piotr Lugovsky coming up.
5.5 hours so far. Shout out to everybody who's been here since the start. Holy Toledos, you guys. Appreciate you. And everyone just tuning in. Make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and show up here again tomorrow for some giveaways. We got some cards, some stuff, I don't know. We'll do some shenanigans for sure. We'll have some fun. Become a YouTube member for exclusive content. And just enjoy yourselves, really. Man, I almost fell asleep during that match. I'm gonna be 100% honest, you guys. That's like, I wonder if stream can tell if I just like zonk out here. You know what I mean? Can I just pass out right now? We're here. We're still here. We shall survive. 2 minutes. We'll be right back. I'll be here the whole time, yes. I'm not going anywhere. And if I do, I'll sneak off when these guys are yelling, right? When they're popping off, I'll take off and maybe go grab a snack. What time is it locally? 3:30. Wow. I've missed lunch. I did have breakfast this morning, which is, I guess, fantastic, but definitely skipped lunch. Try. Right? I'll just get Riley's eyes. Or not even. Like, I could paint eyes on my eyelids. Like, have you guys seen Strange Wilderness? Just like that guy. That would be awesome. 2 minutes? That's nothing. That's just an Is It player's draw step. Oh, or your draw step as well. You know what I mean? They just got you in full control. There's nothing you can do. They have full control over you. Oh my god. What time are we going till today? Does anyone know how much longer this coverage is? I mean, I'm fine. I'm gonna stay to the end. For shizzle. I'm just curious how many hours we have left. I can't imagine it's too many hours, right? As we've already been here for 5.5. I would assume that they'd call it quits at an 8-hour day, right? So probably 2.5 more hours, I think, potentially.
Welcome back to coverage of the Neon Dynasty Championship. We've got Piotr Lugovsky up against Seth Manfield next. Is it Phoenix versus Azorius Auras?
Azorius Auras.
What do you make of this
a
match?
black source.
Well, It feels very
What's the black
similar to
card
the
for
matchup
Seth?
we just watched, but also a little different. We see Esper Sentinel again. We see a blue-white deck in the hands of Manfield. We see Phoenix in the hands of Glogowski. But, you know, the threat suite from Manfield isn't
Let me grab a
quite
snack.
the
I'll be
same.
right back.
This Aura's deck is really cool. It's like Bogle-style decks. Maria absolutely loves it. And we've seen a resurgence of 2 different flavors in this tournament. Azori is here from Manfield, and we've seen the Sanctum of All team bring Orzhov.
Yeah, it's been interesting to watch how the Auras deck has evolved over the last few sets. You know, last time it was mostly Orzhov, and this time it's more leaning towards the blue stuff, right? To be able to have the counter spells, the spell pierces, and the staggering insights especially. So it's going to be cool to see which one comes out on top.
Yeah, Light Pause from Neon Dynasty has really changed the makeup of these decks, where in the past we saw primarily 4 of the auras that you really wanted. Now we see a lot more diversity because you want to have auras with different names to tutor up with Light Pause. So now we see 1 Cartouche, 1 Rune of Sustenance, 1 Conviction, 1 Staggering Insight. It's really now more of a toolbox deck when it comes to that aura package with Light Pause.
Yeah, it's just like all right, what do I need now? Let's go get that card in particular. So it does kind of feel like a limited deck in a sense, where it's just like, a couple of this, a little bit of that, just a sprinkle here and there. And we do see Light Pause in hand for Seth Manfield. So interesting choice here if he just goes straight for that, grab a Kaya's Ghost Form to protect it, or if he's just going to run out the core Spirit Dancer.
Yeah, it's sort of awkward. He does have the backup copy of the Legend in Light Pause, but this plays really well into Glogowski's hand, where he now has a target for this Unholy Heat, and because he's casting a spell, that enables the cost reduction of the Stormwing entity, finds a Brazen Borrower, and now it really feels like Glogowski is operating on all axes in the way that this Phoenix deck wants to be working.
Yep, single copy of Brazen Bar in the main here for Glogowski, so also a really good way to get something off the battlefield that has a bunch of enchantments attached to it. So that's going to stay on top. Unholy Heat will take care of Light Pause. And here's a Stormwing Entity. Big ol' 3/3 on the battlefield.
Yeah, definitely want to take the time to think about it, as both these cards are excellent in this matchup and might just be good enough to keep both on top. This turn, you draw the Borrower. Next turn, you have Otawara. That's 2 turns of bounce effects. Could even flip them around, although it doesn't really matter. And the big thing is you have the pressure on the board already. So this is looking good for Glogowski, as much as the temptation was there to just maybe bin the Borrower with that Dragon's Rage Channeler and try to look at 2 new cards with the entity. These cards are just so good in the game plan currently.
Yeah, they certainly are. Storming Entity getting a scry there. Brazen Borrower, where's it going to end up? Big choice here between these 2 spells, as they do similar things. You do get to keep a flying threat, though, with the Brazen Bar and the Petty Theft. As the turn gets passed back, Glacial Fortress is the draw here for Seth Manfield. And now he's able to get up to shenanigans.
Yeah, now he can play the Light Pause or the Spirit Dancer and immediately put something on it. Does have that Karametra's Blessing in hand as a protection spell, but it's not quite a protection spell unless the creature is enchanted. So this turn, not doing much. The question is, will Glogowski play around Blessing by just using the Petty Theft on his turn, rather than waiting until Seth plays another aura to try to get value off of it?
No real downside to doing it now, because it will get the blocker out of the way. The Storming Entity grows. You get another trigger off the Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Yeah, the downside is you're not almost baiting another play out of your opponent, right? But I think that Karametra's Blessing is actually the reason why Glogowski opted to bottom the Otawara, was because thinking, okay, well, this turn, if Seth plays a creature and puts an aura on it, I have a free bounce. But what if Seth plays the 4th land and then plays that creature again and puts an aura on it and passes? Now am I playing around Karametra's Blessing? Is this card just awkward in my hand? So not falling for the trap of potentially being locked in to those plays over the course of 2 turns means that he has more flexibility with his draws to try to answer Seth's game plan.
draw there for Seth was Staggering Insight. I bet he'd love to get an attack in with a creature this turn, but unfortunately that's not the case, courtesy of the Brazen Borrower, Petty Theft. So here we go again. Core Spirit Dancer down on the battlefield. Karametra's Blessing and Solid Footing available to Seth, but is just happily going to pass back the turn.
I don't know about happily. I think he would have loved to play an aura there, but the one red open mana really daunting there from Pyotr. Yeah. What if he has an Unholy Heat? What if he has a Flame Blessed Bolt? And you really want to just play it safe.
Are we winning?
Spot, considering you're a little behind, but this game is very
giveaways are on YouTube.
With that Staggering Insight in hand.
For sure. So for Glogowski's side of things, it's just keep applying pressure, keep swinging with these flying creatures, and hope to get this game over and done with before the Azorius Auras deck can really start firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and this is the question.
Get into chillaxation mode here, guys.
Can I afford to just play this Arclight Phoenix and bash you? Because I'll be tapped out. You'll have free reign to do whatever you want, and scary things can come out of this Azorius Auras deck. So leave up mana. You still have this Brazen Borrower to cast, but still, Glogowski isn't actually doing anything to react to what Seth is doing. So is Seth behind enough where he feels forced to just play this Staggering Insight and hope Glogowski doesn't have anything? Maybe, if it resolves and Seth finds a land, able to play Solid Footing as well, and then have Karametra's Blessing up, this game might just be over.
Go for a run on the wheel.
It's not looking super hot right now for Seth Manfield on the top of your screen here, so let's see what he goes for. It's going to be Staggering Insight.
Staggering Insight is so good.
It's going to be a stop, so Aruna's going to say, hey, there's something. Now we know that there's the Brazen Borrower. And Seth Manfield is sitting there hoping that it's just the Brazen Borrower that's causing that delay.
Yeah, I mean, that resolve
or someone in
would
full
not
control.
have if Glogowski had anything. So Seth is now feeling pretty good about this Karametra's Blessing being the savior for the next turn if Glogowski draws something. He could just cast an aura here and try to find the land, but he knows that if he doesn't and Glogowski finds something off the top, that could be really bad for him. On the other hand, he's pretty behind, and Glogowski has said he's got nothing this turn. So maybe you just go for it and say, you know what? If you draw it, well done. You got me.
Yep. I'm for this play here. I like that. There's a Bright Climb Pathway, and that is a 6/8 that's going to attack as if it were an 8/8, and that's 8 extra life.
Yeah, this just got really, really tough for Glogowski, and it goes back to that Otawara that he put on the bottom. The logic was sound. If Seth had that 4th land last turn, the Otawara could have been useless, but Seth didn't. And now Glogowski has a lot of cards that don't really do anything, and Seth is firmly ahead.
Oh, just a quick correction there. You need vigilance to attack with your pute instead of the front part there. So.
Yeah, we see Solid Footing and Sentinel's Eyes are 2 of the auras in this deck that there's more than one copy of. And you know what? The 2 of them pair up pretty well together because Sentinel's Eyes gives vigilance. And Solid Footing then gets activated, quote unquote, by the creature having vigilance. So a little nice 1-2 punch there as Seth considers, is Pyotr going to draw a bounce spell in this 1-turn window if I just play a card here? Do I need to leave up this Blessing? How many bounce spells does Pyotr even have?
What up, MTG?
He has access to the list. He's looking at it.
You're having a great day.
There's 1 Brazen Borrower. There's 1 Otawara. Brazen Borrower's already been played. Yeah, you don't have it. You can't deal with the 6/8. And what Seth doesn't know is Otawara's on the bottom of the deck. So Glogowski definitely doesn't have it. And Glogowski definitely cannot deal with a 6/8.
You also saw Glogowski looking at the bottom of the library there going, why did I send that to the bottom? But that's still a big chunk of damage. 9 damage coming in there. Down to 7 goes Seth.
9 life here.
Yeah, let's go do some stupid things. Shields are down. Go ham.
Down to 7 goes Seth, but, you know, this Core Spirit Dancer is like, it's a flesh wound. Like, this is not going to be here for long.
I'm doing well, thanks.
Yeah. And we are getting large. Lifelink is in full effect here as the Glaring Aegis tapping the Channeler, and just beautiful things happening here from Seth Manfield.
Toolbox, you mentioned. Yep, toolbox indeed, as we're going to get real chunky right now. Core Spirit Dancer is very, very large, and Esper Sentinel.
All that glitters.
It's going to swing in here too, and just get this game over and done with. Yep, 14 exact C's. That's what you love to see. Well, if you're Seth Manfield. Piotr, not so much.
Yeah, you cannot fault Glogowski for putting that Otawara on the bottom. His line of thinking was solid. He had good reasoning for only wanting one of the bounce effects, but as things played out, he's got to be kicking himself for that decision.
Yeah, hindsight 2020, all that, you know. But let's see, we got plenty of goodies in the sideboard here in this matchup. So
right?
You see a couple of
you know,
extra burn spells, Flame Blast Bolt coming in, Bone Crusher Giant as well. So
that's worse than the Rune deck.
I feel like he'll be a little bit more prepared for the onslaught from this Auras deck.
Yeah, basically anything that answers a Core Spirit Dancer, a Light Pause, a SRAM, excellent. Those are all great. So you want to just sort of bring all of them in. On Seth's side, you already have your protection effects. If you have more of them, you'd love to bring them in.
Son.
You do see there's a lot of one-ofs in the sideboard, and you are still working under the restrictions of Lures of the Dream Den. So you don't really have access to all the auras.
This morning we played Alchemy, and now we're in Historic.
And, you know, this matchup is still pretty decent for auras because we saw what can happen there.
Plenty of decisions being made here for these players as they're trying to find the exact right combination of cards for their opponent. What's coming in? What's going out? You got to be thinking about what your opponent's game plan is going into game number 2 here
a little closer
in our
here.
Historic section.
We'll boom it in. Where's my boom operator?
Both players actually taking the time to think about it and start thinking about how many copies of Kaya's Ghost form do I want. Yes, this is Azorius Auras, but thanks to some pathways and thanks to Light Pause, you do have the ability to now play one of the more powerful auras that the Orzhov Auras deck is actually known for in Kaya's Ghost form.
Yeah, just an excellent way to ensure yourself against board wipes or exile effects.
On the other side,
Historic is the only place Lurrus is legal now.
Hard draw.
Wow.
Yes, there's only one land, but you
and it shouldn't even be legal there. Let's be honest.
As well as 2 ops and a Faithless Looting to try to smooth things out. So as long as you're aware of Karametra's Blessing and you're not playing into it, you're feeling pretty good about your position.
Nice.
Also lines up really nicely here. Where Esper Sentinel on the stack, we're going to see an opt-in response for Glogowski, and there's Otawara Soaring City in hand. And very nice here in that he'll be able to Flame Blast Bolt and pay for the attacks from this Esper Sentinel.
Whoa.
Yeah, deciding whether...
In a
so Otawara is interesting there because... It is a bounce spell, right? It's extremely valuable in this matchup, and you don't really want
to get ban hammered
unless you have to. There are matchups where you can just do it, you know?
We racked them.
Azorius control. Yeah, Otawara can just come into play. But in this matchup, it's so valuable that you see Glogowski actually pay 2 life to play an untapped Steam Vents just to make sure he gets to keep Otawara. And now, with this
twist, I'm actually the proprietor of webcamschat.com.
That's a little unfortunate.
Just kidding, just kidding.
Doesn't make it indestructible, but will get it out of range there for the Flame Blast Bolt, so...
You don't need that much damage, right? It's +2/+2 is good enough, gets the job done.
Sprite Dragon.
Oh, shoot.
This is rough, because now Glogowski has an Unholy Heat, but if he uses it on this Esper Sentinel and a Spirit Dancer or Light Pause comes down, he's in tough shape. If he lets the Sentinel go, then Seth doesn't have to play a Spirit Dancer or a Light Pause. He can just wait until he has that Karametra's Blessing. And, you know, this Esper Sentinel is continuing to tax Glogowski. So this is a situation where Glogowski's hand was good, but the way it lined up and the timings that were chosen meant that Seth was able to use this Karametra's Blessing to his advantage.
Was it that? So, bit of a tricky spot for Seth Manfield. No blue mana at the moment. No third land to get down on the battlefield this turn. So he's going to try and suit up this Esper Sentinel with the Rune of Sustenance to draw a card, and this is going to be the opening for Glogowski to get this thing off the battlefield once and for all. Yes, gives up a card. It's the land that Seth needs.
Yeah, that was too tempting of a window for Glogowski not to take it. Unfortunately,
giving them
Seth
the land
did
though.
End up giving Seth the land thanks to that Esper Sentinel. But you know, I think in that position he has to take that.
Indeed. Oh, it's Phoenix time.
Yeah, it's Phoenix time this turn, thanks to that Faithless Looting. Checking to see if you can find another Phoenix before casting the looting. No such luck there. 2 more looks at it would be incredible if Glogowski finds it here. As things stand, still in a great position. No second Phoenix, but I don't think he's overly complaining, as we're going to see an attack for 8 coming across against an empty board here from Manfield.
Yeah, that's great.
I mean, this is going to be
no
game
life
over
gain in
pretty
hand
darn
for
soon
Seth either.
if Seth Manfield can't deal with this battlefield. Oh, hey, Tormod Script.
Yeah, a little late to the party. I would say fashionably late, but I think fashionably was like a turn ago, and now it's just late.
Yeah, it's going to be some bad news bears here for Seth Manfield, as he does have a protected Core Spirit Dance on the battlefield. Tormod's Crypt is going to hit as well.
Might need to just use it here because that Faithless Looting is threatening to give Glogowski the 3 spells that he would need. So Glogowski going, heads up play from Manfield, but Phoenix off the top is
that's just lethal.
Last 3 damage needed. Glogowski really taking the time.
I like how he did the math 3 times. He's like,
birds go.
Let me recount one more time.
Game 3.
That's exactly what Glogowski wanted to see in that game. Shields down for Seth Manfield. No threats on the battlefield, and was able to just pick off these creatures at the opportune moment. So, yeah, good win there for Glogowski.
Yeah, and now we see Glogowski's configuration change from the play to the draw. We see some copies of Expressive Iteration going out. We see some copies of Stormwing Entity going out. That's because by the time you're playing those cards, you would have to leave the shields down to deal with these aura creatures. So Seth suddenly gets the edge of forcing your opponent to change the configuration of their deck just because how threatening the 2-drops in your deck are. That's always been the power of these Auras decks, and now with Light Paws adding an extra level of threat to it, it just makes life so hard across the table from it.
All right, let's go. Game number 3. Let's take a look at these opening hands. Seth Manfield sends his first back. It'd be great if there was a creature in there. That would be a pretty nice hand, but alas, no critters to speak of. Rune of Sustenance can be put on any permanent, though, so might be tempted to keep this and just cross his fingers and hope.
Yeah, you know, it's only fair when we talk about the strengths
this is
of
best
the
of
Auras
3.
deck.
So now this is
the
the
weaknesses. And
3rd match.
The Auras deck historically has always been weakest when you're not able to find the 2-mana creatures. Over time, as we first saw Spirit Dancer, then SRAM, and now Light Paws printed into the format, that fear has
so if you go first in the first match, then you go second in the next match.
Have been introduced to the format. But you still have games like this where you don't find the creature and suddenly the game looks miserable for you.
Yeah, this looks pretty dire here for Seth Manfield. He's gonna have to pray to the top deck gods that there's a creature waiting on top of the library.
Now look, there is one potential route here for Manfield. It's Glogowski has to play this pathway on blue and doesn't find a red source. Never mind, he's done. Whoops. All right. Advantage, Glogowski.
All right, cool. You just send it right down there. Got it.
Look, Ailey, I'm going to be honest, okay? There was a route. It involved some severe mana screw through 8 cards, and then it wasn't there anymore. I don't know what to tell you. It's, you know, both teams fought hard, but, okay. Realistically, this game isn't over, but...
Oh, come on.
it's not looking good, okay? It's not looking good. The advantage is definitely Glogowski's. When you're putting Loris into your hand on turn 3, that is a sign of extreme weakness from the Auras deck. Manfield knows it, Glogowski knows it, and it is time to just go and find some pressure. Like a Sprite Dragon, fantastic, because that means that the game is firmly in your control.
Pedal to the metal, go! Sprite Dragon on the battlefield. What is our spell of choice? Nothing for now, as Spell Pierce is available. To Piotr, Karametra's Blessing, and not great.
You know, I can play Loris with the Blessing and try to protect it, but Glogowski will just untap and then be able to deal with it. Punishment? Yeah, probably Spell Pierce that. You don't want to give your opponent that much time. The Spell Pierce does do good work, but if Seth's hand is a bunch of lands and that's the type of weakness, the planes, and I'm going to give Glogowski another bit of advantage there. He had the planes, Seth threw out the oops. That one hurts. that one hurts, okay? Responding in kind. This is honestly the thing I love most about watching Piotr play is the emote game. It is just so strong and finds the Phoenix to go with the looting, needs one more spell, could just aim a removal spell at his own creature if he wanted to, but Seth knows that this is pretty dire.
Yeah, it's not looking too hot here for the Auras player. Maria's probably crying in a corner
creatures
somewhere.
Is pretty
Hopefully
brutal.
we can console her, but
Haley, there's no way Maria's still watching this match. She left on turn 1. She could not watch. Yeah. She was not able to watch the brutalities that were about to be committed against this Auras deck.
Oh, this poor dragon.
All right, we're going to go a little further in the advantage here.
Yeah, just send it right down to the floor. There's a good game from Seth Manfield. He knows it's pretty much over,
poor
but
guy. Poor guy.
Here is the Sprite Dragon and the Arclight Phoenix. This is reminiscent of game number 2. Gonna get in here for 8 points of chunky damage.
And still has the Unholy Heat now with that Phoenix coming out of the yard. Once again.
Oops.
The Tormod's. I've seen this game before. I really have. Yeah. I definitely saw this game last game. So, you know, this is looking pretty familiar. The oops gets thrown out. The Crypt exiles the graveyard. If the script is working properly, I think there's another Phoenix on top of the deck, right? That's how it went, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And yes,
pretty much.
The Crypt gets played here, but this time Glogowski has it locked up. Heat the Luris. Yeah, you can Karametra's Blessing it, but I've got 2 more spells. I've got Lethal, and Glogowski is going to take this game down.
Is it that another Faithless looting on the top here? Let's just go and cast a couple more spells. Let's
what a draw.
Dragon. Nice and large.
That's brutal.
Another expressive iteration and a Dragon's Rage Channeler. The world is Glogowski's oyster at this point. And yeah, he just has to turn dudes sideways after 1 more spell is cast, and he's going to pick up the win here.
I would give him more advantage if I could.
You can't, no.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
There's a good game from Seth Manfield. Glogowski improves to 3-1, so he's going to be happy picking up that win. Monty, any takeaways from that matchup?
The takeaways are find your creatures if you're bringing auras, but it's hard, right? Because this has always been the story of the auras deck. If you find the creatures, your deck looks excellent. If you don't, it's rough, and that game didn't really work for Seth.
Unfortunately for Seth Manfield, but still many rounds to go today and tomorrow. So cross your fingers if you are a Seth Manfield.
Many more today
to get those
and
wins.
tomorrow.
We're gonna head over to the desk now, so we'll see you again shortly.
Get him, Corey. I like he's playing VR with his hands. Oh shoot. Da 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 da. Show me the cat oven. Right? We've not seen any Golgari food today. What the heck? What the heck, man? Is this Christmas's soundtrack? Is Christmas in charge of music today? I should be able to do that a lot better. I don't really practice it anymore though. Except for right now. Cause I'm just so bored, I want to watch more matches. There we go. We'll go Gary Food from Paulo. Nice. Dudley. You get the standings here in the top right as well. So there's like a lot of people in the tournament, you know what I mean? Like so many people are just 2 and 2. Like it's crazy how one win separates you from just like hundreds of other competitors. Crazy. Like that third win, going 3 and 2 over 2 and 2, or 2 and 1, sorry, or whatever, 3 and 1, I guess it would be. Ooh. Ooh. Ray Duke not performing super hot. Poor guy. Gabriel in the C as well. And on the lower end here. 0 and 4. You poor souls. The shuffler strikes again. Zoria's Yorion. Oh my god,
hey,
you guys, we're gonna have to watch Yorion matches.
Dynasty Championship. Thank you so much for hanging out with us while we watch some awesome Magic coverage. Let's take a look at our standings here. After 4 rounds of play, we've got 15 players still undefeated.
Jim Davis in the house.
Names there. Paulo Vitor Damaderosa is undefeated. Shota Yasaoka
Good for Mr. Davis.
is undefeated. Incredible stuff to see them starting out their tournament so well. Congratulations to them. But of course, still lots of Magic to play yet this weekend. One of our winners from last round, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. Seems like when he comes to any of these tournaments, all he does is win. He talked to Riley.
I mean, with Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, who is now 4-0 after his most recent victory in Historic, now playing an Affinity deck all of a sudden in Historic. Where did this list come from? Talk to us about what's going with Affinity, Jean-Emmanuel.
So that's a list I worked on practically by myself. It's trying to use cards like Esper Sentinel, Portable Hole, which are just really good Magic cards in the format, but particularly good in this shell because they are artifacts. So you can get them with Ingenious Smith, and they enable all kinds of synergies.
He says he's from the United States. I thought Jim Davis was Canadian. I always see him wearing an Edmonton Oilers
so basically it's a mid-range
shirt.
Deck
I'm
with,
like, dang,
an artifact
that's like
theme,
my local hockey
artifact
team.
Theme.
That's a Canadian team for
and,
sure.
The first time
Maybe he's just an Oilers fan. I don't know.
Found something similar was on Gabriel Nessif's stream actually a couple of weeks ago.
Really, on Gabe's stream? Wow, I'm amazed you managed to find anything remotely worthwhile on Gabe's stream, but that's a great result for you. Now, obviously, undefeated with the list so far, so I guess, even a broken clock's right twice a day. Anyway, Jean-Emmanuel, I want to ask you about your confidence level, because you've been doing, obviously, very well at recent events. And,
that's
you're
brutal.
playing pretty rock-solid Magic. A lot of people
I
are
can't believe
backing
Riley
you
actually
this weekend.
said
How are
that.
you feeling about your deck selection and your position in this tournament?
That's pretty edgy.
So on the one hand, I'm not very confident about my decks and how they position in the format. Because I didn't test that much for the tournament.
Riley coming in hot.
So I worked alone.
And
I don't
gotta
have
ban
a
this
big team backing me this time. So you can see it from my deck choices. They are not very orthodox for this tournament. But on the other hand, I feel good about my play skill. Like I'm playing a lot of Magic, just not constructed. I'm playing a lot of limited on the side. So yeah, I feel good. I like how I play right now, but maybe my decks are not up to the task. We'll see.
Well, so far you're doing very well, and those nuts and bolts skills coming across from Limited, I'm sure. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, congratulations on the win so far, and best luck to you for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, Riley.
All right, Jean-Emmanuel Depras crushing those limited queues. If you're not winning, he might be why. Doing well here in Constructed this weekend. Well, we're not only crowning a champion of this tournament, we're also going to send 6 people to the World Championship this weekend, which is huge, Corey.
Riley said that he was surprised that he found anything of value on Gabriel Nassif's stream, and then he said even a broken clock is right twice a day. Without saying I'm kidding or joking. Like, I think he meant it. That is, like, aggressive. Wow, I can't believe it. That's, like, serious stabs.
Here's a look at the people who are already qualified, Riley.
Yes, indeed. Not only Yuta Takahashi defending his title as world champion, but we do have players from all across the globe. 3 different regions so far. Not just this huge Japanese contingent, but also Zachary Keeney from North America and from Europe, the German Simon Gertzen. Great to see these guys here, and interested to see who joins them.
Yeah, the World Championship is going to be one heck of an event coming up later this year.
Pretty
I'm already
aggressive.
So hyped for it.
It's the eyes, man. The eyes have turned them.
We're in now after Alchemy this morning. Let's talk about the historic metagame, starting off with what exactly is in historic. Corey, it's a huge card pool.
Yeah, historic is just basically every single Magic card that you want to play on Arena, just all meshed together into one format. You can really play pretty much anything you want. There is an extremely high power level, and we see the power level of the cards that's rising to the top. That's Izzet Phoenix, #1 at a 4th of the field. Pretty much the deck to beat. The deck I would have played for sure as well. Riley, is there any other deck that you would have played, or would you have been all about Izzet Phoenix?
I did not try to qualify.
No, look, I'd be playing some kind of Hello.
I was too nervous. Riley would make fun of me.
Version here. The Arc
I didn't try.
Lists, if you want to lump them together, you can kind of put Azorius Control, Jeskai Control, Azorius Lotus Field, and Azorius Yorion.
Web will have her handle. Web's really reliable for me,
lump them
Billy.
together as having a similar game plan, although the way they go about that is a bit different. I really like these lists, and it speaks to the strength of the cards in them, that even after memory lapse are part of the format, these lists are still live and kicking.
I might need you to protect me against Riley, though, if it comes to it.
In a format that's dominated.
I don't want him making fun of me too much.
Yeah, and blue-white control, or just blue-white in general, Maria, is what you're all about as well, right? You just like the control decks, not any other kind of blue-white decks out there, right?
Oh man, you can't troll me here, Corey. You can't. People know that I just can't handle a control deck. Just can't. I don't have any time for that nonsense. None at all. Let's talk about our feature match here. Coming up for round number 5, we've got Greg Orange versus Shota Yasaoka.
Greg Orange.
Check it out here. Izzet Phoenix versus
surprised not
Azorius
playing
Control.
Teferi.
Control. Shota Yasaoka with
Greg's
a
a big
control
Teferi
deck in hand.
fan.
That is terrifying. Let's get to meet our players a little bit more. Greg Orange, better known as the Citrus Assassin, the winner of Pro Tour 25th Anniversary Team Pro Tour here in Minneapolis. That was a super cool tournament. Greg Orange, also a great control player. Here's Shota Yasaoka.
Oh, no! The infamous buffer.
Hall of Famer, 2-time Pro Tour winner, 2006 Player
Fake
of the Year,
name.
running
Yeah, right.
Azorius Control.
Super real name.
If you're his opponent, you are in fear. That's all I have to say. Shota is a very terrifying opponent and an excellent Magic
that's
player.
his
Let's
real
talk
name.
about these decks, Corey, specifically how they match up.
Yeah, absolutely. First up, Greg Orange, and yeah, like you said, this is another player that it is scary to see with a Teferi Hero of Dominaria, but went with Phoenix instead.
Well, of course,
just
Billy.
that hyper-aggressive, most popular deck that just wants to return a bunch of Arc Lights and attack really quickly against Shota Yasaoka's Azorius Control deck, if we want to take a look at that one. And this is just pretty standard blue-white control. We have Teferi, Narset, the Wandering Emperor as ways to gain incremental advantage. You got a bunch of Shark Typhoons to jump in front of these other creatures like Arclight Phoenix. And then I really want to pay some attention to these Rest in Pieces, as well as March of the Otherworldly Light. They're going to be really important in this matchup against Greg.
All right, let's look at the deck
and
for round
the Emperor.
number 5. But
Oh
what
my
about
gosh.
the predictions, Riley, who are you going with?
I'm going to continue my unbridled winning streak here by going with Yasuoka. The main deck graveyard height, I think, is going to be of critical importance against Arclight Phoenix.
Oh, Riley's perfect record, Corey.
I know, I got to try to catch him, so I'm going with Greg. I really think Greg is going to be the hero with Izzet Phoenix.
Yeah, I'm going with Greg Orange too. Used to live in Minneapolis, so we used to go to the LGS together.
You're spamming for the bot,
I'm
Web.
not going to vote for control. I don't care how good you are. So I'm going with Greg Orange. Hopefully I can.
I think I banned their user.
We've got round
like I think I already got rid of them.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Greg Orange on brand there with his outfit. Nice. I love it, Greg. There's a look at Shota coming up after the break.
The Azorius game delay. Oh no, killer! They're back. Like, I gotta check out this website maybe here. We gotta check out this website, man. I don't know how they keep getting through. That's ridiculous. Oh, that's banned terms or something? I don't know. Mostly I don't care. I can immediately delete them. But it's like... Is that what YouTube is? Is like people selling cam websites? Come on. Come on! Have some mercy! My grandma's in chat. Get out of here. Sorry, Granny. Well, the thing is, I've deleted it 3 times, and somehow they keep coming back, which is super impressive, in all honesty. I'm just here for the cam links. I don't know about you guys. This is where we find all the good shit. Oh man. Yeah, if we're sharing cam links, they're my cam links, no one else's. www.mooseknuckle.com or no, .ca. mooseknuckle.ca. It'll get you where you're going. Oh, do we have good numbers? I've not looked. I've been like basically sleeping.
And welcome back to coverage here of the Neon Dynasty Championship.
Numbers have been dying. We were at like 200 earlier.
And we're looking at some
but since my nap, we're down to 100.
Historic, as we noted there in the last round. And Cedric, we're going to get a really good taste
HGG
of what
nudes
the
if I click on the link?
This round.
You're going to want to go to my link tree if you're looking for nudes.
And the number 2 archetype represented in the feature match area. We've got Shota Asoka playing that second archetype, which is Azorius Control. And that is Greg Orange on Izzet Phoenix, which was the number
Hey man, I get it.
Represented.
I blend in with the cam girls,
Gotta
right?
say,
I'm an e-boy. I'll be your e-boy for
doing the Azorius Control things. He loves
$200 a month.
Almost anybody. To see Shota playing this deck, not that surprising.
Daily toesy pictures, you guys. Look at these.
Yeah.
You want to undress these or what?
Because we've seen over Greg's career that he will force the issue. Like,
yes.
Even in formats.
I gotta get myself
like
to the top corner. I gotta get out of the way here.
In fact, honestly, that's true for both of these players.
Yep.
But Greg definitely prefers to play blue-based control decks whenever possible, and must have found himself in the spot where he just didn't find a good list that he liked, or
400,000 views.
Alchemy more, or whatever, and said,
I don't know about that.
Deck, and that's
that can't be right.
Like I said, I am also surprised. But I would say here,
it tells me I got 5,000
views. These hands that
views.
you're going to see for Izzet Phoenix, they all look pretty much the same, right? You're going to see some cantrips, be it Faithless Looting, Opt, or Consider, the incredibly powerful Expressive Iteration, goals to get Phoenixes into the graveyard, or if you're playing Ox of Agonis, that's where it would like to be too. And then get those birds back. And I would say that Azorius Control is not trying to stop it, because it's a very hard thing to stop. I'm saying they're trying to answer it once it actually does happen.
Okay, a couple of lands here for
Sam,
Greg.
I think you're talking about the
Of course,
title.
one of the big challenges with the deck is that you need to find a way to get the Arclight Phoenixes in the yard. Now, he's got that
Nearly
already with
500,000
Faithless Looting, but you
views.
also
I would
have to
be
make sure that you
god.
conserve your
I
spells
wish.
so you can cast that third spell that one turn and pop them right back into play straight away. So you'll see that they don't often just fire off everything they can whenever. They'll kind of, be a little cagey
Right?
about when
The kid makes one toe comment and he gets 500,000 views. Oh, this whole time I should have just been doing
instead of
foot
casting an
stuff.
Opt on the end of turn, like many would do with a card like that. Instead, he's going to save that, kick things off the Faithless Looting to attempt
Yeah,
to
I want to see this picture.
Arclight things to the graveyard, but you're going to see a main deck copy here of Dovin's Veto from Yasuoka, who's going to stop this from happening. Shota this weekend is playing, he's playing 2 main deck copies of that card, and that's the kind of card that, depending on the metagame, you're going to want to start or you're going to want to have it come off the bench, and clearly Shota feels like it's good enough to start here with multiple copies in the main.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and he's right. You know, if he's going to be facing down,
I wish that was real.
He's going to want those whenever possible.
That is so cool. I'm saving that.
When we
Here
think
it's super tough for Greg. He just isn't really able to get anything going without that. He doesn't have any way to get these things in the yard. And wow, another veto here. Shota's saying no.
No, those are cards that are worth stopping right now, and Greg is kind of floundering. Now, fortunately for Greg, he does have a copy of Mystical Dispute, and talking about a card that is sometimes
we got 1% of that.
Not depending on the metagame. It's going to be a real good one right now, Marshall.
Jeez, that
getting rid of that Teferi's nice.
Down 1 mana to counter Teferi.
That's an insane.
Dominaria.
This is an insane draw step from Greg too, picking up a Faithless Looting.
Wow, that could really open up the floodgates for him here. Though finding an extra Phoenix would have been ideal. He did not manage to do so. But he does get to discard 2 creatures that you don't mind having in your graveyard: 1 Ox of Agonis and 1 Arclight Phoenix. He gets to follow up with Dragon's Rage Channeler and now Opt, which he'll also get a Surveil off of. He's going to put that in the yard.
Brother.
Looking for 1 more cantrip. Unholy Heat already has in his hand, so there's other ways to do it. And now this kind of stinks, right? Because he was looking for a Consider, a Looting. You don't really want Unholy Heat your own creature to get back a single Phoenix, so moving on.
Yep, that's a tough beat for him, because now he's going to have to lean on those other copies of Faithless Looting, but that's a much slower process for him. When you're flashing back a Looting, it can be difficult to get 2 more spells going in the same turn. Here's Portable Hold to take down the Dragon's Rage Channeler. And boy, you can see that Yasuoka has come prepared for the matchup. He seems to have had an answer for everything that Greg has done so far.
Yeah, again, he can answer plenty of things. I think inevitably a Phoenix will come back. You know, Greg will be able to get creatures on the battlefield at some point, as you saw a Sprite Dragon get drawn here. Again, to me, it's more about just can Shota kind of answer everything and then eventually take over with a Planeswalker, which is what he was trying to do with resolving that Teferi. It just got hit by a Mystical Dispute.
The 1 Mystical Dispute, by the way.
Of course it's a 1-of.
Yeah. And that's why you saw Shota just play it out. He's like, okay, you might have it, but I'm going to make you have it. There's March of Otherworldly Light, a card that we've seen have a dramatic impact in both formats here this weekend. March really is a great answer for a lot of what's going on here in Historic. Come on, Shota, let's do this, buddy.
Yeah, I knew. I was just going to let you have
Come on,
it.
buddy. Let's
really.
just do this.
Shark Typhoon.
He draws Shark Typhoon. Now he can just fire it off here. And
Thanks so much, Sam. I appreciate that. Might frame that, put that up on my wall. I'll take that down to the bank. You see this, you guys?
They don't run very many counters.
Let's re-talk about that loan.
You can't get away with running too many counter spells in a Phoenix deck. And I'm kind of liking the idea of playing an enchantment against a blue-red deck with not that many counter spells.
So we're gonna get a 3rd spell here, Marshall. We saw Consider in an
this
iteration.
Art on Faithless Looting is ridiculous.
No Phoenix is there, but plenty of cards to discard. And so there should be a Phoenix, I think, in the graveyard.
Yeah, there's one in there. But Shota's really bought himself a lot of time here, right? I mean, he's got another March of Otherworldly Light. Come on. Do it.
Come on.
Shota, the shields are down. Nothing bad can happen.
I mean, you say that, but I actually agree with you. I don't really think there's a lot bad that can happen. Yeah. I think that casting this is not really out of the question here.
Oh, he's doing it. Yeah, baby. That's the one. Let's get this thing kicked off right with a Shark Typhoon on the battlefield. Now, he's in a bit of a pickle here. He doesn't have any more spells to cast. But come on, heart of the cards, right? You got to have a little faith in your library to provide you with some action. He's also got a cycling land here too. So
yeah, you got an irrigated farmland in your hand. You can cycle that to turn into anything, even another Shark Typhoon. Look, this is beautiful. This is beautiful.
Oh, I love every
The art is
second
crazy.
of this. These are good top decks here from Greg as well, though. You can see Crackling Drake in hand, as well as that Stormwing Entity he drew for the turn. He has 1 Unholy Heat that at least theoretically can take care of
Sam.
Shark.
Thanks so much for stopping in. Have a great day, buddy.
The top of Shota's library could be fire here, depending on what he draws. cards like Teferi are top of the list for him right now.
You see a Stormwing Entity is going to come down here. ETB Scry 2. Actually, the reason this card is actually kind of included in this deck is there's... Oops. Sorry about that, Whammy. That is a nice draw step and rest in peace. I was going to focus on Stormwing Entity and its high casting cost actually being an important part of this tournament. But Rest in Peace is going to generate a 2/2 Shark, and more importantly, say goodbye, Faithless Lootings, goodbye, Ox Vagonis.
Ouch.
It's on you now, Crackling Drake, to get the job done.
Yeah, and these blue-red decks, they have a hard time dealing with resolved enchantments. Not really the name of the game for that color pair. Usually the most they can do is bounce them.
It's a lot of power.
Temporarily. As it stands, though, Greg has crafted a fairly threat-dense
Shota needs non-lands.
Arclight Phoenix and Crackling Drake, and yes, he'll have to do it.
Like, if they top deck a land, it's bad.
Them, which is certainly not where you really want to be. But hey, there's a land off the top.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shota might just be dead here because he bricked off on his draw, and Crackling Drake is a 13. Unholy Heat's going to kill the Shark token and make Crackling Drake a 14. And look, my math isn't great all the time, but 14 plus 3 is still 17.
Yeah, I wonder if Shota was
with a consider on the side as well.
Yeah, that's kind of my
consider
question.
Triggers the entity.
You know, we're supposed to upkeep.
Pushes up the Drake.
I'm not really sure what you're trying to hit.
And there's an additional
take a whole
ton
bunch
of damage.
So that Rest in Peace was timely, but no real great follow-up.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to take all of the damage here, as that Crackling Drake is insane.
Marshall, we got some hardcast haters in Twitch chat now.
One is for watching HGG. That's absolutely perfect.
Oh, they're saying it was wrong now.
Yeah, apparently. Okay.
Woof.
All right, so that's game number 1 going to Greg Orange, who gives a little shrug, like, all right.
Like, wow.
I guess I'll take it, he says, as he probably felt like that one was going to come unraveling on him there after those 2 critical enchantments hit the battlefield. But as it stood, Shota missed a couple of key draw steps there, hitting lands.
Yeah, that top deck land at the end was brutal.
Did a really good job of kind of filtering through his library and leaving himself with those type of outs. I mean, that Crackling Drake was absolutely massive. It ended up being 16 power on its own.
And what I kind of mentioned in the early stages of that game did come to fruition insofar as, look, Greg's going to be able to execute his game plan, right? We saw Dovin's Veto counter 2 cantripping spells. I think it was a Faithless Looting and Expressive Iteration. But Greg was still able to, again, execute his game plan because his deck is very consistent. He's going to find copies of Faithless Looting. He's going to find copies of Opt and Consider and Expressive Iteration. And those aren't really worth fighting over in most instances. The thing that was backbreaking there for Shota was that Mystical Dispute on the Teferi, which was realistically Shota's best chance to win that game, and that was taken care of. Things are going to change a little bit after sideboard. You see a lot of cards coming
from the Isle of Man. Damn, bro.
Dispute, Baneslayer Angel.
Do you watch those bike races every year?
So on
I like
so
watching
forth.
the
Gonna get away from
those
some
bike
of these
races.
more expensive cards like Teferi.
Isle of Man would be cool to visit.
Cards like Archmage's Charm and Dovin's Veto. So gonna shake it up quite a bit here as Shota.
Both of these players are 4-0 coming into the round. It's getting to be exclusive company here on the undefeated side of things. Greg's ready to go. Shota normally blazing fast at all aspects of the game, including sideboarding, taking just a little extra beat here to make sure it looks right.
Yeah, this is kind of slow for the Hall of Famer. I'm thinking of when he won Pro Tour Kaladesh, which was, I don't know if it was 10 years ago now or not, but, a handful of years ago, because, time is a hard thing to keep track of. But regardless, did he play fast during that tournament with that control deck?
Yes.
With that Jeskai deck that he won with, because he plays control decks so fast. So fast. I think Kaladesh was probably actually 6 years ago, not
6
10.
years ago. Yeah, it's 2016.
Yeah, I'm dating myself a little bit here.
Yeah, you're clearly very old. So
dating yourself?
Maybe
Oh, that'd be fantastic. I'd love to date
getting up
myself.
there, okay.
You're only 36.
Just laughs at him.
All right, let's get underway here.
I feel old, man.
Not good for me.
Old. All right.
Not good for me.
There's a rest in peace once again. This one's going to start things off. And yeah, that thing's just going to sit there on the battlefield kind of doing its thing. The good news for Greg is that he's able to make at least some adjustments. What just happened there?
Cheers, Rich. One day.
What'd I miss? something?
Well, I don't know why that Sprite Dragon. I guess
I remember 10 years ago better than 10 minutes ago. I feel you.
Maybe.
I don't know what I missed there, but it looked like he had a Sprite Dragon lined up for 2 and then didn't do it.
Okay.
Yeah,
wrong land
there, but
wrong land.
I think he just played I think maybe he was supposed to play the pathway, and he played the coast instead, and it ETB tapped, and he got a little ouchied on that one. There's Faithless Looting. It's a lot worse with the Rest in Peace out there. Not only do the cards in the graveyard don't do anything anymore because they get exiled, but also it gets exiled, so you don't get to flash it back. Really tough having a Rest in Peace on turn 2 for this deck. It does shut off a lot of what it's trying to do.
Yeah, it makes a lot of cards worse. Like you mentioned, we talk about Faithless Looting, Arclight Phoenix, of course. Those are the easy ones, but even a card like Dragon's Rage Channeler is going to get significantly worse because it'll never get to go into 3/3 mode. Looks like Vito going to take care of that expressive iteration.
Ouch, that is painful.
Well, that's one of the kind of fair ways that Greg has to get back ahead on cards. And there it is, Baneslayer Angel. Let's go back to 2010. Get a little BSA on the battlefield.
Yeah, so I'm into this game plan that Shota has after sideboard, which is, okay, enough of this answering all your stuff crap. I'm just going to kill you, and you're just going to have a real problem with that. So Baneslayer
the lifelink first strike, 5/5.
And it's not often that
Wow.
Lyra's subtext comes up into a game to work alongside another angel, but we're going to be seeing that here in just a little bit.
Love it. Blue-white mid-range,
Sure.
Like, if you can play a Rest in Peace, your blue-white mid-range deck will quite easily handle the fair version of Is It Phoenix, right?
Yeah,
now that's a lot to ask. Everything you have to have all the pieces and stuff, but this Baneslayer Angel is a major problem here for Greg.
Yeah,
as it's going to take minimum 2 cards to deal with it, as he's never going to have Delirium, so it's going to have to be combinations of cards. Sure, he can Brazen Borrow it for a minute, but it's just going to come back, and this is the type of card that if it gets to attack even once, the game ends very quickly, given the lifelink on it. There you go, a Crackling Drake.
Yeah, Crackling Drake is the kind of card that can maybe get Greg back into this game, but again, Shota's turns are very, very simple, which is, you bounce my angel? Okay, well, I'm going to cast it again. You're going to have to try to beat this thing.
Yeah, and
cast it again.
Extraordinarily difficult to get through both Baneslayer and Lyra Dawnbringer there. Crackling Drake just runs.
Yeah, Lyra the Dawnbringer too, just as good.
And Shota can just have
she's legendary though. Baneslayer's not.
Sideways. Crackling Drake, of course, a little bit resilient to Rest in Peace as it does count cards in exile, as well as the graveyard.
That's it.
But
that's all she wrote.
Baneslayer Angel's in.
You know how during sideboarding,
2 flying first strike lifelinks.
Sideboarding a little slowly,
Ouch.
maybe playing a little slower than normal. Well, we're back to normal now.
Yeah.
Just draw this. Play that other one. Your turn.
Yes, back to full speed here for Shota. And interestingly, Greg is in the business here of trying to get as much toughness on the battlefield as possible, and that is not what his deck does.
No, really doesn't.
He just has to pass a turn
Ouch.
first strike enough
Oh
to do it.
my God.
Shota just snapping off the attack here. Down to 3 goes
That's
Greg
brutal.
Orange. And this game looks like it's just about in the books.
This is
A
over.
very quick attack there for 11 lifelinking first striking damage, and yeah, this is a more ideal draw here for Shota. Who you have to imagine into the tournament is all tied up.
Wrecked.
You have to imagine Marshall spent a lot of time trying to prepare to beat Is It Phoenix, because much like the alchemy portion of the event where people knew that Runes was going to be a heavily played deck, everybody knows coming to this event that Is It Phoenix is going to be a heavily played deck. You don't know how much, but you know it's going to show up.
It ended up showing up in big numbers. 24.5% of the field registered Phoenix for this. And just to put that into perspective, the number 2 deck is Azorius Control, which is what Shota's running. That was only 9.
It's basically the same card,
field.
Tokyo, just as a different name, and one's legendary.
Deck with an individual slice of the pie, Is It Phoenix is easily the biggest by over double.
And Azorius Control, much like Is It Phoenix, has a pedigree in this historic format. You think of the Zendikar Rising Championship way back in December 2020 that Brad Barclay won. Now, format was way different. We're talking about Uros and a bunch of other stuff going on then, but it still remains the same that Azorius Control does have a pedigree of what it needs to look like to get the job done. There's a million different ways you can build this deck, depending on what creatures you want to play, like Shark Typhoon or Hullbreaker, or what spells you want to play, which planeswalkers you want to play. you can really mix it up with how you build this deck, but one thing remains the same, which is it's just pretty darn good.
All right, let's see if this sideboard plan now from Shota can finish the job. He lost what was a pretty close game one, where he was teetering on the edge of taking over, but ultimately just got attacked down by Greg Orange, kind of the good old-fashioned way. But that game two was not close. Shota Yasuoka with the rest of the piece on turn two, and then Angel bounced it, Angel into another Angel, and it was GG. Let's see if that's what's going to happen again here. It's a little tough to be on Greg's side of the table, right? He just doesn't really have the option to bring in a whole bunch of counter spells if he's going to keep the Phoenix package in. And, that's just sort of the way that
just
this
a turn
deck is
two
built.
tax
It
again.
means that cards like this, Rest in Peace.
Man, the Rest in Peace is just dunking on Greg.
And they're going to hit the battlefield, and they're going to stay there.
Ouch.
Yep. And the hope, if you're Greg, is that Rest in Peace isn't being played, in heavy numbers here this weekend, or if it is being played, that your opponent doesn't ever find it. And in this second and third game, Greg's had to face down Rest in Peace on turn
every
two,
time.
which is a huge problem.
That's right. And, it's also worth noting, by the way, for people thinking that, Shota's like just ripping his sideboard or whatever, it's not true. He has 2 in the main deck, right? And he has 1 extra Rest in Peace in the board. So, he's skewed in this direction already.
So lucky.
And yes, he gets to bolster it a bit out of the board, but he's ready for this matchup, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and again, as I mentioned, as he should be, I think everybody should be in some respect because this deck is so darn good and popular. And is it Phoenix? I don't think it's the overwhelming most powerful deck, but when you're preparing for 2 formats that are very different in Alchemy and Historic, it's easy to shortcut a little bit and say, you know what? At least I know Is It Phoenix is good enough that I can play this deck. And I think a lot of players may have, understandably so, gone this direction.
Yeah, I think that, when you have a split format tournament, you have to decide, right? Like, where am I going to put more of my energy? Splitting it right down the middle sometimes doesn't make sense. And, while Historic has a few changes, it's relatively stable as a metagame, where Alchemy is a wide open new world. And it's also, there's more rounds of Alchemy being played over the course of the total tournament. So it would make sense to focus your energy there. And if you're going to kind of just go, just what's good in Historic, it's this. I mean, this is the deck that you just can say, I know it's good, it's consistent, it's powerful, and I can play it.
Interesting draw step here for Greg. He picked up a copy of Crackling Drake. You saw him hovering over the den of the Bugbear Marshal, and I think he was thinking, yeah, I'm obviously just going to shoot this bad boy up and kill the Wandering Emperor. But the Crackling Drake maybe gave a slight pause on, are you sure you want to do that? Now, at the end of the day, as we see, Den of the Bugbear plus the token will take care of the Wandering Emperor, but something to briefly think about there.
There you go.
I also see life total, getting down to 11.
Yeah, yep.
This deck, again, isn't really great at
burning. But Baneslayer's right there.
But
Baneslayer's literally right there.
Something to keep in mind. We haven't seen Baneslayer Angel hit the battlefield just yet. And that's the kind of thing that can really change things around.
Slam the Drake.
This is a brutal.
Well, Drake is weak. Drake doesn't have a graveyard.
He has the ability, to cast 2 spells this turn, right? He can play Expressive Iteration and kick his turn off that way. Dovin's Veto took care of that. Well, he says, okay. Well,
oh no, it counts exile.
Drake, right? I'll get to resolve one of these spells, and it's like, actually, you get to resolve nothing. You get to attack me for just 1 point of damage, and now
I forget that it counts in exile as well.
Which, fortunately for Greg, it didn't. The Angel would have caused a serious problem. I think Greg's game plan here, and he might not even know this, is, you got to just attack and hope that a 5th land never comes. Ooh, Mystical Dispute's
well, that Mystical Dispute is very good.
That could actually matter.
Wow.
It's a little tough because
that's really
Greg
good.
Kind of gets put in this awkward position where he has to decide between leaving that up or casting another
so
threat.
Good.
Like Svialoon of Sea and Sky here, which is just kind of a generically good threat. Looks like no attack here from the Goblin. And Greg appropriately recognizing that Shark Typhoon is a possibility. And there's the 5th land.
Did he go for it?
For Baneslayer Angel.
Oh, but Greg doesn't have the mana.
Angel like we saw Shota do previously.
Oh,
which was
Greg.
Instead,
Greg needed to play the Sprite Dragon and Mystical Dispute, but instead, oh, that sucks.
Really going to go into thinking mode, perhaps. checking the
I can't believe
list.
Greg didn't hold up Mystical Dispute for the Angel here.
But with the
that really
Mystical
hurts.
Dispute currently turned off, it does seem like the way is clear. There's a negate in the board.
That hurts, man.
Phoenix, but that
Oh, but he gets saved.
Ooh, Otawara Soaring City. That could be interesting.
Never punished.
That's the nuts.
Send it back.
Dude,
That's
that's
the
the nuts
nuts.
because it only costs 3 because there's a legend on the battlefield. That's
yeah.
the nuts.
Wow, now the Mystical Dispute is active.
Is that a negate for 2? What's that
What
2
have
drop?
we here? There's 2 5-mana angels. If one of them gets countered, though, we're talking about life support here for Shota. Den of
Oh
the
my
Bugbear
gosh,
comes
this is
in for
close.
Damage traded off. Another, that's 5. You're at 2. Oh, this is gonna get really interesting.
So last turn,
If only the Sprite Dragon was in play.
Yeah, so last turn we
If
saw
only
Shota
the
save
Sprite
before
Dragon.
just casting the Baneslayer, right? Greg only had 2 mana up as opposed
Greg
to
would have had this if he played the dragon
We're
instead.
also looking at a deck here. You see Greg's face in the bottom left-hand corner. Pretty good right now. I'm really loving this. But last turn, Greg didn't have the opportunity to cast Mystical Dispute. He does now. Shota obviously has access to deck list, and now it's, okay, I'm not going to play an Angel. Go ahead.
Love it.
Yeah, I mean, Flying Haste.
So now Greg has to kind of plan out his turn here. And we're going to see Fateful Absence.
Here's the counter, just to negate.
The legendary threat.
So my assumption right now is that Shota has Impact.
Has Greg played a land?
Yes.
Think he would have cast an Angel, or he wouldn't play a turn in which something can get disputed, right? So Fateful Absence is a perfect card to kind of bridge the gap of, okay, you have a dispute, great. Well, you can't counter this one, okay. And where does the game go from here? Because you also have this 2/2 shark that's really just kind of.
Oh, he has not played a land. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So I would have negated that.
And this is really good news for Shota Yasuoka because, yes, he's still in a little bit of a pickle trying to resolve these angels. But the great news for him is that he gets a turn off and Greg has no forward momentum here. He's got a couple of counter spells, but he's not ahead on board.
Goblin.
And he has a clue that he can crack
3 unblocked damage.
He doesn't need to spend all of his mana.
Mystery card in hand right now for Greg, besides the Mystical Dispute, is a negate.
I think he should have negated that.
So maybe a little surprising to not see negate get involved there. This exchange does not come as much of a surprise. And I think if you're Shota, the thought process here might be, look, I got to get this part of the game over with.
I think Greg punted this round.
Fine, let's make this exchange.
If Greg doesn't win this, I'm pretty sure he lost it by not playing the dragon earlier.
Dispute my Angel, whatever. We're over that part of the game. And he has another Angel to follow up with, and he's got to hope that that's good enough.
Yeah, and that does seem to be his plan. And let's find out if that's the case, because Greg's going to crack this clue, find a land. He's got negate and this top deck of Faithless Looting. Okay, that could find him something.
Yeah, that's not a bad draw. He has at least one card to throw away there in the Steam vents.
Yeah,
so
and he really needed a spell to put on the stack to get this Sprite Dragon bigger than the Shark, too.
Yep, so I like that. And yeah, this has gotten actually significantly better. I think you can toss away DRC and Iteration, keep the negate, or excuse me, toss away DRC and the Steam vents, keep the Iteration and the negate. You have
keep
1,
the
2, 3,
Iteration.
4, 5, 6 mana.
You could also
means that you can iterate. You haven't played a land yet for the turn, so I think you should have the ability to iterate and then activate Den of the Bugbear if you want to. But it depends on what you find with Iteration, which will also give Sprite Dragon another counter. There is the possibility for Greg to win the game this turn, depending on what he finds. Because if he can clear out
that Bone Crusher's nice.
The Shark token, the Sprite Dragon plus the Flyer might just be enough.
That's right.
Wait, can Bone Dragon the Shark? Yeah, he has lethal. He has lethal. He has lethal.
Staring now.
He 100% has lethal.
Like, if he can go another thing.
He hits for 6.
Another thing plus
yeah,
one
that's
of those
lethal.
things is a removal spell.
It's lethal.
Yeah, I think Greg's got it right. So Sprite Dragon is a 4.
It's
plus 1 is
lethal.
5.
Just take
you play
it.
another spell, that's 6. Stomp from Bone Crusher Giant kills the 2/2, that's 7.
Come on, you guys.
Yeah,
right
those
there.
will all do it. Those will all get the job done.
Wow. Greg is going to find a win right here and right now.
He can
Shota
even
doesn't have
Bone
enough
Crush
time
as
to
well.
deploy
Like that's
superior
way beyond
sideboard
lethal.
plan with those angels, and he's taking
Wow.
lethal. Greg Orange
Wow.
gets by Shota Yasuoka, and he looks surprised about it. Said he kind of gave it.
He looks surprised about
I'll take
it.
He's going to improve to 5-0.
Yeah, look, I mean, overcoming a turn 2 rest in peace is a very hard thing to do from blue-white control, but you saw that Greg was able to kind of finagle his way around it. And, you know, we talk about those channel lands a little bit that have shown up in Neon Dynasty and how important those cards are. And that blue bounce land, I don't want to say its name incorrectly, but that thing is just, that was the perfect draw step. That turn is uncounterable.
Ottawa, the soaring city.
But it left it so that because of the legendary creature that's on the battlefield, there's enough mana to cast Mystical Dispute. And that messed up everything for sure. It did. So every single slot in these decks really matters, because when you cantrip as much as you do, you can find some fun of one-ofs.
Yeah, Ottawa
one of
with the reduction ability there ended up being the clutch play. Just perfect there for Greg Orange. He's going to improve to 5-0.
5-0. Woof. That's a good performance.
What's up, everybody? Coming up next, we've got Carlos Ramau versus Andrea Mengucci.
Carlos is going to try to make a bunch of
Finally, we get to see Golgari food
into the oven over and over and over again. Mengucci is going to try to get a bunch of Arclight Phoenixes in play and fly over Cauldron Familiar.
That's Andrea Mengucci versus Carlos Ramau. Coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Coming up. Just laughing. It's like, they're going to show me on camera. I hate it. This guy's sorting his cards on his bed. Mengucci's like, I gotta visualize, man. I gotta visualize. I love Mengucci. Cringe deck versus cringe deck. Let's go. 2.5 minutes. Oh man, that's a long break, you guys. That's a long break. Let me giganticize myself. Hey, we out here. We out here. How's chat doing today? You guys are still here with me, which I appreciate. Everybody liked the video. We officially have only 200 likes. Could you imagine a guy who works 8 hours and can only get 200 likes? Ah, so sad. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Appreciate everyone who's still with us today. That's Dudley. It's a lot of content, man. Like a big weekend. We're gonna be back tomorrow. Of course, we do have lots of giveaways tomorrow, which is exciting, right? Very, very exciting stuff. So, we out here, you guys. We out here. Right, we're gonna finish the day off strong, and you know, we'll be back tomorrow as well, which is super fun. And of course, I've got another YouTube video coming out tonight, which is fantastic as well. Very cool beans. Is this one of the songs they had made for Call Time when they were doing metal? Great stram, dude. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, like the video, show your support. Subscribe to the channel. Maybe even become a YouTube member, which is always a great way to support. Really, all the different ways are great. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to dinner. You know, I'm very, very hungry. Just relaxing, I guess. You can win a giveaway, Billy. Just show up tomorrow. CGB logged off. No! I get it. I get it. Long day. It's a very long day, right? I think we were on Twitch for like 3 hours in the morning, and we've been here for 7 hours, so it's like a 10-hour day already. Viewers from Brazil. What's up, Mario? Welcome. In the real world? What is that even? I haven't been in the real world in years. I don't even like recognize the real world anymore, you know what I mean? Like I couldn't even tell you what it looks like.
And welcome back to coverage here of the Neon Dynasty Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Cedric Phillips. We got Carlos Ramau and Andrea
Let's go, Mengucci.
down.
Oh, I hate cheering for Phoenix
A quick
though.
look here reveals
Meguchi's playing
versus
Phoenix.
Phoenix, kind of the classic.
Having tacos tonight? Oh man, that makes me jealous. I want some tacos.
Before this, is
I
game
want
number
some
2 as we come
tacos.
in. And as you can see, Andrea Mengucci is up a game.
And he's looking comfy.
I'm gonna go and try to find
Looking
something
comfy.
for dinner,
Always looks comfy, doesn't
just to
it?
make sure I've got it lined up.
Magic players in the world.
What matches are going on tomorrow? Miss most
I
of it.
challenge you to find someone who loves playing Magic more than Andrea.
No.
Yeah, no.
What the
Good
schedule's
luck.
like tomorrow,
Challenge
really?
not accepted.
I do not understand.
I mean, we had
I
a
imagine
camera,
there'll be more
on him
alchemy,
before,
and
like, while he was getting
someone
ready
was
for
saying
the match,
standard,
and
but
he's,
I don't know if we have.
sorting out
I
his
don't think there's any standard in this tournament.
just-
I think it's just historic and alchemy, but I could be wrong.
Really incredible.
I like doing complicated.
Yeah, I'll be right back, you guys. Couple minutes here.
Kind of cool. We can actually hear the players here. I'm sure you can as well.
The matchup that we see here, Marshall, is one we saw a lot at the Innistrad Championship, where food was dominant in the hands of the Japanese team. And they ultimately, destroyed the top 8 of that tournament, and Yuki Ishikawa won with Gagari food. So a pretty traditional matchup, as you mentioned, as Carlos is off to a nice start here with a squirrel, a goose, and an oven.
There's consider on end step here for Mengucci, possibly signaling to Carlos that lands could be an issue, or that he's got a lot of extra cantrips right now.
One thing we do know about this food deck is it's very much an engine deck, so there's no Trail of Crumbs just yet. The Meat Hook Massacre can be considered an engine card. You've got the Witch's Oven, but no Cauldron Familiars, so it's kind of a combo deck, kind of not, but it's trying to put a couple different things together. But once the House of Cards is up, it generally does not fall down.
That's right. And like you said, that's a good way to view it, right? There's any number of, call it 2, sometimes 3 card combos that come together to generate different types of advantage. But once a couple of them are there, it's really difficult to knock it off, because they usually give itself redundancy, so that even if you knock off one piece, they found it again anyway. Oof. Unless, of course, you end up with all the ovens.
Yeah, you get a little oven flooded, and now, the pieces aren't coming together accordingly, which is a little bit frustrating, I suppose.
Oh, Andre's gonna give us a little song and dance here.
I really just want to know what he's having for dinner later, because I'm here for those tweets every time.
I'm sure his dad's making some beautiful seafood pasta.
Yeah.
Mengucci cuisine, as he calls it on his Twitter feed. Looks like Ravenous Squirrel's going to get hungry here.
Yeah, apparently. Okay.
But that ended up with 2 counters, thanks to a couple of things being sacrificed. So 3 damage, and we have seen this before, that Ravenous Squirrel can get completely out of hand.
I guess also when you have multiple ovens in the way that that Carlos does, you can afford to toss one away.
I do wonder what Mengucci makes of it. Right, because it looks a little aggressive, right, from Carlos to just be like, screw it, sack my food, sack my oven, just get in for 3.
Yeah, I just
right?
really needed this damage.
Right, like Mengucci must be going, wow, you must not have anything else going on.
Well, Mengu finding a copy of Unholy Heat here is pretty timely. Didn't have an answer to a squirrel that was, more than 2 toughness. So the fact that he found Unholy Heat and has Delirium means that last turn from Carlos looks a lot worse now.
Correction, by the way, from the beginning of the match, this is actually game number 1, so we get to see the whole thing.
Lovely.
Even better. So Luris goes into hand, land, and the ultra aggressive attack with the goose, sending a message.
Carlos really feeling himself right now with that attack.
You got a smile at him, Mengucci.
Yeah.
I'm back with dinner.
Sometimes they
Let's
say the
go.
goose is loose, Cedric, and man, when it's
Beautiful.
shipping for 0, like
that is a thing that people say.
a lot of people say that.
I'm really curious where Mingu's going to go this turn because he's got a lot of options. Finale is definitely one of them. Triggering Dragon's Rage Chandler, of course. You know, is there a clean way for me to Phoenixes into the graveyard? It looks like the answer is yes.
So what does he get here? He gets Faithless Looting and Consider out of the deal. That's a lot of cards. He's seen a ton of cards here.
That's what it looks like.
And the Faithless Looting last. Oh, there's another Phoenix as well.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it's kind of an all-in-one package there. It counts as 3 spells in and of itself.
So is this like a really bad matchup for Golgari or what?
Straight away. Bang, bang, bang. Down to 9 goes Carlos Ramau. Another Gilded Goose off the top. Doesn't seem to be what he needs. Does this Meat Hook Massacre get the job done?
It should clean things up pretty well. I mean, decently. I don't want to say pretty well. It's going to clean things up decently, right? Because it's going to clear away everything on the battlefield. Great stuff like that. But we know that this Izzet Phoenix deck doesn't have that much difficulty getting those Phoenixes back from the graveyard. And just drew another copy too.
Maya's
yelling at me. She wants my dinner.
Well, let's just reset things temporarily. Is that another Phoenix going in the yard there?
Yeah, so there's a third one in the yard right now, and the ability to either play Iteration or Flashback Faithless Looting is on the table. So this was very easy. Again, this is the appeal of Izzet Phoenix, right, Marshall?
Yes.
Because your deck is consistent. It does the same thing every game.
Come on.
There's no one that can really stop you from like, hey, I'm going to get these Phoenixes back and everything. It's just more of a, is the thing that I'm doing better than what I know your deck can do? At the Innistrad Set Championship, the answer was yes. Golgari Food, Yuki Ishikawa, look, what those Japanese players were doing was incredible if they were able to get the engine online. Carlos is trying to do the same thing. He just hasn't been able.
You can see his little chit chat at the end there. So that's game number 1 going to Andrea.
That's game. I look away for 1 second. It's over.
Pick up that first game. And we're actually just going to take a minute here, Cedric. We're going to skip game number 2. It ended up going a little too long for us to get the whole entire match. But we do get to see the deciding game number 3, which means that Carlos won game 2 on the post board. So let's get into game number.
Must have been a long match
here between these two.
Now this hand from Carlos, this I like a lot more. Now again, he's still missing some pieces to the puzzle, right? He doesn't have an oven to go with the cat, but he's got the most.
Now, this is game 2, though. What they said they weren't showing us game 2
because Mengucci has no good way.
What the heck?
To get it off the battlefield in most instances. So,
wondering if this is actually game 3.
Oh yeah, given that Carlos is on the play.
Yeah. But we'll find out. At any rate, we'll just kind of hang with this game for a bit here and see what happens. You see the trail of crumbs hitting the battlefield here on 2. That was what he missed before.
And because trail is the card that really kind of ties the room together. It just does everything for your deck.
He had 3 Witches Ovens in the first game. You'd like one right now. Just one's fine. Don't need more than that. But right now he doesn't have it. He's got another Ravenous Squirrel. He does have some ways to get through his library a bit here with Deadly Dispute if he'd like. Got to be tempting.
Yeah, I'm curious if he does want to play the Squirrel this turn. We got to remember, right? Carlos is a former world champion. I mean, he's all world at this game. And I mentioned that because to say this, excuse me, this deck's really hard to play. Like, really hard to play.
Yes.
It's called Golgari Food deck, but
extremely hard to play.
But if you play it at its maximum level, again, like we saw at the Innistrad Championship, it's probably the best deck in historic.
Highest ceiling.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
You can see Mengucci trying to set himself up with Faithless Looting. And another one.
Okay.
Looks like he has just the one Phoenix in the yard there. I think he was hoping for a second one here.
Yeah, I wonder. I'm curious what 4-drops he wants to keep in his hand. He's got 2 Crackling Drakes and a Chandra. I wonder how heavily Mengucci favors Chandra in this matchup and in this position of the game.
Mm-hmm. You can see he's also got an eye on that Unholy Heat. That's a way he can not die to Ravenous Squirrel. It does get absolutely huge.
Mm-hmm. Here's your oven. Okay. Now he's getting going.
Manguchi's hand goes to the starting screen.
That's just a different match. But okay, but you know, we did get a good idea there for how game number 2 went, Cedric. As you can see, that good start from Carlos Ramau to kick things off. Yeah,
right now we're at watching Eli.
It's just a different match on the screen.
We're watching
what
Eli.
We're going to do here is we are going to let game 2 come to its conclusion on its own. And again, spoiler alert, Carlos won game number 2. And that means that we do get to show you that third game that we intended. You can see how game number 2 went. Maybe we can use that in our third game to kind of understand what needs to happen from Carlos's side to make it work. Because as we saw, Mengucci did have some things going on too. It wasn't like he was missing land drops or wasn't playing any spells.
Oh yeah, there was plenty going on both sides. As we're gonna jump into game 3 right now. But more importantly, you know, we were seeing Carlos get the full setup going, right? Found enough of it,
He's just
has
frozen.
a trail, so that stuff's just going to happen. Has a Meat Hook Massacre.
Duck, no turkey.
Going on in the Madden Champions on the battlefield. So I'm not too surprised, let's say, that Carlos won that game. Now,
Duck,
game 3,
duck,
we don't know who
turkey.
won, so let's find out.
Let's do that. So here we are underway in game number 3. And you can see, we're seeing this from Menguchi's perspective at the moment. So we'll just follow along with Mengu. And it was always kind of interesting when this happens because we don't get to see what's in the hand, for Carlos. So Andrea, you know, he knows what we know.
Yep. And here's one thing I know for sure. That Spell Pierce is huge because keeping Trail of Crumbs off the battlefield is a big deal. Now, Mengu's hand is not that great. You know, we're not seeing any iterations, considers, ops, faithless lootings, nothing like that. He's gotten the bad end of things as far as that is concerned, but the good end of things, at least temporarily, with taking care of that first Trail of Crumbs.
Yeah, it looks like he's playing a blue-red control deck from this draw, right? Like he's got Pithy Needle, Brazen Borrower, Chandra, Torch of Defiance at the ready. But we'll see if that stays. He's actually just going to cast the Brazen Borrower here and start to get frisky. With that Trail of Crumbs on the battlefield,
Mango always likes to wear scarf.
For that one, he's going to need to start attacking. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Is he going to go for Crackling Drake here? It's small for the moment, but as we know, over the course of even just one turn,
Those Italian nights are cold, baby.
Can explode in power.
Yeah, which 4-mana spell do you want to play? Do you want to play Chandra and get that activated on the battlefield and start working towards Ultimate, or do you want to go towards Crackling Drake? And I like getting Chandra on the battlefield and trying to really get some work done with this card.
Okay, he's got 5 loyalty up on it. He can, of course, threaten the ultimate as well for Chandra Torch of Defiance, which is very strong. He has a Crackling Drake as well. These two cards do work well together. Yes, that Expressive Iteration got exiled, but
we're still learning the game.
Carlos still attacking, and then he's going to go for the Mortality Spear after. So a little bit tough there. Looks like we're caught up here on the bottom as well, but there's a Crackling Drake. It is at 2 now. And there's a card in the hand as well. Tap land and bang for 3 here for Mengucci. So can Carlos stem the bleeding? He needs to get these threats off the battlefield. And he can. Look at this. Phyrexian Tower sacrifices the plant token, and the Meat Hook Massacre is enough to wipe the board now.
That hurts.
Full reset there.
Yeah, that plant token gave Chandra a little taste before being used for good for Carlos via the Phyrexian Tower. And now the Meat Hook Massacre cleaned everything up. Carlos sitting at a pretty comfortable 14 right now.
Expressive Iteration goes on this.
Since they did freeze, what's going on?
Post Sprite Dragon, decisions to be made now for Mengucci, trying to pick up this third game. These players, by the way, it's worth noting, are at 2-2 for their record. So they're in that kind of precarious position where, you know, they don't have the luxury of giving away losses too often from here on out. So every match is going to be very important for these two after a rocky start.
You see a cat has now shown up. Looks like it's going to get sacrificed to a Phyrexian Tower. That'll trigger the Meat Hook Massacre. Might be going trailing now, perhaps. Yeah, so this is you know, Mengu, I'm sure, was thrilled when he got to Spell Pierce the first trail, but the second trail is just, it's a total bummer for him because there's no way for him to get it off the battlefield realistically. And so this engine's just going to be online, and this engine's a lot to overcome for Izzet Phoenix.
Yeah, this is why you play the deck. Here's Fatal Push now. Remember that cat got sacked earlier, so that's going to be a full charge.
You can grab a water.
Fatal Push. Here's Gilded Goose, and then Lurrus, the Dream Den's going to go into hand as well. What a turn there for Ramau.
Yeah, used all the mana, did all the things, killed some stuff, and now, really, to me, it feels like the only piece of the puzzle that's missing right now is an oven.
Yeah, and you know, the Gilded Goose will do a fine impression here with the Trail of Crumbs so that he can dig and find what he needs to find.
Yep.
This is a tough spot now for Andrea Mengucci. He does start things off, though, probably the best way he can with Expressive Iteration. And he did find Unholy Heat as well, so he can kill the Gilded Goose if he sees that as a potential form of card advantage that he can't suffer.
A lot of different cards in Mengu's hand, but it's all kind of removal based, and this deck really does kind of more often than not just shrug off removal pretty well. So see if that Anger the Gods Exile clause can play a role in things here.
Yeah, curious. You know, and Carlos is 14, potentially going to 11 here. And he's actually going to chump, perhaps a nod to the Lurrus in hand that he's already got. I don't know if he had anything else to bring back, but he can do that.
Okay.
Carlos prioritizing his life total quite highly there. But if it's relatively free, you know, it's not such a huge thing. Okay, this is Phyrexian Tower acting as a sacrifice outlet. Now we're going to see a food get chomped. That's going to trigger the Trail of Crumbs, a mana floating anyway. And there's the Witch's Oven as well.
Yep.
Hello.
The pieces of the puzzle are coming together beautifully here for Carlos Ramau. He has a mana floating as well, so this Lurrus will have a slight discount on it. And now he can get that Gilded Goose back into play again. That's going to generate him a food token. He can just pay a mana for a Witch's Oven and another one for a Soul Guide Lantern.
Wow.
And you can't like Andrea Mengucci's position here. He is under an avalanche of cards at this point.
So let's see. If you're Mengucci, you're going to lose a card from your graveyard. Whatever. This Anger of the Gods is fine. It's fine. Let's start with an opt, though.
And Gucci's going to need to find things like Crackling Drake to kind of provide a follow-up threat if he does decide that he needs to anger this turn. He could do some cute stuff, kill his own Arclight Phoenix with Unholy Heat. That counts as one of the spells, and then they come back at combat after he's already. But it looks like he's going to put the Arclight Phoenix that he saw on
That's
top
all right. That's all right.
Back on bottom. Here's Pithing Needle.
That's actually pretty nice. You can
This
name
also
Witch's
forces
Oven.
the issue on the Lantern, right? Like,
Yep. In some respects. In some respects.
does he just need to name Witch's Oven anyway?
That's what I'm kind of thinking. I think he might just need to name Witch's Oven.
Wouldn't be surprised at that either. This is a tough spot. I mean, Carlos just has a lot going on here. Pithy Needle still on the stack, although the Witch's Oven did
food
get
that gains
activated
so much
in
life.
response.
It's ridiculous.
And
And then, like, with the meat hook there.
So
Oh,
he
my
wants
lord.
to keep that thing in the bin. And here's Unholy Heat to take down Lurrus. Life total down to 11 for Mengucci. That Meat Hook Massacre has been kind of chipping away as well. And then Mengucci gets to attack with Arclight Phoenix. So a little awkward here. He put a Phoenix on the bottom. He still has an Anger of the Gods, but now he doesn't want to fire it off.
No, he really, really doesn't.
Also, Gilded Goose is a fine activator for Trail of Crumbs anyway. The Outland Liberator, also an answer for Pithy Needle, and it's going to get nabbed immediately. That Pithy Needle stayed on the battlefield for just half a turn there. Now Cauldron Familiar set to go again, and once the Trail of Crumbs gets going, it usually doesn't stop.
Yeah, the engine is back online, folks.
Really tough for Blue-Red, right? It's just they don't have the ability to take care of these permanents.
Well, that may have been Manguchi's best draw there. He needed a big-time cantrip to find multiple cards in one turn, and so Expressive Iteration kind of checks the ultimate box right now.
Yikes, land into hand. He's going to fire off Consider, though. That's what he ended up getting off of it. Not great. Okay, he did replace the Pithy Needle. That could be interesting. As the Liberator's gone.
We did see this last time. You know, that last needle made it half a turn. Let's see how long this one's going to hang out for.
Manguchi falls down to 8 life, and it looks like Carlos is going to up that a little bit here as well, as he can go Cauldron Familiar, bring it back, trigger the trail, ding you again with the Meat Hook Massacre and the Familiar trigger, and he's going to stop there. There's Cauldron Familiar being named once again. Life total's getting very sketchy here for Manguchi. He's down to 7.
Yeah. And with food tokens being involved, Carlos's life total is not really that scary, right? You can sacrifice a food token, go up to 14. You can make another food token with a Gilded Goose and sack it and go up to 17. So nothing too scary as far as Carlos's life total is concerned. Manguchi has to keep attacking because you don't, then you know you're not getting anywhere. So if I'm Carlos, I feel like I'm sitting pretty even though another needle showed up.
Totally. Manguchi even was looking at Anger of the Gods. He does have a Den of the Bugbear, maybe thinking, okay, I'll swipe the board here and then try to clean up the mess with the Den, but he decides against it. Really precarious position here. There's Faithless Looting, but not a ton of cards in hand here for Manguchi. He has been able to find action, though, so let's see what he can hit here. Particularly if he's decided against casting Anger, then, you know, he could upgrade that to a Crackling Drake.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that upgrade complete here in just a moment.
Okay. He's finding threats. He's also down to 6.
Yes.
He's going to die to that Ravenous Squirrel plus the triggers from Meat Hook Massacre if he's not careful. So he's got to keep that in mind as well. This is a very tough spot. But I know I'd rather be sitting in Carlos's seat at this point.
I'd be feeling good about things if I were Carlos, just because you more or less have your engine almost entirely online right now. Falling down to 8 again is not that big of a deal when you have a food token on the battlefield and the ability to make more.
Just another 14 power Drake here for Manguchi. It's still an impressive card. He'll get a card back out of it as well. He's hellbent, as we say. He has no more cards in hand. And another Ravenous Squirrel. These threats are
That's a
adding up
card.
very quickly.
Yeah,
See what he can find. Steam Vents.
Well, I mean, that's discard to Faithless Looting, so might as well spend that wheel again. Oh, hello.
Well, there's 2 Arclight Phoenix.
And
he's decided to split the difference there, Seth. He put one in the yard and one in hand thanks to that...
the Soul Guide Lantern?
Yeah.
Yep.
You don't often see them, go one in the yard, one in my hand, but kind of has to here.
Yeah, that's what he's got to do right now. So let's see.
A cat and a squirrel.
I'm just curious if
it's the ultimate team
for Carlos, or excuse me, for Mengu to get out of the turn, because if he can, he might be able to do some stealing of things here. I'm just not convinced that he can.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. There's a good chance he just dies.
Is this game?
No.
I feel like this is game.
Yeah, but advantage heavily in favor of Carlos right now.
That's right. I mean, even in his worst case scenario, he gets the squirrel big enough to be lethal and forces the Drake to trade for it, which is really kind of Manguchi's best option. But I'm sure he can just kill him here. This is where, the Meat Hook Massacre addition to this deck really helps out. It's just done so much damage over the course of the game. He's got him down to 4 with it.
Let's see, sacrifice that.
Oh,
1, 2,
can he
3,
meat
4.
hook for 4 here?
Yeah, that's what I think he might be
And
setting
that'll
up or
kill
something.
the rest, and then he can attack with the squirrel for the last one.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking right now.
Mm-hmm. That would do it. And Mengucci's tapped out. May as well get rid of the goose if you're going to meat hook for 4 anyway.
Yeah, you got the Phyrexian Tower to do that, so now you get to hook it up.
And that's game.
This is what it looks like
The
on
goose
Golgari's
would have
when it
been
gets
1
its
extra
engine online.
damage.
Yeah, exactly.
If you would have killed your own
It's
goose, it
such
would have been
an
1 extra
avalanche.
damage, but it doesn't matter.
And there's just a squirrel left over. That's going to be a good game from Andrea Mengucci. And Carlos Ramao wins a tough 3-game
Woof.
match against Mengucci.
That cat oven
Finally
is
finishing
just
things
a
off there
lot.
with a with
What's
a
up,
little,
Omar?
little chippy attack from a
Welcome,
little baby
welcome.
squirrel. Never did anything to nobody.
If anyone hasn't done so yet, please like the video. It
finished
really
the
does
job
help.
there and sent Andrea Mengucci packing.
That's the appeal of Golgari food. Now, when we were talking about this, pre-show and Monty and I talked about this on Weekly MTG alongside Blake yesterday. I mean, we were really surprised at the low number of Golgari food based off of what happened at the Innistrad Championship and how dominant it was. The reasons that we believe for that, I don't want to speak for Monty, but I think we have similar thoughts, is the deck is really hard to play. Preparing for 2 different tournaments, and Alchemy is a great unknown, where Historic is more known. So if you're shortcutting and preparing for a tournament, you're
So strong.
if you're doing it by yourself, you're doing it with a bunch of people. It doesn't matter. You say, look, Alchemy is a big part of this tournament. Also, Alchemy's day 3, which is where we all want to be, right? If we're going to win the tournament. So we need to take some liberties with the format that we know. So it makes some sense to me to say, hey, Golgari food, that's a lot. We don't have time for that.
Oh, already had me
What do you think
hooked
about
down,
Izzet
so when he
Phoenix?
sacked
Good
the
enough. Okay,
goose,
great. Let's
it
figure out a good
triggered
build
it
and games
anyways.
and move
I
on.
got
But
you.
for
I got you.
those
Thanks, not
who
Obama.
did take the time to learn Golgari food for this
Thanks for
particular
the clarification.
event, I think it could be a
been a long day.
very good event for those people because there is a lot of Izzet Phoenix in this tournament, Marshall.
That's right. And we'll see how it goes over the course of the weekend. We're going to have more Historic for the rest of today. We'll have some more tomorrow as well. And we'll see how those choices pan out for those players. For now, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be at the news desk. Don't go anywhere.
Woof! You guys, what a day. What a long day. And we've got another 2 days of it coming up as well. Just pretty gosh darn ridiculous. Holy Politos. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you don't know, if you haven't heard, we'll be doing some pack giveaways tomorrow. Get your packs. Win some single cards maybe as well, right? Well, it's cards that, got your name on it. Got your name on it, you guys. Some bangers here to hand out, which is really cool. So don't miss tomorrow's coverage. Same times, same place, which means here on YouTube and literally all day, which is exciting. So, we'll probably spread them out through the day. Just stop by when you've got time, or maybe you're true champion and you'll be here all day with me, which would be amazing. So, shout out to those people in chat who've been keeping me awake. Make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, maybe become a YouTube member, stuff like this. Really does help. And any guesses as to how much longer today's coverage goes? I'm thinking about 45 minutes. I think we'll have about 45 minutes of coverage left. But I could be wrong, I don't really know. It makes sense that they would cut it at 8 hours. It's a long day. It's a lot of magic, which is fun. Yup. Yeah, what a great day. We're straight chilling. The food deck is pretty aggressive. Like, if it gets to, roll out, wow. And I think the food deck, Well, I thought it had a disadvantage to the Izzet deck, but it maybe is the opposite way, in fact.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of the Neon Dynasty Championship. Well, the number of our undefeated players grows ever smaller. Let's take a look at our standings here as we gear up for round number 6.
Jim Davis, still number 1.
Here. Check it out, Jim Davis, content creator, undefeated. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, also undefeated. By the way, Jim Davis bringing Grixis midrange and Azorius Auras to this tournament. Kind of unconventional choices. As well as Jean-Emmanuel Duprat bringing Jeskai Hinata and Azorius Affinity. So 2 players who are bringing unconventional decks as far as the metagame is concerned, undefeated in this tournament. Well, one of those players who is undefeated is Greg Orange. Congratulations to him. He talked to Riley after his big win last round.
I'm here with Greg Orange, who has just got himself to 5-0 here at the Neon Dynasty Championship. Congratulations, Greg. Off to a flying start in both Alchemy and Historic. Talk to us about your Historic deck, Arclight Phoenix. Once again, you played it in the last tournament. Just running it back this time?
Yep, just running it back. Just, no changes necessary, I guess. I don't know.
The deck is tried and tested. Some players have brought in some new cards here and there, but I guess with the deck's performance, you didn't deem it necessary to mess around with it too much.
I didn't. I mean, I'm playing a lot of considers, but I didn't really consider making a lot of changes. Although, I don't know, I just picked a Phoenix deck from the internet, basically. So.
I just picked the Phoenix deck from the internet. What a guy.
So far. And similar to last time as well, where you played mono white aggro, you're playing mono white aggro, but this time in Alchemy. And I know you're a fan of some of these new Alchemy cards. They're working pretty well for you.
Yeah, the new Alchemy cards seem pretty good. So no complaints with those, I guess. I mean, seems like a pretty good deck to me, I suppose. My friend, was playing my friend Alex and Ian Burrell, I believe, were like, this deck is nice. So I was like, all right, let's give it a shot.
Well, undefeated with it so far, and long may it continue, my friend. Greg, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on the win. Yeah. Hopefully talk to you again very soon.
Thank you. All right, sounds good.
That's Greg Orange, one of our remaining undefeated players in the field. So chill, Greg Orange, the chillest of Magic players. And I gotta love the matching wardrobe there, going with the last name. Really, really great. So we've been talking a lot today about the metagame for Alchemy and for Historic, but what exactly is a metagame and how do we arrive at one? We asked some of the best players in the game what they thought. Here's what they had to say.
A metagame is a group of decks played at a certain point in time.
For me, a metagame is really about having all these options and knowing that the other players around the world are going to try to build the best possible decks. What can I do to be one step ahead?
At its most basic level, the metagame is the cards and decks your opponents are choosing to play with.
What I look for is trying to figure out how the decks interact. Once you know that, you can figure out where you're going to establish yourself.
For me, the most important aspect of choosing a deck is to choose something that's powerful in the abstract. And the reason that's important is that you can't always guess the metagame correctly.
The only other factors that matter when tackling a metagame usually are preference, which encompasses anything from preferring to play a certain style of deck to preferring to play with a certain card, and then what you think other people will play.
Be a relevant competitor in as many games as possible. And that can come in a wide variety of forms, but I like decks that have some ability to smooth their draw, to play longer games. I don't mind playing an aggressive deck, but I like it to be a good aggressive deck with staying power and backup plans. You don't need to reinvent the wheel every time you play.
it's extremely daunting for one individual to try to solve a metagame or identify the best deck. It's much better to bite off smaller chunks at a time and do a good job with whatever deck or strategy you're choosing. This is especially true for a split format event like the Set Championship, where you actually have two formats to worry about at the same time.
Not switch decks too often, not to chase the latest trends, but rather focus on something that you can really excel at and learn all the patterns, all the things that matter for your deck. That's more important than some theoretical metagame. I
find that players tend to underestimate their own ability to learn a new deck. I'll often hear players say, oh, this deck is probably the best, but I don't have any experience with it, so I'm not going to try it. Sometimes you're just making excuses for yourself, and really, if you do just put in the hours, you're going to learn that deck and be able to play it to a high level of proficiency. So don't use that as an excuse to play your pet deck.
The feeling I look for when I've metagamed correctly is sitting down from my opponent, they play out a card, and you just instantly know that you're going to win, ideally 2-0.
If he hits a Phoenix here, it'll be over, and there's an Arclight Phoenix! He actually did it! Zachary Keeney is going to finish the match. Goodness. Zachary Keeney takes his seat at the World Championship.
I tend to view a Magic tournament in two parts. Stage one is the preparation, where you're practicing, you're trying to be prepared for all of the matchups and patterns that you're likely to face and build the best deck that you possibly can. And stage two is the actual day of competition, where even the best preparation, you still need to wake up and be your best and be focused and make those sharp plays. And you can't have one without the other.
So when I won the Pro Tour, everything fell into place. I was playing the officially best deck of the metagame, but I was beating the mirror 90% of the time. And that was a feeling that I've been remembering for years. It's simply such a powerful, rewarding state of mind.
A really cool look into what exactly a metagame is there with some of our pro players. Corey, do you like to bring a pet deck, or do you like to bring the best deck in the field?
I am always the best deck in the format. I always just want to make sure I have good tools to be able to hopefully try to outplay my opponent, similar to Reed on that.
All right, well, let's take a look at our next feature match here for round number 6. Coming up at the Neon Dynasty Championship, we've got Luis Scott Vargas versus Aaron Gertler. LSV there on Is It Phoenix. Orzhov Auras for Aaron Gertler. Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Luis Scott Vargas almost needs no introduction. Hall of Famer, 11 top finishes to his name, Pro Tour Berlin champ back in 2008, beloved podcaster and streamer. Really good historic win rate there as well. And take a look at Aaron Gertler here. Love testing with his team Sanctum of All. Great Magic team there. Donates half of winnings to charity as well. Aaron Gertler, just a great guy. Running one of my favorite decks, Orzhov Auras here, Corey. So let's talk about these decks.
Yeah, let's talk about them. I'm really excited, especially with Luis's deck. Luis tested with Reed, and speaking of metagaming, you see all these lands that produce black mana in the sideboard there. We have Hidetsugu's Consumes All, and that is some really hot tech for these Golgari food decks. So, they metagame. They figured Is It Phoenix was going to be a very powerful strategy and metagame to beat their one bad matchup. Aaron Gertler on the other side playing Orzhov Auras, has a little bit of that red splash for Cartouche, for the red Cartouche. This is just trying to play Core Spirit Dancer, SRAM, or Light Paws, strap it up, and then go to town.
I love it. Everybody knows I love this deck. Yeah, you know I do, Corey. Let's talk predictions now. Riley, I think you're still leading the field here at the news desk. Yep, 4-1. Who do you pick?
I took a loss last round, but I'll make that up here by backing LSV, the man, the myth, the legend, on Is It Phoenix. He's one of the best players on what is probably the best deck in Historic, so I'm backing Luis.
All right, what about you, Corey?
That tech in the sideboard is not really for this matchup. There's a lot of 2 drops, not really 1 drop. So I'm actually going to go with Aaron Gertler on this one. I think the Auras decks usually favor Phoenix.
Well,
or usually favor Auras, excuse me.
You know I'm going with the Auras deck. I've got to pick Aaron Gertler. The Orzhov version is actually my personal favorite. I prefer this one to the Azorius version. So Aaron Gertler, let's get it done, baby.
Riley's eyes must be killing
Round
him.
number 6 from the Neon
guy's
Dynasty
eyes
Championship is
have got to be
coming
just
your way.
fried
Everybody,
from wearing
don't go
contacts all
anywhere.
day.
Our players are getting ready to do
He's like, don't show
battle
me.
in just a couple of minutes.
Don't show
Stay
me.
tuned.
Boom, 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 boom. This is a long ass day. Shout out to everybody on stream. We've got giveaways tomorrow. Don't miss out on the giveaways. We've got packs. We got cards. We got foot picks. Right? That's all that and more tomorrow. Don't miss out. Subscribe to the channel. Like the video. It really does support quite nicely. And maybe even become a YouTube member. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm exhausted. We out here, though. We're going to finish out. We're going to finish strong. Just finished tacos. Beautiful. I had a delicious dinner also. Oh, man. I think I might just go straight to bed after this. I'm going to be honest. It's my bedtime. Local time, 5:20 p.m. I have been up since about 3 this morning. Woof. Zorius Yorion. Wow.
Welcome back to coverage of the Neon Dynasty Championship. It is round 6. It's historic. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Mani Davuti, and I'm looking forward to this matchup. It's kind of similar to the one we cast last, but Orzhov Auras this time up against the good old Phoenix.
Currently,
what do you think about this?
I'm watching The Simpsons. First time watching The Simpsons in my life. I'm working my way backwards. I started at season 33 or 32, and I'm on season 18 right now. I've been going backwards through them.
Really struggle and hopefully
for The Simpsons, I watch Star Trek, every single Star Trek, probably about 15 times.
Let's hope so. Now,
In the
between
movies,
the two builds,
the series, all of them, you know what I mean?
Has the slight edge
I must have seen Deep Space Nine 5 times.
I typically like
Deep Space Nine is so good, right? Shout out to Deep Space Nine.
Off having thoughts, he's Inquisition of Kozilek. I think they go a long way. In
Big Star Trek fan.
But a lot
I watch lots of stuff. What We Do in the Shadows. It's Always Sunny.
Well, let's see how Aaron Gertler does here. Ideal start for him. Black mana into Thoughtseize. It's going to take away Expressive Iteration, which has proven to be an absolute powerhouse in the formats that it is viable in. So, looking forward to seeing how this game shakes out. Lightpaws, Emperor's Voice, sees that the way is clear. So that powerful legend down on the battlefield.
Yeah, the pressure from Luis is not negligible. But what really matters for Aaron is making sure this Light Pause survives. So he gets rid of the card draw spell or card selection spell from Luis that would potentially find him an answer faster to Light Pause, because we see the hand from Aaron. This Light Pause is going to get out of hand very quickly. So all he wants to do right now is make sure that he buys it an extra turn, 2, just to get these auras on it.
Gonna start things off here with the Rune of Sustenance. That's gonna trigger Light Pause. And she's going to go and fetch something from the deck. Ooh, all that glitters. I was wondering if he was going to go for Kaya's ghost form, perhaps. But no, he's just going all in. He's like, I'm going to make this cat freaking enormous. Or is it a fox? I'm not 100% sure now.
The fox.
Whatever it is, it's big.
Foxes are actually cats. Foxes are cats.
Because you want it to be safe
Fox
from
is definitely just a breed of cat, right? A feline.
2 more copies of All That Glitters in Aaron's
I'm pretty
hand,
sure.
because Light Pause
It's not a
goes
canine.
and gets
I don't
auras
think.
that you don't already have on the battlefield. You get all the glitters that you have more copies of out of your deck. You make this huge next turn and still have the ability to go get another named aura out of your deck.
Also with a SRAM in hand now, we're going to see some extra card draw. There's Akaya's Ghost Form, so... Got
Paramount Plus has new Star Trek stuff. I just downloaded it all.
This is a very, very good start.
I even watched the new cartoon
Aaron
that came out.
needs to do some math because
It
this
was
on the
alright.
glitters can go get
The
a
Nickelodeon
Glaring
cartoon?
Aegis,
It's like,
have
whatever,
the
it's still Star
Stormwind
Trek.
entity, and he might just be able to lethal Luis this turn, actually. Yeah, this is insane.
Yep, he's going for it.
He's
gonna tap something. That's an 18-20. What?
We're still getting one more aura. Hold on, Ailey.
Yeah, wait, okay, more.
We're adding a bit
Hey,
more
hold
stats
on,
to it.
hold on.
Yeah.
For style, all right?
Yeah.
22.
For style?
Oh,
Wow.
goodness me. That was gross.
That was a game
That was quick.
of Magic. That
Was it?
definitely...
That was a game
I
of
think so.
Magic.
I'm pretty sure that was a game of Magic.
Now I can see why people aren't too crazy about this carded Commander, because that's just boom, Commander damage done.
Yeah, and
goodness.
that's the power of this Auras deck. When you have one of these two drops, and specifically Light Pause, which is the slammed
I've not
up
watched
new edition
Orville. No,
of
I had
the
a friend
deck
recommend
has
it, though.
Really re-sparked its
What's up,
popularity.
Relabs?
You can just sort of close out the game just like that when your opponent doesn't have an answer, and that's exactly the type of hand that Aaron was hoping to
someone
take
said it
away
was a
with
call
that
ranking.
turn one Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
I was like,
That one-
I don't
wow.
know.
I mean, I'm kind of with you on
I like
the,
my Star Trek
preferring
Sirius.
the Orza version of it, and Maria as well said that, this is her go-to.
That was a
Just
fast
having
win,
hand
that was turn
destruction
4.
Available in a format that's as
They only had 3
fast
lands down.
as Historic can be. It's crucial. It's just getting that information, knowing that the way is clear, and not umming and ahhing about, oh, should I play this, that, or the next thing. It's a great addition to the deck.
Things get a little better for Luis post-board. You do see him taking out some of the clunkier, more expensive creatures, more interaction coming in. Narset used to be a really incredible card against this Auras deck when you were
I
relying
actually
on
didn't get
Scram
too into
and
Picard
Core
either.
Spirit Dancer drawing you
I should go
cards.
back and rewatch
Now,
it.
with Light Pause, since you are still getting card advantage, but it's in the form of auras coming directly into play. Narset isn't as great against the third of the
I
two
remember
drop
watching
threats
the
from this
first
deck,
season though, when it
but
first was
it
coming
is
out.
still good,
Oh,
and
excuse me.
considering Luis has a lot of cards that don't do much, he is definitely going to want it.
Strange Worlds comes out in May, I
Gonna
think.
kick things off here with a
The
Steam
newest
Vents
series.
Untapped. So just threatening some removal there. Ooh, hello. Esper Sentinel's a good thing to get rid of, but we're gonna opt here in response while that's on the stack, so that there ain't no tax to pay.
Double looting? Holy.
Yeah, this is a great hand from Luis, but it's also a terrifying hand from Aaron. Not only the turn 1 Esper Sentinel, but we see a Light Pause there in the wings, as well as 2 copies of All That Glitters. So already,
Yeah, but Light Pause can
Aaron
be
was
dealt
feeling
with.
like he's in a decent spot, and then he finds the Inquisition backup as well.
Oh, these draws have been really good for Aaron. He's gonna be very happy.
I've never
with
heard
this,
of
so
Red Letter Media.
let's see. We're first
Or at least
gonna
it's
get
not
some
stuck in my
attacks
brain.
in here. Unholy Heat. It's gonna say, please go away. And Luis will pay the 1.
Luis knows he's killing that Esper Sentinel this turn, so there's no point giving the 1 free damage to Aaron when potentially any point of life can matter. Obviously, we did see that 22 came across in that last game, so sometimes 1 point of life isn't going to make the difference, but if you can buy yourself a turn somehow, it's important to do so.
Exactly right. Inquisition of Kozilek. Gonna take a look-see in the hand here. Faithless Looting and the Brazen Borrower. Viable targets. Gonna get rid of the Brazen Borrowers. Faithless Looting kind of likes to hang out in the bin. As do
this
these
is big.
Arclight Phoenix.
This is big.
Oh, boy.
Is this a spell?
It is.
No.
Oh,
No target, no target.
Oh, that hurts for Luis because this
Ouch.
was a huge opportunity to get 2 Phoenixes down and start the pressure. If he was able to work his way to a
Greedy.
position where he could
Should've
also
waited till
play
next
the
turn.
Chandra next turn, that would have been great. But considering he's discarding a land here, he doesn't even have the luxury of keeping Chandra, instead of opting to keep the Unholy Heat
That hurt.
and hopefully
That was
use
almost
iteration
perfect.
to find the other spell he needs.
Look at these draws from Aaron.
Yeah,
Goodness
this
me.
is devastating.
Luis is probably just thinking, could I have some of your luck? Because you are just ripping apart the hand here. Inquisition is going to take a look at that expressive iteration and say, get out of here, goodbye.
Ouch. That hurts
obviously
too.
Obviously, the temptation is there.
It's hard to double cast with no cards in your hand, hey?
A lot for that light pause. But I don't know, considering Luis is sort of on air here, I would really want to take that expressive iteration.
Okay, Tokyo.
Just
I'll check it out maybe.
With nothing.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that one.
It's hard, right?
Yeah, there's the option to just wait till next turn to deploy the light pause and hopefully find some protection for it.
Aaron only has one creature in hand, so by leaving this Unholy Heat, he's essentially saying that I won't be able to get online until I find another creature because you haven't a guaranteed answer to my first one. But the flip side of that is by leaving Luis with the iteration, the odds of him finding more removal or getting these Phoenixes into play is just so high that both options
you still take iteration.
Equally good and bad here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But knowing that there are 2 Phoenixes in the graveyard and no way to deal with them right now, you know, I think that getting rid of that expressive iteration was the correct decision there. So
you have to force the issue, and now Luis equally forced to deal with this light pause when Aaron sort of blinks first if he does, because Luis would prefer to save this Unholy Heat to bring Phoenixes back and remove something, right? So he's going to be a bit more patient with it, but Aaron at any point can force it, so he has all the power here, essentially.
Certainly does. 2 All That Glitters, Kai's Ghost Form. Also the option to bring Lurrus to hand this turn. Just, you know, play it slow, take it easy.
Yeah, Aaron working with full information here. He forces the issue with the Ghost Form and gives himself the option to shock the Godless Shrine and put the Lurrus in hand, which with a land means that he could go Lurrus Light Pause next turn, or without it, just play Lurrus, put the Ghost Form on it immediately to protect your Cat Nightmare.
Lurrus is going to run away with this.
Glitters on Lurrus. Nobody said that you actually have to put your auras on your 2 drops.
Yikes.
No, I mean there's nothing saying that, you know, it's auras only for 2 drops.
This is rough for Luis.
You're so lucky.
Yes, he has these Faithless Lootings, but he's not really going to be able to keep cards in hand. And if he just plays the Consider here, he doesn't have the resources to play a 3rd spell. So it makes sense for him to maybe sit for a turn and try to get those Phoenixes back. But I fear it might be too
when Lurrus hits for 2,000 here, Lurrus is going to dunk on them so hard.
Light Pause from the graveyard, SRAM in hand now too. So that's just
oh my lord,
multiple extra cards being fetched.
This deck is brutal.
The library here for Aaron Gertler.
Yeah, many options available. He could go Light Pause, play the All That Glitters, go and get a Cartouche of Zeal from his deck. But I don't think it's quite lethal, even with the haste. So really considering how do I make the most of my resources without overextending into something that Luis potentially has.
So Aaron's going to start his turn off here with the SRAM Senior Edificer. All That Glitters.
Oh, yeah.
Is going to jump on.
Oh, yeah.
There's his core
And then a Spirit Dancer. Stop it.
And Esper Sentinel recast from the graveyard here. So, any spells that Luis cast next turn, it's going to be attacks on them.
It's good life gain, but...
Yeah, play it safe, gain your 6 life, put Luis down to 8, and this is essentially Luis's last turn. There's no paying for that Esper Sentinel, because if you don't find the tools, Luis is just going to concede. And,
there you go.
You know, that's a start. You're trying to get your Phoenixes back, hoping for a removal spell. Finds a Spell Pierce, which he can't even cast. And I think Luis knows as much as we do that this game is well and truly over.
Yeah. He knows it. He's going to hit the concede button, and Aaron Gertler is going to pick up a very impressive victory here with Orzhov Auras. And that's basically what you want to see from this Auras deck. You know, we saw previous rounds where it just kind of stumbles, it just runs out of gas. You don't get creatures sometimes, but this is exactly what you want to see from your deck.
When the deck looks good, it looks really good. And, you know, we talked about the difference between Azorius Auras and Orzhov Auras. Those discard spells came up huge in that match. We saw both game 1 and 2. Aaron was able to work with a lot of information.
Get my mic out of your mouth.
Attack the few cards in Luis's hand that really mattered, and ultimately just didn't really let Luis get into either game.
Yeah, but luckily for both players, they have got that magic 4 wins for today. So they'll be back tomorrow, but there's still plenty rounds to play. And we're going to see what's up next with Maria at the news desk.
What's up, everybody? Coming up next, we've got Jim Davis versus Greg Orange.
Uh-oh.
Jim Davis is going to be trying to strap up one of these 2-drops with a bunch of auras and go to town. Greg Orange is going to be trying to get a bunch of Arclight Phoenixes to the graveyard and bring them back at the beginning of combat.
That's Greg Orange versus Jim Davis. Don't go anywhere. It's coming up next.
We'll be right back in 2 hours, they say. 2-minute break. That's not bad. That's not too bad. Hey, found the party. What's up, Numbskull? Tomorrow, we have pack giveaways. We have cards giveaways. Really cool stuff going on tomorrow as far as giveaways. Do not miss out. Same time, same place, you guys. Literally all day. Make sure to like the video. Show your support. It really does help the stream. You can subscribe as well so you don't miss out. You get notified when we go live. And Maya's in the house, getting some laps in. What's up, girl? Let's check out Maya for this commercial break. Right? Get those laps in. No, she's like, I'm out. I do not want to be blown up full size, Dad. The little cam is good enough. Let me just control Z these back to where it should be. Oh! Yes, y'all. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel. Become a YouTube member. I think I already said that, but, you know. Who knows? Who knows? We're doing all right. I mean, we've got 114 viewers still. 6,000 playbacks, and the average view time's 11 minutes. 231 likes. Those are rookie numbers. I cannot believe we didn't break 500 likes. You guys are gonna make me beg for it tomorrow, aren't you? Dun, 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 dun. Ordrop is stronger than Azorius. Discard makes it OP. Discard really does help. It helps for sure. Oh, as soon as I turn the camera on, she bails. She's like, I'm out. I don't want to be on camera, Dad. Hey,
Welcome back to coverage of the Neon Dynasty Championship. It is Jim Davis versus Greg Orange. Azorius Auras versus Is It
Let's
Phoenix?
Go.
Both of these players are sitting at a healthy 5-0. So let's see which one of them is going to continue their undefeated streak here.
This is game 2.
Jim Davis is up a game as we join this matchup.
Number 1.
And Monty, I want to find out from you, what does Greg Orange hope for in this match?
Lots of removal is definitely a
I will be right back.
I want to say
enjoy the match. I'll be on my phone in chat still.
Well, we kind of have and we kind of haven't, as Greg keeps a decent hand if he's able to hit lands, which he fortunately finds one, so looking to be okay. Speaking of Jim's deck for a second, he's playing a bit of an older version of Azorius Auras. We see Selfless Savior. We see Esper Sentinel. You know what there isn't in this deck? There's no Light Pause. It's like Jim just decided to ignore Neon Dynasty for the historic portion of this tournament. It's just like, you know what? I trusted my Auras deck, and sitting at 5-0, up a game, looking pretty good for him.
Yeah. Instead of Light Pause, he's rocking the Storm Chaser Drake, which is, you know, another evasive threat in the air. Also draws cards, so kind of fulfills a similar role. Just has a little bit of extra evasion there.
Yeah, and Jim has a pretty great hand here as well. Not only does he have a SRAM and a backup, but he also has a protection in the form of Selfless Savior, and he has the Cerulean Drake, which has been pretty annoying for the Phoenix deck in the past, just because all of their answers are red, and Drake has pro-red.
Yeah, it just kind of sits there on defense. It's like, hello. SRAM Senior Edificer is going to hit the battlefield here.
Yeah, it sits there on defense until it doesn't have to, because you put a bunch of auras on it as well. Sometimes you just suit up your Drake and just get in there eventually, and you feel safe to do so, as Greg prioritizing that. Esper Sentinel makes a lot of sense, but there is still the problem with SRAM, and Greg doesn't actually have the answer in his hand, and this is a bit of an awkward situation. Turn 3, you want to be casting Expressive Iteration before playing a land. However, because he also desperately needs a red removal spell for this SRAM, doing this, if he doesn't hit an untapped red source off of this Expressive Iteration, he's in a lot of trouble by not playing the Otawara first. So Greg is taking a bit of a gamble here, and we're not able to take a look at what he's looking at off this iteration, but he needs a very specific set of cards that includes a 1-mana removal spell as well as an untapped red source.
There's an Abrade. We got a Dragon's Rage Channeler. And unfortunately, no removal spell for SRAM at this point in time.
Yeah, unfortunately is right. That's almost a full miss for Greg, is now there's no interaction this turn, which means that Jim gets the green light to go Arcane Flight or Cartouche of Solidarity, see if he draws a land. Either way, he has Selfless Savior available to play to back up this SRAM that he knows is going to be good through this turn. And yeah, this is just the dream because he gets to just start attacking, drawing cards, and oh, this is already looking really bad for Greg Orange.
Yeah, not finding a removal spell for SRAM Senior Edificer is bad news bears, and this Plains being drawn off of the SRAM ability is really, really good for Jim Davis, who just looks to be cementing his spot in winning this game. So SRAM Senior Edificer going to swing in 4 points of damage. Down to 13 goes Greg Orange. And the goodest boy is just going to hit the battlefield here and keep SRAM safe.
Yeah, and I think because of his mana limitations, Greg does need to fire off this Consider. He'd love to save it for Phoenix, but we've reached a point of the game where Greg getting back a Phoenix from his graveyard after casting 3 spells isn't going to have any real impact. He's not doing a great job of racing, he's on the back foot, and he's not interacting with what Jim is putting forward. So this game could actually end very quickly.
It could have. That Unholy Heat, just 1 card away from Delirium, that would be able to take care of, well, at least threaten SRAM. But unfortunately, there is a Selfless Savior in the battlefield to protect it.
Yeah, the fact that the first Unholy Heat is sort of going to be negated by that Selfless Savior is good in the sense that you don't have to wait for Delirium to cast it, so you can have more flexibility in your spells this turn. Just aim the heat at the Selfless Savior rather than the SRAM. But it is also bad in the sense that, well, you're going to give your opponent another turn with SRAM.
Yeah.
The missing card type there was land, by the way.
Yeah, Faithless Looting getting that needed card into the graveyard. Unholy Heat on the stack. He's going to try and kill SRAM. Selfless Savior jumps in the way, and an Arclight Phoenix hops out. And it's going to get a swing in here. I like it. The aggressive stance here from Greg Orange.
You got to do what you got to do, but you know if you're in Greg's position that you're on the back foot. You think you have an answer to this SRAM next turn, depending on how out of hand your opponent can get this turn. But actually, with a Cerulean Drake and another copy of Selfless Savior drawn, Jim can just cast both of those, play the land and say, all right, well, you don't have a good attack, you don't have good answers, what are you going to do?
I don't know, there's a button in the top right corner that looks a little tempting if I'm Greg Orange at this point, but let's see if he can find a way out of this somehow, as he's going towards the Abrade here.
I think he's going to start by targeting the Selfless Savior with the Abrade. After the Dragon's Rage Channeler, get those Surveils. What this will do is Jim will sack the Savior, targeting the SRAM, and Greg can respond with the Unholy Heat, get the SRAM off the board, and at least relieves some of the pressure coming his way. But he doesn't have any offensive pressure right now.
No, not with that Cerulean Drake down. Unholy Heat will take care of SRAM Senior Edificer, dealing 6 damage. And these 2 birds are just forced to sit back, well, at least until next turn when the DRC has to attack.
Now that's pretty good for Greg. This is the sort of window that he needed. Jim does have all these powerful 2-drops, but he doesn't have any of the auras to start the chain. He could spend this turn just putting Lurrus into hand and playing 1/2 drop. This would mean the next turn he can just play Lurrus and play an aura from the graveyard to try to start the chain. But this is a turn where Jim didn't do anything to pressure Greg, and that reprieve might help Greg find an answer to the threats that Jim is presenting.
Well, let's see what the top of the library yields here for Greg Orange. There's a consider. What else can we find? Dragon's Rage Chandler, surveilling stuff into the bin as these spells are cast. Oh, there is
Stomp
a
is
Bone Crusher Giant.
very good here.
Yes.
One thing that is really interesting is Stomp is actually double duty great here because Greg can maybe risk attacking with either both of his creatures or just the Dragon's Rage Chandler. The Cerulean Drake will block, and then the Bone Crusher Giant can stomp the Spirit Dancer, which would get rid of the Spirit Dancer and prevent the damage that would be, a blunder from Greg Orange. The stomp would have actually killed the Cerulean Drake, which would have been a huge swing, and this is a big blunder here from Greg Orange now, as the Cerulean Drake didn't take any damage, is going to survive. Greg is still looking sort of all right, but now the Drake is still alive. Jim drew the 6th land. He can go SRAM, Lurrus, play an aura, or just bring back the Selfless Savior and once again put Greg in a position where he needs 2 answers. And Greg is currently empty-handed.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was really unfortunate there for Greg Orange. There's only 1 Bone Crusher Giant in the sideboard, so won't have the opportunity to do that again. And Lurrus of the Dream Den hits the battlefield once more. And let's see what we're going for. It's the good boy. Selfless Savior is going to play Protect.
Yeah, this feels really good. You know your opponent is empty-handed. You know they don't have that many good draws. Your life total is kind of low, so you do need to be careful and make sure that you protect this Lurrus for a turn, so next turn you can try to have that sort of explosive turn with SRAM. And Jim has just played this match fantastically up to this point.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's an excellent player, and I'm so happy to see him doing so well on day number 1 of the Neon Dynasty Championship. And a Braid in hand here for Greg Orange. Can at least threaten something on the battlefield, but like you mentioned, Selfless Savior is just going to jump in the way of anything.
Yeah, and now at 7 life, this Channeler has to attack anyways, but if he doesn't leave a creature back, he might just be facing down lethal. So I don't actually know if Greg can afford to attack with the Arclight Phoenix here.
Yeah, he's going to keep that back. Dragon's Rage Channeler has no choice but to swing. Drake is more than happy to play blocking duty here. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. With which card shall we go?
I gotta say, I'm tempted by that Cartouche of Solidarity. Giving first strike to Lurrus means that you're going to get a almost free attack here without having to risk your Selfless Savior. You start your card draw chain, and I think the lifelink is huge in this situation, as the number of ways that Greg Orange has to steal this game just diminish more and more as Jim gains some life, keeps the Selfless Savior, keeps the Cerulean Drake, and it's just overall looking like a great position for Jim Davis.
Yes, indeed. Swinging in here with everything except the Selfless Savior and the Drake. And not too sad to lose a SRAM, but Arclight Phoenix is going to jump in front of the Soldier here. Takes 6. Owie.
Yeah,
down to 1 goes Greg.
This is rough. Looking at Greg's list, there aren't any copies of... There are 2 copies of Anger of the Gods on the board, so maybe that's what he's hoping to hit. But with a Selfless Savior and a Cerulean Drake on the board, they're not actually going to be enough in this position, not to mention he doesn't have the mana to cast it right now either. So this is sort of a Hail Mary Faithless Looting, but I don't think there's anything for him to find.
There's a Brazen Borrow we see on top of the library here for Greg Orange. Where's that gonna go?
I don't think it does anything here. So
I don't think it matters at this point.
Send it away, but nothing does anything here. So Jim Davis, really, really impressive performance from him up to this point, and 6-0, or going to be 6-0 on day 1 of the Neon Dynasty Championship. Really well done from Jim.
That's gotta feel super, super good.
Light Paws, who needs it? What even is that card?
Yeah, who needs it? Certainly not Jim Davis, that's for sure.
You see Greg sort of agonize over that last choice. Obviously, every creature here is lethal, so I'm pretty sure Jim is going to recognize that pretty much every route that involves clicking the attack all button will lead to victory. I think Greg's last hope here is maybe Jim does something silly like just attack with Cerulean Drake because it's pro red and your removal doesn't kill it, and then Greg can go Brazen Borrower, but a little more respect for Jim than that.
Yeah.
Greg knows Jim, great competitors, and just a really well played match from Jim.
Yeah, that was an excellent game there for Jim Davis, and again, Aura's behaving, Monty. Have they learned their lesson from the first time we saw them on camera?
I mean, I think it's really that game almost didn't cooperate. We saw a lot of creatures and no auras being found by Jim, but Lurrus is a really good card, and it was just enough to push the deck over the edge.
You don't say. You might even say Lurrus is ban-worthy.
This is the last bastion.
We're going to jump into another game for you, friends. It's going to be Mari Quizma versus Yuta Takahashi. Jeskai Control versus Azorius Yorion. I know Corey's probably very happy to see Yorion getting some time in the sun. So this should be a really, really cool matchup to watch between these players.
Yeah, I love watching control decks. I especially love watching control decks in the hands of Yuta Takahashi. So I'm pretty excited for this one, as both these players are incredible, and I expect a lot of great decisions. And by a lot, I mean a lot, because the game is going to go pretty long.
All right, well, get yourselves settled in. Let's take a look at the opening hands here. Mari Quizma hasn't got the greatest opening hand. Rest in peace and a Shark Typhoon. I mean, sometimes that's all you need, but I don't love it. On the other side of things, Yuta Takahashi has some reactive permission, Joy Disruption, Mystical Dispute, and 2 Shark Typhoons. Take that, Mari Quizma.
Yeah, both these decks we saw have Rest in Peace in the main deck. Typically, that's a good sign that you're not a deck that cares about Rest in Peace. Otherwise, you wouldn't be bringing it yourself in game 1. So we're not seeing any Torrential Gearhulks. We're not seeing any Magma Opus, Mizzix's Mastery Shenanigan. None of that, right? This is very much a fair control matchup that is trying to answer the creature decks in the field.
So as this game gets underway, we're going to see a lot of land go
Hello.
from both players as they try and pick and choose their spots. Mari Quizma not going to run out that Narset Porter of Veils, knowing that, there's blue over there. Likely that there's going to be a counter spell from Takahashi.
Yeah, really.
When someone says slug, I immediately thought of Toxrill. I was like, man, Slugfest, right? Let's get some slugs in here.
Opponent in terms of lands. What you really don't want to happen is your opponent gets to a point where they can cast a threat and still have mana for counterspells, and you aren't able to do the same. So we're going to see this game sort of develop where we may see Shark Typhoons being cycled at times where they're not ideally cycled, just to make sure that you're going to hit land drops on the following turns, at least for these first few turns.
So both players happy to just develop their mana base, get those triumphs down as they do enter tapped. Another land here for Quizma, but like you mentioned, it's very important to hit your land drops here. So that opening hand seems like a pretty good keep at this point, as the draws have been cooperating nicely here. Narset Porter of Veils gonna go digging and finds another Narset and 2 copies of March of Otherworldly Light.
Yeah, you actually see the Narset cast, and Takahashi chooses not to Mystical Dispute it, just lets it go, perhaps afraid of a counterspell from Mari, but there aren't any
The Orphan Guard
in the main deck
versus Yorion.
other than Archmage's
Companions,
Guard.
totally fair and playable, you guys. I don't know what you're talking about.
I wonder
Companions
then
are
what
fine.
his target would be for that Mystical Dispute, perhaps? Good old
The
Teferi
Fairy.
hanging out in hand.
Yeah, I think one thing that Takahashi might be thinking is, yeah, Narset is good, but I have these 3 copies of Shark Typhoon that I can use to pressure it.
Oops.
Teferi comes down with a lot more loyalty, and typically
My bad.
Teferi's going up. Narset is only going down, so perhaps thinking, if I use my 1 piece of interaction on this Narset, I won't be able to deal with Teferi, and this is incredible for Takahashi, because now he gets the counter and the 1/1 Shark to kill the Narset, and Ailey, I don't want to say it for sure, but I think there's a chance that Takahashi baited Madi into that play. It's possible Madi thought because his Narset survived or resolved, the coast was clear and he could go for the Teferi. And if that's the case, that's a pretty heavy punishment.
I mean, do you expect anything less from the reigning world champion?
Not at all.
Excellent plays all round from Takahashi so far. Has this little idiot 1-1 on the battlefield? And
Idiot,
it looks
settle.
innocuous right now, but just
Language.
you wait. The damage adds up over time. And Madi Quizma, facing 4 open mana, has stuff to do, but what is that turn? What is his turn going to look like?
Now, mind you, the play from Takahashi didn't put him significantly ahead. It kept him from being significantly behind. The game is actually pretty even right now. Yes, Takahashi has a 1-1 Shark, but both players have 2 Shark Typhoons remaining, and Madi has an Expressive Iteration and a Narset to refuel this hand. So he still has a lot to work with here, and Takahashi isn't presenting that much pressure.
Not at this moment, as Expressive Iteration is taking a look, sees a Justice Strike, as well as a Lightning Helix. So Justice Strike will do very well against the bigger sharks that are to come.
Yeah, with bigger sharks and Hall of Storm Giants available to Yuta, I think Justice Strike is likely the one you want to take into your hand. And Madi needs to think whether he wants to potentially try to resolve a Narset here, or if he's just going to go for the Lightning Helix on that shark. I think it's more likely that he'll just try to clean up the board.
Yeah, the sharks
Lightning
are dangerous.
Helix into exile. Roburn Triumph. It's going to hit the battlefield. Gotta go for it.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to give Takahashi the potential opportunity to maybe do something on the end step before considering this Helix. But I'm not surprised that Madi actually values keeping his mana up to make sure Takahashi feels some kind of pressure from something like an Archmage's Charm that would stop him from casting a Teferi, as Madi doesn't have great answers to the Planeswalker right now.
Hallowed Fountain is a draw here from Madi Quizma. It's got a couple Shark Typhoons, a redundant Rest in Peace.
Yeah, the Orion is so good. It's just like, you can be all control, just value, and then just Yorion bomb it.
Yeah, making
like,
sure that he leaves up that triple.
Did I re-trigger my ETBs? My bad.
He's going to be trying to tell throughout these next few
Grab
turns.
the fairy or the charm?
This is having too much. This is over.
They take the veto.
You're usually hoping to hit a good card, but in that specific spot,
I like it.
Madi hit too much.
Yeah, very many good cards there, and unfortunately can't take them all. And here we're going to see a 4/4 Shark.
You kill this though.
On the end step here, but Justice Strike is going to take care of that pretty swiftly.
Yeah, this is how we drew it up. It's pretty.
And then they could cycle,
here
make a
to
1/1
still
trade.
Have the mana up for the Dovin's Veto, and Yuta does have available to him land, activate Hall, try to kill this Narset, but by doing so, all of his mana is gone, and it's not really a game you can afford to play in this control mirror.
No, just content with swinging in there. 1 point of damage to the Narset. Narset essentially commits Sudoku and still manages to find something.
Hole is not terrible, but Teferi's really nice.
Finding a Teferi is pretty good, and Madi is starting to put together a potential position where he can play Teferi with counter backup, even going for it just here. However, yes, he does have the veto, but Yuta has another Shark Typhoon available for him, as well as the Hall of Storm Giants, so he certainly has ways to get this Teferi off the board now.
Yeah, I don't think Teferi is long for this world. There is the possibility of getting a baby shark down to jump in the way of one of these threats. But that's a big old shark. That's a 5/5.
Not so baby.
That's a 5/5 and backed up by a
middle-aged shark right there. Shark in his prime.
In Yuta Takahashi's hand. The story that Madi might have been trying to tell of Archmage's Charm, I don't think Yuta's buying that story anymore. I think if this shark doesn't attempt to get stolen, Yuta's going to have a pretty good idea that the Archmage's Charm is not there.
Like, block the one shark, right?
So with Fateful Absence as backup in case the shark doesn't hit, what is Quizma going to do here? Does he value trying to keep Teferi alive, or is he just going to let the old time mage die?
It's tough. He may think that perhaps
I think you've got to try to deal with it.
Force through a hard cast Shark Typhoon and just let his Teferi go. Use his Dovin's Veto for that.
March can take it though.
That will work out okay because he'll have the veto for the March if that's going to be used as a counterspell. But he's facing some pressure right now, so this game is
That's not bad. Lucky.
Looking a little tough for Madi.
Another Teferi hero.
Very off the top's not bad though.
Arriving just in time. But you called it. Hardcore Shark Typhoon. Let's go.
Yeah, at some point you have to do something, and Yuta has the removal spell, but he doesn't have the answer right now. So the Shark Typhoon is going to hit the battlefield, and that's important because when Yuta tries to remove it with March, which I don't think we're going to get there quite yet thanks to Odawara, but if he does, Madi would have gotten a token from the Dovin's Veto. As is, this is sort of buying Yuta an entire turn where Madi didn't really do anything.
Yeah, that's true.
Not good.
Unfortunately, the channel abilities can't be countered.
Cooksmeister, thanks so much.
It's gonna have to find another target.
Appreciate you.
I'm really curious if Yuta's
the new set will be out by the time this match is over. That's pretty funny, Tokyo.
Here. Knowing Madi doesn't really have the mana to pay for ward if he has something like March of Otherworldly Light, so trying to chunk through a lot of damage here might be more valuable than this Narset.
I'm with you on that one. Takahashi's going to go for Narset, though. Take a look at a couple cards on top of the library and see what interaction he can find. Oh, let's see.
Madi just has to watch.
Meditate and prepare.
Madi hit too hard earlier. Let's see if Yuta was able to find something like an Archmage's Charm or another counterspell, some form of interaction here. He is
right, we don't get to see the picks.
First two sharks that come out. I do see there's
one was a Teferi
in that grouping of cards, but what is he exactly looking for here is the question.
Take a Wanderer.
Wandering Emperor. Very nice. So ups against the Teferi.
6 damage though.
Does have
yeah, hopefully.
When he wants it.
I like Historic. I mean, I do it here and there. It's just rare, right?
All right, let's try again. Hardcore Shark Typhoon, go.
Yeah, this time you definitely want to respond. If your opponent wants to Dovin's Veto this, you want to make sure that they can't do so while getting a shark. And if it resolves, well, Madi doesn't have that much here. The recipes will make a 2/2 shark, but if Yuta just wants to try removing these sharks, he might actually just have enough damage.
Right?
And Ailey, I think if Yuta just goes for it here, if he just makes a 2/2 from the Wandering Emperor, and
he'll play it safe though.
Fateful Absence,
guaranteed he plays it safe instead.
Shark, and then untaps, puts a counter on a small shark, activates Hall of Storm Giants. There's nothing
hard, you guys.
And I think so. This Dovin's Veto can create another shark and protect the one in play.
Oh,
yeah, Yuta will just untap after making this 2/2. Use the March for 1 mana to get rid of 1 token. Animate the Hall of Storm Giants. Even if the 2/2 jumps in front of the 7/7, the +1/+1 counter from Wandering Emperor is going to be enough for 9 exact damage for Yuta to take this first game.
Impressively navigated here by Yuta Takahashi. March of Otherworldly Light available to him.
Double, triple, quadruple checking the math.
Yeah, just gotta make sure that, you know, there's enough mana to pop up the Hall of Storm Giants as well.
Yeah. Just mouse over the hall. Make sure.
Emperor
putting the counter. Yeah, don't put the counter on the 7/7. You can aim anywhere else. Just don't. Madi waits, makes sure he puts the. Okay, now we're done.
There you go. Yeah, now we're done. So game number 2. Let's go check out the sideboard. What is the game plan here for Marty Kuzma?
Well, this is actually my favorite part of Control Mirrors is after game 1, because now all the rest in
the
pieces
other window.
and the angers and the removal spell, all of that is gone.
Woof, I
and
know,
now
right?
both players are sort of
Woof.
operating in their ideal form, their final form. So we have the Malevolent Hermits are now in the deck. We have 4 vetoes from one side, 3 vetoes from the other. Everybody has their counter spells.
Crazy, like
And
I've reported
this is when the game gets really
this bot
exciting.
This
Exciting 5 times today.
Final farm, Goku.
YouTube, what's going on?
See, 3 copies.
Can't
of
believe YouTube
Thrive
allows that.
From Mari Quizma.
Harassing us.
Maybe this isn't the matchup that you're exactly envisioning, but considering those
Viewership goes way up
planeswalkers
every time the bot
could
starts posting,
use
though.
some uncounterable
Like,
fire
oh, really?
damage to them.
Hot
Yeah.
boys
It's not
and
gonna be pretty
girls.
good.
Yeah, planeswalkers are a pain in the butt, let's be honest. Because, you know, if that's on the battlefield taken up or down or whatever way they go, you're not winning for the most part, so.
Mari's still taking some time thinking through the decisions. This Jeskai control deck does have Kahira the Orphan Guard as its companion, so no creatures to be found anywhere in this deck. There are obviously creatures you could play. We're just not really interested in those ones.
We could just call this a token deck then, right? Jeskai tokens.
Yeah, basically. Sharks. Jeskai Sharks.
And samurais. Samurais on sharks. Ooh.
I like that.
Oh my gosh, what's with these lands?
Samurais riding
He's gonna
flying
keep
sharks.
It again. You
That's
are
fantastic.
A very brave soul.
I love that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're expecting your opponent to not really pressure you, then keep the lands, make the land drops, find the spells, and you'll be okay. And, you know, I don't think Monty's problem last game was flooding too hard, so I think this is a very reasonable keep in his spot.
Control decks love their lands. Not going for the Rogran Triumph on turn 2, though. Wanting to cycle away that irrigated farmland on the end step here. So let's see what the top of the deck holds. Ooh, Express. What? That's just exactly what I needed.
Pretty good one.
There is a mystical dispute in hand, though, for Takahashi, so this is likely to get countered, would you say?
Yeah, I would guess so. Takahashi does have a bit of an awkward draw, considering that Glacial Fortress doesn't come into play untapped. Jwari Ruins in Glacial Fortress.
Oh, don't do it! No!
They're not going to give you an untapped land. So unless Yuta finds an untapped blue source, he won't have Archmage's Charm next turn. But fortunately for him, Madi ran out the Nar set there rather than the Expressive iteration. So now it's not the biggest deal if Takahashi has to put the shields down for a turn.
So Wandering Emperor was the draw, second copy.
It's all over. Just right there.
It's going to look to Omen of the Sea to give the old scry.
There you go, Bailey.
And let's see what he's looking for on top of the library here, if we can.
I would guess #1 priority is lands in this spot. Things like Dovin's Veto would be very good. Mystical Dispute, more copies of Archmage's Charm. But if he can find an untapped blue source here that he would be able to play, that would be fantastic, just because it would represent another Mystical Dispute, which would give Madi some pause depending on what
All right,
his
well, at
hand
least
is.
that's a lot of land. Like, look at that
Comes
land.
at the top of the library, giving Muddy Quiz
His
the
entire
opportunity
hand is
to
land.
cast Expressive Iteration.
Their entire
Doesn't
hand.
find
Oh,
a land,
Lord.
but he's
Have
certainly not
mercy.
short of them. And Shark Typhoon to Fairy and March of Otherworldly Lights are the options available to him.
Yeah, this is becoming a common problem for Madi to sort of hit too hard with these cards. And in this position, this is hitting a little too hard because he's only able to get one of these cards to hand and doesn't have enough mana or resources to cast the second one. So this is the worst case scenario for Expressive Iteration.
Woof.
You're losing out on a good card that you could have drawn when you're in this sort of flood position, and you only get one card off.
So 4 lands down, courtesy of Iganjo. Another Memory Deluge in hand. So certainly plenty of things for Takahashi to do on the end step here. And no real way to answer it for Madi Quizma.
Yeah, this is sort of the dream situation for Takahashi.
Just daily
because
Joe.
you can really respond to what your opponent's doing. Making land drops is still priority #1, so I like opening on Deluge. Try to find 2 lands if possible.
There you go.
Beautiful for Takahashi. Now he has another
3 a.m. in
Deluge,
South America.
2
Holy
copies of
Toledos.
Wandering Emperor, an Archmage's Charm, and a Mystical Dispute. So everything is looking really good for Yuta now.
Is it that Castle Vantress going to be relied on here for Mighty Quizma to try and find something useful on top of the library. Now, Teferi and Expressive Iteration are two very, very good cards. Which one does he want to find first?
That's what I do too. It's just like super cycle. I always do that.
Really toying with the order. Part of
like
the
I don't know.
Eeny,
meeny, miny, mo. Get your tiger by its toe.
Next turn, because Teferi's going to be one of those three cards.
Catch Teferi by its toe.
Teferi, which means Teferi is just going to come to your hand if you want it, like we saw last time. And then that means, what if you find a counter spell among those? You're also not going to be able to do that.
Wandering Emperor hits the battlefield, creating the 2/2 Samurai. And we may just see a pass here to the end step. Maybe a big Shark Typhoon for Mighty Quizma. There's a Plains.
Doesn't feel good for Maddie.
Finding his lands.
Yeah, beautiful decision from Takahashi. Goes for the Wandering Emperor while Madi decides to tap out on Takahashi's end step.
They're back.
Knowing that, okay, the worst thing that can happen to me on 6 mana is Teferi. I still have a Mystical Dispute, so my opponent needs to have Teferi plus Mystical Dispute of their own. And if that happens, I still have this Wandering Emperor resolved. I'm still able to do things.
Get nuked.
So the worst case scenario doesn't look that bad for me, and I get to resolve my Planeswalker. This is amazing.
Takahashi firmly in the driver's seat right now. Can the Shark Typhoon get Mighty Quizma back into it? As a 4/4 will be left on the battlefield. Teferi will be drawn to hand. He's going to need a lot for him to go right if he wants to get his way back into this game.
Yeah, Madi needs some help from the top of his deck. And Ailey, again, we keep talking about this, but there was that fantastic feature on this Japanese testing team. And the one
I banned it. Like, I don't know how they're getting around my user ban. Because I'm banning them every time they post.
Yes.
And it's like somehow they just get back. I don't know how they're doing it.
That's his specialty. And it has been for the last 20 or so.
So this time I banned them and timed them out.
Mastering
so we at least get
decks
300 seconds.
When you put Yuta Takahashi in a position where he can sit behind Memory Deluges and Archmage's Charms and Wandering Emperors, a amazing new card that I'm sure he was ecstatic about. This is his home. This is his realm. And you were just like,
ouch. Casting that for 0 on tokens is dirty.
I do love that analogy. He is certainly an expert at instant speed shenanigans. And here comes Expressive Iteration for Mighty Quizma. Doesn't get to keep the Shark, as March of Otherworldly Light says no thank you very much. Archmage's Charm and a Mystical Dispute available to Takahashi if he wants to fight over this. Curious to see if he does.
Don't think so. Yeah, lets it go. Finds a veto and another Expressive Iteration, so not the worst case scenario here for Madi. Isn't doing anything to affect the board this turn, but is at least able to stock up a bit for future turns if he wants.
Yeah. So Mystical Dispute's going to get fired off here without 3 mana up to pay for it. Now, that is a card that gets worse as the game progresses. So he won't be too sad about that.
Yeah, Yuta would be ecstatic for Madi to use a counter spell on that Mystical Dispute, considering he didn't have the mana to pay.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ailey, this is getting scary for Madi Quizma, as Yuta is not running out of gas or cards that are good in the matchup anytime soon, and these Memory Deluges are just putting in work here.
They sure are. Another counterspell, the better one between the two.
Yeah, Memory Deluge is fantastic.
So,
like,
yeah,
what a good card.
A permanope. So if Teferi wants to come on down, it's going to get countered. And things looking very, very good here for the reigning world champion.
Yeah, and I think Yuta's soon going to be in a position, maybe just here, where he can just play this Otawara as a land, because he's going to value having more mana more than just having access to this bounce spell effect on this land. And the pressure is mounting up, and you know, this is sort of the downside of post-board control mirrors.
No worries, Billy.
You have
It's
to
okay.
have cards that are good in the matchup, but if you start falling behind on board, sometimes it can be hard to get back in because you don't have those Anger of the Gods. You don't have Wrath of God anymore.
I like the idea of getting the Otawara down. Leaves up Archmage's Charm as well as the Dovin's Veto. Let's see what Takahashi thinks. Post-combat counter.
Make the Hermit a bit bigger. Play the Otawara. try, not bad, but there isn't a single card on this board that matters too much. Wandering Emperor, obviously good. You'd like to get it off the board, but the damage is sort of already done from the Wandering Emperor. You know, there's 3 creatures that are presenting 7 damage, half of your life total, and this is Madi making sure to play Teferi with Dovin's Veto up, but Yuta has a Dovin's Veto of his own. Yuta has an Archmage's Charm, and the Malevolent Hermit is backup. So if Madi goes Archmage's Charm, and if Yuta goes Archmage's Charm, and Madi responds with Dovin's Veto, well, that's fine, because
would have
Malevolent Hermit
forgotten
is
if
just
you weren't
counter this.
notified. That's why, you guys, make sure you subscribe to the channel, and you'll be notified in the future.
This is a very sticky situation here for Mighty.
Thanks for hanging out, Thomas. I appreciate it.
He's down a game right now. Has to win this to keep this match going.
And Madi's feeling the pressure from all angles, because not only is he feeling the life total pressure, but he feels like he needs to do something, because if he continues giving Yuta room, Yuta has these 2 memory deluges in the graveyard waiting to be flashed back, and those are each going to refill his hand with 2 more cards that probably matter. You're looking through 7, you're probably going to find 2 that matters, and then what are you going to do with the limited resources you have available to you?
Hey, that's a podcast.
Not today, it isn't.
Another land down on the battlefield for Takahashi. Plenty of mana to work with. Teferi, Wandering Emperor number 2, the Deluges, as you mentioned, and Dovin's Veto to protect or to prevent anything of importance being cast by Madi Quizma.
Yeah, Yuta could go for a counter here. I wouldn't be surprised for him to just make another token and pass the turn. You have another Wandering Emperor in hand. You have a Dovin's Veto in hand. You have 2 Deluges in your graveyard. And you have the Malevolent Hermit activation. It feels like Yuta just has all bases covered here.
You could sense the frustration here from Muddy. He's like, what am I supposed to do with this card?
Like they're
sure, it's
feeding off
uncountable,
of
but
us.
It's not really doing all that much for me.
Maybe
but
they're getting lots of
yeah, I feel you, man.
You know what I mean?
I've been in
Like
this
maybe their
situation.
click-through rate's
We
really
all have.
high on the chat here. That's why they keep coming back. You guys clicking on this link. You gotta stop clicking on this link, you guys.
About the same amount. You don't really want to kill the Hermit because it can just come back as Benevolent Geist, and then
But they
all
keep
of
coming
their
back,
spells
I
are
bet.
uncounterable, and that doesn't feel really great either. So it just feels really bad to be in Madi Quizma's spot right now.
Yeah. It sure does. So, if he doesn't kill these creatures, he's just going to concede. So, I don't blame you for that. That's just way
The special
too much pressure
ability.
on the battlefield. Yuta Takahashi picking up a clean 2-0 there against Mighty Quizma.
Didn't even get to
Not
play
really
as
surprising,
Yorion.
Money.
No, not really surprising. You know, both fantastic players, but I think in these 3-color versus 2-color control matchups, typically 2-color has the edge. And, you know, Yuta Takahashi.
Webb's like, I time him
Yuta
out
has
over and
the
over
edge.
again.
It's really tough, okay? It's really tough.
Yeah, but kudos to Mighty Quizma for putting up a good show there. Both players will continue on. One more round to go. When we come back after this short break, we'll have the final round of action, so don't go anywhere.
Final round when we get back, you guys. Holy Toledos! It's a lot of Magic today. There's a ton of Magic being played today. Holy. But, intermission! Did you know that tomorrow we're going to be giving away not only some cool cards, you could win some sick cards. Like, we got a lot of cool cards to maybe potentially give away. And there's some packs here as well that we're going to throw out to the community. Probably just like at random. So you got pretty good chances of winning if you show up. We've got about 100 to 200 people. So, you know, fairly good chances throughout the day as you jump in on that. I'm sure we'll have a fun way to do so, right? Some engagement for sure. And yeah, so thanks for your time and attention. Hope you're having a magical evening, day, morning, wherever you're at. Make sure to like the video, show your support, subscribe to the channel, maybe even become a YouTube member. Oh, talk about cringe, eh? At least we're done with that. It's snowing. Nice. No snow. It's pretty overcast. It's pretty gray out. Sun's just about to set here soon. Days are getting a little bit longer, which is nice. local time 6:18. Yuta went 2-0, Numbskull. You just can't beat the Yorion. Yorion is too powerful. Very good card, Yorion is. Yeah, long day. We've been here for 8.5 hours, live on YouTube for you guys. And we were also live on Twitch for 3 hours prior to that, which is absolutely ridiculous. So, yeah, obviously any support super appreciated, because I didn't get anything else done today. I'll tell you what, this is all we got done. It was not super productive, but you know, someone's got to do it, right? Someone's got to be here to keep you guys company, keep you out of trouble anyways. At least try. And we're back tomorrow, of course, as well. I believe the content will start at a similar time. I think it's like 10 Pacific Standards. Oh no, it's 10 Mountain Standard. It's 10 my time, which would be 9 Pacific Standard, right? So I don't know what your time zone is. Maybe you'll have to do the conversion there, or just look it up. It's on the website, of course, right? And we'll start, 15 minutes before the coverage is meant to go live. Just get ready, hang out, all that. Say hello to our webcams, chat.com, hot girls and boys, video chat, exclamation mark, friend. Because they're going to be here again tomorrow, right? Definitely. Favorite deck of the day? Let me know in chat. Jim Davis, one of 4 players who is 6-0. Nice. DePraz is also 6-0, which is pretty crazy.
Welcome back to coverage of the
Jean-Manuel
Dynasty Championship as we work
I don't know
our way
how. I
through
think
to the end
this
of
might
day
be
number
getting
1 of
close
competition.
to the end.
Maria Bartholdi, joined by Corey Baumeister and Riley Knight here at the virtual news desk. And we're getting down to the wire here on day 1. Riley, walk me through the standings.
Yeah, of course, it's always a bit of a scrum right at the top to see who's going to be undefeated at the end of the
last
day.
round, but we don't know how many games they're going to show us, right?
Jim Davis,
they might show us multiple games from the round.
These are the 4 people who have not yet taken a loss, but you can see plenty of big names amongst the top end of town there, including a whole stack of Japanese players. Magic does not seem
I don't want to be in the way of the information, man. Give me little.
Really,
I'll go back to the top where
impressive
it's safe.
Stuff here as we come to round number 7. Well, if you're at home and you're watching this and you're thinking, I want to play in one of these tournaments, guess what? You can. There's a bunch of different ways to qualify. Corey, not you. We want you at the news desk. Sorry, buddy. But
you're not good enough, Corey.
Ways for other people to qualify to play in these tournaments.
I'm kidding.
Really fun stuff. Here's arena qualifier weekends. I love these coming up. Mark your calendar right now. March 26th and 27th. It's Neon Dynasty Phantom Limited. Or if you're watching these players play these alchemy decks and you're like, hey, one of these decks really speaks to me, play it in the alchemy event.
No! The infamous buffer.
Coming up April 9th and 10th. There'll be new alchemy cards by then as well.
So
new decks will be entering the format. You can also play a Magic Online Super Qualifier. The top 2 finishers in each Super Qualifier are invited to the new Capenna Championship, and check it out. If these aren't your formats, check out some other ones. You can play Limited, you can play Modern, Pioneer, Pauper, even a bunch of people qualified via Pauper events for this tournament. So that's really cool. You can play in a Super Qualifier on MTGO. You can also play in the Magic Online Champions Showcase. A little bit harder to get into these ones, but perhaps you're watching and you're really good. We've got Modern, Pioneer, Vintage, and Legacy, as well as Neon Dynasty Limited Showcase opens. So plenty of ways to make it to one of these tournaments and play under the big lights. Well, we are rounding out here day number 1. We've got 1 round left for you. Let's take a look at our feature match area coming up here for round number 7. Who's going to be undefeated here in this tournament? We've got Jim Davis versus Toru Saito. Check them out on your screen. Azorius players both, but 2 very different flavors. We've got Auras in the hands of Jim Davis. We've got Yorion in the hands of Toru Saito. Check out Jim Davis there. 58.8% historic win
Jim
rate.
Davis's
Qualified on his
first top
stream
finish,
for
maybe?
this tournament last month. That's right. You could be here, indeed. There's Toru Saito running Azorius Yorion, part of that Japanese super team. He got top 4 at the last event, the Innistrad Championships. Looks like he wants to do it here again, Corey.
70% win rate over 24,000 games. That's ridiculous.
Weapons of the team, and makes sense that he's right here doing it all over again.
Getting in the wrong area.
Let's take a look at these decks and find out which one you think might have the advantage here.
Yeah, so Jim Davis, a really good friend of mine, playing Azorius Auras, and this list really feels like kind of Auras before Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, so maybe Jim just submitted his deck a couple of months ago, or a month ago, I guess, right when he qualified, and said, yeah, this should be good, but we're seeing Storm Chaser Drake instead of Light Paws. Just a different decision, and it's been working out for Jim so far. Toru is playing this Azorius Yorion deck that the rest of the team is playing, and I just love the look of this. And the one thing I want to bring the most attention to is look at those Planeswalker sweeps.
Can Jim be fast enough and avoid the wipes?
Of the Wandering Emperor and only 3 to Fairy.
Do you see when the guy had 69% win rate? No, I would have lost my mind.
I love the Wandering Emperor.
I would have freaked out so hard.
I'm not alone here this weekend. A lot of people playing that new card. Just fits so well in so many different kinds of decks, which is kind of wild.
Must have missed it.
Predictions here. We got the last round of the day coming up. Riley, you're still I was gonna say you're in the lead. You're tied with Corey now. Ooh, are you gonna pull ahead?
She knows they're tied.
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna do my best because not coming home so strong here. So I'm gonna try to turn things around. I'm gonna go for Davis. I'm gonna go for his Auras deck. It looks a little outdated, but it's been doing very, very well from so far. So let's see if he can bring it home strong with an undefeated run on day number 1.
All right, what about you, Corey?
Corey's going to pick the opposite
Jim
just to beat.
This back, because like I said, he's a good friend of mine, but I'm going to be going against Jim and going for Toru here. He's playing so good.
Because he just wants to beat Riley.
Deck is so great. I love me a good old Yorion as well. So
the only way to beat him is to go against him.
Champion almost since the day that card was printed, Corey.
I love it. I love it. Oh, give me Yorion decks all day.
All right,
give me Yorion decks.
No. Absolutely 0 people who are watching at home. Give me my Boggly boys. Doing so well in this tournament makes me very, very excited that one of the undefeated players could be an Auras player. It's going to be awesome to see. All right, our players are gearing up here for round number 7. It's the last round of the day. You don't want to miss it. Jim Davis versus Toru Saito coming up after this.
Two minutes? Oh my gosh. Can you guys survive me for 2 more minutes? I don't even know if I'll survive myself for 2 more minutes. So shout outs to everyone in chat. Oh, make sure to like the video. Packs tomorrow. Cards tomorrow. Giveaway, free entry. Just hang out with us. It's as easy as that. Easy peasy lemon squazzy. And you guys know though. You know the drill. Like the video. Share the video. Subscribe to the channel. Become a member. Hang out with us in the Discord. We're live on Twitch every day. Tomorrow we're on YouTube again though, and the next day it's like a YouTube exclusive weekend for the tournament, which is fun. Just trying something new. Nabarus, what's up? What's up? I'd like to see Jim win, but how do you beat Yorion? It's impossible. Impossible to beat Yorion. Maybe, you beat Yorion if they don't find their wipes, I guess, right? Does Jim have counter magic sideboard? Can Jim negate the removal? I didn't pay attention. Too busy jamming to the sick beat. Right? Life well spent. It could be worse, right? Could be far worse. Right? Having fun, enjoying ourselves, learning a little bit about the game we love. Fine. It's totally okay. Right? They love their 2-minute breaks. But again, to their credit, they've been putting on a show for the last 8.5 hours. So, whatever. Take your breaks. I get it. You got to set up the next bunch of stuff.
Of the Neon Dynasty Championship.
It's been pretty flawless. They've not made mistakes. They've just taken breaks.
Before we call it good here for day 1, Cedric, what are you thinking about Historic coming in here? Pretty wide open fields.
It's their music.
Phoenix, perhaps?
super heavy on the Phoenix Marshal, so I was curious to see how
like
other
the
decks
event
were going to
music.
perform. And we're seeing here Azorius everywhere, be it a version based around the biggest of birds or Light Paws itself, which I know was a new addition.
Get out of the All-Stars
How
way.
well was it going to perform when the Words decks now have creature 9 through 12 to be able to suit up, and apparently, at least for Jim Davis, quite well.
Yeah, Jim just said, Light Paws, who needs it? he's just like didn't think that one was gonna be good enough, and he's just going with the straight up Azorius build here. On the other side of the table, by the way, both these players at 6-0 is Toru Saito, and he's also brought Azorius, but a much different build. This is a control deck. It's a Yorion deck, in fact.
It is, so of course we know Corey Baumeister is happy about that, but here is Selfless Savior.
That turn one Savior is really good.
A little bit confusing is to not see that card in the deck whatsoever. I'm even a little taken back by it because there was so much conversation around the card. But look, who am I to say what's right or wrong in a spot like this? Jim hasn't lost yet.
Yeah, I think this was either a conscious decision by Jim who decided it wasn't worth it, or Corey was speculating on the desk that perhaps Jim sort of settled on his deck early, submitted it, called it good, and maybe put his focus on alchemy or something like that, and didn't find Light Paws. I don't know. It's interesting because that card seems to have made a splash.
Hey, when you say early, do you mean like December?
Yeah, that's what he said. No, that's what Corey said. He's like, maybe he submitted his deck a couple months ago.
Well, we're going to get pretty curious with our obsessions here on this Selfless Savior and see if we can just kind of get things done this way.
Yeah,
Spellpierce is going to say, nah.
Jim has Storm Chaser Drake ×3 that would go in that spot. And that can help, it serves, I don't know if I call it a similar role, but at least a way to generate card advantage from your 2-drop. And, it does even offer you some benefits, being evasive and all that.
Well, this
Archmage's Charm says, yoink, I'll take one of those. Thank you very much.
This Selfless Savior belongs to me.
No target, so it just gets sent over, and it's even suited up.
That hurts a little bit for sure.
Yeah, this could get
a touch
awkward.
Curious obsession on your own Selfless Savior. Thank you.
Oh no!
Dog napping here.
A dog napping.
Jim can come back from this. That's actually just a blowout. All right, that's the only good news. Is that the Curious Obsession falls off?
It's gonna go away
because Jim didn't attack with anything because he still actually controls the Curious Obsession itself.
Correct. So that could have gone a lot worse there for Jim, but end of the day, things are mostly okay. He is kind of what I'll say. He is kind of doing his game plan pretty well right now, which is play a threat, have ways to protect the threat up. Then if I get the opportunity to untap, suit up the threat a little bit. So you see Sentinel Eyes coming next turn with Spell Piercing, Karametra's Blessing at the ready to kind of protect the Spirit Dancers. So all is not lost. That Archmage Charm is, I guess I'll call it a minor inconvenience.
Yeah, I mean, it still ends up being like a 3-for-1, right? Like you basically kill 2 of their things and get 1 back on your side. Even if it isn't the end of the world, it's still a major setback.
Yeah. There's another.
I wonder what Jim's listening to, because he's jamming out.
What do you think Jim's listening to?
I am curious.
What do you think?
Cedric knows.
I need to watch him jam out for a little longer. I'll come up with it though.
Because he's bopping to something. No one moves their head that much without listening to something.
Definitely, he's got the rock face. Like he's definitely doing it.
Yeah,
I think it's Run the Jewels.
You got a theory? What's your theory?
Some sort of guitar / drums going on there.
Oh, for sure.
I think it's Run the Jewels.
That in.
Oh, and there's Mystical Dispute to fight back against the Spell Pierce, and Jim Davis can do nothing but shake his head here. A full-on counterfight, and at the end of the day, it's going to be Saito who picks up. I guess you could call it the win there.
Yeah, gonna win that exchange. You see Jim a little frustrated that exchange not going his way, and understandably so. Can't even get Luris this turn. No. Mystical Dispute is a really fun card because it just feels like, man, this thing is just messing things up all the time. Even against decks that aren't even blue, you're just like Hardcast Mystical Dispute. You're like, are you serious?
Right.
Really? Against like a green creature?
It's extra tough too, because this is a Yorion deck. He has one.
Yeah, there it is. See?
Just the cold one of it in 80 card deck. Jim's got to be like, really? Like, really? You had that? Come on.
Yeah, it just can be intensely frustrating.
Absolutely. Jim's in battle mode, though. He shook that off pretty quickly and now is back to focusing. Soul Guide Lantern's going to hit the battlefield here for Saito. You might not think that that really matters here, but it actually can. Luris, you know, is a card that's very relevant in these decks, and that was, you know, the only real target there for Luris at the moment.
Be a really good turn to draw SRAM or, I guess, Storm Chaser Drake. Didn't think I'd be saying that today. Like, really, I was just thinking it'd be a good time to draw a threat, and, well, he did.
He did draw a threat, yes.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. You can start cooking here. Archmage's Charm in hand here for Saito is not doing anything.
And Blessing at the ready. Yeah, so you might as well just cash in that Soul Guide Lantern. Ain't really doing much else right now.
That's right. Jwari Disruption. It's just going to be played as a land here.
I think we're still pretty neutral as far as who's winning this game. This one's pretty close so far.
Agree. See that Shark Typhoon in hand here. Doesn't have the option to play it out if he'd like this turn. Certainly something that he could be interested in at 18 life, but the tap land, Jwari Isle there, is just going to be a little too slow.
Oh, sounds like we know what you want Toro to do.
So. I wanted him to if he had an untapped land. I'm a little less enthusiastic. It's interesting because
everyone
as
uses
it stands,
a companion.
The Shark Typhoon is big enough to interact
Lots of
with
people
the Storm
anyways.
Chaser Drake currently. But as
It's
we
not
know,
bad. That's
that
really
can
good.
change quite quickly.
The escape on that's awesome.
And I'm not sure if he wants to make a shark just to chump block, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the benefit here is like you can make a shark and then I guess protect it with the savior, right?
Mm-hmm. You can.
Yeah, so there is that little
if it's big
interaction.
enough to tussle properly, right? Like right now it would be, but it's so close to not.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot of money. That would change my life for sure.
An annoyance.
Especially if
here,
you made it this far already, like
Saito
6-0, just like, oh
Yeah,
man.
I guess
this works, right?
Yeah, we can't
got
forget
this.
too that this Storm Chaser Drake does have first strike.
Mm-hmm.
That matters right now too. So.
But the option on make a shark protect it with savior is still there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So.
I guess this shark can go after this token, this 1/1.
There you go.
Yeah.
What did he find? Glacial Fortress?
Mm-hmm.
Probably not good enough.
And now Luris is back in the grip. So Jim is exhausting most of his resources now. Portable Hole. Hello. This is bad news for Jim Davis.
That was some business.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the benefit to cycling the Shark Typhoon. It got him one card closer to this portable hole that he really kind of needed.
Mm-hmm.
This charm
Very
instant
much his
speed.
blessing, taking a look at that for Jim Davis.
At the very least, he'll get to
It
draw
is.
a card here. Because I wouldn't be surprised to see Archmage's Charm maybe counter this blessing. Yeah.
Yeah, it does look like this is the fight. And Jim shakes his head once again. He has had two major clashes with Saito this game, and he's lost both.
But interestingly, again, this isn't like the end of the
Well,
world.
he's
because
against
you
a
have
control deck.
Luris in
You
your
expect
hand.
to
Your
lose
opponent
those
is
clashes
not
every
tapping
time.
out, but you have Luris in your hand. You've got
I don't
good
think
cards to
we're
get back
playing
to the graveyard.
standard
You
this
have Esper
weekend.
Sentinel on the battlefield, which
I
is
think
something
it's
you actually
not this weekend.
you benefit from making it larger because of the text on the card. So look, this is kind
I'm
of
pretty sure
Jim's
it's only
final big
alchemy
punch,
and
right?
historic this weekend.
The Luris turn of trying to do things this way, and I mean, This isn't the worst spot to be in. It's not my favorite spot, but it's not the worst spot.
Not by any stretch. Yeah, it was more like punch, counter punch. He got knocked back. Same thing happened again. But now he's swinging big. Jim Davis is saying, look, I just resolved Luris of the Dream Den. I've got 3 different things in my yard to get rolling. Now,
Needs a
we'll
selfless
note here
savior
he
back
does
is what he
not have any
needs.
way to generate card advantage off of these at the moment. But still, this is a big swing, especially when Saito's just out of gas now.
Yeah, now the question is which aura do you want to get back from the graveyard? Do you want to go Curious? Do you want to go Cartouche?
Sentinel's Eyes. You know, you've got some options here. You have a Cartouche of Solidarity in your hand as well. Clock is kind of ticking on this decision a little bit here for Davis, but he does have 2 timeouts to work with, while Toru is sitting pretty comfortably at this stage. Just, you know, whatever happens, happens. And I don't know what the best way to go with the auras is right now.
Yeah, Jim's in a little bit of an awkward position. The Lurrus has summoning sickness. So there's only so much he can do there. So he's going to cast the Cartouche with the Lurrus and then just get back the Sentinel's Eyes. That will unlock an attack right now.
So...
But it could end up being a trade here.
I think it's a trade.
I think this is bad,
but then,
right?
It's bad because Jim gets his Selfless Savior back.
Savior makes the creature indestructible, right?
It does, yeah.
Okay, so
yeah, but then Jim gets the Savior back, though.
Yeah, and then the Sharks just eats the Sentinel.
It goes to Jim's graveyard.
If you want to do that.
Interesting that
you can't sack the Savior. You cannot give
I'm with you
Jim
there.
back
So
the
that
Selfless
leads me to believe
Savior.
that Toru thinks that Jim has something that he doesn't.
Respect. I know,
maybe
right?
is missing that interaction. I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, because especially having the Esper Sentinel still on the battlefield here is a real pain for Saito.
The Emperor's good. That's really good.
I mean, maybe it was just a sick bluff and he just got 3 points through, but...
Yeah, because, right, like... I guess
on board.
I guess the other thing, too, is that if Saito sacrifices the Savior, it goes back in Jim's graveyard.
Okay.
Maybe that's what it is, right?
Okay.
Because if... I
They
don't
finally
think that
figured it out.
misunderstanding things, which is you make the creature indestructible, first strike damage happens, nobody cares because it's indestructible. Regular damage happens, Shark eats the Esper Sentinel.
That's exactly correct.
Yeah. But the Savior also
now Saito
is
says,
in the
okay, well, I
grave,
didn't-
which can be
I didn't
replayed
give
with
you the
Lurrus
ability
next
to just
turn.
buy that thing back with Lurrus,
And
or
that's
using
really
yourself
good.
as Savior.
Like, if
But
Lurrus gets that Savior,
I am
whoa.
facing down an Esper Sentinel that's really annoying, to say the least. Curious
And the way-
Obsession also makes it big enough to get through.
It's only getting more annoying right now, and the vigilance on this card again is huge because the Wandering Emperor would love
the
to take care
Wanderer.
of that.
Yeah, that vigilance
That's not
is
gonna
like
happen,
saving it.
So, look, if you attacked last turn, you are getting in there again this turn, I think.
Yeah. Now it's actually just a good attack because the Sentinel's a 4/4.
Yep. All right,
So it's
Shark
just going to be
down.
a straight chump block. He can keep that Sentinel at bay for a couple of turns by just chumping.
Yep. So
he
it's
also has, potential for a Yori and
Day of Judgment.
Day of Judgment off the top.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
wonder-
good draw.
I wonder if it's Yorian. Like, you get the cards, you can reset the portable hole, but then they just get the Drake back if you don't? I don't know.
Just wipe it.
So this is part of the reason that we weren't seeing the Selfless Savior play. This makes more sense now, right? Because if the Selfless Savior ever died, then Jim would just recast that with Lurrus and give himself protection. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
Now it's
this
dealt
is
with.
This is what is it? This is attempt 4 to rebuild. Okay.
Can Toru
He
stabilize?
has not been thwarted yet. He just
No,
gets to
not
keep
really.
doing it. Jim just goes.
I'm actually kind of impressed that he's been able to keep rebuilding.
I know, he's like Rocky, right? It just keeps taking the hits and it just keeps going.
That's not great.
Get a Cartouche now too?
Should.
Feeling like it's a Mize situation. He's thinking about it though.
Looks like
Gonna hold back.
Gonna wait, okay.
But now the floodgates are open for Toru Saito. He's got Memory Deluge.
That
Yorion,
Deluge
and
is so
the
good.
Wandering Emperor at his disposal here with
Like, how do you lose
7
this game?
mana available, looking
Right?
Really
like, how
good
do you lose that? Such a good hand.
from
I
this
think
point forward?
I think right now it's
The Emperor's
minor
useless.
advantage right now for Toru. I mean, kudos to Jim and his deck for being able to continuously fight through a lot of the stuff he's had to fight through at this point, but it's starting to get a little hairy here.
Yeah. That Deluge is
It's gonna be
good.
Memory Deluge into a land, I'm assuming, for Wandering Emperor.
Okay.
Is his plan.
Well, no Emperor because it has
Also happened
vigilance.
to draw Fateful Absence. Oh, there's SRAM off the top. Whoa, holding
right.
on to that cartouche paid off big here.
Wow.
Now he gets two cards off of this.
Okay, okay.
Sentinel's Eyes. Get to keep playing.
Yep, making people.
Critically,
Cast a
this thing
spell.
is not tapped, so that Wandering Emperor is not doing anything right now.
Yep.
Can he hit another and keep the chain going?
Should have taken it last time. You should have taken it before.
No? Okay.
You're just giving him more draws. You're just giving him more draws. Corey, no.
Oh, Jim.
Well,
You should have taken
how
it
deep you wanna go,
immediately.
baby? All right,
Yeah, I
let's
guess
keep
he's
going.
just
Because he
like,
just gets
whatever,
he just gets to
let's
double
go
draw
for it.
every
Let's
time.
keep going.
On Esper Sentinel,
Oh
so
my
Arcane
God.
Flight's the last of the...
Oh my God,
triggers here,
Jim!
but-
You dirty dog!
Look at Saito, he's just like, okay.
I mean, Saito's hand is good. You know, he's got
All
Fateful
the
Absence at the ready.
He's just like, I'm gonna keep going.
How about another one? One.
Oh,
There's
he
a
just got a spell pierce.
That's really good.
So that's good against the Wandering Emperor if that's the play, but Fateful Absence is covered.
Yeah, I mean,
Because he
is
can
it
pay.
not the play for him? Like, could he not have Fateful Absence earlier had he...
Yes, he should have absenced immediately.
He could have at any point.
Right, and
He
he
just
let
gave
Jim draw
Jim,
a
like,
lot
10
of extra
draws.
cards as a result. Ouch, he's going to go down to 3. And yes, he's going to
Give
get
it
an
a draw
extra
card, too.
card because of Insight. All right, it's a
Okay.
redundant SRAM. And now this is going to force the issue. Wandering Emperor is going to go on the stack here. But that Storm Chaser Drake...
I think
He's
Corey
untapped.
forgot about the
Did you
vigilance.
want that happen?
I don't know.
Huh, so no Spell Pierce.
So I'm surprised about that solely because is
Jim
this
just wants to
Spell Pierce
protect
made
his Drake.
any better?
No, he's got 8 mana now.
Right, and so that's why I'm a little surprised because now this thing's going to crank out some knuckleheads that are just going to
But
kind
it
of be in
doesn't
the
matter.
way because let's assume that the flyer gets taken care of, right? However it gets taken care of, well, at least your ground pounders could get in a little bit of damage. Like I just don't think the Spell Pierce gets any better than it was right there.
Boy, it's really playing with fire to let the Wandering Emperor hit the battlefield. We've seen that
Yeah.
card turn around a lot of games. We'll see if it can
Takes the
happen
bigger
again
Drake.
here,
That's
because
good.
There's Portable Hole resetting a Storm Chaser Drake. Now, it replaces it with another one.
Yep.
But this one doesn't have, 7 auras on it.
Well, there are some auras in the graveyard to be able to kick back, so there is that.
Mhm.
March. Well, okay, so maybe Big Brain. Maybe Big Brain saving this Spell Pierce for a March or something. Who knows?
Okay.
All right, let's see what happens now.
Second copy of Esper Sentinel into hand to go along with SRAM, Spell Pierce, and a whole bunch of lands here for Davis.
I think Davis is gonna win this. He's got momentum. He's coming
Looks like
for
he's gonna
it.
Start his turn with Sentinel's Eyes.
I think he's just gonna overwhelm him here.
That
It's
is
too
certainly
much.
be
He's gonna
huge
draw his whole
swing there
deck.
For Jim, once again, this
How many cards
feels
does Jim have left?
Whoever's turn it is just pulls way ahead every time.
Yeah, well,
There's the March.
This is gas. This Spell Pierce, I think, is actually going to be good now. This is insane.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Let him untap with 8 mana. He played another one. And he
Cedric
still
is
just got
dying
This
laughing.
is actually good. Oh my God.
incredible. Look at this hand now from Davis as well. He's got 9 cards in hand. And it ain't going to get smaller from here either. There's another
No,
Esper Sentinel.
I want to know how many
All right,
cards
so
Jim
now
has
the
left.
question is, does Jim have a way? Does Jim have a way to actually punch through? Because it's blue-white, so does he have a way to make his creature unblockable or anything like that? Or can he make another flyer?
Not currently, but it is always possible.
1,
Don't mill yourself,
2.
Jim.
Spirit Dancer and a Blessing.
Don't mill yourself, bro.
Let's switch that advantage bar now. Okay.
Cards like Arcane Flight can turn a not flyer right into a flyer, and perhaps of the lethal variety.
So he has 3 copies of Arcane Flight in his deck.
Yeah, and I think we used one already, right?
At least one is gone.
Yeah.
I don't know how many are gone.
Hey,
but at
can't
least
Jim...
one is gone.
Is Blessing protection or just hexproof?
We're gonna put Sentinel Eyes.
Doesn't Blessing give
Yeah,
protection and he just
by
has
doing
lethal?
It this way, but he is diversifying his threats.
Can't he Blessing the Drake for blue and then hit for lethal?
On the ground big enough? It seems like a tall order.
Can he? Blessing gives protection, doesn't it?
Might be better just to target the Storm Chaser Drake. Hope to hit either his 1 or 2 remaining Arcane Flight.
No, hexproof and indestructible. Sorry.
Hard to say.
Never mind.
Well,
I thought it was protection.
All right, he's just gonna jam.
Block 1.
Force block there.
Protection would be sick in this deck for unblockable.
That one's not a force block, but it's certainly an encouraged block.
I like the term encouraged block.
Yeah, and then the SRAM is a force block.
And so first strike, kill your big bird.
Mm-hmm.
Regular damage. Some stuff will die. Okay. Nothing tap to attack. A lot of vigilance going on here.
Taro needs to top deck.
And you can see why Jim
another
made this
field
attack.
wipe.
He just clears out a bunch of nonsense, and now he has multiple creatures that he can put down. Esper Sentinel, and of course Spirit Dancer, even if he'd like.
Yep, and still have Karametra's Blessing up.
Yes, he can do all of those things.
No, you don't want to lose everything in case you get field wiped, though.
Discard a couple of planes.
Because they could field wipe and then counter your Blessing, right?
This is
a
game.
sick game.
Oh no!
What did he just hit?
Oh no!
Did he?
Indestructible doesn't stop farewell.
Boy.
Indestructible doesn't stop farewell.
Bar. You didn't see it, which is awesome.
I didn't see it.
You're about to.
Topdeck.exe. You're about to.
Farewell.
That's a farewell.
Oh, you're about to.
Oh my god.
Yep.
What a top deck for
boy.
Saito. Oh, he's gonna leave everything. Does he hit artifacts here? Because he does have the portable hole will work the way he wants, right? The Drake will come in and then it'll get swept away with the rest of the creatures.
Wow.
Yeah, because it resolves an order on the card.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Look at Jim. He's just like, I get it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
What a beating.
Jim was like, I do all of these cards, and this is how you repay me.
That's why I said don't play all those cards in case they wipe. They should have kept that Spirit Dancer in hand. Jim was getting greedy.
What?
Should have kept a couple of those creatures in hand. That's all I'm saying.
Sweeper in farewell. And now, is there any reason to cast Karametra's Blessing?
You take a double draw.
Yep.
You take a double draw.
Right, like this is
That's
just,
one reason.
You could just take your arm and just slide it across the table.
Yeah, this is
It's going to leave the Wandering Emperor, though, which of course is relevant to say the least, as Saito gets to start rebuilding, and somehow Jim just doesn't have that much going on. Yes, he has SRAM. Okay, and he drew a Storm Chaser Drake, so that helps
But
too.
is Jim gonna mill himself?
No Sentinel Eyes in the graveyard.
Jim honestly might mill himself.
There was one.
Oh yeah, sure.
Jim has 14 cards left. 14 cards left in his library.
But Jim
only
actually
14
ran a little
left.
bad here, right? Look at this. He's got 4 lands after having seen all those cards. I mean, if I'm in Saito's seat, I'm kind of nervous, even after getting lucky there, hitting the farewell.
Jim
My
might
thought
mill
process
himself.
would be like, but he's got 7 cards in hand, like probably in bad shape here. And honestly, the Storm Chaser Drake does make that
what a match
more true, but it wasn't true before. Like,
yeah,
it was just gonna be like
this
SRAM
match
go.
has woken me up.
Boy, this game took a turn. This game has taken many turns. The fact that Jim is still in this game is impressive. I mean, he had a heck of a turn. He had a heck of a turn 2 turns ago, just suiting up and making a really strong attack to kind of clear some things out of.
He did get a little greedy though. Jim got a little bit greedy.
Baby.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Oh
Okay.
no!
Saito is putting on a show now. All he has to decide
Slaps
is whether
it down on the table.
or leave it as a cycle
Hard
option. He has
cast.
absence. Also, when do you fire that off? Right, the assumption being that you would like to cast it, given that
Jim might deck himself.
You don't necessarily just protects it. It is just regular destroy.
Well, Karametra's Blessing, I think only if it's enchanted can you give it the
Right,
safety net.
of course.
Yeah,
so
so
instead, he's just going to get a clue
otherwise
token,
it's just
another
+2.
land for Jim. Goodness sakes! What is happening here?
Brutal.
5 lands in hand after all of that. No auras at all, and he just has to pass the turn back. Irrigated Farmland's going to get cycled
The
here.
cycle land is
You
nice.
got to feel like he's one big spell away. That's a
No
good one there.
way.
It's not the biggest spell, but it is a spell. It'll make a
Horrible
shark too.
pull to take down SRAM.
Ouch.
And leave Jim Davis
That's
with
good.
a whole bucket full of nothing.
And, you know, for you Azorius control fans out here, that's what it looks like. Sweep some stuff, answer some stuff. You'll win eventually.
Yeah, easy
That's
matchup.
it. I don't think this is
Yeah,
going anywhere.
essentially, Cruise control in the finish. Unbelievable. Another land for Jim Davis. Jory disruption here for Saito. Doesn't look great, but any spell that he gets any chance
He
to
had a
put on the stack
13%
are
chance to
sharks at
draw
this
land,
point,
and
so
he did.
even that's
He
fine.
did. He drew a land on 13%.
And there's a SRAM that's not going to do anything here.
That's game.
Except for maybe keep him alive. If
Maybe
Saito
for a
disrupts
turn.
this, then it's
Cast
3,
the
4, 5,
Wari.
6,
Absolutely.
7.
Make a one.
He
Make it
actually will
2/2
have
sharp.
lethal. We know that, but of course, all these cards in hand, you know, Saito may.
I would have countered that just for another shark.
Oh, actually, it was only 4, 5, 6.
Oh, that makes
No.
It 8. It was one short. And that makes it easy.
Top decked another hole.
That makes it easy.
Toru's top decks right
This
here
is a
are
heck of a game.
insane.
Unbelievable game. And, you know, I got to say, it's a real composure test for Jim.
I think I've just
Right?
watched
He had
Jim's
to feel like he
spirit
was
leave
up
his
against
body.
it over and over and over and kept fighting and fighting and fighting. And then
Man, this
even
place
with
is
farewell off the top to
flooded.
reset everything, he still had a chance to get back in that. He just needed to find an aura or
Shuffler's
maybe
fine.
not find so many lands, and he couldn't do either.
So
He's
Jim
counting his
got
lands. He's like, I
what
only have
was it called?
22 lands.
You
What
got
the
80
fuck?
carded, which is, you know, your opponent. No, this isn't a 60 card deck. This is an 80 card deck. That means statistically, the chances of them drawing the card they need to is simply lower, right? That's just math. I'm not a math scientist, but that's just math. There's 2 farewells in there. 2.
Two.
And got farewell
But it's a Yorion
right out
deck.
of the game. So I think your point is actually even more salient insofar as
That was an
as far as
amazing
the
string of
mental
top
aspect
decks.
of the game right now.
I mean, remember all
And
the way
then
back
all,
to
on
that
both
mystical
sides, though.
dispute?
One top
Yes.
decks was really
Yes.
good. The other one was like
So
really bad.
Frustrating.
Younger version of me, I would be on full blown right now. I would be
Table
so
flipping.
mad. I would be so mad. I got 1 of Disputed, 2 of Farewelled from the 80 card deck.
Okay,
I
here's
would
a,
be-
here's the scenario. Cedric is on his phone ordering a new keyboard because
That's right.
his old keyboard is no longer capable of ordering a keyboard anymore.
Yeah, and I flooded with all my drawings.
And he
But you got to remember, this is all part of it. Okay? This is why we love
This
the
is
game.
all
This
part
what
of it.
This is
Absolutely.
all part of Magic. So this is where the mental aspect of things comes in. And Jim, to his credit, looks relatively calm. You know,
He's good.
I'm
Jim's
6-0.
good, yeah.
Yeah,
He shook
I'm
it off. He's like,
legitimately-
okay.
I'm 6-0.
Statistically,
Oh,
that's
it's
not
just a
going to happen
lot
again,
go wrong
right?
That game for me to lose. So let's just play another one.
He just puts on another Bon Jovi song, starts bopping his head, and off he goes.
Living on a prayer. Let's go.
Living on a
Yeah, this
prayer.
opener looks for him.
Fine.
Living on a prairie, maybe.
It's got a creature. Dovin's Veto is pretty good in the matchup.
On the other side, a little
It's
bit
a
of
land
a slow
joke.
hand here.
Living on the
Saito,
plains.
4-drop, 4-drop, 5-drop, and then a conditional 3-drop, maybe 1. Not really seeing how you ship it back, but on the draw, that's a slow hand.
It is a slow hand. It is a slow hand. I think my best guess right now is both players are going to keep.
Yeah,
I think those are both
And
keeps,
if
yeah.
Saito draws an island, oh boy, or a Hallowed Fountain, some sort of blue source to play Dispute on turn 1, it's going to be filthy.
Because there's just under almost all normal circumstances, you can't play around it, right? It's an 80 card deck with a 1 of.
No.
Like,
No,
what are
you
you
don't play
supposed to do?
And I would have
right? You're supposed
already
to be
broken
like,
my
oh, no,
monitor.
you can have mystical dispute. I'm
Already
gonna hold
in the
on to my
mental
2-drop
hospital.
forever. Although, as we say
Below
that,
breakdown.
both players mulligan.
Look at this tight mulligan by both players. Jim, I'm
like
really
it.
impressed. I think I would have kept that hand if I was Jim. If you're Toru, you mulligan that one because it was a little bit slow. And now this looks significantly worse because you got 2 day adjustments and no white mana.
Yeah, you saw him sit back in his chair after he saw this hand. Oh, hands on the face. He hates this one.
No. Jim gets the free
It's
win.
not all bad, though. I would keep
Jim gets the free win.
He shipped it.
Yeah.
See, I like the idea of Dwari disruption on 2 into Archmage's term or something, but
If you're on the play, I'm with you.
Mhm.
But he's on the draw.
Yeah.
240 likes on the video, you guys. Can we get to 250? If you haven't liked the video, please do so now.
For Sentinel off the top here, so he's able to deploy that on turn 1. A little awkward here for Jim, but he can still play SRAM Senior, Edificer, and then pass the turn back. There's that mystical dispute. Is it going to hit something here? Oh.
It's a good start for Jim.
It could easily be Core Spirit Dancer into Obsession.
Yeah, it really could be.
But the good news for Jim is I don't think he really cares at that point. Just putting those type of cards on the stack gets the job done.
Really good, yeah. Don't do it, Jim. Don't do it!
We're going to go to Obsession instead.
There it is. But
he almost played around it.
Out of the deal, and then even if it gets disputed, which it
doesn't.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's going to be Omen of
That's
the
a
Sea here.
Triple draw.
And it looks like Saito is more interested in perhaps digging for a sweeper or something.
Yeah, which makes that Spell Pierce that Jim has found even more timely.
Two to the bottom, Castle Vantress into hand, and the other mystical dispute. He does have 3 more
and
out of the
another
sideboard.
counter.
We're gonna
Jim's
see
got
We're gonna
this.
see Jim move a little fast now. That Dovin's veto, excuse me, makes everything so much easier for him, right? Because it's the ultimate safety net. I'm curious where he wants to land this Sentinel's Eyes, but I love Jim's position now because he's gotten a little ahead on the battlefield. Now he has counter spells to react.
This
to
whole time, my biggest fan has been this person who runs the Cam
and he's
website.
on 5, right? Saito is, so you know he's struggling to kind of balance out these things. Looks like he may just Archmage's Charm the Esper Sentinel.
They're going to be here all weekend, guaranteed.
Yeah, let's resolve the card draw first.
Yeah, another card.
Decide if you want to battle over this or not.
Yeah, and Jim
Definitely
can just say,
counter
sure,
that.
what are you going to do? Like, chump block or just have an Esper Sentinel?
Yeah, I would counter it.
Yeah, might as well use the Spell Pierce here. It's a good high leverage spot. He also may just be thinking, like, I'm going to close out this game. Like, I get another card.
Right.
And I can apply a lot of pressure to you here.
Yep.
With this veto backup.
Can't counter the cycled shark, though.
There's a redundant SRAM, but Sentinel's Eyes on the Core Spirit Dancer is going to produce another 3 power. And that's going to be it.
Yeah.
That is going to be Saito saying, okay, I didn't have the tools to get the job done this time. And that's going to force a Game 3 decider. Now, these players started to battle here in game number 3, and we're going to join it in progress. And that's to make sure that we actually have enough time to bring you the whole thing. Because sometimes these matches can go very long. That first game, that went forever.
That's the game of the tournament so far. That's game of the tournament. That game was awesome.
Totally. That was a sick game between the two. I mean, if you go back and watch that, it was a real slugfest between them. And, you know, watching it from Jim's perspective like we were was really cool because he just kept having to drag himself off the mat and get back in there and keep punching. And he just kept getting knocked down. Finally, the knockout blow came with the farewell. But as it stands, he does pick up the second game in impressive fashion. And in game 3, we are well underway here, we should say, Cedric, with Storm Chaser Drake with a couple of auras and then a human on the other side. What's in hand here for Saito? Shark Typhoon, Farewell, and a Castle.
Like halfway through the game.
Vantress. Are there counter spells for Jim? Yes, he's got Spell Pierce and
yes, there are counter spells for Jim right now.
So things looking good for Jim Davis.
But Farewell
Yeah,
is nice.
I mean, we walk into a game
but the double
where
counter sucks.
You have Saito,
but Jim's got nice attackers here.
Tie from a life total perspective. Jim can safely make this attack because Shark Typhoon can only be cycled to make a 2/2, so that's comforting. And you also have a cartouche on your creature. It looks like so. Life looks pretty good here for Jim, and this Farewell, little chance of that resolving, folks.
Really impressed by Jim's resolve this match. Nothing went right for him in that first game, but he just kept his head down, picked up an easy game 2, and he looks like he's in good position here to finish off Saito in game 3. If he does so, Jim will be 7-0 on day 1 of the set championship. I mean, can't help but start thinking about, you know, a strong day 2 performance. And, you know, we know if you make it to the 3rd day, make it to top 6, you're going to be invited to Worlds. There's the prize money at the top, all that stuff.
And it's
with
still
a 7-0
going.
start, you know, you can really start going,
Welcome
okay,
back.
I put together a decent run tomorrow and I could find myself in exactly that spot.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So hard to go undefeated against competition like this.
True that. True that. Best players in the world.
So how does Jim want to lead out? Because Jim can lead out with a Spirit Dancer type effect and then play Sentinelized and still have Dovin's Veto up. He can keep things maybe a little bit more simple and just, return a Sentinelized from the graveyard. He could just play a Sentinelized from his hand and start the turn that way. He's going to want to leave, I believe he's going to want to leave Dovin's Veto up no matter what he does, but it looks like he's just going to keep things extremely simple.
Another thumb up. Another thumb up.
A lot of damage. Down to 10 goes Saito. Here comes his core Spirit Dancer post-combat. Sentinelized lets him guarantee to leave up Veto. He also, I believe, has a land drop to give here, so he could open up the Spell Pierce plus Veto, though, generally speaking, Dovin's Veto does the thing.
Yes, other thing worth noting right now, too, is what Jim is going to do. It looks like he's going to kind of spread it out a little bit about which, it's not going to just be one big creature. It's going to be multiple big creatures now. So it looks like he's going to spread it around a little bit. But he's playing a little bit cautious right now, too.
Or keep up the third mana.
The ability to be able to play Veto plus Pierce in the same turn.
Yeah.
So it looks like he was thinking about playing it cautious.
Just fuck it.
The one thing here about Veto is it's so safe that assuming that your land doesn't get tapped by something
weird has to happen.
Which I don't know what it would be so much, but okay, I left Veto up good enough.
Yeah, and he's not going to risk it by playing a Curious Obsession here. He's just going to leave up his Dovin's Veto and pass. He knows that the worst case scenario for him is a farewell. He felt the brunt of that one in game number 1. Doesn't want to relive that bad
Needs
memory
to pull
here.
those counters, though.
If it does go on the
so
stack,
Emperor plus March.
Dovin's Veto can take care of it.
March discards Yorion for the extra.
Jim very much ratcheting things towards the not greedy end of the spectrum, right? There's times when you're behind and you need to take risks, and then there's times when you're ahead and you can take a more middle ground line, and that's what he's done here.
Yeah, when do you want to dial it up? When do you want to scale it back? That's something that the best aggressive players in the world have figured out over their time playing the game, and I think Jim has found a nice balance, at least over the course of this game. But really, over most of the games that we've watched him play here.
Yeah, you better be sorry.
How would you describe Jim's play style in general?
Impressive.
I've watched so many of his matches over the last decade because of the SCG tour and everything.
Yeah.
Well, I know methodical is a code word for slow, but he is methodical.
Okay.
He is methodical and he is thoughtful in his play.
Okay.
So I think I use those both as positive describers for him. He does take a long time in making his plays Nassif-esque. And that's not me joking about Nassif, because obviously Nassif is one of the best to ever do it, but he's slow in his plays too. Jim takes a similar approach. He does not move very quickly in his games unless he knows he's won.
What kind of decks does he like to play?
Control mostly. I'm surprised by this choice.
Okay.
I am. But the one thing I'll say about Jim, as he won the SCG Tour Players Championship in 2015, when he won it, he played some decks that nobody was prepared for. So he's not afraid to throw the Hail Mary.
Spell Pierce is pay 1,
which
right?
I love, because a tournament like this, it's pretty top heavy,
it's
right?
Pay 2,
top 6
it?
qualifies for Worlds. He might not care about anything else. So he just, I think he kind of went in here and just went,
it's pay 2.
I'm just going to play auras, for whatever reasons he had.
He's still going to be able to counter the farewell.
Not. And he did not do that.
Look what's happening here. This is insane. Saito is trying to bait out a Dovin's Veto, and he's going to go for it. That's going to clear the way for farewell. Saito actually
Spell Pierce is down, though. I thought Jim had 1 mana.
Oh, no,
it's
not.
Going to be Yorion. It's going to be Yorion instead, but that gives him the portable hole here.
Okay.
So close. But now Spell Pierce is not going to counter the farewell.
To get that Dovin's Veto out of hand didn't really
leave
Jim much of a choice,
6, 7. One more land is 8.
Exiled a card from his hand.
Yeah, it looks like lacking another white for the copy of farewell. So here's kind of thing that's interesting now, which is,
well, no, he has the second white, but he just needs another land to dodge Pierce.
Anyway, but if he draws another land, he can play farewell through Spell Pierce.
Yes,
and that's pretty nice.
That's a big moment, especially if Jim really moves all in here.
Jim needs to keep that dancer in hand.
How
no,
awkward
Jim.
for Saito to not have an extra white source there.
Yeah, Jim. So Jim is moving all in here, insofar as he's like really playing stuff to the battlefield now. More creatures suiting up, trigger, and more card
So
draw.
Toru
But don't forget,
didn't
this
fare
game, he
well,
also
so
still
Jim
has
is like,
Lurrus in
he
the
doesn't
companion
have
zone.
it. I'm
He's
going
drawing a couple
all
of
in.
cards.
But he
Parametric
does
Blessing
have
might be
it.
pretty useful. He also has a copy of Storm Chaser Drake in his hand in case everything gets wiped away. So
Wow,
in the red
this
zone we
might
go.
might be like a
and this is gonna
Giga
be a chump
Chad
block here
bait
from
and
Saito.
switch. But Jim is lucky
Really
enough to
actually
have
needs
that
see a
Drake.
land here, strangely.
Jim's lucky enough to have that
It's
Drake in
Shark
hand.
type.
Lurrus is still an option.
Is he gonna go?
That's
for
not
this?
I think
lost
he's just
yet,
forced to put
but
the
ouchies.
Farewell on the stack here, though, and if he does, it's going to make Jim's day. There it is. Farewell on the stack.
And he
he
didn't
says,
get the
"I
extra
I
land."
sure hope you don't have one of those mystical disputes.
Resolve your Esper Sentinel first, Jim. There you
Yes.
go.
And he has it.
No,
And a big
it only worked with the
eye
land.
roll there from Saito. He's
That hurts.
devastated because
That's gotta
Jim
be game.
Davis just countered a 6-drop with his
And he
one
could
mana
have
counter.
farewelled.
And that's probably going to do it.
Yeah, let's see if Jim can make it lethal this turn. He'll start by drawing a card there, put his Sentinel Eyes there. So let's see, 3, 4,
Yeah,
5.
I mean,
Parametric Blessing
GG's.
is going to be 6, 7. So we're not looking at lethal just yet, right, Marshall?
Not quite.
Ouch. That's kind of like a punt, though.
And if
Hey,
Jim
almost.
doesn't have lethal, then it's his job to apply as much pressure as possible, but
Mm-hmm.
also leave himself the backup plan of having like a new board state in hand, basically.
Right?
Exactly. So right now, if I'm Jim in this position,
I would almost just move
my
Lurrus
thought here
over.
is, okay, looking pretty good, good enough to attack with everything, right? Because you got to block
Yeah.
the 6/5 on the 4/5. Great. So I'm going to get 5 points of damage through. You're going to fall down to 5, 6, 7. Actually, 4/5.
He
could
might
go in front of
sneak in
3,
lethal
5, you
with
take
the
6, 7,
blessing.
8, but then Karametra's Blessing will be lethal. Okay. So block the 6/5. Take your 5 points of damage. I think if I'm Jim, I want to add Lurrus to my hand. Prepare for the post sweeper if
Yeah,
it
just
shows
bring
up.
Lurrus over.
It has to be
Most
one
def,
of the other
most def,
copies
most
of
def.
Farewell.
A farewell,
here, right?
yeah.
I mean, it's just, I'm not seeing Saito
But even if it's a
having really any
farewell,
other
Jim
way to
has
get back into this,
the
even with
ability to
Shark
restart.
Typhoon giving him another chump blocker and a card.
And he's got it.
Jim's taking a look at his options again. He's thinking, okay, let's say that everything gets swept away. What does my board
Jim
look
over
like?
Michael Jordan. Nice.
What does my hand look like?
He just
And
goes back.
it
He's like,
is
it's out of my
Omen
hands
of
now.
the
It's out of my
Sea.
hands.
But that's not going to be enough anyway because he won't have 6 mana left over regardless.
Yeah.
Jim had to be in hold mode.
Yeah, and Esper Sentinel is going to yield cards because Toru can't afford to pay.
Another
for
Drake.
this right now.
Oh,
so
solidarity.
He's got a handful of 6 cards right
That's
now
great.
and 7 after the draw step if when we go back to Jim's turn. So
much
You know, I wouldn't
value.
be surprised if even a farewell had been resolved this turn, if Jim would still be a favorite.
Yeah.
Look at his hand.
Yeah, I agree. I
Right?
agree with you. I really do.
Fantastic hand, and that's it. Saito just has to pass the turn back with Memory Deluge and Shark Typhoon, but boy, is he facing a lot of heat here.
That's lethal.
Jim can
He just
decide. He's just
blessings
deciding,
whatever
okay,
doesn't get
what
blocked.
if there's like a blocker, or what if there's 2 blockers somehow?
Yeah, because he doesn't
Just
have to
blessing
worry
what
about a
doesn't
card
get
like
blocked.
Settle the Wreckage. That's not a
Yeah,
not a
where's
concern
Divine
for Jim,
Purge?
thankfully.
That's right.
So, you know, it's just okay, what could you have? Now it's Memory Deluge. Yeah, and now Jim with a little bit of
There's
a
a
smile
smile.
down there. Yep. No, and I
Hey,
got
he-
you.
He earned this one. Jim Davis on 6-0 had to
Wow.
fight. He kept his
Had to
mental
struggle for
composure.
it. Yeah,
He
definitely.
got a quick win in game number 2, and he earned the game 3 victory. And Jim Davis improves to 7-0, defeating
Whoa.
Saito there.
That's
on
crazy.
That last one. Wow, really great stuff from the feature match area here. That's going to do it for us here from the booth. Let's send it back to the news desk.
Maybe I'll stay up here.
There's one of our undefeated players, Jim Davis. Congratulations to him.
Who else was
going
undefeated?
7-0 on day number 1. Welcome back to the news desk, everybody. Let's take a look at the standings here after 1 day of competition at the Neon Dynasty Championship. Well, we've got to update these standings. They're not quite exactly correct because we've got to factor in the last round of play here. So we'll get those fixed up for you. You've got Corey Baumeister and Riley Knight here. 2 players remain undefeated here heading into day number 2. Corey, let's talk about the player of the day. Who have you selected and why?
Well, the player of the day is the person we just saw. It's Jim Davis. I mean, he went 7-0 just playing what most of us are going to consider as one of the craziest game ones I think we saw of all tournament. That was expertly played. He didn't end up taking it down, but still came back and rallied, kept his composure, and rallied off that 7-0 streak. Also an honorable mention to John Emmanuel Duprat, also getting that 7-0. But let's get real, John Emmanuel Duprat wins everything, so he's the player of the year, maybe the 2 years, something like that.
All right, there you go. Jim Davis, our player of the day. Congratulations to him, one of our 2 undefeated players left. What about card of the day, Riley?
Well, of course, there's been a special focus on alchemy today, but the card of the day is a card that is not just making it, getting it done in alchemy, but also in historic. The Wandering Emperor, it's great when you're ahead, good when you're behind, and a good way to push ahead when you're at parity. This card does it all, and it is our card of the day.
I love it. The Wandering Emperor. Congratulations, you are our card of the day. And that brings us to the match of the day. Corey, take it away.
Yeah, the match of the day was a really exciting alchemy match. Round 3, Kai Buddha versus Johnny, and just a really, really great game. It was Kai Buddha that has the resume advantage and the deck advantage, but Johnny just didn't give up. Any of these plays where Johnny could have attacked into something like a Wandering Emperor, just didn't make any obvious blunders at all, and just was really impressed with his composure throughout the entire match and able to take down the German Juggernaut. It was an incredible match.
The German
that you should go
Juggernaut.
back and check out round number 3. It was so good.
Yeah, lots of cool stuff on camera today. Let's take a look at our standing. We've got them updated now with the 7th round in consideration. Jim Davis and Jean-Emmanuel Duprat are lone undefeated players left in the tournament, poising themselves very, very well to make it into our top 8 coming on Sunday. We've got 12 players falling behind them at 6-1, including the player we just saw on screen there, the German Juggernaut, one of the greatest Magic players of all time, Kai Buddha, sitting in this tournament at 6-1. Really, really incredible
Giveaways
stuff.
Tomorrow.
Well, that's it from us here
Everybody
at the
gets
News
a bonus.
Desk. I hope you all have a fabulous night and come back and hang out with us tomorrow, because we're not done. We got 2 more days of Magic for you, everybody. We're going to play Alchemy and Historic tomorrow. We started the day today with more than 230 players who showed up to throw down in Historic and Magic's newest format, Alchemy.
Keep moving
Naya
myself
Runes
around.
was the deck to beat coming into the weekend, and plenty of players brewed up
Possible to get
lists
my cam in
designed
the
to
right
punish
spot.
pants. Historic proved Phoenix still has wings, and food is still on the menu, but there are plenty of other decks poised to make history. At the end of the day, we had 2 undefeated players left, Jim Davis and Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. What will happen tomorrow? It's 8 more rounds of Magic before we arrive at our top 8. You won't want to miss a minute of the action as we set the stage at the Neon Dynasty Championship. See you right back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific for all of the action. Good night, friends.
Tomorrow is Alchemy and Historic again. Same formats as today, I believe. They just cut it like that. We're done. We're out of here.
Right. All right.
We're out of here.
I personally would need a lot of time to.
I personally? You guys, thank you all so much for hanging out, watching, supporting the stream, the channel. You're absolutely amazing. Like the video on your way out. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. Like I said, tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific time. We're starting. I'll be here a little bit early. We've got giveaways. Lots of really cool stuff. Appreciate you guys. What a long day. 9.5 hours here. We did 3 hours on Twitch earlier. Holy Toledos. I better get to bed because I think it's going to be another long day tomorrow. Appreciate you all. Have a magical rest of your day, whatever it is. And we'll see you tomorrow.